The Project Gutenberg ebook of Travels in the East Indian Archipelago. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Travels in the East Indian Archipelago. Author: Albert S. Bickmore. Release date: April 14, 2024. Ebook number 73398. Language: English. Original publication: London, John Murray, 1868. Credits: Peter Becker and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Travels in the East Indian Archipelago. Wives of one of the two highest princes in Java. Travels in the East Indian Archipelago. By Albert S. Bickmore, M.A., Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society of London, corresponding member of the American and London Ethnological Societies, New York Lyceum of Natural History, member of the Boston Society of Natural History and American Oriental Society, and professor of natural history in Madison University, Hamilton, NY, with maps and illustrations. London, John Murray, Albemarle Street. 1868. The right of translation is reserved. London, printed by W. Clowes and Sons, Duke Street, Stamford Street, and Charing Cross. To the generous friends of science in Boston and Cambridge, through whose liberality the travels herein described were made, this volume is respectfully dedicated. Government Buildings at Batavia. See page 30. Preface. The object of my voyage to Amboina was simply to recollect the shells figured in Rumphius's Rarity at Kamer, and the idea of writing a volume of travels was not seriously entertained until I arrived at Batavia, and, instead of being forbidden by the Dutch government to proceed to the Spice Islands, as some of my warmest friends feared, I was honored by His Excellency, the Governor-General of the Netherlands India, with the order given on page 40. Having fully accomplished that object, I availed myself of the unexampled facilities to travel afforded me in every part of the archipelago, and all except the first 6 chapters describe the regions thus visited. The narrative given has been taken almost entirely from my journal, which was kept day by day with scrupulous care. Accuracy, even at any sacrifice of elegance, has been aimed at throughout, and first impressions are presented as modified by subsequent observation. My sincerest thanks are herein expressed to the liberal gentleman to whom this volume is dedicated, to Baron Slowet van de Beel, formerly Governor-General of the Netherlands India, to Mr. Nat Areens, formerly Governor of the Moluccas, to Mr. J.F.R.S. van den Bosch, formerly Governor of the west coast of Sumatra, to the many officers of the Netherlands government, and to the Dutch and American merchants who entertained me with the most cordial hospitality, and aided me in every possible way throughout the East Indian Archipelago. Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA, September 1, 1868. Contents. Chapter I. The Strait of Sunda and Batavia. Object of the travels described in this volume: nearing the coast of Java, balmy breezes of the eastern isles, King Aeolus's favorite seat, a veil of rain, first view of Malays entering the Java Sea, the Malay language, early history of Java, Marco Polo, Hinduism in Java, history of Batavia, the roadstead of Batavia, the city of Batavia, houses of Europeans, mode of cooking, characteristics of the Malays, collecting butterflies, visit Rotten Saleh, attacked with a fever, receive a letter from the Governor-General. 13 to 41. Chapter 2. Samarang and Surabaya. Sail from Batavia for the Moluccas. My companions Mount Slamet, the north coast of Java, Mount Pra, temples at Buro Bodo and Bramban and Samarang, Mohammedan mosque, history of Mohammedanism, Mount Japara, the Gyovo Upas, or Valley of Poison, Gresik, novel mode of navigating, mudflats, Surabaya government dockyard and machine shops, zoological gardens, history of Hinduism, the Klings, excursion to a sugar plantation, roads and telegraphic routes in Java, Malay mode of gathering rice, the kinds of sugar cane. 42 to 70 Chapter 3. The flora and fauna of the tropical East. Leaves Surabaya for Makassar, Madura, the sappy manufacture of salt, the Tengger Mountains, the sandy sea eruptions of Mount Papandayang and Mount Galungong, Java and Cuba compared, the forests of Java, fauna of Java, the coconut palm, the pandanus, the banana, tropical fruits, the mangosteen, the rambutan, mango, durian, breadfruit, Bali, Javanese traditions, limit between the fauna of Asia and that of Australia, a plateau beneath the sea, caste and sati practices on Bali, 71 to 96 Chapter 4. Celebes and Timur. History of Celebes de Barros Diogo de Cotto, headhunters of Celebes, the harbor of Makassar, voyages of the Budges, skillful diving, Fort Rotterdam, the Societiate, or club, a drive into the country, the tomb of a native merchant, tombs of ancient princes, sail for Kupang, in Timur, flying fish, the Gunung Api in Sapi Strait, Gilibanta, Sumbawa, eruption of Mount Tambura, the Eye of the Devil, Flores and Sandalwood Island, Kupang, fruits on Timur, its barrenness and the cause of it, different kinds of people seen at Kupang, human sacrifice, purchasing shells, geology of the vicinity of Kupang, sail for Dili, village of Dili Islands north of Timur, the Bandas, monsoons in the Java and China Seas, 97 to 129 Chapter V. Amboina. Description of the island and city of Amboina, Dutch mode of governing the natives, a pleasant home, a living nautilus is secured, excursion to Hitohasser, steering, history of the cocoa tree, Indian corn hunting in the tropics, butterflies, excursion along the shores of Hito for shells, mode of traveling in the Spice Islands, the pineapple covered bridges, Hitolama, purchasing specimens, history of the Spice Islands, enormous hermit crabs, an exodus, a sea lulu, babirusa shells from Buru, great curiosities. Jewels in the brains of snakes and wild boars, description of the clove tree, history of the clove trade watched by the Raja's wives, Laraki and Wakasa, a storm in the height of the southeast monsoon, variety of native dialects, dangerous voyage by night, an earthquake, excursion to Tulahua, 130 to 176 Chapter 6. The Uliassers and Saram. The arrival of the male at Amboina, the Uliassers chewing the betel nut and Siri Haruka, we strike on a reef, Saparua Island, village, and Bainasalut, strange reception, an eastern banquet, examining the native schools, different classes of natives, yield of cloves in the Uliassers, Nulaya, Amit, and Ababo, breaking of the surf on the coral reefs, Tanjong O, travel by night, Saram El Paputi Bay and Amahai Alfara, or head hunters, come down from the mountains and dance before us, land on the south coast of Saram, fiendish revels of the natives, return to Saparua and Amboina, 177 to 212 Chapter 7. Bunda. Governor Arines invites me to accompany him to Bunda, the Gunung Api road of the Bandas, Bundanira and its forts, geology of Lontar, the Bandas and the crater in the Tengger Mountains, compared, the groves of nutmeg trees, the Kanari tree, Orang Datang, we ascend the volcano in imminent peril, the crater, perilous descent, eruptions of Gunung Api, earthquakes at near a great extent of the residency of Bunda, the Key and Aru Islands, return to Amboina, geology of the island of Amboina, trade of Amboina, the grave of Rumpius, his history, 213 to 252 Chapter 8. Buru. Adieu to Amboina, north coast of Saram, Wahai Buru Kaili, excursions to various parts of the bay, a home in the forests, Malay cuisine, tobacco and maize, flocks of parrots, beautiful birds, history of Buru, the religion and laws of the Alfaras, shaving the head of a young child, a wedding feast, marriage laws in Mohammedan countries, a Malay marriage, opium, its effects, and its history, Kauputi oil gardens beneath the sea, robin skinning birds, tropical pests, a deer hunt, Dinding, a threatening fleet, a page of romance, a last glance at Buru, 253 to 297 Chapter 9. Ternate, Tidor, and Jalilo. Seasons in Seram and Buru Bakian and Makian eruptions of Ternate Magellan former monopolies the bloodhounds of Jalilo migrations a birthmark the Molucca Passage Malay pirates they challenge the Dutch 298 to 322 Chapter X the northern peninsula of Celebes. Mount Klabat Kema a hunt for Babirusa a camp by the sea enormous snakes from Kema to Minado eruption of Mount Kemaz population of the Minahasa thrown from a horse the Bantix a living death history of the coffee tree in the jaws of a crocodile the Bay of Minado Lake Linua Grove by moonlight 323 to 355 Chapter 11. The Minahasa. The waterfall of Tinchep a mudwell a boiling pool the ancient appearance of our earth Lake Tondano one of the finest views in the world palm wine graves of the natives Christianity and education Tanjong fiasco gold mines in Celebes the island of Butan Makassar a raving maniac 356 to 383 Chapter 12. Sumatra. Padang beautiful drives crossing the streams the cleft crescent-shaped roofs dist ending the lobe of the ear cannons the great crater of Manandayu immense amphitheaters Ophir gold mines 384 to 406 Chapter 13. To the land of the cannibals. Valley of Bandial monkeys the orangutan Lubu Sikbing tigers and buffaloes the valley of Rawabata grave riding along the edge of a precipice twilight and evening Padang Sidempuan among the cannibals descent from the Barazan the suspension bridge of Rattan ornaments of gold the camphor tree 407 to 434 Chapter 14. Return to Padang. Bay of Tapanula the devil's dwelling dangerous fording among the Batas missionaries and their brides the feasts of the cannibals the pepper trade the English appear in the east struck by a heavy squall Ayar Bangis and Natal the king's birthday Malay ideas of greatness 435 to 457 Chapter 15. The Padang Plateau. Thunder and lightning in the tropics Payakumbuh and the Bua Valley the Bua cave up the valley to Sukaraja ancient capitals of Minangkabau the reformers of Korinchi Malay mode of making matchlocks a simple meal geological history of the plateau the 13 confederate towns the flanks of the Merapi natives of the Pajai Islands where the basin of the Indian Ocean begins 458 to 485 Chapter 16. Crossing Sumatra. Bay of Bengkoolan Rat Island loss of Governor Raffles collection a trap for tigers bloodsuckers pits for the rhinoceros virgin children plateau of the Musi from Kopayang to Cabon Agong natives destroyed by tigers Sumatra's wealth the Anak Gadis troops of monkeys from Tabing Tinggi to Bungamas we come upon an elephant among tigers the Pasuma people horseback travel over the land of game 486 to 520 Chapter 17. Palembang, Bangka, and Singapore. Mount Dempo rafts of coconuts floating down the Limatang cotton from purgatory to paradise Palembang the Kubus Bangka presented with the python escapes a struggle for life sail for China 521 to 542 Appendix A area of the principal islands, according to Baron van Carnby 543 B population of the Netherlands India, 1865 543 c. A table of heights of the principal mountains in the archipelago 544 d. Coffee sold by the government at Padang 545 e. Trade of Java and Madura during 1864 546 f. A list of the birds collected by the author on the island of Buru 547 Index 549 Sapi oxen from Madura. See page 68. List of illustrations. Wives of one of the great princes of Java, from a photograph, frontispiece poultry vendor, Batavia page 27 Government buildings in Batavia 4 Sapis, or oxen from Madura 11 Javanese and family 33 Rotten Saleh 37 Rotten Saleh's Palace 37 Watering the Streets Java 49A Tandu 49A Kling 63A Native of Baluchistan, from a photograph, 63 Fruit Market 89 The Pinang, or Betel Nut Palm, from a drawing by Rotten Saleh, 180 After the Bath, from a photograph, 182 Musical instruments of the Malays, Batavia, 191 Dayak, or headhunter of Borneo, from a photograph, 206 landing through the surf on the south coast of Seram, from a sketch, 209 the Lontar Palm 220 ascent of the volcano of Bunda saved by a fern, from a sketch, 234 a jungle 261 a Malay opium smoker, from a photograph, 281 the Gomuti palm, from a sketch, 370 the bamboo 374 approach to the cleft near Padang 390 women of Minangkabau 395 seen in the interior of Sumatra 404 driving round a dangerous bluff 419 suspension. Bridge of Rattan 428 native of Nias 445 natives of the Pajai Islands 482 Singapore 521 river scene in Sumatra, on the Limatang 525 natives of Palembang 530 Palembang high water killing a python 541 map of Sumatra to face page 384 tomb of the Sultan Palembang 546 map of the eastern archipelago at the end. Travels in the East Indian Archipelago. Chapter I the Strait of Sunda and Batavia. On the 19th of April, 1865, I was 50 miles east of Christmas Island, floating on the good ship Memnon toward the Strait of Sunda. I was going to Batavia, to sail thence to the Spice Islands, which lie east of Celebes, for the purpose of collecting the beautiful shells of those seas. I had chosen that in preference to any other part of the world, because the first collection of shells from the East that was ever described and figured with sufficient accuracy to be of any scientific value was made by Rump Hughes, a doctor who lived many years at Amboina, the capital of those islands. His great work, the Rariteat Kamer, or Chamber of Curiosities, was published in 1705, more than 60 years before the 12th edition of the Systema Naturae was issued by Linnaeus, the father of natural history, who referred to the figures in that work to illustrate a part of his own writings. When Holland became a province of France, in 1811, and it was designed to make Paris the center of science and literature in Europe, it is said that this collection was taken from Leiden to that city, and afterward returned, and that during these two transfers a large proportion of the specimens disappeared, and that, finally, what was left of this valuable collection was scattered through the great museum at Leiden. It was partly to restore Rumphius's specimens, and partly to bring into our own country such a standard collection, that I was going to search myself for the shells figured in the Rariteat Kamer, on the very points and headlands, and in the very bays, where Rumphius's specimens were found. As we neared the coast of Java, coconuts and fragments of sea-washed palms, drifting by, indicated our approach to a land very different at least from the temperate shores we had left behind, and we could in some degree experience Columbus's pleasure, when he first saw the new branch and its vermilion berries. Strange, indeed, must be this land to which we are coming, for here we see snakes swimming on the water, and occasionally fragments of rock drifting over the sea. New birds also appear, now sailing singly through the sky, and now hovering in flocks over certain places, hoping to satisfy their hungry maws on the small fishes that follow the floating driftwood. Here it must be that the old Dutch sailors fabled could be seen the tree then unknown that bore that strange fruit, the double cocoa-nut. They always represented it as rising up from a great depth and spreading out its uppermost leaves on the surface of the sea. It was guarded by a bird, that was not bird but half beast, and when a ship came near, she was always drawn irresistibly toward this spot, and not one of her ill-fated crew ever escaped the beak and formidable talons of this insatiable harpy. But such wonders unfortunately fade away before the light of advancing knowledge, and the Prince of Ceylon, who is said to have given a whole vessel laden with spice for a single specimen, could have satisfied his heart's fullest desire if he had only known it was not rare on the Seychelles, north of Mauritius. The trade soon became light and baffling. Heavy rain squalls, with thunder and lightning, were frequent, and 3 days after, as one of these cleared away, the high mountain near Java Head appeared full a quarter of a degree above the horizon, its black shoulders rising out of a beautiful mantle of the ermine-white, fleecy clouds, called cumuli. Although we were 35 miles from the shore, yet large numbers of dragonflies came round the ship, and I quickly improvised a net and captured a goodly number of them. After sunset, there was a light air offshore, which carried us to within a few miles of the land, and at midnight the captain called me on deck to enjoy the balmy breezes of the eastern isles, and certainly to myself, as well as to the others, the air seemed to have the rich fragrance of new-mown clover, but far more spicy. At that hour it was quite clear, but at sunrise a thick haze rose up from the ocean, and this phenomenon was repeated each morning that we were trying to enter the Strait of Sunda. As we had arrived during the changing of the monsoons, calms were so continuous that for 6 days we tried in vain to gain 50 miles. When a breeze would take us up near the mouth of the channel, it would then die away and let a strong current sweep us away to the east, and one time we were carried most unpleasantly near the high, threatening crags at Palembang Point, near Java Head. Those who have passed Sunda at this time of the year, or Umbay Strait in the beginning of the opposite monsoon, will readily recall the many weary hours they have passed waiting for a favorable breeze to take them only a few miles farther on their long voyage. During those 6 days, at noon the sun poured down his hottest rays, the thermometer ranging from 88 degrees to 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, and not the slightest air moving to afford a momentary relief. Although constantly for a year I was almost under the equator, these 6 days were the most tedious and oppressive I ever experienced. The mountain back of Java Head seemed to be King Aeolus's favorite seat. Clouds would come from every quarter of the heavens and gather round its summit, while the sun was reaching the zenith, but soon after he began to pass down the western sky, lightnings would be seen darting their forked tongues around the mountain crest, and then, as if the winds had broken from the grasp of their king, thick cloud masses would suddenly roll down the mountain sides, lightnings dart hither and thither, and again the thunders would crash and roar enough to shake the very firmament. We are not alone. 6 or 8 vessels are also detained here, for the Strait of Sunda is the great gate through which pass out most of the valuable teas and costly silks of China and Japan, and these ships are carrying cotton goods to those lands to exchange in part for such luxuries. On the evening of the 6th day a more favorable breeze took us slowly up the channel past a group of large rocks, where the unceasing swell of the ocean was breaking, and making them sound in the quiet night like the howling and snarling of some fierce monster set to guard the way and unable to prevent his expected prey from escaping. With the morning came a fine breeze, and, as we sailed up the strait, several small showers passed over the mountains, parallel to the shore, on the Java side, and once a long cloud rested its ends on 2 mountains, and unfolded from its dark mass a thin veil of sparkling rain, through which we could see quite distinctly all the outlines and the bright green foliage of the valley behind it. The highly cultivated lands near the water, and on the lower declivities of the mountains, whose tops were one dense mass of perennial green, made the whole view most enchanting to me, but our captain, who was a Cape Cod man, declared that the sand hills on the outer side of Cape Cod were vastly more charming to him. On the shallows, near the shore, the clear sea water took a beautiful tint of emerald green in the bright sunlight, and here we passed long lines of cuttlefish bones and parts of mysterious fruits where the tides met, that were setting in different directions. Nearly all the islands in the strait are steep, volcanic cones, with their bases beneath the sea, the bright green foliage on their sides forming an agreeable contrast with the blue ocean at their feet when the waves roll away before a strong breeze, but when it is calm, and the water reflects the light, as from a polished mirror, they appear like gigantic emeralds set in a sea of silver. As we approached Angkor, where ships bound to and from China frequently stop for fresh provisions, we saw, to our great alarm, a steamship. Was it the pirate Shenandoah, and was our ship to be taken and burnt there, almost at the end of our long voyage? I must confess that was what we all feared till we came near enough to see the stars and stripes of the loyal flag of our native land. Here many Malays paddled off in their canoes to sell us fruit. We watched the approach of the first boat with a peculiar, indescribable interest. It contains two young men, who row. They are dressed in trousers and jackets of calico, with cotton handkerchiefs tied round their heads. This is the usual dress throughout the archipelago, except that, instead of the trousers or over them, is worn the sarong, which is a piece of cotton cloth, 2 yards long by a yard wide, with the two shorter sides sewn together, so as to make a bag open at the top and bottom. The men draw this on over the body, and gather it on the right hip. The loose part is then twisted, and tucked under the part passing around the body, so as to form a rude knot. There is a man in the stern, sitting with his feet under him, steering the canoe, and at the same time helping it onward with his paddle. He is dressed in a close-fitting red shirt? No. He is not encumbered with any clothing except what nature has provided for him, save a narrow cloth about his loins, the usual working costume of the coolies, or poorer classes. He brings several kinds of bananas, green coconuts, and the pamplemousse, which is a gigantic orange, from 6 to 8 inches in diameter. He seems perfectly happy, and talks with the most surprising rapidity. From an occasional word that may be half English, we suppose, like traders in the Western world, he is speaking in no moderate manner of the value of what he has to sell. Mount Karang, back of Angkor, now comes into view, raising its crest of green foliage to a height of 5,000 feet. A light breeze takes us round Cape St. Nicholas, the northwest extremity of Java. It is a high land, with sharp ridges coming down to the water, thus forming a series of little rocky headlands, separated by small sandy bays. These, as we sail along, come up, and open to our view with a most charming panoramic effect. Near the shore a few Malays are seen on their praus, or large boats, while others appear in groups on the beaches, around their canoes, and only now and then do we catch glimpses of their rude houses under the feathery leaves of the cocoa-nut palm. We are in the Java Sea. It seems very strange after being pitched and tossed about constantly for more than 100 days, thus to feel our ship glide along so steadily, and after scanning the horizon by the hour, day after day, hoping to be able to discern one vessel, and so feel that we had at least one companion on the wide waste of waters, now to see land on every side, and small boats scattered in all directions over the quiet sea. That night we anchored near Bobby Island, on a bottom of very soft, sticky clay, largely composed of fragments of shells and coral. A boat came off from the shore, and, as the coxswain could speak a little English, I took my first lesson in Malay, the common language, or lingua franca, of the whole archipelago. As it was necessary, at least, that I should be able to talk with these natives if I would live among them, and purchase shells of them, it was my first and most imperative task, on reaching the East, to acquire this language. The Malay spoken at Batavia, and at all the Dutch ports and posts in the islands to the east, differs very much from the high or pure Malay spoken in the Minangkabau country, in the interior of Sumatra, north of Padang, whence the Malays originally came. After passing from island to island, they have spread over all Malaysia, that is, the great archipelago between Asia, Australia, and New Guinea. Perhaps of all languages in the world, the low or common Malay is the one most readily acquired. It contains no harsh gutturals or other consonants that are difficult to pronounce. It is soft and musical, and somewhat resembles the Italian in its liquid sounds, and one who has learned it can never fail to be charmed by the nice blending of vowels and consonants whenever a word is pronounced in his presence. The only difficult thing in this language is, that words of widely different meanings sometimes are so similar that, at first, one may be mistaken for another. Every European in all the Netherlands India speaks Malay. It is the only language used in addressing servants, and all the European children born on these islands learn it from their Malay nurses long before they are able to speak the language of their parents. Such children generally find it difficult to make the harsh, guttural sounds of the Dutch language, and the Malays themselves are never able to speak it well, and, for the same reason, Dutchmen seldom speak Malay as correctly as Englishmen and Frenchmen. We are now off the ancient city of Bantam, and we naturally here review the voyages of the earliest European navigators in these seas, and the principal events in the ancient history of this rich island of Java. The word Java, or, more correctly, Jawa, is the name of the people who originally lived only in the eastern part of the island, but, in more modern times, they have spread over the whole island, and given it their name. The Chinese claim to have known it in ancient times, and call it Chipo or Chapo, which is as near Jawa as their pronunciation of most foreign names at the present day. It was first made known to the Western world by that great traveler, Marco Polo, in his description of the lands he saw or passed while on his voyage from China to the Persian Gulf, in the latter part of the 13th century. He did not see it himself, but only gathered accounts in regard to it from others. He calls it Joa, and says it produces cloves and nutmegs, though we know now that they were all brought to Java from the Spice Islands, farther to the east. In regard to gold, he says it yielded a quantity exceeding all calculation and belief. This was also probably brought from other islands, chiefly from Sumatra, Borneo, and Celebes. In 1493, 1 year after the discovery of America by Columbus, Bartholomew Dias, a Portuguese, discovered the southern extremity of Africa, which he called the Cape of Storms, but which his king said should be named the Cape of Good Hope, because it gave a good hope that, at last, they had discovered a way to India by sea. Accordingly, the next year, this king once sent Pedro de Covilham and Alfonso de Paiva directly to the east to settle this important question. From Genoa they came to Alexandria in the guise of traveling merchants, thence to Cairo, and down the Red Sea to Aden. Here they separated Paiva to search for Prester John, a Christian prince, said to be reigning in Abyssinia over a people of high cultivation, and Covilham to visit the Indies, it having been arranged that they should meet again at Cairo or Memphis. Paiva died before reaching the principal city of Abyssinia, but Covilham had a prosperous journey to India, where he made drawings of the cities and harbours, especially of Goa and Calicut, Calcutta, and marked their positions on a map given him by King John of Portugal. Thence he returned along the coast of Persia to Cape Guardafui, and continued south to Mozambique and Zofala, where he ascertained that that land joined the Cape of Good Hope, and thus was the first man who knew that it was possible to sail from Europe to India. From Zofala he returned to Abyssinia, and sent his diary, charts, and drawings to Genoa by some Portuguese merchants who were trading at Memphis. On receiving this news, King Emmanuel, who had succeeded King John, sent out, during the following year, 1495, 4 ships under Vasco da Gama, who visited Natal and Mozambique. In 1498 he was at Calcutta, and in 1499 back at Lisbon. In 1509 the Portuguese, under Sequeira, first came into the archipelago. During the next year Alfonso Albuquerque visited Sumatra, and in 1511 took the Malay city Malacca, and established a military post from which he sent out Antonio Diabru to search for the Spice Islands. On his way eastward, Diabru touched at Agazay, Grezik, on Java. In 1511 the Portuguese visited Bantam, and 2 years later Alvarin was sent from Malacca with 4 vessels to bring away a cargo of spices from a ship wrecked on the Java coast while on her way back from the Spice Islands. Ludovico Barthema was the first European who described Java from personal observation. He remained on it 14 days, but his descriptions are questionable in part, for he represents parents as selling their children, to be eaten by their purchasers, and himself as quitting the island in haste for fear of being made a meal of. In 1596 the Dutch, under Houtman, first arrived off Bantam, and, finding the native king at war with the Portuguese, readily furnished him with assistance against their rivals, on his offering to give them a place where they could establish themselves and commence purchasing pepper, which at that time was almost the only export. The English, following the example of the Portuguese and the Dutch, sent out a fleet in 1602, during the reign of Queen Elizabeth. These ships touched at Achin, on the western end of Sumatra, and then sailed to Bantam. In 1610 the Dutch built a fort at a native village called Jacatra, the work of victory, but which they named Batavia. This was destroyed in 1619, and the first Dutch Governor-General, Bolt, decided to rebuild it and remove his settlement from Bantam to that place, which was done on the 4th of March of that year. This was the foundation of the present city of Batavia. The English, who had meantime maintained an establishment at Bantam, withdrew in 1683. In 1811, when Holland became subject to France, the French flag was hoisted at Batavia, but that same year it was captured by the English. On the 19th of August, 1816, they restored it to the Dutch, who have held it uninterruptedly down to the present time. In glancing at the internal history of Java, we find that, for many centuries previous to AD 1250, Hinduism, that is, a mixture of Buddhism and Brahmanism, had been the prevailing religion. At that time an attempt was made to convert the reigning prince to Mohammedanism. This proved unsuccessful, but so soon afterward did this new religion gain a foothold, and so rapidly did it spread, that in 1475, at the overthrow of the great empire of Majapahit, who ruled over the whole of Java and the eastern parts of Sumatra, a Mohammedan prince took the throne. Up to this time the people in the western part of Java, as far east as Cirebon, about long 109 degrees, spoke a language called Sundanese, and only the people in the remaining eastern part of the island spoke Javanese, but in 1811 9/10 of the whole population of Java spoke Javanese, and the Sundanese was already confined to the mountainous parts of the south and west, and to a small colony near Bantam. Soon after founding Batavia, the Dutch made an alliance offensive and defensive with the chief prince, who resided near Surakarta. Various chiefs rebelled from time to time against his authority, and the Dutch, in return for the assistance they rendered him, obtained the site of the present city of Samarang, and in this way they continued to increase their area until 1749, when the prince then reigning signed an official deed to abdicate for himself and for his heirs the sovereignty of the country, conferring the same on the Dutch East India Company, and leaving them to dispose of it, in future, to any person they might think competent to govern it for the benefit of the company and of Java. 7 years before this time the empire had been nominally divided, the hereditary prince being styled Susunan, or object of adoration, whose descendants now reside at Surakarta, near Solo, and a second prince, who was styled Sultan, and whose descendants reside at Jogjakarta. Each receives a large annuity from the Dutch government, and keeps a great number of servants. Their wives are chosen from all the native beauties in the land, and the engraving we give from a photograph represents those of one of the highest dignitaries in full costume, but barefoot, just as they dress themselves on festive occasions to dance before their lord and his assembled guests. The next day when the sea breeze came, about 1 o'clock, we sailed up through the many islands of this part of the coast of Java. They are all very low and flat, and covered with a short, dense shrubbery, out of which rise the tall coconut palm and the waringan or Indian fig. This green foliage is only separated from the sea by a narrow beach of ivory-white coral sand, which reflects the bright light of the noonday sun until it becomes positively dazzling. Where the banks are muddy, mangrove trees are seen below high water level, holding onto the soft earth with hundreds of branching rootlets, as if trying to claim as land what really is the dominion of the sea. Poultry vendor. This dense vegetation is one of the great characteristics of these tropical islands, and the constantly varied grouping of the palms, mangroves, and other trees, and the irregular contour and relief of the shores, afford an endless series of exquisite views. As we passed one of the outer islands, its trees were quite covered with kites, gulls, and other sea birds. The next evening we came to the Batavia Road, a shallow bay where ships lie at anchor partially sheltered from the sea by the many islands scattered about its entrance. The shores of this bay form a low, muddy morass, but high mountains appear in the distance. Through this morass a canal has been cut. Its sides are well walled in, and extend out some distance toward the shipping, on account of the shallowness of the water along the shore. At the end of one of these moles, or walls, stands a small white lighthouse, indicating the way of approaching the city, which cannot be fully seen from the anchorage. When a ship arrives from a foreign port, no one can leave her before she is boarded by an officer from the guardship, a list of her passengers and crew obtained, and it is ascertained that there is no sickness on board. Having observed this regulation, we rowed up the canal to the boom or tree, where an officer of the customs looks into every boat that passes. This word boom came into use, as an officer informed me, when it was the custom to let a tree fall across the canal at night, in order to prevent any boat from landing or going out to the shipping. Here were crowds of Malay boatmen, engaged in gambling, by pitching coins. This seemed also the headquarters of poultry vendors, who were carrying round living fowls, ducks, and geese, whose feet had been tied together and fastened to a stick, so that they had to hang with their heads downward, the very ideal of cruelty. Before we could land, we were asked several times in Dutch, French, and English, to take a carriage, for cabmen seem to have the same persistent habits in every corner of the earth. Meanwhile the Malay drivers kept shouting out, "Kri Tertuan, Kri Tertuan." So we took a Kreter, that is, a low, covered, four-wheeled carriage, drawn by two miniature ponies. The driver sits up on a seat in front, in a neat baju or jacket of red or scarlet calico, and an enormous hemispherical hat, so gilded or bronzed as to dazzle your eyes when the sun shines. Though these ponies are small, they go at a quick canter, and we were rapidly whirled along between a row of shade trees to the city gate, almost the only part of the old walls of the city that is now standing. The other parts were torn down by Marshal d'Endels, to allow a freer circulation of air. Then we passed through another row of shade trees, and over a bridge, to the office of the American consul, a graduate of Harvard, and, as Cambridge had been my home for 4 years, we at once considered ourselves as old friends. Before I left America, Senator Sumner, as chairman of our Committee on Foreign Relations, kindly gave me a note of warm commendation to the representatives of foreign powers, and Mr. J.G.S. van Breda, the Secretary of the Society of Sciences in Holland, with whom I had been in correspondence while at the Museum of Comparative Zoology in Cambridge, gave me a kind note to Baron Slowet van de Beel, the Governor-General of the Netherlands India. I immediately addressed a note to His Excellency, enclosing these credentials, and explaining my plan to visit the Spice Islands for the purpose of collecting the shells figured in Rumphius's Rariteat Kamer, and expressing the hope that he would do what he could to aid me in my humble attempts to develop more fully the natural history of that interesting region. These papers our consul kindly forwarded, adding a note endorsing them himself. As the Governor-General administers both the civil and military departments of all the Dutch possessions in the East, I could not expect an immediate reply. I therefore found a quiet place in a Dutch family, with 2 other boarders who spoke English and could assist me in learning their difficult language, and, bidding Captain Freeman and the other good officers of the Memnon farewell, took up my abode on shore. Batavia at present is more properly the name of a district or residency, than of a city. Formerly it was compact and enclosed by walls, but these were destroyed by Marshal de Endels, in 1811. The foreigners then moved out and built their residences at various places in the vicinity, and these localities still retain their old Malay names. In this part of the city there are several fine hotels, a large opera house, and a clubhouse. There are 2 scientific societies, which publish many valuable papers on the natural history, antiquities, geography, and geology, of all parts of the Netherlands, India. These societies have valuable collections in Batavia, and at Bickmore there is a large collection of minerals and geological specimens. The King's Plain is a very large open square, surrounded by rows of shade trees and the residences of the wealthier merchants. Near this is the Waterloo Plain. On one of its sides is the largest building in Batavia, containing the offices of the various government bureaus, and the throne room, where the Governor-General receives, in the name of the King, congratulations from the higher officials in that vicinity. The Governor-General has a palace nearby, but he resides most of the time at Bickmore, 40 miles in the interior, where the land rises to about 1,000 feet above the level of the sea, and the climate is much more temperate. A river, that rises in the mountains to the south, flows through the city and canal, and empties into the bay. Many bridges are thrown over this river and its branches, and beautiful shade trees are planted along its banks. All the houses in these eastern lands are low, rarely more than 1 story, for fear of earthquakes, which, however, occur in this part of the island at long intervals. The walls are of bricks, or fragments of coral rock covered with layers of plaster. The roof is of tiles, or a top, a kind of thatching of palm leaves. A common plan is, a house part parallel to the street, and behind this and at right angles to it an L or porch, the whole building being nearly in the form of a cross. In front is a broad veranda, where the inmates sit in the cool evening and receive the calls of their friends. This opens into a front parlor, which, with a few sleeping rooms, occupies the whole house part. The L, when there is one, usually has only a low wall around it, and a roof resting on pillars. It is therefore open on 3 sides to the air, unless shutters are placed between the pillars. This is usually the dining room. Back of the house is a square, open area, enclosed on the remaining 3 sides by a row of low, shed-roofed houses. Here are extra bedrooms, servants' quarters, cookrooms, bathrooms, and stables. Within this area is usually a well, surrounded with shade trees. The water from this well is poured into a thick urn-shaped vessel of coral rock, and slowly filters through into an earthen pot beneath. It is then cooled with ice from our own New England ponds. Thus the cold of our temperate zone is made to allay the heat of the tropics. Several shiploads of ice come from Boston to this port every year. At Surabaya and Singapore large quantities are manufactured, but it is as soft as ice in ice cream. When one is accustomed to drinking ice water, there is no danger of any ill effect, but, on returning from the eastern part of the archipelago where they never have ice, to Surabaya, I suffered severely for a time, and, as I believe, from no other cause. In the frequent cases of fever in the East it is a luxury, and indeed a medicine, which can only be appreciated by one who has himself endured that indescribable burning. The cookroom, as already noticed, is some distance from the dining room, but this inconvenience is of little importance in those hot lands. The Malays are the only cooks, and I do not think that cooking as an art is carried to the highest perfection in that part of the world, though I must add, that I soon became quite partial to many of their dishes, which are especially adapted for that climate. The kitchen is not provided with stoves or cooking ranges, as in the Western world, but on one side of the room there is a raised platform, and on this is a series of small arches, which answer the same purpose. Fires are made in these arches with small pieces of wood, and the food is therefore more commonly fried or boiled, than baked. There is no chimney, and the smoke, after filling the room, finally escapes through a place in the roof which is slightly raised above the parts around it. As I am often questioned about the mode of living in the East, I may add that always once a day, and generally for dinner, rice and curry appear, and to these are added, for dinner, potatoes, fried and boiled, steak, fried and broiled, fried bananas, the choicest of all delicacies, various kinds of greens, and many sorts of pickles and sambal, or vegetables mixed with red peppers. The next course is salad, and then are brought on bananas of 3 or 4 kinds, at all seasons, and, at certain times, oranges, pampelmuses, mangoes, mangosteens, and rambutans, and as this is but such a bill of fare as every man of moderate means expects to provide, the people of the West can see that their friends in the East, as well as themselves, believe in the motto, Carpe diem. A cigar, or pipe, and a small glass of gin, are generally regarded as indispensable things to perfect happiness by my good Dutch friends, and they all seem to wonder that I could be a traveler and never touch either. It is generally supposed, in Europe and America, that housekeepers here, in the East, have little care or vexation, where every family employs so many servants, but, on the contrary, their troubles seem to multiply in direct ratio to the number of servants employed. No servant there will do more than one thing. If engaged as a nurse, it is only to care for one child; if as a groom, it is only to care for one horse, or, at most, one span of horses, and as all these Malays are bent on doing everything in the easiest way, it is almost as much trouble to watch them as to do their work. Javanese and family. The total population of the Residency of Batavia is 517,762. Of these, 5,576 are Europeans, 47,570 Chinese, 463,591 native, 684 Arabs, and 341 of other Eastern nations. All the natives are remarkably short in stature, the male sex averaging not more than 5 feet 3 inches in height, or 4 inches less than that of Europeans. The face is somewhat lozenge-shaped, the cheekbones high and prominent, the mouth wide, and the nose short, not flat as in the Negroes, or prominent as in Europeans. They are generally of a mild disposition, except the wild tribes in the mountainous parts of Sumatra, Borneo, Celebes, Timor, Ceram, and a few other large islands. The coast people are invariably hospitable and trustworthy. They are usually quiet, and extremely indolent. They all have an insatiable passion for gambling, which no restrictive or prohibitory laws can eradicate. They are nominally Mohammedans, but have none of the fanaticism of that sect in Arabia. They still retain many of their previous Hindu notions, and their belief may be properly defined as a mixture of Hinduism and Mohammedanism. A few are Christians, that is, they attend the service of the Dutch Church, and do not shave their heads or file their teeth. They are cleanly in their habits, and scores of all ages may be seen in the rivers and canals of every city and village, especially in the morning and evening. The sarong, their universal dress, is peculiarly fitted for this habit. When they have finished their baths, a dry one is drawn on over the head, and the wet one is slipped off beneath without exposing the person in the least. The females wear the sarong long, and generally twist it tightly round the body, just under the arms. Occasionally it is made with sleeves, like a loose gown. A close-fitting jacket or bajou is worn with it. The men have but a few straggling hairs for beards, and these they generally pull out with a pair of iron tweezers. The hair of the head in both sexes is lank, coarse, and worn long. Each sex, therefore, resembles the other so closely that nearly every foreigner will, at first, find himself puzzled in many cases to know whether he is looking at a man or a woman. This want of differentiation in the sexes possibly indicates their low rank in the human family, if the law may be applied here that obtains among most other animals. Every day I went out to collect the peculiar birds and beautiful butterflies of that region, my favorite place for this pleasure being in an old Chinese cemetery just outside the city, where, as the land was level, the earth had been thrown up into mounds to keep the bones of their inmates from the wet unfortunate places, just as in China, when far from any mountain or hill. A Malay servant followed, carrying my ammunition and collecting boxes. At first I supposed he would have many superstitious objections to wandering to and fro with me over the relics of the Celestials, but, to my surprise, I found his people cultivating the spaces between the graves, as if they, at least, did not consider it sacred soil, yet, several times, when we came to the graves of his own ancestors, he was careful to approach with every manifestation of awe and respect. A small piece of land, a bamboo hut, and a buffalo, comprise all the worldly possessions of most coolies, and yet with these they always seem most enviably contented. They generally use but a single buffalo in their plows and carts. A string passing through his nostrils is tied to his horns, and to this is attached another for a rein, by which he is guided or urged to hasten on his slow motions. This useful animal is distributed over all the large islands of the archipelago, including the Philippines, over India and Ceylon, and during the Middle Ages was introduced into Egypt, Greece, and Italy. It thrives well only in warm climates. From its peculiar habit of wallowing in pools and mires, and burying itself until only its nose and eyes can be seen, it has been named the water ox. This appears to be its mode of resting, as well as escaping the scorching rays of the sun, and the swarms of annoying flies, and in the higher lands the natives make artificial ponds by the roadside, where these animals may stop when on a journey. They are generally of a dark slate color, and occasionally of a light flesh color, but rarely or never white. They are so sparsely covered with hair as to be nearly naked. They are larger than our oxen, but less capable of continued labor. They are usually so docile that even the Malay children can drive them, but they dislike the appearance of a European, and have a peculiar mode of manifesting this aversion by breathing heavily through the nose. At such times they become restive and unmanageable, and their owners have frequently requested me to walk away, for fear I should be attacked. When the females are suckling their young, they are specially dangerous. A large male has been found to be more than a match for a full-grown royal tiger. On most of the islands where the tame buffalo is seen, wild ones are also found among the mountains, but naturalists generally suppose the original home of the species was on the continent, and that the wild ones are merely the descendants of those that have escaped to the forests. The Spaniards found them on the Philippines when they first visited that archipelago. Rotten Salé. Rotten Salé Pallas. The plough generally used has both sides alike, and a single handle, which the coolie holds in his right hand while he guides the buffalo with the left. The lower part of the share is of iron, the other parts of wood. It only scratches the ground to the depth of 6 or 8 inches, a strange contrast to our deep subsoil plowing. In these shallow furrows are dropped kernels of our own Indian maize and seeds of the sugar cane. Sometimes the fields are planted with coconut palms about 20 yards apart, more for their shade, it appears, than for their fruit, which is now hanging in great green and yellow clusters, and will be ripe in a month. Beneath these trees are blighted nuts, and in many places large heaps of them are seen, gathered by the natives for the sake of the husk, from which they make a coarse rope. Among these trees I was surprised to hear the noise, or more properly words, toke, toke, and my servant at once explained that that was the way a kind of lizard talked in his land. So snugly do these animals hide away among the green leaves that it was several days before I could satisfy myself that I had secured a specimen of the speaking quadruped. During my hunting I enjoyed some charming views of the high, dark blue mountains to the south. One excursion is worthy of a special mention. It was to the palace of Rotten Saleh, a native prince. This palace consisted of a central part and 2 wings, with broad verandas on all sides. On entering the main building we found ourselves in a spacious hall, with a gallery above. In the center of the floor rose a sort of table, and around the sides of the room were chairs of an antique pattern. Side doors opened out of this hall into smaller rooms, each of which was furnished with a straw carpet, and in the center a small, square Brussels carpet, on which was a table ornamented with carved work, and surrounded with a row of richly cushioned chairs. Along the sides were similar chairs and small, gilded tables. On the walls hung large steel engravings, among which I noticed 2 frequently seen in our own land, the Mohammedan's Paradise, and one of 2 female figures personifying the past and the future. In front of the palace the grounds were tastefully laid out as small lawns and flower plats, bordered with a shrub filled with red leaves. An accurate idea of the harmonious proportions of this beautiful palace is given in the accompanying cut. It is the richest residence owned by any native prince in the whole East Indian archipelago. The Rotten at the time was in the adjoining grounds, which he is now forming into large zoological gardens for the government at Batavia. When a youth, he was sent to Holland, and educated at the expense of the Dutch government. While there, he acquired a good command of the German and French languages, was received as a distinguished guest at all the courts, and associated with the leading literati. In this manner he became acquainted with Eugene Sue, who was then at work on his Wandering Jew, and as is generally believed at once chose the Rotten as a model for his Eastern Prince, one of the most prominent characters in that book. But it is chiefly as a landscape painter that the Rotten is most famous. A few years ago there was a great flood here at Batavia, which proved a fit subject for his pencil, and the painting was so greatly admired, that he presented it to the King of Holland. When I was introduced to him, he at once, with all a courtier's art, inquired whether I was from the north or the south, and on hearing that I was not only from the north, but had served for a time in the Union Army, he insisted on shaking hands again, remarking that he trusted that it would not be long before all the slaves in our land would be free. I had not been out many times collecting before I found myself seized one night with a severe pain in the back of the neck and small of the back, a sure sign of an approaching fever. The next day found me worse, then I became somewhat better, and then worse again. The sensation was as if someone were repeatedly thrusting a handful of red-hot knitting needles into the top of my head, which, as they passed in, diverged till they touched the base of the brain. Then came chills, and then again those indescribable darting pains. It seemed as if I could not long retain the command of my mind under such severe torture. At last, after 7 days of this suffering, I decided to go to the military hospital, which is open to citizens of all nations on their paying the same price per day as in the best hotels. The hospital consisted of a series of long, low, one-story buildings placed at right angles to each other, and on both sides facing open squares and wide walks or gardens, which were all bordered with large trees and contained some fine flowers. In each of the buildings were 2 rows of rooms or chambers of convenient size, which opened out onto a wide piazza, where the sick could enjoy all the breezes and yet be sheltered from the sun. Every morning the chief doctor came round to each room with assistants and servants, who carefully noted his directions and prescriptions. He was a German, and appeared very kindly in his manner, but when the time arrived to take medicine, I found he had not only assigned for me huge doses of that most bitter of all bitter things, quinine, but also copious draughts of some fluid villainously sour. The ultimate result of these allopathic doses was, however, decidedly beneficial, and after keeping perfectly quiet for a week, I was well enough to return to my boarding house, but yet was so weak for some time that I could scarcely walk. Our consul, who had been kindly visiting me all the while, now came with a letter from His Excellency the Governor-General that was amply sufficient to make me wholly forget my unfavorable initiation into tropical life. It was addressed to the heads of the provincial governments in and out of Java, and read thus: "I have the honor to ask Your Excellency to render to the bearer, Mr. Albert S. Bickmore, who may come into the district under your command in the interest of science, all the assistance in your power, without causing a charge to the public funds or a burden to the native people." Besides honoring me with this kind letter, His Excellency generously wrote the consul that he would be happy to offer me post horses free over all Java, if I should like to travel in the interior. But it was with the hope of reaching the Spice Islands that I had come to the east, and, after thanking the Governor-General for such great consideration and kindness, I began making preparations for a voyage through the eastern part of the archipelago. I had brought with me a good supply of large copper cans with screw covers. These were filled with arrack, a kind of rum made of molasses and rice. Dip nets, hooks, lines, and all such other paraphernalia, I had fully provided myself with before I left America. Yet one paper, besides a ticket, was needed before I could go on board the mailboat, and that was a permission to travel in the Netherlands, India. This paper ought to have been renewed, according to law, once every month, but the Governor-General's letter was such an ample passport, that I never troubled myself about the matter again during the year I was journeying in the Dutch possessions. Chapter 2. Samarang and Surabaya. On the 7th of June, as the twilight was brightening in the eastern sky, I left my new Batavia home, and was hurriedly driven to the boom. A small steamer was waiting to take passengers off to the mail boat that goes to Celebes, Timor, and Amboina, the capital of the Spice Islands. My baggage all on board, I had time to rest, and realize that once more I was a wanderer, but lonesome thoughts were quickly banished when I began to observe who were to be my companions, there on the eastern side of the world, so far from the center of civilization and fashion, and just then a real exquisite stepped on board. He was tall, but appeared much taller from wearing a high fur hat, the most uncomfortable covering for the head imaginable in that hot climate. Then his neckcloth. It was spotlessly white, and evidently tied with the greatest care, but what especially attracted my attention were his long, thin hands, carefully protected by white kid gloves. However, we had not been a long time on the steamer, where every place was covered with a thick layer of coal dust, before Mr. Exquisite changed his elegant apparel for a matter-of-fact suit, and made his second appearance as a litterateur, with a copy of the Cornhill magazine. As he evidently did not intend to read, I borrowed it, and found it was already 3 years old, and the leaves still uncut. It contained a graphic description of the grounds about Isaac Walton's retired home, probably the most like the Garden of Eden of any place seen on our earth since man's fall. The other passengers were mostly officials and merchants going to Samarang, Surabaya, or Makassar, and I found that I was the only one traveling to Amboina. The general commanding the Dutch army in the east was on board. He was a very polite, unassuming gentleman, and manifested much interest in a Sharps breech loader I had brought from America, and regarded it the most effective army rifle of any he had seen up to that time. He was going to the headquarters of the army, which is a strongly fortified place back of Samarang. It was described to me as located on a mountain or high plateau with steep sides, a perfect Gibraltar, which they boasted a small army could maintain for an indefinite length of time against any force that might be brought against it. About 5 months later, however, it was nearly destroyed by a violent earthquake, but has since been completely rebuilt. One genial acquaintance I soon found in a young man who had just come from Sumatra. He had traveled far among the high mountains and deep gorges in the interior of that almost unexplored island, and his vivid descriptions gave me an indescribable longing to behold such magnificent scenery, a pleasure I did not fancy at that time it would be my good fortune to enjoy before I left the archipelago. All day the sky was very hazy, but we obtained several grand views of high volcanoes, especially 2 steep cones that can be seen in the west from the road at Batavia. A light, but steady breeze came from the east, for it was as yet only the early part of the eastern monsoon. When the sun sank in the west, the full moon rose in the east, and spread out a broad band of silver over the sea. The air was so soft and balmy, and the whole sky and sea so enchanting, that to recall it this day seems like fancying anew a part of some fascinating dream. This word monsoon is only a corruption of the Arabic word musim, season, which the Portuguese learned from the Arabians and their descendants, who were then navigating these seas. It first occurs in the writings of de Barros, where he speaks of a famine that occurred at Malacca, because the usual quantity of rice had not been brought from Java, and the muco being adverse, it was not possible to obtain a sufficient supply. The Malays have a peculiar manner of always speaking of any region to the west as being above the wind, and any region to the east as being below the wind. June 8th went on deck early this morning to look at the mountains which we might be passing, and, while I was absorbed in viewing a fine headland, the captain asked me if I had seen that gigantic peak, pointing upward, as he spoke, to a mountain top, rising out of such high clouds that I had not noticed it. It was Mount Slamet, which attains an elevation of 11,330 English feet above the sea, the highest peak but one among the many lofty mountains on Java, and, like most of them, an active volcano. The upper limit of vegetation on it is 3,000 feet below its crest. The northern coast of Java is so low here that this mountain, instead of appearing to rise up, as it does, from the interior of the island, seemed close by the shore, an effect which occurs in viewing nearly all these lofty peaks while the observer is sailing on the Java Sea. M. Zollinger, a Swiss, says that at sunrise the tops of these loftiest peaks are brightened with the same rose-red glow that is seen on Monte Rosa and Mont Blanc when the sun is setting, and once or twice I thought I observed the same charming phenomenon. The lowlands and the lower declivities of all the mountains seen today are under the highest state of cultivation. Indeed, this part of Java may be correctly described as one magnificent garden, divided into small lots by lines of thick evergreens, and tall, feathery palm trees. This afternoon we steamed into the open roadstead of Samarang during a heavy rain squall, for though the western monsoon, or rainy season, is past, yet nearly every afternoon we have a heavy shower, and every one is speaking of the great damage it is likely to do to the rice and sugar crops which are just now ripening. The heavy rain squall cleared away the thick haze that filled the sky, and the next morning I went on shore to see the city. A few miles directly back of it rises the sharp peak of Unga Rung to a height of some 5,000 feet, its flanks highly cultivated in fields, and its upper region devoted to coffee trees. Somewhat west of this, near the shore, I noticed a small naked cone, apparently of brown, volcanic ashes, and of so recent an origin that the vigorous vegetation of these tropical lands had not had time to spread over its surface. Back of Unga Rung rise three lofty peaks in a line northwest and southeast. The northernmost and nearest is Mount Pra, the central, Mount Suming, and the southern one, Mount Sindoro. Mount Pra receives its name from its shape, which has been fancied to be like that of a pra, or native boat, turned upside down. It was the supposed residence of the gods and demigods of the Javanese in ancient times, and now it abounds in the ruins of many temples, some partially covered with lava, showing that earthquakes and eruptions have done their share in causing this destruction. Many images of these ancient gods in metal have been found on this mountain. Ruins of enormous temples of those olden times are yet to be seen at Buro Bodo, in the province of Kedu, and at Prambanan, in the province of Mataram. At Buro Bodo a hilltop has been changed into a low pyramid, 100 feet high, and having a base of 620 feet on a side. Its sides are formed into 5 terraces, and the perpendicular faces of these terraces contain many niches, in each of which was once an image of Buddha. On the level area at the summit of the pyramid is a large dome-shaped building, surrounded by 72 smaller ones of the same general form. According to the chronology of the Javanese, it was built in AD 1344. At Prambanan are seen extensive ruins of several groups of temples, built of huge blocks of trachyte, carefully hewn and put together without any kind of cement. The most wonderful of those groups is that of the 1,000 temples. They actually number 296, and are situated on a low, rectangular terrace, measuring 540 by 510 feet, in 5 rows, one within another. A large central building, on a second terrace, overlooks the whole. This was elaborately ornamented, and, before it began to decay, probably formed, with those around it, one of the most imposing temples ever reared in all the East. According to the traditions of the Javanese, these buildings were erected between AD 1266 and 1296. These structures were doubtless planned and superintended by natives of India. They were dedicated to Hindu worship, and here the Brahmins and Buddhists appear to have forgotten their bitter hostility, and in some cases to have even worshipped in the same temple. The Indian origin of these works is further proved by images of the zebu, or humped ox, which have been found here and elsewhere in Java, but it does not now exist, and probably never did, in any part of the archipelago. As 2 Malays rowed me rapidly along in a narrow, canoe-like boat, I watched the clouds gather and embrace the high head of Mount Pra. Only thin and fibrous cumuli covered the other lofty peaks, but a thick cloud wrapped itself around the crest of this mountain, and many small ones gathered on its dark sides, which occasionally could be seen through the partings in its white fleecy shroud. The form of the whole was just that of the mountain, except at its top, where for a time the clouds rose like a gigantic, circular castle, the square openings in their dense mass exactly resembling the windows in such thick walls. Eastward of Unga Rung are seen the lofty summits of Merbabu and Merapi, and east from the anchorage rises Mount Japara, forming, with the lowlands at its feet, almost an island, on Java's north coast. Like Batavia, Samarang is situated on both sides of a small river, in a low morass. The river was much swollen by late rains, and in the short time I passed along it, I saw dead horses, cats, dogs, and monkeys borne on its muddy waters out to the bay, there perhaps to sink and be covered with layers of mud, and, if after long ages those strata should be elevated above the level of the sea and fall under a geologist's eye, to become the subject of some prolix disquisition. This is, in fact, exactly the way that most of the land animals in the marine deposits of former times have come down to us in extremely fragmentary history at best, yet sufficient to give us some idea of the strange denizens of the earth when few or none of the highest mountains had yet been formed. Watering the streets, Batavia. Atandu. Through this low morass they are now digging a canal out to the roads, so that the city may be approached from the anchorage by the canal and the river. This canal is firmly walled in, as at Batavia. From the landing place to the city proper the road was a stream of mud, and the houses are small and occupied only by Malays and the poorer classes of Chinese. In such streets two coolies are occasionally seen carrying one of the native bells in Atandu. The city itself is more compact than Batavia, and the shops are remarkably fine. It was pleasant to look again on some of the same engravings exposed for sale in our own shops. The finest building in the city, and the best of the kind that I have seen in the East, is a large one containing the custom and other bureaus. It is 2 stories high, and occupies 3 sides of a rectangle. I was told that they were 15 years in building it, though in our country a private firm would have put it up in half as many months. There are several very fine hotels, and I saw one most richly furnished. Near the river stands a high watchtower, where a constant lookout is kept for all ships approaching the road. From its top a wide view is obtained over the anchorage, the lowlands, and the city. Toward the interior rich fields are seen stretching away to the province of Kedu, the Garden of Java. A railroad has been begun here, which will extend to Surakarta and Yogyakarta, on the east side of Mount Merapi, and will open this rich region more fully to the world. To the church of the city, which is chiefly sustained here as elsewhere by the Dutch government, is a large cathedral-like building, finished in the interior in an octagonal form. One side is occupied by the pulpit, another by the organ, and the others are for the congregation. At the time I entered, the pastor was lecturing in a conversational but earnest manner to some 20 Malays and Chinese, gathered around him. At the close of his exhortation he shook hands with each in the most cordial manner. From this church I went to the Mohammedan mosque, a square pagoda-like structure, with 3 roofs, one above the other, and each being a little smaller than the one beneath it. It was Friday, the Mohammedan Sabbath, and large numbers were coming to pay their devotions to the false prophet, for his is the prevailing religion in this land. By the gate in the wall enclosing the mosque were a well and a huge stone tank, where all the faithful performed the most scrupulous ablutions before proceeding to repeat the required parts of the Quran. It was pleasant to see that at least they believed and practiced the maxim that cleanliness is next to godliness. From the gate I walked up an inclined terrace to the large doorway, and at once saw, from the troubled expression on the faces of those who were kneeling on their straw mats outside the building, that I had committed some impropriety, and one answered my look of inquiry by pointing to my feet. I had forgotten that I was treading on holy ground, and had therefore neglected to put off my shoes. Opposite the entrance is usually a niche, and on one side of this a kind of throne, but what was the origin or signification of either I never could learn, and believe the common people are as ignorant as myself in this respect. Their whole ceremony is to kneel, facing this niche, and repeat in a low, mumbling, nasal tone some parts of the writings of their prophet. Their priests are always Arabs, or their mestizo descendants, the same class of people as those who introduced this faith. Anyone who has been to Mecca is regarded as next to a saint, and many go to Singapore or Penang, where they remain a year or 2, and then return and declare they have seen the holy city. The first conversions to Mohammedanism in any part of the archipelago occurred at Achin, the western end of Sumatra, in 1204. It was not taught by pure Arabs, but by those descendants of Arabs and Persians who came from the Persian Gulf to Achin to trade. Thence it spread slowly eastward to Java, Celebes, and the Moluccas, and northward to the Philippines, where it was just gaining a foothold when the Spanish arrived. Under their rule it was soon eradicated, and supplanted by Catholic Christianity. Bali is almost the only island where the people can read and write their native tongue, and have not partially adopted this religion. On the continent it spread so rapidly that, within 100 years after the Hijra, it was established from Persia to Spain, but, as its promulgators were not a maritime people, it did not reach Achin until 572 years after the Hijra, and then its followers had so little of the fanaticism and energy of the Arabs, that it was more than 300 years in reaching Celebes, and fully establishing itself on that island. The Malay name for this religion is always Islam. On our way back to the mail boat we passed quite a fleet of fishing boats, at the mouth of the river. They are generally made alike at both ends, and look like huge canoes. Some have high lantern-shaped houses perched on the stern, as if to make them more unsightly. Here they all have decks, but those at Batavia are merely open boats. The next day we continued on our course to the eastward, around the promontory formed by Mount Japara, whose sides are so completely scored by deep ravines that little or none of the original surface of the mountain can be seen. Dr. Jung-hoon, who has spent many years studying in detail the mountains of Java, finds that above a height of 10,000 feet but very few ravines exist. This height is the common cloud level, and the rains that they pour out, of course, only affect the mountain sides below that elevation, hence the flanks of a mountain are sometimes deeply scored while its top remains entire. The substances of which these great cones are chiefly composed are mostly volcanic ashes, sand, and small fragments of basalt or lava, just the kind of materials that swift torrents would rapidly carry away. The volcanoes of Java are mostly in two lines, one, commencing near Cape St. Nicholas, its northwestern extremity, passes diagonally across the island to its southeastern headland on the Strait of Bali. The other is parallel to this, and extends from the middle of the Strait of Sunda to the south coast in the longitude of Cherubin. They stand along two immense fissures in the earth's crust, but the elevating power appears only to have found vent at certain separate points along these fissures. At these points subaerial eruptions of volcanic ashes, sand, and scoriae have occurred, and occasionally streams of basaltic and trachytic lava have poured out, until no less than 38 cones, some of immense size, have been formed on this island. Their peculiar character is, that they are distinct and separate mountains, and not peaks in a continuous chain. The second characteristic of these mountains is the great quantity of sulfur they produce. White clouds of sulfurous acid gas continually wreath the crests of these high peaks, and betoken the unceasing activity within their gigantic masses. This gas is the one that is formed when a friction match is lighted, and is, of course, extremely destructive to all animal and vegetable life. At various localities in the vicinity of active volcanoes and in old craters this gas still escapes, and the famous Gyovo Upus or Valley of Poison, on the flanks of the volcano Papandayang, is one of these areas of noxious vapors. It is situated at the head of a valley on the outer declivity of the mountain, 500 or 700 feet below the rim of the old crater which contains the Telaga Bodas or White Lake. It is a small, bare place, of a pale gray or yellowish color, containing many crevices and openings from which carbonic acid gas pours out from time to time. Here both Mr. Rienward and Dr. Jung-hoon saw a great number of dead animals of various kinds, as dogs, cats, tigers, rhinoceroses, squirrels, and other rodents, many birds, and even snakes, who had lost their lives in this fatal place. Besides carbonic acid gas, sulfurous acid gas also escapes. This was the only gas present at the time of Dr. Jung-hoon's visit, and is probably the one that causes such certain destruction to all the animals that wander into this valley of death. The soft parts of these animals, as the skin, the muscles, and the hair or feathers, were found by both observers quite entire, while the bones had crumbled and mostly disappeared. The reason that so many dead animals are found on this spot, while none exist in the surrounding forests, is because beasts of prey not only cannot consume them, but even they lose their lives in the midst of these poisonous gases. It was in such a place that the deadly upas was fabled to be found. The first account of this wonderful tree was given by Mr. N. P. Versk, a surgeon in the service of the Dutch East India Company. His original article was published in the fourth volume of Pennant's Outlines of the Globe, and repeated in the London Magazine for September, 1785. He states that he saw it himself, and describes it as the sole individual of its species, standing alone, in a scene of solitary horror, on the middle of a naked, blasted plain, surrounded by a circle of mountains, the whole area of which is covered with the skeletons of birds, beasts, and men. Not a vestige of vegetable life is to be seen within the contaminated atmosphere, and even the fishes die in the water. This, like most fables, has some foundation in fact, and a large forest tree exists in Java, the Antiaris toxicaria of botanists, that has a poisonous sap. When its bark is cut, a sap flows out much resembling milk, but thicker and more viscid. A native prepared some poison from this kind of sap for Dr. Orfield. He mingled with it about half a dram of the sap of the following vegetables: arum, Kempferia galanga, anomum, a kind of xerumbed, common onion or garlic, and a dram and a half of black pepper. This poison proved mortal to a dog in 1 hour, a mouse in 10 minutes, a monkey in 7, a cat in 15, and a large buffalo died in 2 hours and 10 minutes from the effects of it. A similar poison is prepared from the sap of the chetek, a climbing vine. The deadly onkar is thus pictured in Darwin's Botanic Garden: fierce in dread silence, on the blasted heath, fell upas sits, the hydra tree of death. So, from one root, the envenomed soil below, 8,000 vegetative serpents grow. In shining rays the steady monster spreads o'er 10 square leagues his far diverging head, or in one trunk entwists his tangled form, looks o'er the clouds, and hisses at the storm, steeped in fell poison, as his sharp teeth part, 8,000 tongues in quick vibration dart, snatch the proud eagle towering o'er the heath, or pounce the lion as he stalks beneath, or strew, as martial hosts contend in vain, with human skeletons the whitened plain. All the north coast of Java is very low, often forming a morass, except here and there where some mountain sends out a spur to form a low headland. As we neared Madura, this lowland spread out beneath the shallow sea, and we were obliged to keep 8 or 10 miles from land. On both sides of the Madura Strait the land is also low, and on the left hand we passed many villages of native fishermen who tend bamboo weirs that extend out a long way from the shore. Here, for the first time, I saw boats with outriggers. Each had one such float on the leeward side, while, on a kind of rack on the windward side, was placed a canoe and everything on board that was movable. Each boat carries 2 triangular sails, made of narrow, white cloths, with occasionally a red or black one in the middle or on the margins by way of ornament. Just before entering the road of Surabaya we passed Gresik, a small village of Chinese and other foreigners, situated immediately on the beach. It is an old site and famous in the early history of Java, but the houses seemed mostly new, and their red-tiled roofs contrasted prettily with their white ridgepoles and gable ends. It was here, according to the Javanese historians, that the Mohammedan religion was first established on their soil. At Surabaya there appears to be much more business than at Batavia, and we found a larger number of vessels at anchor in the roads. At Batavia, the anchorage is somewhat sheltered by the islands at the mouth of the bay. At Samarang, the anchorage is quite exposed during the western monsoon, and the swell and surf are sometimes so great that boats cannot land, but at Surabaya the shipping is perfectly sheltered from all gales. There are, however, strong tidal currents, on account of the size of the bay, at the anchorage, and the narrow straits that connect it with the sea. These straits, though narrow, are not dangerous, and this may be said to be the only good harbor that is frequented on the island of Java. On the south coast, at Cilacap, there is a safe and well-sheltered anchorage, but it has very little trade. At evening, when the water is ebbing, flocks of white herons range themselves in lines along its retreating edge, and calmly await the approach of some unlucky fish. Then the fishing boats come up from the east, spreading out their white sails, and forming a counterpart to the lines of white herons along the shore. The natives, unable to walk to their huts on the banks, have a most novel and rapid mode of navigating these mud flats. A board about 2 feet wide, 5 or 6 feet long, and curved up at one end like the runner of a sled, is placed on the soft mud, and the fisherman rests the left knee on it while he kicks with the right foot, in just the way that boys push themselves on their sleds over ice or snow. In this way they go as fast as a man would walk on solid ground. Like Batavia and Samarang, Surabaya III is situated on both sides of a small river, on low land, but not in a morass, like the old city of Batavia, and yet much nearer the shipping. This river has been changed into a canal by walling in its banks. Near its entrance it is lined on one side with nice dwelling houses, and bordered with a row of fine shade trees. Back of these dwellings is the government dockyard. It is very carefully built, and contains a dry dock, a place to take up ships like our railways, ample workshops, and large sheds for storing away lumber. They were then building 6 small steamers and 2 or 3 boats, besides a great dry dock for the largest ships. Here was the Medusa, the ship that led the Allied Dutch, English, French, and American fleet in the attack on Shimonoseki, at the entrance of the inland sea in Japan. The many scars in her sides showed the dangerous part she had taken in the attack, and I have frequently heard the Dutch officers speak with a just pride of the bravery and skill of her officers in that engagement. Formerly, ships could only be repaired by being thrown down at Onrust, an island 6 miles west of the road at Batavia, but now nearly all such work is done in this yard. It was most enlivening to hear the rapid ringing of hammers on anvils, a sound one can rarely enjoy in those dull eastern cities. The government machine shop is another proof of the determination of the Dutch to make for themselves whatever they need, and to be independent of foreign markets. Here they make many castings, but their chief business is manufacturing steam boilers for the navy. 900 Javanese were then in this establishment, all laboring voluntarily, and having full liberty to leave whenever they chose. Most of the overseers even are natives, and but few Europeans are employed in the whole works. They all perform their allotted tasks quietly and steadily, without loud talking or any unnecessary noise. Some of them are so skillful that they receive nearly 2 guilders per day. These facts show the capabilities of the Javanese, and indicate that there may yet be a bright future for this people. Here the standard weights and measures for the government are manufactured, and as an instance of the longevity of this people, when they are correct in their habits, the director told me that one native had worked for 57 years in that department, and for some time had been assisted by both his sons and grandsons. He had just retired, and the director had been able to obtain for him a pension of full pay on account of the long time he had been in the service. There were 3 others still in the works, who also began 57 years ago. Such cases are the more remarkable, because these natives are usually unable to labor at the age of 35 or 40, on account of their dissolute habits. Most of their machinery is not as nicely finished as that imported from Europe, but it appears to be quite as durable. Yet the fact that some Javanese have the capacity to do nice work was proved by one in charge of the engraving department, whose fine lines would have been creditable to many a European. A merchant also has a similar machine shop on a still greater scale. Nearby are the government artillery works, where all the parts of wood and iron and the saddles and harnesses are manufactured, everything but the guns. The wood used is carefully seasoned teak. It is extremely durable, and combines in a good degree both lightness and strength. The leather is made by the natives from hides of the sapi, or cattle of Madura, the only kind seen here in Surabaya. It is light and flexible, and somewhat spongy compared to that made from our northern hides. When it is wet it spots, the wet places taking a darker color, which they retain when the leather again becomes dry. The director of the works thought that these defects might be remedied by adopting some other mode of tanning it. The leather made from the hide of the buffalo is thin, and, at the same time, excessively rigid. The streets of Surabaya are narrow compared to those of Batavia, but they are far better provided with shade trees of different species, among which the tamarind, with its highly compound leaves, appears to be the favorite. Here, as in all the other chief cities of the archipelago, the dusty streets are usually sprinkled by coolies, who carry about 2 large watering pots. In the center of the city, on an open square, is the Opera House, a large, well-proportioned building, neatly painted and frescoed within. In the suburbs is the public garden, nicely laid out, and abounding in richly flowering shrubs. There were a number of birds peculiar to the east, a cassowary from Ceram, a black swan from Australia, and some beautiful wild pheasants, Gallus, from Madura. Of this genus, Gallus, there are 2 wild species on that island and in Java. One of these, Gallus bankiva, is also found in Sumatra and the peninsula of Malacca. A third species is found in the Philippines, but none is yet known in the great islands of Borneo and Celebes or in any of the islands eastward. On the peninsula of Malacca, Sumatra, Borneo, and the Spice Islands, the Malay word ayam is used, but on the Philippines and Java the Javanese word manak is frequently heard. It has hence been inferred that the Malays and Javanese were the first to domesticate it, and distribute it over the archipelago. Temminck regards the Gallus bankiva as the progenitor of our common fowl. If he is right in this conjecture, it was probably brought into Greece by the Persians, for the Greeks sometimes called it the Persian bird. For its early introduction into Europe is shown by representations of it on the walls of the Etruscan tombs, and Mr. Crawford states that it was found in England more than 2,000 years ago. The small variety known to us as the bantam, is not a native of Java, but received that name because it was first seen by European traders on Japanese junks which came to that city to trade. All the Malay race, except the Javanese, have the most inordinate thirst for gambling, and their favorite method of gratifying this passion is cockfighting. This is forbidden by the Dutch government, but in the Philippines the Spanish only subject the gamblers to a heavy tax, and the extent to which it is indulged in those islands is indicated by a yearly revenue of $40,000 from this source alone. The passion for this vice among the Malays is also shown in their language, for, according to Mr. Crawford, there is one specific name for cockfighting, one for the natural and one for the artificial spur of the cock, 2 names for the comb, 3 for crowing, 2 for a cockpit, and 1 for a professional cockfighter. But to return to the garden, where, among more interesting objects, were some images of the Brahmin or Buddhist gods, worshipped by the ancient Javanese. One, particularly monstrous, appeared to have the body of a man and the head of a beast. A favorite model was to represent a man with the head of an elephant, seated on a throne that rested on a row of human skulls. Hinduism was undoubtedly introduced into the archipelago in the same way as Mohammedanism, namely, by those who came from the west to trade, first into Sumatra, and afterward into Java and Celebes. This commercial intercourse probably began in the very remotest ages, for, according to Sir Gardner Wilkinson, the Egyptians used tin in manufacturing their implements of bronze 2,000 years before the Christian era, and it is more probable that this tin came from the Malay Peninsula than from Cornwall, the only two sources of any importance that are yet known for this valuable metal, if we include with the former the islands of Billiton and Bangka. In the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, written about AD 60, it is stated that this mineral was found at two cities on the western coast of India, but that it came from countries farther east. In this same descriptive treatise it is also mentioned that the malabarthrum, a kind of odoriferous gum imported from India for the use of the luxurious Romans, was found at Berwick, a port on the coast of Malabar, but that it likewise came from some land farther east, and malabarthrum is supposed by many to be the modern benzoin, a resin obtained from the styrax benzoin, a plant only found in the lands of the Batas in Sumatra and on the coast of Brunei, in the northern part of Borneo. A cling. Native of Balochistan. Although we gather from the records of Western nations these indications of products coming from the archipelago in the earliest ages, yet we have no information in regard to the time that the Hindu traders, who sailed eastward from India and purchased these valuable articles, succeeded in planting their own religion among those distant nations. The annals of both the Malay and Javanese are evidently fanciful, and are generally considered unreliable for any date previous to the introduction of Mohammedanism. Simple chronological lists are found in Java, which refer as far back as AD 78, but Mr. Crawford says that they are incontestable fabrications, often differing widely from each other, and containing gaps of whole centuries. The people who came from India on these early voyages were probably of the same Telugu or Telugu nation as those now called by the Malays Klings or Kalings, a word evidently derived from Kalinga, the Sanskrit name for the northern part of the coast of Coromandel. They have always continued to trade with the peninsula, and I met them on the coast of Sumatra. Barbosa, who saw them at Malacca when the Portuguese first arrived at that city, thus describes them: 5. There are many great merchants here, Moor as well as Gentile strangers, but chiefly of the Khitis, who are of the Coromandel coast, and have large ships, which they call giunchi, junks. Unlike the irregular winds that must have greatly discouraged the early Greeks and Phoenicians from long voyages over the Euxine and the Mediterranean, the steady monsoons of the Bay of Bengal invited those people out to sea, and by their regular changes promised to bring them within a year safely back to their homes. The United States steamship Iroquois was then lying in the roads, and our consular agent at this port invited Captain Rogers, our consul from Batavia, who was there on business, and myself, to take a ride with him out to a sugar plantation that was under his care. In those hot countries it is the custom to start early on pleasure excursions, in order to avoid the scorching heat of the noonday sun. We were therefore astir at 6. Our friend had obtained a large post-coach giving ample room for 4 persons, but, like all such carriages in Java, it was so heavy and clumsy that both the driver and a footman, who was perched up in a high box behind, had to constantly lash our 4 little ponies to keep them up to even a moderate rate of speed. Our ride of 10 miles was over a well-graded road, beautifully shaded for most of the way with tamarind trees. Parallel with the carriage roads, in Java, there is always one for buffaloes and carts, and in this manner the former are almost always kept in prime order. Such a great double highway begins at Angkor, on the Strait of Sunda, and extends throughout the whole length of the island to Banyuwangi, on the Strait of Bali. It passes near Bantam and Batavia, and thence along the lowlands near the north coast to Cirebon and Samarang, then south of Mount Japara and so eastward. This, I was informed, was made by Marshal d'Endels, who governed Java under the French rule in 1809. There is also a military road from Samarang to Surakarta and Yogyakarta, where the 2 native princes now reside. Java also enjoys a very complete system of telegraphic communication. On the 23rd of October, 1856, the first line, between Batavia, Welt of Redden, and Betenzorg, was finished. Immediately after, it was so rapidly extended that, in 1859, 1,670 English miles were completed. A telegraphic cable was also laid in that year from Batavia up the Straits of Banca and Rio to Singapore, but, unfortunately, it was broken in a short time, probably by the anchor of some vessel in those shallow straits. After it had been repaired it was immediately broken a second time, and in 1861 the enterprise was given up, but now they are laying another cable across the Strait of Sunda, from Angkor to the district of Lampung, thence it will extend up the west coast to Bengkok and Padang, and, passing across the Padang Plateau, through Fort Darack and Payakumbuh, come to the Strait of Malacca, and be laid directly across to Singapore. These Javanese ponies go well on a level or downhill, but when the road becomes steep they frequently stop altogether. In the hilly parts of Java, therefore, the natives are obliged to fasten their buffaloes to your carriage, and you must patiently wait for those sluggish animals to take you up to the crest of the elevation. Our road that morning led over a low country, which was devoted wholly to rice and sugar cane. Some of these rice fields stretched away on either hand as far as the eye could see, and appeared as boundless as the ocean. Numbers of natives were scattered through these wide fields, selecting out the ripened blades, which their religion requires them to cut off one by one. It appears an endless task thus to gather in all the blades over a wide plain. These are clipped off near the top, and the rice in this state, with the hull still on, is called paddy. The remaining part of the stalks is left in the fields to enrich the soil. After each crop the ground is spaded or dug up with a large hoe, or plowed with a buffalo, and afterward harrowed with a huge rake, and to aid in breaking up the clods, water to the depth of 4 or 5 inches is let in. This is retained by dikes which cross the fields at right angles, dividing them up into little beds from 50 to 100 feet square. The seed is sown thickly in small plats at the beginning of the rainy monsoon. When the plants are 4 or 5 inches high they are transferred to the larger beds, which are still kept overflowed for some time. They come to maturity about this time, June 14th, the first part of the eastern monsoon, or dry season. Such lowlands that can be thus flooded are called sawas. Although the Javanese have built magnificent temples, they have never invented or adopted any apparatus that has come into common use for raising water for their rice fields, not even the simple means employed by the ancient Egyptians along the hill, and which the slabs from the palaces at Nineveh show us were also used along the Euphrates. Only one crop is usually taken from the soil each year, unless the fields can be readily irrigated. Manure is rarely or never used, and yet the sawas appear as fertile as ever. The sugar cane, however, quickly exhausts the soil. One cause of this probably is that the whole of every cane is taken from the field except the top and root, while only the upper part of the rice stalks are carried away, and the rest is burned or allowed to decay on the ground. On this account only 1/3 of a plantation is devoted to its culture at any one time, the remaining 2/3 being planted with rice, for the sustenance of the natives that work on that plantation. These crops are kept rotating so that the same fields are liable to an extra drain from sugar cane only once in 3 years. On each plantation is a village of Javanese, and several of these villages are under the immediate management of a controller. It is his duty to see that a certain number of natives are at work every day, that they prepare the ground, and put in the seed at the proper season, and take due care of it till harvest time. 6. The name of the plantation we were to see was Sironi. As we neared it, several long, low, white buildings came into view, and 2 or 3 high chimneys, pouring out dense volumes of black smoke. By the road was a dwelling house, and the fabric was in the rear. The canes are cut in the field and bound into bundles, each containing 25. They are then hauled to the factory in clumsy, two-wheeled carts called petatas, with a yoke of sappies. On this plantation alone there are 200 such carts. The mode adopted here of obtaining the sugar from the cane is the same as in our country. It is partially clarified by pouring over it, while yet in the earthen pots in which it cools and crystallizes, a quantity of clay, mixed with water, to the consistency of cream. The water, filtering through, washes the crystals and makes the sugar, which up to this time is of a dark brown, almost as white as if it had been refined. This simple process is said to have been introduced by someone who noticed that wherever the birds stepped on the brown sugar with their muddy feet, in those places it became strangely white. After all the sugar has been obtained that is possible, the cheap and impure molasses that drains off is fermented with a small quantity of rice. Palm wine is then added, and from this mixture is distilled the liquor known as arrack, which consequently differs little from rum. It is considered, and no doubt rightly, the most destructive stimulant that can be placed in the human stomach, in these hot regions. From Java large quantities are shipped to the cold regions of Sweden and Norway, where, if it is as injurious, its manufacturers are, at least, not obliged to witness its poisonous effects. After the sugar has been dried in the sun it is packed in large cylindrical baskets of bamboo, and is ready to be taken to market and shipped abroad. 3 species of the sugar cane are recognized by botanists: the Saccharum sinensis of China, the Saccharum officinarum of India, which was introduced by the Arabs into southern Europe, and thence transported to our own country 8 and the West Indies, and the Saccharum violaceum of Tahiti, of which the cane of the Malay archipelago is probably only a variety. This view of the last species is strengthened by the similarity of the names for it in Malaysia and Polynesia. The Malays call it tabu, the inhabitants of the Philippines, tubu, the Kayans of Borneo, turo, the natives of Flores, between Java and Timor, and of Tongatabu, in Polynesia, tau, the people of Tahiti and the Marquesas, tu, and the Sandwich Islanders, ko. It is either a native of the archipelago or was introduced in the remotest times. The Malays used to cultivate it then as they do now, not for the purpose of making sugar, but for its sweet juice, and great quantities of it are seen at this time of year in all the markets, usually cut up into short pieces and the outer layers or rind removed. These people appear also to have been wholly ignorant of the mode of making sugar from it, and all the sugar, or more properly molasses, that was used, was obtained then as it is now in the eastern islands, namely, by boiling down the sap of the gomuti palm, Borisus gomuti. 9 Sugar from cane was first brought to Europe by the Arabs, who, as we know from the Chinese annals, frequently visited Kanpur, a port on Hanqiao Bay, a short distance south of Shanghai. Dioscorides, who lived in the early part of the 1st century, appears to be the earliest writer in the West who has mentioned it. He calls it Saccharum, and says that in consistence it was like salt. Pliny, who lived a little later in the same century, thus describes the article seen in the Roman markets in his day: Saccharum is a honey which forms on reeds, white like gum, which crumbles under the teeth, and of which the largest pieces are of the size of a filbert. Book 12, Chapter 8. This is a perfect description of the sugar or rock candy that I found the Chinese manufacturing over the southern and central parts of China during my long journeyings through that empire, and at the same time it is not in the least applicable to the dark brown, crushed sugar made in India. Chapter 3. The Flora and Fauna of the Tropical East. June 15th at 8 a.m. we left our anchorage off Surabaya, and steamed down the Madura Strait for Makassar, the capital of Celebes. Along the shores of the strait were many villages of fishermen, and bamboo weirs extending out to a distance of 5 or 6 miles from both the Java and Madura shores, and showing well how shallow the water must be so far from land. During the forenoon it was nearly calm, but the motion of the steamer supplied a pleasant air. In the afternoon the wind rose to a light breeze from the east. At noon we passed Pulau Kambing, Goat Island, a small, low coral island off the south coast of Madura. Nearby was a fleet of small fishing boats, each containing 2 men, who were only protected from the broiling sun by a hat and a narrow cloth about the loins. These boats and other larger ones farther out to sea were extremely narrow, and provided with outriggers. Madura receives its name from a Hindu legend, which makes it the abode of the demigod, Baladwa. It has but one mountain range, and that crosses it from north to south. It is, therefore, not well watered, and unsuitable for raising rice, and many of its people have been obliged to migrate to the adjoining fertile shores of Java. The coffee tree is raised on this island, but the land is best adapted for pasturage of the sapi, which is similar in its habits to our own neat cattle, and never wallows in mires and morasses like the buffalo. In the mountains on the western part of Java, a wild species, the bantang, Bos sundaicus, is still found. It is not regarded as the source of the sapi, but a fertile cross is obtained from the two, and this intermediate breed is said to be the one used on Bali and Lombok. The sapi is found on all the islands to and including Timor, on Borneo, Celebes, and the Spice Islands, and has been introduced into the Philippines since their discovery, and now lives in a wild state on Luzon, just as the cattle of the Pampas in South America, which have also descended from the domesticated breeds imported by the Spaniards. On the eastern end of the island, which is quite low, great quantities of salt are obtained by evaporating water in pans, or small areas enclosed with low dikes, like rice fields. It is also manufactured in a similar manner at several places on the north coast of Java and on the western shore of Luzon, in the province of Pangasinan. Generally the coasts of the islands throughout the archipelago are either too high, or so low as to form merely muddy morasses, which are mostly covered with a dense growth of mangroves. In some places on the south coast of Java, sea water is sprinkled over sand. When this water has evaporated, the process is repeated. The sand is then gathered, and water filtered through it and evaporated by artificial heat. In Borneo, and among some of the Philippines, marine plants are burned, and the lye made from their ashes is evaporated for the sake of the salt contained in the residuum. All through the interior, and among the mountains, houses are built for storing it, and officials are appointed to dispose of it to the natives. The quantity yearly manufactured for the government at all the various places is about 40,000 koyangs, or 80,000 tons, but it is not allowed to be shipped and used until it is 5 years old, and a supply of 200,000 koyangs, or 400,000 tons, is therefore constantly kept on hand. It is deposited in the government storehouses by individuals at 1/3 of a guilder per pickle. It is then transported and sold at a great profit by the government, which monopolizes the traffic in this necessary condiment, and obtains a large portion of its revenue in this manner. 10 in the afternoon we were abreast the high Teng-er, i.e., wide or spacious, mountains. Here is the famous sandy sea, a strange thing on an island covered with such luxuriant vegetation as everywhere appears in Java. To reach it one has to climb an old volcano to a height of about 7,500 feet above the sea, when he suddenly finds himself on the rim of an old crater of an irregular elliptical form, with a minor axis of 3.5 and a major axis of 4.5 miles. It is the largest crater in Java, and one of the largest in the world. Its bottom is a level floor of sand, which in some places is drifted by the wind like the sea, and is properly named in Malay the Laut Pasir, or sandy sea. From this sandy floor rise 4 cones, where the eruptive force has successively found vent for a time, the greatest being evidently the oldest, and the smallest the present active Bromo, or Brahma, from the Sanskrit Brahma, the god of fire. The position and relation of this Bromo, as compared to the surrounding crater, is entirely analogous to those that exist between Vesuvius and Monte Sama. The outer walls of this old mountain are of trachytic lava, and Dr. Junghoon thinks its history may be summed up thus: first, a period when the trachyte was formed, this was followed by a period of trachytic lavas, then of obsidian, fourth, of obsidian and pumice stone, fifth, the sand period, during which an enormous quantity of sand was thrown out, and the present sandy floor formed with the cones rising from it, and sixth, the present ash period, during which only fine ashes are thrown out. From time to time, and steam and sulfurous acid gas are constantly emitted. The earliest descriptions of this crater represent it nearly as it is seen at the present day, but great eruptions, similar to the one supposed to have occurred, have been witnessed by Europeans since they first came to Java. In the year 1772 the volcano Papandayang, which is near the south coast of Java, and about in long 108 degrees E, threw out such an immense quantity of scoriae and ashes, that Dr. Junghoon thinks a layer nearly 50 feet thick was spread over an area within a radius of 7 miles, and yet all this was thrown out during a single night. 40 native villages were buried beneath it, and about 3,000 souls are supposed to have perished between this single setting and rising of the sun. Dr. Orfield, who drew up an account of this terrible phenomenon from the stories of the natives, wrongly supposed that an extent of ground, of the mountain and its environs, 15 miles long, and full 6 broad, was by this commotion swallowed up within the bowels of the earth. On the 8th of July, 1822, Mount Galungong, an old volcano, but a few miles northeast of Papandayang, suffered a far more terrible and destructive eruption. At noon on that day not a cloud could be seen in the sky. The wild beasts gladly sought the friendly shades of the dense forest, the hum of myriads of insects was hushed, and not a sound was to be heard over the highly cultivated declivities of this mountain, or over the rich adjoining plain, but the dull creaking of some native cart drawn by the sluggish buffalo. The natives, under shelter of their rude huts, were giving themselves up to indolent repose, when suddenly a frightful thundering was heard in the earth, and from the top of this old volcano a dark, dense mass was seen rising higher and higher into the air, and spreading itself out over the clear sky with such an appalling rapidity that in a few moments the whole landscape was shrouded in the darkness of night. Through this thick darkness flashes of lightning gleamed in 100 lines, and many natives were instantly struck down to the earth by stones falling from the sky. Then a deluge of hot water and flowing mud rose over the rim of the old crater, and poured down the mountain sides, sweeping away trees and beasts and human bodies in its seething mass. At the same moment, stones and ashes and sand were projected to an enormous height into the air, and, as they fell, destroyed nearly everything within a radius of more than 20 miles. A few villages, that were situated on high hills on the lower declivities of the mountain, strangely escaped the surrounding destruction by being above the streams of hot water and flowing mud, while most of the stones and ashes and sand that were thrown out passed completely over them, and destroyed many villages that were farther removed from the center of this great eruption. The thundering was first heard at 1:30 o'clock. At 4 the extreme violence of the eruption was past, at 5 the sky began to grow clear once more, and the same sun that at noon had shed his life-giving light over this rich landscape, at evening was casting his rays over the same spot, then changed into a scene of utter desolation. A second eruption followed within 5 days, and by that time more than 20,000 persons had lost their lives. When the mountain could be ascended, a great valley was found, which Dr. Junghoon considers analogous to the Val d'Albove on the flanks of Etna, except that a great depression among these movable materials could not have such high, precipitous walls as are seen in that deep gulf. This eruption was quite like that of Papandayang, except that there was a lake in the bottom of this crater which supplied the hot water and the mud, while all the materials thrown out by the former volcano were in a dry state. In a similar way it is supposed the great crater and the sandy sea of the Tengger Mountains were formed in ancient times. On these Tengger Mountains live a peculiar people, who speak a dialect of the Javanese, and, despite the zealous efforts of the Mohammedan priests, still retain their ancient Hindu religion. In the evening, fires appeared on the hills near the sea. This was the last we saw of Java, which, though but 1/6 of the area of Borneo, and 1/3 that of Sumatra, is by far the most important island in the archipelago. It is to the East Indies what Cuba is to the West Indies. In each there is a great central chain of mountains. Both shores of Cuba are opposite small bodies of water, and are continuously low and swampy for miles, but in Java only the north coast borders on a small sea. This shore is low, but the southern coast, on the margin of the wide Indian Ocean that stretches away to the Antarctic lands, is high and bold, an exception which is in accordance with the rule that the higher elevations are opposite the greater oceans, or, more properly, that they stand along the borders of the ocean beds or greatest depressions on the surface of our globe. In Java, where the coast is rocky, the rocks are hard volcanic basalts and trachytes, which resist the action of the sea, and the shoreline is therefore quite regular, but in Cuba there is a fringing of soft coral rock, which the waves quickly wear away into hundreds of little projecting headlands and bays, and on the map the island has a ragged border. In its geological structure, Cuba, with its central axis of mica slates, granitic rocks, serpentines, and marbles, has a more perfect analogue in Sumatra, for in Java the mountains, instead of being formed by elevations of pre-existing strata, are merely heaps of scoriae, ashes, sand, and rock, once fluid, which have all been ejected out of separate and distinct vents. The area of Java is estimated at 38,250 square geographical miles, that of Cuba at about 45,000. The length of Java is 575 geographical or 666 statute miles, that of Cuba 750 statute miles. But while the total population of Cuba is estimated only at 1.5 million, the total population of Java and Madura is now 1,865, according to official statements, 13,9, 17,368, 11 in 1755. After 15 years of civil war, the total population of Java and Madura was but 2,001,911. In a single century, therefore, it has increased more than six-fold. This is one of the beneficial effects of a government that can put down rebellions and all internal wars, and encourage industry. In Cuba, of a total area of 30 million acres, it was estimated, in 1857, that only 48,572 were under cultivation, or, including pasturage, 218,161 acres. In Java and Madura, last year, 1,864, the cultivated fields and the groves of coconut palms covered an area of 2,437,037 acres. In Cuba, from 1853 to 1858, the yearly exports were from $27 million to $32 million, and the imports of about the same value. In Java, last year, the imports amounted to 66,846,412 guilders, $26,738,565, and the exports to the enormous sum of 123,094,798 guilders, $49,237,919. During 1864 24 ships arrived from the United States, of 12,610 tons capacity, and 3 sailed for our country, of a united capacity of 2,258 tons. 12 Both of these great islands abound in forests, that yield large quantities of valuable timber. Java furnishes the indestructible teak, from which the Malays and Javanese fitted out a fleet of 300 vessels that besieged Malacca, 2 years after it had fallen into the hands of the Portuguese. In like manner the Spaniards, between 1724 and 1796, built with timber from the forests of Cuba an armada that numbered 114 vessels, carrying more than 4,000 guns. From the Cuban forests come the indestructible lignum vitae, and the beautiful mahogany. Those jungles shelter no wild animals larger than dogs, but these in Java are the haunts of wild oxen, tigers, 1 large and 2 small species of leopard, the rhinoceros, 2 wild species of hog, and 5 species of weasel. 2 of the latter yield musk, and 1, the vivara musanga, of the size of a cat, is also found in the Philippines. 6 species of deer are found on this island, and 2 of them, the Cervus rufa and Cervus mantjac, are sometimes domesticated. 13 The elephant is not found in Java, though it lives in Sumatra, Borneo, and the peninsula. Also the wild horse of Sumatra or celebes does not exist in Java. Among the more noticeable birds of Java is a beautiful species of peacock, the Pavo spicifer. It was represented to me as quite abundant in some places along the south coast. The natives make very beautiful cigar holders from fine strips of its quills. In Sumatra it is not found, but is represented by an allied species. Of pigeons, Java has no less than 10 species. The web-footed birds are remarkably few in species and numbers. A single duck, a teal, and 2 pelicans, are said to comprise the whole number. The white heron has already been noticed, and besides this, 10 other species have been described. One of the smallest birds in Java, and yet, perhaps, the most important, from its great numbers, is the rice-eater, Fringilla oryzivora, a kind of sparrow. Great flocks of these birds are continually annoying the Malays as soon as the rice is nearly grown. The natives have a very simple and effective mode of driving them away. In the midst of a field a little bamboo house, sufficient to shelter its occupant from the rain and scorching sunshine, is perched high up on poles above the rice stalks. Around each field are placed rows of tall, flexible stakes, which are connected together by a string. Many radiating lines of such stakes extend from the house to those along the borders, and the child or old person on watch has simply to pull any set of these lines in order to frighten away the birds from any part of the field. There are 7 species of owls, and when the hooting of one is heard near any house, many of the natives believe that sickness or some other misfortune will certainly come to the inmates of that dwelling. Of eagles and falcons, or kites, 8 species are mentioned. One of the kites is very abundant at all the anchorages, and so tame as to light on the rigging of a ship quite near where the sailors are working. When it has caught any offal in its long talons, it does not fly away at once to a perch to consume the delicious morsel at its leisure, like many birds of prey, but is so extremely greedy that it tears off pieces with its beak and swallows them as it slowly sails along in the air. When we begin to examine the luxuriant flora of these tropical islands, almost the first tree that we notice by the shore is the tall, graceful coconut palm. Occasionally it is found in small clumps, far from the abode of man, for instead of being reared by his care, it often comes to maturity alone, and then invites him to take up his abode beneath its shade, by offering him at the same time its fruit for food, and its leaves as ample thatching for the only kind of a hut which he thinks he needs in an unchanging, tropical climate. As it stands along the shore, it invariably inclines toward its parent, the sea, For borne on the waves came the nut from which it sprang, and now fully grown, it seeks to make a due return to its ancestor by leaning over the shore and dropping into the ocean's bosom rich clusters of its golden fruit. Here, buoyed up by a thick husk which is covered with a watertight skin, the living kernel safely floats over the calm and the stormy sea, until some friendly wave casts it high up on a distant beach. The hot sun then quickly enables it to thrust out its rootlets into the genial soil of coral sand and fragments of shells, and in a few years it too is seen tossing its crest of plumes high over the white surf, which in these sunny climes everywhere forms the margin of the deep blue ocean. When the nut is young, the shell is soft and not separate from the husk. In a short time it turns from a pale green to a light yellow. The shell is now formed, and on its inner side is a thin layer, so soft that it can be cut with a spoon. The natives now call it clapamuta, or the young cocoa nut, and they rarely eat it except in this condition. As it grows older, the exterior becomes of a wood color, the husk is dry, and the shell hard and surrounded on the inside with a thick, tough, oily, and most indigestible layer, popularly known as the meat of the nut. This is the condition in which it is brought to our markets, but the Malays seldom or never think of eating it in this condition, and only value it for its oil. To obtain this the nut is broken, and the meat scraped out with a knife. This pulp is then boiled in a large pan, when the oil separates, floats on the top, and is skimmed off. This oil is almost the only substance used for lighting in the East, where far more lights are kept burning, in proportion to the foreign population, than in our own temperate zone, notwithstanding our long winter evenings, it being the custom there for each man to light his house and veranda very brilliantly every evening, and, if it is a festive occasion, rows of lamps must be placed throughout his grounds. The natives also are fond of such display. The common lamp which they have for burning coconut oil is nothing but a glass tumbler. This is partly filled with water, a small quantity of oil is then poured in, and on this flow two small splints that support a piece of pith in a vertical position for a wick. When the oil is first made, it has a sweet, rich taste, but in such a hot climate it soon becomes extremely rancid, and that used for cooking should not be more than 2 or 3 days old. The cool, clear water which the young nuts contain is a most refreshing drink in those hot climates, far preferable, according to my taste, to the warm, muddy water usually found in all lowlands within the tropics. Especially can one appreciate it when, exposed to the burning sun on a low coral island, he longs for a single draught from the cold sparkling streams among his native New England hills. He looks around him and realizes that he is surrounded by the salt waters of the ocean. Then one of his dark attendants, divining his desire, climbs the smooth trunk of a lofty palm, and brings down, apparently from the sky, a nectar delicious enough for the gods. This tree is of such importance to the natives that the Dutch officials are required to ascertain as nearly as possible the number of them in their several districts. In 1861 there were in Java and Madura nearly 20 millions of these trees, or more than 3 to every 2 natives. Near the coconut grows the pandanus, or screw pine, which may be correctly described as a trunk with branches at both ends. There are 2 species of it widely distributed over the archipelago. The flowers of one, the P. odoratissimus, are very fragrant and highly prized among the Malays. In some places mats and baskets are made from its leaves. Its woody fruit is of a spherical form, from 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and its surface is divided with geometrical precision by projections of a pointed pyramidal or diamond shape. On the lowlands, back from the shore, where the soil has been enriched with vegetable mold, the banana thrives. Unlike the coconut tree, it is seldom seen where it has not been planted by the hand of man. The traveler, therefore, who is worn out with his long wanderings through the thick, almost impassable, jungles, beholds with delight the long, green, drooping leaves of this tree. He knows that he is near some native hut where he can find a shelter from the hot sun, and slake his thirst with the water of the cocoa nut, and appease his hunger on bananas and boiled rice, a simple and literally a frugal meal. Out of the midst of these drooping leaves hangs down the top of the main stem, with its fruit decreasing in size to the end. Some near the base are already changing from a dark green to a bright golden yellow. Those are filled with delicious juices, and they melt in your mouth like a delicately flavored cream. Such bananas as can be purchased in our markets have been so bruised, and taste so little like this fruit at its home in the tropics, or at least in the East Indian Islands, that they scarcely serve to remind one of what he has been accustomed to enjoy. The number of the varieties of bananas and the difference between them is as great as among apples in our own land. Botanists call this tree the Musa paradisiaca, for its fruit is so constantly ripening throughout the year, and is such a common article of food, that it corresponds well to the tree that yielded her fruit every month, and whose leaves were for the healing of the nations. Besides these plants, there are also seen on the lowlands Aroideae, Amaranthaceae, papilionaceous or leguminous plants, and poisonous Euphorbiaceae. The pawpaw, Carica papaya, thrives luxuriantly on most soils. The natives are always fond of it, and I found it a most palatable fruit, but the Europeans in the East generally consider it a too coarse or common fruit to be placed on the table. It was evidently introduced by the Portuguese and Spanish from the West Indies, and the Malay name papaya comes from the Spanish papaya. At the height of 1,000 feet ferns appear in very considerable numbers, and here also the useful bamboo grows in abundance, though it is found all the way down to the level of the sea. Practically this is a tree, but botanically it is grass, though it sometimes attains a height of 70 or 80 feet. It is used by the natives for the walls of their huts. For this purpose it is split open and pressed out flat, and other perpendicular and horizontal pieces hold it in place. It is also used for masts, spear handles, baskets, vessels of all kinds, and for so many other necessary articles, that it seems almost indispensable to them. Its outer surface becomes so hard when partially burned, that it will take a sharp, almost cutting edge, and the weapons of the natives were probably all made in this manner previous to the introduction of iron. At the present time sharpened stakes, ranjaws, of this kind are driven into the ground in the tall grass surrounding a ladang or garden, so that any native with naked feet, except the owner, will spear himself in attempting to approach. I saw one man, on the island of Bum, who had received a frightful, ragged wound in this way. Above 1,000 feet the palms, bananas, and papilionaceous plants become fewer, and are replaced by the lofty fig or waring-in, which, with its high top and long branches, rivals the magnificent palms by the seashore. The liquid amber also accompanies the fig. Orchidaceous plants of the most wonderful forms appear on the forest trees, and are fastened to them so closely, that they seem to be parts of them. Here the ferns also are seen in great variety. Laurenthaceae and Melanostomaceae are found in this zone. To this region belongs the beautiful cottonwood tree. Its trunk is seldom more than 10 or 12 inches in diameter, and rises up almost perpendicularly 30 feet. The bark is of a light olive green, and remarkably smooth and fair. The limbs shoot out in whorls at right angles to the trunk, and, as they are separated by a considerable space, their open foliage is in strong contrast to the dark, dense jungle out of which they usually rise. They thrive well also along the banks of rivers. In Java these trees are frequently used as telegraph posts, a purpose for which they are admirably adapted on account of their regularity. Besides, anything but a living post would quickly decay in these tropical lands. The fruit is a pod, and the fibrous substance it yields is quite like cotton. I found it very suitable for stuffing birds. Over this region of the fig comes that of oaks and laurels. Orchidaceous plants and melastomach are more abundant here. Above 5 or 6,000 feet are rubiaceae, heaths, and cone-bearing trees, and from this region we pass up into one where small ferns abound, and lichens and mosses cover the rocks and hang from the trees. The tropical world is now beneath us, and we are in the temperate zone. The tops of all those volcanic mountains that are still in a state of eruption are usually bare, and in others so large a quantity of the sulfur they produce is washed down their sides by the rains that the vegetation is frequently destroyed for some distance below their summits. One of the great privileges of a residence in the tropics is to enjoy the delicious fruits of those regions in all their perfection. Of all those fruits, in my opinion, the mangosteen ought unquestionably to be considered the first. This tree, a Garcinia, is about the size of a pear tree. Its Malay name is mangusta, whence our own, but it is more generally known in the archipelago by the Javanese name manggis. It flourishes in most of the islands from the south coast of Java to Mindanao, the southernmost of the Philippines. On the continent it yields well as far up the peninsula of Malacca as Bangkok, in Siam, and in the interior to 16 degrees N, but on the coast of the Bay of Bengal only to 14 degrees north. The attempts to introduce it into India have failed, but the fruit is sometimes sent from Singapore after it has been carefully coated with wax to exclude the air. In Ceylon they have only partially succeeded in cultivating it. All the trials to raise it in the West Indies have proved unsuccessful, so that this, the best of all tropical fruits, is never seen on our continent. Its limited geographical range is the more remarkable, for it is frequently seen flourishing in the East Indian Islands on all kinds of soils, and there is reason to suppose that it has been introduced into the Philippines within a comparatively late period, for in 1685 Dampier did not notice it on Mindanao. The fruit is of a spherical form, and a reddish-brown color. The outer part is a thick, tough covering containing a white, opaque center an inch or more in diameter. This is divided into 4 or 5 parts, each of which usually contains a small seed. This white part has a slightly sweet taste, and a rich yet delicate flavor, which is entirely peculiar to itself. It tastes perhaps more like the white interior of a checkerberry than any other fruit in our temperate climate. The thick covering is dried by the natives and used for an astringent. Fruit market. Several fruits claim the second place in this scale. Some Europeans would place the rambutan next the mangosteen, and others would prefer the mango or the duku. The rambutan, Nephalium lapaceum, is nearly as large as an apple tree. The fruit is globular in form, and an inch or an inch and a half in diameter. The outside is a bright red rind, ornamented with coarse, scattered bristles. Within is a semi-transparent pulp, of a slightly acid taste, surrounding the seed. This tree, like the durian and the mangosteen, is wholly confined to the archipelago, and its acid fruit is most refreshing in those hot lands. At Batavia it is so abundant in February and March, that great quantities almost line the streets in the market parts of the city, and small boats are seen filled to overflowing with this bright, strawberry-colored fruit. The mango tree, Mangifera indica, is a large, thickly branching tree, with bright green leaves. Its fruit is of an elliptical form, and contains a flat stone of the same shape. Before it is ripe it is so keenly acid, that it needs only to be preserved in salt water to be a nice pickle for the table, especially with the universal curry. As it ripens, the interior changes from green to white, and then to a bright yellow. A tough outer skin being removed, there is seen a soft, almost pulpy, but somewhat fibrous mass within. Some of these fruits are extremely rich, and quite aromatic, while others have a sharp smack of turpentine. They even vary greatly in two localities, which may be but a few miles apart. Rumpius informs us that it was introduced into the Moluccas by the Dutch in 1655. It has also been introduced into Zanzibar and Madagascar. When the Spaniards first visited the Philippines it was not noticed, but now it is very common in those islands, and considerable quantities of it are shipped to China, where I was frequently assured it was very delicious, but those who have tasted this or any other tropical fruit from only one locality are by no means competent judges. At Singapore I found some very nice ones that had been brought down from Siam. It also flourishes in India, and Mr. Crawford thinks, from the fact that the Malay and Javanese names are evidently only corruptions of the old Sanskrit, that it was originally brought into the archipelago from the continent, and should not be regarded as indigenous. The tuku is another highly esteemed fruit. The tree is tall, and bears a loose foliage. From its trunk and limbs little branchlets grow out, bearing in long clusters the fruit, which is about the size of a robin's egg. The outer coating of this fruit is thin and leathery, and of a dull yellow color. This contains several long seeds, surrounded by a transparent pulp, which is sweet or pleasantly acid. The seeds themselves are intensely bitter. The natives, however, invariably prefer the durian to all other fruits. The Duriozypthanus is a very large tree. Its fruit is spherical in form, 6 or 8 inches in diameter, and generally covered with many sharply pointed tubercles. This exterior is a hard shell. Within it is divided into several parts. On breaking the shell, a seed, as large as a chestnut, is found in each division, surrounded by a pale yellow substance of the consistency of thick cream, and having an odor of putrid animal matter, so strong that a single fruit is enough to infect the air in a large house. In the season for this fruit the whole atmosphere in the native villages is filled with this detestable odor. The taste of this soft, salvy, half-clotted substance is well described by Mr. Crawford as like fresh cream and filberts. It seems paradoxical to state that the same substance may violate a man's sense of smell, and yet gratify his sense of taste at the same time, but the natives certainly are most passionately fond of it, and I once met a foreigner who assured me that when he had once smelled this fruit he could never be satisfied till he had eaten some of it. Its simple odor is generally quite enough for all Europeans. It thrives well in Sumatra, Java, the Spice Islands and Celebes, and is found as far north as Mindanao. On the continent forests of it exist on the Malay Peninsula, and it is successfully raised as far north in Siam as the 13th or 14th parallel. On the coast of the Bay of Bengal it is grown as far north as Tenasserim, in lat 14 degrees north. It flourishes well on all the kinds of soils in this area, but all attempts have failed to introduce it into India and also into the West Indies. Its Malay name durian comes from duri, a thorn, and is thus applied on account of the sharp, thorny points of the pyramidal tubercles that cover its shell. The fact, that the Malay name is the one used wherever the fruit is known, indicates that it originated in a Malay country, and this view is strengthened by the circumstance that, while I was crossing Sumatra, I passed through large forests mostly composed of these trees in the highlands near the sources of the Palembang River. Another far-famed fruit is the breadfruit. It grows on a tree, the Artocarpus incisa, which attains a height of 40 or 50 feet. It will be noticed at once by the stranger, on account of its enormous, sharply lobed leaves, which are frequently a foot wide and a foot and a half long. The fruit has nearly the form of a melon, and is attached by its stem directly to the trunk or limbs. It is regarded of little value by the Malays, but farther east, in the Society Islands, and other parts of the South Sea, it furnishes the natives with their chief sustenance. Just before it is ripe it is cut into slices and fried, and eaten with a thick, black molasses, obtained by boiling down the sap of the gomuti palm. When prepared in this manner it tastes somewhat like a potato, except that it is very fibrous. The seeds of this fruit in the South Sea are said, when roasted, to be as nice as chestnuts, but I never saw the Malays make any use of them. From the Pacific Islands it has been introduced into the West Indies and tropical America. Another species of this genus, the A. integrifolia, bears the huge jackfruit, which very closely resembles the breadfruit. Sometimes it attains a weight of nearly 75 pounds, so that one is a good load for a coolie. The only part which the natives eat is a sweet, pulpy substance enveloping each seed. June 16th. This morning the gigantic mountain on Bali, Gunung Agung, or the Great Mountain, towered up abeam of us against the southern sky. According to Mr. Crawford, it attains an elevation of 12,379 feet, or 433 feet higher than the far-famed peak of Tenerife. These mountains are only a continuation of the chain which traverses Java, and Bali may be regarded as almost a part of Java, as it has quite the same flora and fauna, and is only separated from that island by a narrow strait. Here the Asiatic fauna of Sumatra, Borneo, and Java reaches its most eastern boundary. On Lombok, the next island eastward, a wholly different fauna is seen, having well-marked affinities with that of Australia. According to the traditions of the Javanese, Sumatra, Java, Bali, Lombok, and Sumbawa, were all formerly united, and afterward separated into 9 different parts, and when 3,000 rainy seasons shall have passed away they will be reunited. The dates of these separations are given as follows: Palembang, the eastern end of Sumatra, from Java, AD 1192. Bali from Balambangan, the eastern end of Java, AD 1282. Lombok from Sumbawa, AD 1350. All these dates are absurdly recent, and besides, the separations, in all probability, did not occur in the order given above. When we compare the fauna of the continent with that of Sumatra, Java, and Borneo, we find that Sumatra has the greatest number of species identical with those of the peninsula of Malacca, that Borneo has a somewhat less proportion, and that Java has the largest number peculiar to itself. Thence we conclude that Java was the first of these islands that was separated from the continent, that Borneo was next detached, and Sumatra at the latest period. Bali was probably separated from Java at a yet more recent date. Mr. Sclater was the first to notice the fact that the dividing line between the Asiatic fauna and that of Australia must be drawn down the Strait of Macassar, and this observation has only been confirmed by all who have collected in those regions since. Mr. A. R. Wallace further ascertained that this line should be continued southward, through the Strait of Lombok, between the island of that name and Bali. He visited the latter island, and thus contrasts its birds with those of Lombok. In Bali we have barbets, fruit thrushes, and woodpeckers. On passing over to Lombok these are seen no more, but we have an abundance of cockatoos, honeysuckers, and brush turkeys, Megapodiidae, which are equally unknown in Bali, and every island farther west. The strait here is but 15 miles wide, so that we may pass in 2 hours from one great division of the earth to another, differing as essentially in their animal life as Europe does from America. The royal tiger of Sumatra and Java is also found on that part of Bali nearest Java, but neither this nor any other feline animal exists on Lombok. Monkeys, squirrels, civets, and others are seen west of this dividing line, but not east of it. Wild hogs are distributed over all the larger islands from Sumatra to New Guinea, and even occur as far eastward as Ceram. The flora of these islands is not divided in this manner, but maintains quite the same character from the northern end of Timor to the eastern end of Java. In 1845 Mr. Earle pointed out the fact that Java, Sumatra, and Borneo, all stand on a plateau which is only covered by a shallow sea. They therefore not only were formerly connected, as the similarity of their faunae shows, but are at the present day, and a line on the map, which indicates where the sea reaches a depth of 100 fathoms, shows exactly where the great basins of the Pacific and Indian Oceans really begin. Northward this line unites the Philippines to Asia, and also proves that Formosa, the Luchu and Japanese islands, and the Kuriles, are all parts of the same great continent. Judging from what is known of their fauna, Mr. Wallace thinks the separation of the Philippines from the continent occurred before that of Java, and since that epoch they have undergone very considerable changes in their physical geography. In 1478, when the Hindu religion was driven out of Java, it took refuge in Bali, where it exists to the present day. The natives here, as in India, are divided into 4 castes. The first and highest includes only the priests, the second, the soldiers, the third, the merchants, and the fourth, and lowest, comprises the common laborers. According to Mr. Crawford, who visited the island, the wives of the soldiers frequently sacrifice themselves by stabbing with the kris, and the body is afterward burned, and with the princes, the sacrifice of 1 or 2 women is indispensable. The high mountains on Bali contain a number of lakes or tarns, which supply many streams, and the natives are thus enabled to irrigate their lands so completely, that about 20,000 tons of rice are annually exported to other parts of the archipelago, after a population of nearly 750,000 is supplied. In 1861 Java had only a population of 325 to a square mile, while Bali was supposed to have nearly 500, and it is probably the most densely populated island in these seas at the present time. The Hindu religion also prevails over a part of Lombok. On this island a huge mountain rises up, according to the trigonometrical measurements of Baron van Carnby, to a height of 12,360 English feet, and probably overtops every other lofty peak in the whole archipelago. Chapter 4. Celebes and Timor. June 18th we anchored this evening close into the coast of Celebes on a shallow plateau, which is really only a slightly submerged part of the island itself. This word Celebes is not of native origin, and was probably introduced by the Portuguese, who were the earliest Europeans that visited this island. It first appears in the historical and descriptive writings of de Barros 14, who informs us that it was not discovered until 1525, 14 years after the Portuguese first came to the Moluccas, but at that time they were only anxious to find the regions where the clove and the nutmeg grew. Afterward they were induced to search for this island from the rumors that came of the gold found here, and, indeed, to this day, gold is obtained in the northern and southwestern peninsulas. At first, Celebes was supposed to consist of many islands, and this belief appears to have given it a name in a plural form. It consists of a small, irregular, central area and 4 long limbs or peninsulas, and Decato 15 very aptly describes it as resembling in form a huge grasshopper. 2 of these peninsulas extend to the south, and are separated from each other by the Gulf of Bonny. One takes an easterly direction, and the other stretches away 6 degrees to the north and northeast. In the southwest peninsula, which is the only one that has been completely explored, 2 languages are spoken: the Mankasara, in the native tongue, or Mankasa, in the Malay, of which word, Makassar, the name of the Dutch capital, is only a corruption, and the Wuji or Budgie, which was originally more particularly limited to the coast of the Gulf of Bonny. North of Makassar, in the most western part of the island, is another people, the Mandar, who speak another language. On the island of Bhutan, which ought to be considered a part of the peninsula east of the Gulf of Bonny, another language is spoken. The eastern peninsula is unexplored. The northern contains the people speaking the Gorontalo and the Manado languages. The primitive religion of most of these natives is supposed to have been some form of Hinduism. Decato says, they have no temples, but pray looking up to the skies with their heads raised, which he regards as conclusive evidence that they had a knowledge of the true God. According to the records of the Makassar people, the Mohammedan religion was first taught them by a native of Minangkabau, a province on the plateau in the interior of Sumatra, north of the present city of Padang. This occurred just before the arrival of the Portuguese in 1525, and the native annals say that the doctrine of the false prophet and of Christianity were presented to the Prince of Makassar at the same time, and that his advisors pressed him to accept Mohammedanism, because God would not allow error to arrive before truth. In the interior live a people called by the coast tribes Turaju, who are represented as head hunters, and even cannibals. Barbosa 17 makes a similar statement in regard to all the natives of this island in his time. He says, when they came to the Moluccas to trade, they were accustomed to ask the king of those islands to kindly deliver up to them the persons he had condemned to death, that they might gratify their palates on the bodies of such unfortunates, as if asking for a hog. As we steamed up the coast to Makassar, the mountains in the interior came grandly into view. They appear much more connected into chains than in Java. One of them, Lampo Badung, rises to a height of 8,200 feet above the sea, and is probably the loftiest peak on the whole island. The harbor of Makassar is formed by a long, curving coral reef, with its convex side from the shore. At a few places this reef rises above the surface of the water and forms low islands, but, in the heavy gales of the western monsoon, the sea frequently breaks over it into the road with such violence as to drive most of the native praus on shore. Near it were fleets of fishing boats, and this was the first place in these tropical seas where I found a fish that, according to my taste, was as nice as those which come from the cold waters that bathe our New England shores. In the road were many praus of 40 or 50 tons burden, and some even twice as large. In the beginning of the western monsoon they go in great numbers to the Aru Islands, the principal rendezvous 18 for the people of Ceram, Goram, the Key Islands, Tenimber, Baba, and the adjacent coast of New Guinea. Mr. Wallace, who was particularly seeking the birds of paradise, went in one of these rude vessels to the Arus, a distance of 1,000 miles. When Mr. Jukes was at Port Essington, in January, 1845, 2 of these praus were there. One had made the passage from Makassar in 10, and another in 15 days. But, on these long voyages, many never return. In the last of the month a third came into that port and reported that 4 others, more than had arrived safely, had just foundered during a heavy gale, and that the crew of only one was salved. Many go every year to the islands off the eastern end of Ceram and to the neighboring coast of Papua, and sometimes along its northern shores to Geelvink Bay. These long voyages indicate that the Bugis are now what the Malays were when the Portuguese first came to the east, namely, the great navigators and traders of the archipelago. They carry to all these localities English calicos and cotton goods of their own manufacture, also Chinese gongs and large quantities of arak. They bring in return tortoise shell, mother of pearl shell, pearls, birds of paradise, and tripang, which appears to be the common Malay name for all kinds of holothurians, or sea cucumbers. These latter animals abound on every coral reef throughout the archipelago, just above and below low water level. As many as 20 different sorts are recognized of perhaps half as many species. That kind is considered the most valuable which is found on the banks of coral sand which are bare, or nearly bare, at low tide, and are covered with a short, green seaweed. After the animals are collected, the intestines are removed, and they are boiled in sea water, in some places with the leaves of the pawpaw, and in others with the bark of a mangrove tree which gives them a bright red color. After they have been boiled, they are buried in the ground till the next day, when they are spread out to dry in the sun. Sometimes they are not buried in the ground, but dried at once on a framework of bamboo splints over a fire. They are now ready to be shipped to China, the only market for this disgusting article. There the Celestials make of them one of their many favorite soups. It is said that the Chinese cooks boil them sometime with pieces of sugar cane to partially neutralize their rank flavor. Many are also gathered in the Gulf of Siam and sent up the China Sea. Mr. Crawford has been unable to discover any mention of tripang by the Portuguese writers, and this he regards as one proof, among others, that the Chinese, who chiefly carry on this trade, had not yet settled in the archipelago when the Portuguese first appeared in it. There are yearly shipped from Macassar some 14,000 pickles of this article, of a value of nearly $600,000. A few cargoes, chiefly of coffee, from Minato and the interior, are exported each year directly to Europe, but ships usually have to go to China for a return freight. In 1847 Macassar was made a free port, in imitation of Singapore. Our steamer came alongside a well-built iron pier, the only one of any kind I had yet seen in the East. Though the mail then came but once a month, there seemed to be no great excitement. A small group of soldiers, with red and yellow epaulets, came down and looked on in a most unconcerned manner, while a number of coolies gathered and began carrying the cargo on shore, for trucks and drays are modern innovations that have not yet appeared in these distant regions, not even to any considerable degree in Batavia. The sea water here is remarkably pure and clear. As we were hauling into the pier, several boys kept swimming round and round the ship, and shouting out, "Keping tuum, keping tuan," that is, "A small piece of money, sir, a small piece of money, sir," and I found that when I threw a copper coin as large as a cent, so that it would strike the water edgewise, even at a distance of 10 feet from them, someone would invariably catch it before it reached the bottom. This is quite as wonderful skill as is shown by any of the natives in the South Seas. From the pier a street leads up to a large common, and on the right side is Fort Rotterdam, which was built soon after 1640, when the Dutch first formed a settlement on the island, though they had been trading with the natives since 1607. In 1660 they had driven away their rivals the Portuguese, had conquered the natives of Macassar, and fully established their authority over all this part of the island. Opposite the fort is the Sociëteit, or clubhouse, for every place of any considerable size in the Netherlands. India has one or two of these pleasant resorts, where newspapers and periodicals are received, and all the social Europeans gather in the cool evenings to enjoy a small glass of gin with bitters or a potje van beer, in just the way that Irving pictures the happy moments of Rip Van Winkle. Any member may introduce a stranger, who is at once considered one of the fraternity, and I formed many pleasant acquaintances and passed many pleasant hours in this way. Beyond the clubhouse, on a street beautifully shaded with tamarind trees, are the hotel and residence of the governor. I called on him, for, as I was traveling under the patronage of the government, it was expected that I should present myself before the highest official of each place that I might chance to visit, and thus express my sense of the kindness of the government toward me, and, at the same time, do what the etiquette of the land required. The governor here most kindly offered me post horses free, if I would stop and travel in the territory under his immediate command. After the heat of the day was past, two of my merchant friends gave me a ride through the town, and a mile or two out into the adjoining country, to visit the tombs of the native princes who ruled that region before the arrival of Europeans. These tombs had, originally, been enclosed in a house, but the roof was already gone, and the walls were rapidly crumbling away. At the foot and head of each grave was a square pillar. Nearby were the ruins of a building which may have been the residence of one of these princes. It was, like the house enclosing the tombs, about 30 feet square, with an entrance on one side. In the front and right and left sides, were two ranges of holes, probably designed for windows. The upper ones were small, but the lower ones were 1.5 feet in diameter. Its walls were 18 inches thick, and of the common coral rock. Several steps led up to the entrance, and this and the windows were grotesquely ornamented. Decato informs us that these people were accustomed to burn their dead, and collect the ashes in urns, which they inter in separate fields, where they erect chapels, and for a year the relatives bring food, which they place on their tombs, and which the dogs, cats, and birds carry off. We then took a delightful walk through the adjoining forest of waringan trees and cocoa-nut and betel-nut palms, and again I wished I could have photographic views of the scenery around us to show to my friends, for words utterly fail to convey any idea of the rich grouping of the palms and shrubbery, and festooning vines about us, as the setting sun shot into the luxuriant foliage long, horizontal pencils of golden light. Here we found the coffee tree growing wild, and nearby we came to the tomb of a rich native merchant. It was a low, square building, surmounted by a dome, and the whole enclosed by a wall about 2 feet high, whose outer surface was covered with blue plates of porcelain. As we approached, a monotonous, nasal chanting greeted our ears. It was made by a native priest, who was repeating long prayers from the Quran, by the grave of his departed friends. The notes of his minor, melancholy chant echoed and re-echoed widely through the quiet forest, and were the more impressive because they seemed to come from the abode of the dead. He invited us in, and showed us his books, which were written by hand, and yet all the characters were as neat and regular as copper plate. In the grounds was a pawpaw tree with a branch which bore at its summit leaves and fruit like the parent stem. On the 20th of June we sailed for Kupang, a port near the southern end of the island of Timor. The southern extremity of the southwestern peninsula of Celebes is low, with mountains of moderate height rising in the interior. As we steamed past it on our way southward to Sapi Strait, between Sumbawa on one side and Komodo and Flores 19 on the other, we found that the eastern monsoon had already freshened to a strong breeze, but it was steady, and the sky and sea reminded one of the trades. Many flying fish sprang out of the sea, as if too happy to remain in their more proper element. On the second morning from Makassar, Gunung Api, the burning mountain, rose up majestically before us. Its high top, 5,800 feet above the level of the sea, was hidden by horizontal clouds, strati, which parted while we were observing the mountain, and let down a band of bright sunlight over its dark sides. It is not a single but a double peak, the one to the northwest appearing from the deep valleys and ravines in its sides to be the older. On the eastern flanks of this peak, near the shore, there appears to be an old crater, whose outer wall has been washed away by the sea. For 1/3 of the distance from the shore to the top of this peak there is some shrubbery in the bottoms of the deep ravines, but the remaining 2/3 are quite bare. At its top, this mountain ends in a small truncated cone. The southwestern peak seems to have recently formed, for, from its top down to the shore, on the southeast side, there is one continuous sheet of fine volcanic materials, scored only by narrow grooves with perpendicular sides. When viewed in profile, the unbroken sweep of its sides, from its summit to the sea, was most majestic. It was so regular, that it was difficult to believe it had not been shaped by the hand of man. By this time we were in the midst of the strait between Sumbawa and Komodo, and soon we passed on the left-hand Gilibanta, whose highest point is only 1,200 feet above the sea. Its name in Javanese means the one that disputes the way. It is merely the remnant of an old crater, whose northwestern wall has disappeared beneath the sea. The southerly dip of the successive overflows of lava was plainly to be seen. On our right was Sumbawa, with its high mountains, and near its southeastern end is Sapi, or Cattle Bay, which gives its name to the strait. In a peninsula on the northern side of this island is Mount Tambura, which suffered such a terrible eruption, and caused so much destruction of human life, in 1815. The first intimation that the people of Java received of this frightful phenomenon was a series of explosions, so closely resembling the reports of cannon, that at Yogyakarta, in Java, a distance of 480 miles, troops were marched toward a neighboring post that was supposed to have been attacked. At Surabaya, gunboats were sent out to assist ships that were thought to be trying to defend themselves against pirates in the Madura Strait, and at two places on the coast, boats put off to search for ships that were imagined to be in distress. These reports occurred on the 5th of April, and continued for 5 days, when the sky over the eastern part of Java began to be darkened by falling ashes, and for 4 days they could not see the sun. Mr. Crawford says that at Surabaya the sky for several months did not become as clear as it usually is in the southeast monsoon. Northward from Sumbawa the reports accompanying this eruption were heard as far as the island of Ternate, near Jalilo, a distance of 720 geographical miles, and so distinctly, that the residents sent out a boat to look for the ship which was supposed to have been firing signals. To the westward these reports were heard at Moko Moko, a post near Bengkolan, which is no less than 970 geographical miles in a right line as far as from New York to the Keys off the southern extremity of Florida. The ashes that were poured into the air during this eruption fell to the eastward, or against the prevailing wind, as far as the middle of Flores, about 210 geographical miles, and westward on Java, in the mountains of Cirebon, about 270 miles from the volcano. So great was the quantity of ashes thrown out at this time, that it is estimated that on the island of Lombok, about 90 miles distant, 44,000 persons perished in the famine that followed. Dr. Jung-hoon thinks that, within a circle described by a radius of 210 miles, the average depth of the ashes was at least 2 feet. This mountain, therefore, must have ejected several times its own mass, and yet no subsidence has been noticed in the adjoining area, and the only change that has been observed is, that during the eruption Tomboro lost 2/3 of its previous height. 20 The captain of a ship dispatched from Makassar to the scene of this terrible phenomenon states, on approaching the coast, I passed through great quantities of pumice stone floating on the sea, which had at first the appearance of shoals, so much so that I sent a boat to examine one, which, at the distance of less than a mile, I took for a dry sand bank, upward of 3 miles in length, with black rocks in several parts of it. This is the kind of stones I saw floating over the sea as we were approaching the Strait of Sunda. Besides the quantities of this porous, foam-like lava, that are thrown directly into the sea by such eruptions, great quantities remain on the sides of the volcano, and on the surrounding mountains, and much of that is conveyed, during the rainy monsoon, by the rivers to the ocean. The land at the southeast extremity of Sumbawa appears to be composed of a light-colored clay, the strata of which have been greatly plicated. Several ugly rocks rise in this strait. The largest is named, in the native tongue, the Eye of the Devil, and it winked at us most wickedly out of the white surf as we passed. While in the Java Sea, before entering the strait, we had only light winds, but, as we came into the Indian Ocean, we experienced a strong breeze from the southeast. The current, which had been with us and against the wind, was met off the southwest promontory of Flores by a current with the wind from the east, and at once the sea rose up into pyramidal masses, or formed waves that rolled over and broke against the wind, like those from the windward quarter of a ship which is sailing on a wind. High mountains also line the Comodo and Flores side, but the scenery became especially grand as we rounded the southwest promontory of the latter island. It reminded me of the pictures of the precipitous coast of Scotland, except that, while those rocks are all bare, these are all covered with the trailing plants that have gained a foothold in the crevices of these precipices. Flores is also called End, from the principal port of that name on its southern coast. The trade of this place is mostly with Sandalwood Island. It is also called Mangarai, the name of the chief place on its northern shore. The people of the latter port trade mostly with the Bugis and Malays. In the coves and bays on the northern coast near the strait many pirates formerly took shelter. They were merely Malays or Bugis from Bali, Sumbawa, or Celebes. In the interior there is a people whose hair is frizzled. A similar one also live in the interior and mountainous part of Solar, Pinter, Lambada, and Ambe. Those living on the sea coast belong to the brown or Malay race. On the south coast there is a tribe called Raka, who are reported to be the worst kind of cannibals, accustomed not only to devour their enemies, but the bodies of their deceased relatives. At sunset we could just discern the outline of Sumba or Sandalwood Island. It appeared uniformly high, as it has always been described. Mr. Jukes passed near its southeast point, while on a voyage in Her Britannic Majesty's ship Fly from northern Australia to Surabaya. He describes it as composed of ranges of hills that rise immediately from the sea to a height of 2,000 feet. The strata of these hills are nearly level, and appeared to be composed of comminuted coral. This would indicate that the island had undergone a great elevation during the later Tertiary period. It is probably composed mostly of volcanic rocks, like the adjacent islands. Its area is about 4,000 geographical square miles. The most frequented harbor is near the middle of the northern shore. Vessels go there from Surabaya, in the latter part of the western monsoon, to purchase the active little ponies peculiar to this island, and return in the beginning of the eastern monsoon, after having remained there about 3 months. These horses are considered more valuable than those from any other part of the archipelago, except the Bata lands, in the interior of Sumatra. When a ship arrives, her crew at once scatter over the whole island, visiting all the various kampongs, or villages, to make their purchases. A Dutch officer, who has traveled over the island, informs me that these people have quite different features from the natives of the adjoining island of Savua, especially the females, whose faces are much broader. They are said to have a peculiar language, and to be a separate nation, but I judge from all I could learn that they form merely a subdivision of the Malay family. The captain of an American whale ship, which was wrecked on one of the southern points, complained to me that the natives stole everything he brought on shore, and threatened him and his crew with violence, but I think it was only because he could not speak Malay, and because each party misunderstood the intentions of the other. At noon the next day we saw the lofty peak of Mount Ramba rising up on Flores. It is said to be only 7,000 feet in height, but it appeared to us as high as Mount Slamet in Java. At the eastern end of the island, opposite Adnara and Solar, is a small Portuguese settlement, called Larantuka. The extreme length of the island is about 200 geographical miles, and its area a fraction larger than Sandalwood Island. It yields much sandalwood, and the natives state that copper is found there, but gold and iron are not known to occur. While in this part of the Indian Ocean, generally in the morning, we had strong breezes from the southeast, which moderated at noon, and increased again at sunset. They varied considerably in the hour they began, and in their strength and duration, and were quite unlike the steady trades. At 2 p.m., on our third day from Makassar, we sighted the island of Simau, off the Bay of Kupang. Its northern end is only a rock, sparsely covered with trees. It has no mountains, and most of its beaches are composed of coral sand. After dark that evening we anchored near the village of Kupang, which is situated on the south side of a great bay, some 12 miles wide and 20 long. This is a fine harbor now in the eastern monsoon, but during the western monsoon it is so slightly protected by the northern end of Simau that the sea may be said to roll directly in from the open ocean. At such times the steamer is obliged to seek a partial shelter under the lee of a small island on the north side of the bay. Whalers, and merchant ships bound to and from China in the western monsoon, however, frequently call here, because it is the only harbor of any kind near the southern end of the island. If the projected line of steamers between northern Australia, Surabaya, Batavia, and Singapore, is established, this port would be one of the places they would visit. The village is situated on a sandy beach, that is terminated on either hand by cliffs of coral rock, which the sea has worn out into caves and small projecting points of the most grotesque forms. It has a population estimated at from 6 to 7,000. Its chief exports are tripang, beeswax from the interior, and a sandalwood, which is said to be the best in the whole archipelago. They raise several kinds of the nicest oranges. The mandarin orange, probably brought originally from China, is the most delicious of any kind of this fruit that I ever tasted. I doubt very much whether our West India Islands, or Sicily, or any other part of the world, can compete with Timor in the rich flavor of its oranges. The hills around the village are only covered with a scanty vegetation, through which the coral rock outcrops, and in every direction the whole country, except in the valleys, presents a most barren and uninviting aspect, compared to the richly clothed shores of Java, and most of the other islands we have seen. Indeed, none of the hills and high ridges throughout all the southern half of the island are covered with such dense forests as are seen in the eastern and northern parts of Java, and the middle and northern parts of Celebes, and over all the higher parts of Borneo and Sumatra. As we passed through Sapi Strait, I noticed that, although both shores were green, yet forests appeared to be wanting both on Sumbawa and Flores, and this is also said to be true of Sandalwood Island. It is also asserted that this is somewhat the condition of the eastern end of Java and the southern end of Celebes. Probably the cause of this partial sterility is chiefly owing to the circumstance that the southeast monsoon, which continues here most of the year, from about March till November, comes over the dry, desert-like interior of Australia, and does not become saturated with moisture on its passage over the Arafura Sea. Most of the precipitation, therefore, that does take place on Timor, must occur on the southeast side of the watershed, and it is possible that extensive forests may exist on that part of the island. The northern half of the island, which is owned by the Portuguese, is far more fertile, and if it were thickly inhabited, and properly cultivated, might yield large crops of coffee. On landing, the most surprising of all the objects that meet the eye are the natives. At that time there were at least 6 different kinds in this same village, besides descendants of Malay mothers, and Chinese, Portuguese, Dutch, English, and probably American fathers, of every possible degree of mixture, a perfect Gordian knot for the ablest ethnologist. Each of these varieties of natives had some peculiarity in dress, and one wore the hair long and frizzled, but I doubt whether they could be referred to the true Papuan type. They appeared to be fair specimens of the Aborigines, who have been already mentioned as inhabiting the interior of Flores, Solar, Amlata, Pinter, and Ambe. The natives of Savu are described as belonging to this same group, which Mr. Crawford calls the Negro-Malayan race. The Raja of Savu was at Kupang while we were there, and certainly was nearly of pure Malay blood. Contrary to what would be supposed, from its position, the island of Roti, off the southern end of Timor, is inhabited by a lank-haired race, who are probably Malays. They were represented to me, by the resident of Kupang, as a most peaceable people, and very different in this respect from the wild natives of Timor. On the southeast coast of Timor, near Mount Elias, there is said to be a tribe of black people whose hair is frizzled, and, instead of being evenly distributed over the scalp, is collected into little tufts, a characteristic which seems to separate the Papuans from all other people. Mr. Earl says 21 that some of the people on the tableland back of Dili have opaque yellow complexions, the exposed parts of the skin being covered with light brown spots or freckles. 22 and the hair is straight, fine, and of a reddish hue, or dark auburn color. Every intermediate variety of hair and complexion between this and the black, or deep chocolate color, and the short tufted hair of the mountain Papuan, is found in Timor. This statement would indicate that all the intermediate shades of difference were the results of a mixture of the Malayan and Papuan blood, and this seems to be the probable origin of the whole Negro-Malayan race. Its position in that part of the archipelago nearest Papua is in entire accordance with this hypothesis. Tradition says that the Raja of Kupang formerly sacrificed a young virgin to the sharks and crocodiles once every year, but this was generally regarded as a fable, until a gentleman visited the island of Simao, some 20 years ago, and asserted that a Raja pointed out to him a place on the beach of a bay near the southeast point of that island, where it was their custom after harvest to bring sugar cane, rice, fowls, eggs, pigs, dogs, and a little child, and offer them to the evil spirits. And the Raja further declared, that he had witnessed this murderous rite himself. As we were to remain only one day, and I was chiefly interested in collecting shells, I at once engaged a Malay guide to conduct me to a village near the shore, a mile westward towards Simao. Our road was a bridle path, a few large stones having been removed, but the ragged coral rock everywhere projects so completely through the thin soil, that it was a constant wonder to me how the natives could travel barefoot with such apparent ease. We soon came to half a dozen circular huts, enclosed by a low stone wall. They were the most wretched abodes for human beings that I saw in all my journeys over the archipelago. The walls, instead of being made of boards or flattened bamboos, as in the other islands, are composed of small sticks about 3 feet high, driven into the ground. These supported a conical roof, thatched with palm leaves. Ugly-looking pigs, with long bristles on their backs, were rooting about these detestable hovels. Soon after, we passed a burial place. A low wall enclosed a small irregular plat, that was filled with earth. This contained one or more graves, each of which had for its foot and headstone small square pyramidal blocks of wood, with the apex fixed in the ground. The next village we entered contained only a dozen huts. A pack of wolf-like dogs saluted us with a fierce yelping and barking, and my attendant, after much shouting and bustle, roused the inmates of one of these miserable dwellings. The men were gone to fish, but the women and children came out to gaze at us, and when their dull apprehensions finally allowed them to realize that we had come to purchase shells, and had a good supply of small copper coins, they briskly hunted about, and soon brought me a large number of nautilus shells of enormous size. The children were nearly all entirely naked, and the women only wore a sarong, fastened at the waist and descending to the knees. This scanty clothing they supplied by coyly folding their arms across their breasts as they approached to sell their shells. Those of the nautilus, they all agreed in saying, did not come from their own shores, but from Roddy, and a gentleman, who had been along all the neighboring shores, assured me that he had seen the natives there dive for them, in about 2 fathoms at low tide, and bring them up alive, and that in this way great numbers are gathered for food. The latter part of the western monsoon, or the changing of the monsoons, was recommended to me as the most favorable time to collect these rare animals. Besides the nautilus, I obtained many species of pterocerus, strombus, and many beautiful cones and cypraeas. The coral rocks on the hills that we crossed contained specimens apparently of living species, at a height which I judge was 500 feet above the level of the sea. I marked the whole in my notebook as merely a coral reef of very recent elevation. Since returning, and comparing this observation with the careful description of that region given by Mr. Jukes 23 in his Voyage of the Fly, I find he expresses the same view, having seen this same late formation at an estimated height of 600 feet above the sea, and a plateau, which rises in the interior to the height of 1,000 feet, he also suspects is of the same origin. Mr. Schneider, however, has described a conformity about Kupang, which, from its position on the map, would seem to be identical with that seen by Mr. Jukes and myself. This formation Mr. Schneider refers to the age of the coral rag, of the Jura, in England. Other fossiliferous strata he regards as belonging to the Old Oolitic period, or the Lias, and underlying all he thinks is a diorite, or dioritic porphyry and amorphous dioritic porphyry, the last, like that found in Humboldt's Bay, on the north coast of New Guinea, and much like the amorphous dioritic porphyry of Australia. Copper veins are found more or less wherever the Jurassic beds appear, but in the greatest quantity nearest the diorite. On the evening of the 24th we steamed out of Kupang Bay, and along the northwest coast of Timor, for Dili, and all the way to that port we were so completely under the lee of the land, that we had only calms, and light airs from the southeast and east-northeast. With these light winds we always had a very clear sky, but on coming round the southwestern end of Flores, and also on entering Kupang Bay, each time when there was a strong breeze from the east, the sky was remarkably thick and hazy. Our captain, who has made many voyages, at all seasons, in these seas, informs me that the sky is almost always thick when the eastern monsoon has become strong. This coast of Timor is not low, like the north coast of Java, but rises immediately up from the sea, in a succession of hills. No gigantic and lofty peaks can be seen, as in Java, and in all the islands east to and including Ambe, the peaks along the watershed, on Timor, generally rising to not more than 4,000 or 5,000 feet, and Lacon, which is regarded as the highest in that chain, is supposed to be only 6,000. The soil appears to be very infertile, yet when the sun was approaching the western horizon, and the cumuli, floating in the pure air, slowly drew along their changing shadows over the innumerable hills and valleys, the whole scene was nearly as delightful as my first view of the tropics in coming up the Strait of Sunda. There is no road in the interior of the island, and every one who will travel the shortest distance, must go on horseback along the sandy beaches. This afternoon we passed Pilogula Batu, Sugarloaf Island. It is quite high, with steep, almost perpendicular sides, which have a white, chalky appearance, and appear to be composed of strata of coral rock, which would indicate that it had recently been elevated above the sea. At sunset we entered Ambe Passage, the one that ships from England and America usually choose when going to China in the western monsoon, and frequently when returning in the eastern monsoon. One was just then drifting down into the Indian Ocean, on her homeward voyage. This was the first vessel we had seen since we passed down Sapi Strait, and left the Java Sea. It was then nearly calm, and yet I saw flying fish come out of the water and go a considerable distance before plunging into it again, thus proving that they must sustain themselves in the air chiefly by a vibrating motion of their great pectoral fins. The sun was now sinking behind the high, dark peaks of the island of Pinter. At daylight next morning we were steaming into a little bay surrounded by hills of 1,500 to 2,000 feet. At the head of the bay and around its southern shore extended a narrow strip of level land, bordering the bases of these high hills. On the low land are two miserable forts, and a few houses and native huts. These comprise the city of Dili, the Portuguese capital in all these waters. Of all the nations in Europe, the Portuguese were the first to discover the way to the Indies by sea. Then, for a time, they enjoyed an undisputed monopoly over the eastern trade, but now the northern half of this island, the eastern end of Flores, the city of Macau in China, and Goa in Hindustan, are the only places of importance in all the east that continue in their hands. The common, or low Malay language, has been more affected by the Portuguese than any other nation, for the simple reason that those early navigators brought with them many things that were new to the Malays, who therefore adopted the Portuguese names for those articles. The last governor of this place had run away a few months before we arrived, because he had received no pay for half a year, though his salary was only 500 guilders per month, and a merchant at Macassar told me that, when he arrived at that city, he did not have the means to pay his passage back to Europe. The first inquiry, therefore, that was made, was whether we had brought a new governor. The captain's reply was, that he had but one passenger in the first cabin, and the only place he appeared to care to see in that region was the coral reef at the mouth of the harbor. The native boats that came off with bananas, coconuts, oranges, and fowls, were all very narrow, only as wide as a native at the shoulders. Each was merely a canoe, dug out of a single small tree, and built up on the sides with pieces of wood and palm leaves. They were all provided with outriggers. It was then low water, and the reef was bare. It had not been my privilege to visit a coral reef, and I was most anxious to see one, but I could not make up my mind to risk myself in such a dangerous skiff. The captain, with his usual kindness, however, offered me the use of one of his large boats, and as we neared the reef, and passed over a wide garden richly tinted with polyps, with here and there vermilion starfishes scattered about, and bright-hued fishes darting hither and thither like flashes of light, a deep thrill of pleasure ran along my nerves, which I shall never forget to the end of my days. Here in an hour I collected 3 species of beautiful starfishes, and 65 kinds of shells, almost all of the richest colors. The coral rocks, thus laid bare by the receding tide, were all black, and not white, like the fragments of coral seen on shores. This reef is scarcely covered at high water, and therefore breaks off all swell from the ocean, but, unfortunately, the entrance is narrow, and the harbor is too small for large ships. Only 2 vessels were there at that time. One was a brig from Amboina, that had come for buffaloes, or for sappies, and the other was a small topsail schooner from Macassar, that had come for coffee, which is raised in considerable quantities on the plateau back of Dili, and is brought down on the backs of horses. Long lines of them were seen ascending and descending the winding paths on the steep hillsides back of the village. These declivities were sparsely covered with trees, but a thick grove of cocoa-nut palms grew on the low land bordering the bay. The name Dili, according to Mr. Crawford, is identical with that of the Malay state on the northeastern side of Sumatra, which we call Delhi, and he suspects from this fact that this area was settled by a colony of Malays from Sumatra in the earliest times. The word Timur, in the Malay, means east, and this island was probably the limit of their voyages in that direction, hence its name. Immediately off the harbor of Dili lies Pulau Kambing, or Goat Island, a common name for many islands in the archipelago. On both this island and Pinter the highest peaks are at the southern end. North of Dili the coast is steep, and the mountains rise abruptly from the sea. The sides of all these elevations are deeply scored with valleys that have been formed by the denuding action of rain. From Dili we steamed northward along the southeast coast of Weta, a high, mountainous island. Its coasts are occupied by Malays, and its interior by a black, frizzled-haired people, allied to the inhabitants of Timor. The bloody practice of head-hunting still exists among them. North of Timor is Kissa, the most important island in this part of the archipelago. In the early part of the present century this was the seat of a Dutch residency. It is a low island, and the rice and maize consumed by its inhabitants are chiefly imported from Weta. Its people, however, carry on a very considerable trade with the surrounding islands, and are said to be far in advance of the natives of Amboina in point of industry. Southeast of Kissa lies Leti, for the most part high and hilly, but level near the sea. Cloth 24 describes the natives as tall and well-formed, and having light brown complexions. The men wear no other dress than a piece of cloth wrapped around the waist. The women sometimes wear, in addition to this dress, a kabaya, open in front. Polygamy is not found, and adultery is punishable with death or slavery. When the Dutch occupied these islands, they induced the natives to change these sentences into exile to the Banda Islands, where men were needed to cultivate the nutmeg trees. Neither Mohammedanism nor Hinduism has been introduced into these islands, they only pay homage to an image of human shape placed on a heap of stones that has been raised under a large tree near the center of the village. When a marriage or death, or any remarkable event occurs, a large hog or buffalo, which has been kept and fattened for the purpose, is slaughtered. They are especially anxious to obtain elephants' teeth, and hoard them up as the choicest treasures. The morning after leaving Dili, Roma appeared on our starboard hand. It is very high and mountainous. In 1823 it suffered very severely from a violent hurricane, which also caused a frightful destruction on Leti. On the latter island the coconut trees were levelled to the ground over considerable areas. This disaster was followed by a drought, which destroyed all their crops, and produced great mortality among the cattle, through lack of food. The hurricane also caused the bees to desert the island for a time, a serious loss to the inhabitants, as wax and honey are among their chief exports. These are taken to the Aru Islands, and thence to Makassar and Amboina. When a chief dies, his wife takes his place in the council, a privilege rarely granted to a woman among these eastern nations. East of Leti is Lake Ur, a dry coral bank, raised 20 feet above the sea. Dama soon after came into view. It is also high and mountainous, and has a lofty volcanic peak at its northeastern extremity. In 1825 it was pouring forth great quantities of gas. At its foot is a sulfur spring, such as exist at many places in Java and Celebes, in the immediate vicinity of existing volcanic action. The doctor of Captain Clough's ship, the Durga, sent some of the crew to bathe in this spring, and he states that though they were so affected with rheumatism as to be not only unfit for duty but in a state of great misery, the use of this water contributed greatly to the improvement of their health. Springs of this kind are found in the district of Pekalongan, west of Mount Pra, and are frequented by many foreigners, but I never heard that any remarkable cure has ever been effected by the use of their waters. The nutmeg tree grows wild on Dama, and the canary also thrives here. 30 years after the Dutch deserted this island, the whole population were found to have completely relapsed into barbarism, but some of the natives of Moa, Leti, Roma, and Kissa, continue to be Christians, and 5 or 6 native schoolmasters are now located among those islands. Southeast of Damo lies Baba. Its people have the odd custom of rubbing lime into their hair, even from infancy. An English vessel that was trading here was boarded by these wild natives, and all her crew were butchered. Another vessel suffered a like fate at Timor Lot, that is, Timor lying to seaward, an island about 100 miles long, and 1/3 as wide in its broadest part. It is customary here for each family to preserve the head of one of their ancestors in their dwelling, and, as if to remind them all of his valorous deeds and their own mortality, this ghastly skull is placed on a scaffold opposite the entrance. When a young woman marries, each ankle is adorned with heavy copper rings, to give forth music as she walks. Their war customs are like those of the Ceramese. It is said that among the mountains of this island a black, frizzled-haired people exist. If this should prove true, they will probably be found to be like the inhabitants of Timor and Ombay, and not referable to the Papuan type. The inhabitants of all these islands are constantly separated by petty feuds, or carrying on an open warfare with each other. We were now fully in the Banda Sea, and on the 28th of June the summit of the Gunung Api, or burning mountain of that group, appeared above the horizon, but, as I afterward revisited these beautiful islands, a description of them is deferred to a future page. As we steamed away from the Bandas, we passed out of the region of continuous dry weather and began to enter one where the wet and dry seasons are just opposite to what they are in all the wide area extending from the middle part of Sumatra to the eastern end of Timor, including the southern half of Borneo and the southern peninsulas of Celebes. In all that region the eastern monsoon brings dry weather, though occasional showers may occur, but at Amboina, and on the south coast of Seram and Buru, this same wind bears along clouds that pour down almost incessant floods. At Amboina I was assured that sometimes it rained for 2 weeks at a time, without apparently stopping for 5 minutes, and from what I experienced myself I can readily believe that such a phenomenon is not of rare occurrence. In the northern part of Celebes, at Ternate, and in the northern part of Gilolo, and the islands between it and New Guinea, and also on the shores of the western part of that great island, the wet and dry seasons are not well defined. This exceptional area is mostly included within the parallels of latitude 2 degrees north and 2 degrees south of the equator. North of it the wind at this time of year is from the southwest, instead of from the southeast. This dry southeast monsoon bends round Borneo, and becomes the southwest monsoon of the China Sea, supplying abundant rains to the northern parts of Borneo and the Philippines. It has its origin near Australia, and thence it pushes its way first toward the northwest and then toward the northeast across the whole Philippine group. It appears in Timor in March, and reaches the southern part of the China Sea in May. Chapter V Amboina. June 29 We are this morning approaching Amboina, the goal of my long journey, and the most important of the Spice Islands. Amboina is both the name of the island and its chief city. In form the island is nearly elliptical, and a deep, narrow bay, 14 miles long, almost divides it longitudinally into 2 unequal parts. That on the west, which forms the main body of the island, is called Hitu, and that on the east Layadimur, which in Malay means the eastern leaf. Both are composed of high hills which rise up so abruptly from the sea that, though this bay for 1/3 of its length is nearly 4 miles wide, yet it perfectly resembles a frith or broad river. Along the shores are many little bays where praus are seen at anchor, and on the beaches are small groves of the cocoa-nut palm, which furnish food and shade to the natives dwelling in the rude huts beneath them. Higher up the hillsides, large, open areas are seen covered with the tall, coarse grass, but the richly cultivated fields on the flanks of the mountains in Java nowhere appear. These grassy hillsides are the favorite burial places with the Chinese, for they rarely or never carry back the bones of their friends to the sacred soil of the celestial land from these islands as they do from California. Such graves are always horseshoe-shaped, just as in China, and their white walls make very conspicuous objects on the green hillsides. Above the open areas, in the wooded regions, we notice a few places filled with small trees that have a peculiar bright green foliage. Those are the gardens of clove trees which have made this island so famous throughout the world. It is now the rainy season here, and thick rain clouds at first completely enshrouded us, but as we passed up the bay they slowly broke away, and revealed on either hand high hills and mountains, which, on the Hitu side, began to assume a most wonderful appearance. The strong easterly wind pushed away the thick, white clouds from the exposed sides of all these elevations, and caused them to trail off to the west like smoke from hundreds of railroad engines, until every separate peak appeared to have become an active volcano that was continually pouring out dense volumes of white, opaque gas, and as these hills rose tier above tier to high, dark mountains which formed the background, the whole scene was most awe-inspiring, especially in this land where eruptions and earthquakes are frequent, and only a comparatively thin crust separates one from the Earth's internal fires. Near the mouth of the bay the water is very deep, but 8 or 9 miles within it is sufficiently shallow for an anchorage. Here also the hills on the east or Bickmore side are separated from the beach by a triangular, level area, about a pal 25 long, and on this has been built the city of Amboina or Ambon, in the native language. Viewed from the anchorage, the city has a pleasing appearance, its streets being broad, straight, and well shaded. About halfway from its southern end is Fort New Victoria. Landing at a quay we passed through this old stronghold out into a pretty lawn, which is surrounded by the societiate, or clubhouse, and the residences of officials and merchants. The total population of the city is about 14,000. Of these, 700 are Europeans, 300 Chinese, and 400 Arabs. The others are natives. The entire population of the island is about 32,000. Like all the cities and larger settlements in the Dutch possessions, Amboina is divided into a native kampung or quarter, a Chinese kampung, and a quarter where foreigners reside. The natives are directly under the control of a Raja or prince, and he, in turn, is responsible to a Dutch assistant resident. In a similar manner the Chinese are subject to a Captain China, who, in the larger cities, has one or more assistants or lieutenants. He, likewise, must report himself to the assistant resident. In this way each separate people is immediately ruled by officers chosen from its own nation, and consequently of the same views and prejudices. Justice is thus more perfectly administered, and the hostile feelings which each of these bigoted Eastern nations always entertains against every other are thus completely avoided. On leaving Batavia, Coors de Vries & Co., who then owned all the mail steamers in the Netherlands India, kindly gave me a letter of credit so that I might draw on their agents from place to place, and wholly avoid the trouble and danger of carrying any considerable sum with me. This letter further recommended me to the kind attention of all their employees, and Mr. Varmorley, their agent at this place, at once said that I must make his house my home while I remained in that part of the archipelago, and this unexpected and very generous invitation was still more acceptable, as both he and his good lady spoke English. A chamber was assigned me, and a large room in an adjoining outbuilding, where I could store my collections and pack them up for their long transit to America, and thus I was ready to commence my allotted work without the least delay. I then called on His Excellency the Governor of the Spice Islands, who received me in the most cordial manner, and said that boats, coolies, and whatever other assistance I might need, would be immediately ordered whenever I wished. Amboina has long been famous for its shells, and the Dutch officials have been accustomed for years to purchase very considerable quantities as presents for their friends in Europe. The natives, therefore, are in the habit of gathering them for sale, and a few have become extensive traders in these beautiful objects. It was soon noised abroad that a foreigner had come from a land even farther away than Allende, as they call Holland, solely for the purpose of purchasing shells, and immediately, to my great delight, basketful after basketful of the species that I had always regarded as the rarest and most valuable began to appear, every native being anxious to dispose of his lot before his fellows, and thus obtain a share of the envied shining coin, which I was careful to display to their gloating eyes. Before I should say I had bought all I desired. Competition, here as elsewhere, had a wonderfully depressing effect on the price of their commodities, judging from what they asked at first and what they were finally willing to take. The trade, however, became more brisk day after day, and some natives came from long distances partly to sell their shells and partly to see whether that man could be sane who had come so far and was spending, according to their ideas, so much money for shells. At first I bought them by the basketful, until all the more common species had been obtained, and then I showed the natives the figures in Rumphius's Raritiate Kamer of those species I still wished to secure, and at the same time offered them an extra price for others not represented in that comprehensive work. One species I was particularly anxious to secure alive. It was the pearly nautilus. The shell has always been common, but the animal has seldom been described. The first was found at this place, and a description and drawing were given by Rumphius. Afterward a dissection and drawing were given by Professor Owen, of the British Museum, and his monograph probably contains the most complete anatomical description that has ever been made of any animal from a single specimen. He worked, as he himself described it to me, with a dissecting knife in one hand and a pencil in the other. So little escaped his pen and pencil, that very little information has been added by later dissections. I was so anxious to secure one of these rare animals, that I felt that, if I should obtain one and a few more common species, I could feel that my long journey had been far from fruitless. Only the second day after my arrival, to my inexpressible delight, a native brought me one still living. Seeing how highly I prized it, he began by asking 10 guilders, $4 for it, but finally concluded to part with it for 2 guilders, less than $1, though I should certainly have paid him 50 if I could not have obtained it for a less price. It had been taken in this way. The natives throughout the archipelago rarely fish with a hook and line as we do, but, where the water is too deep to build a weir, they use instead a biubiu, or barrel of open basket work of bamboo. Each end of this barrel is an inverted cone, with a small opening at its apex. Pieces of fish and other bait are suspended from within, and the biubiu is then sunk on the clear patches of sand on a coral reef, or more commonly out where the water is from 20 to 50 fathoms deep. No line is attached to those on the reefs, but they are taken up with a gaff. Those in deep water are buoyed by a cord and a long bamboo, to one end of which a stick is fastened in a vertical position, and to this is attached a piece of palm leaf for a flag, to make it more conspicuous. In this case it happened that one of these biubus was washed off into deeper water than usual, and the nautilus chanced to crawl through the opening in one of the cones to get at the bait within. If the opening had not been much larger than usual, it could not possibly have got in. It was at once placed in a can containing strong arrack. I then offered twice as much for a duplicate specimen, and hundreds of natives tried and tried, but in vain, to procure another during the 5 months I was in those seas. They are so rare even there, that a gentleman, who had made large collections of shells, assured me that I ought not to expect to obtain another if I were to remain at Amboina 3 years. Rumphius, who usually is remarkably accurate in his descriptions of the habits of the mollusks he figures, says it sometimes swims on the sea, but this statement he probably received from the natives, who made such a mistake because many empty shells are frequently found floating on the ocean. When the animal dies and becomes separated from the shell, the latter rises to the surface of the sea on account of the air or other gas contained in the chambers. It is then swept away by the wind and tied to the shore of a neighboring island. When the natives are questioned as to where these shells come from, they invariably reply, the sea, and as to where the animal lives, they merely answer, Dalum, in the deep. The dead shells are so abundant on these islands, that they can be purchased in any quantity at from 4 to 10 cents apiece. My first excursion from the city of Amboina was with a gentleman to a large cocoa garden, which he had lately planted on the high hills on the Hitu side. A nice boat or orang bay, literally, a good fellow took us over the bay to the little village of Rumatiga, or 3 houses. The boatmen were gaily dressed in white trousers with red trimmings, and had red handkerchiefs tied round their heads. A small gong and a tufa or drum, made by tightly stretching a piece of the hide of a wild deer over the end of a short, hollow log, gave forth a rude, wild music, and at least served to aid the boatmen in keeping time as they rowed. Occasionally, to break the monotony of their labor, They sang a low, plaintive song. Instead of steering straight for the point which we wished to arrive at on the opposite side of the bay, our helmsman kept the boat so near the shore that we really passed round the head of the bay, twice as far as it would have been in a right line. This mode of hasser steering, or, as the sailors express it in our language, hugging the shore, I afterward found was the one universally adopted in all this part of the archipelago. When we landed, I had the pleasure to find, just beneath low water level, hundreds of black sea urchins, with needle-like spines nearly a foot long, and so extremely sharp and brittle, that it was very difficult to get the animals out of the little cavities in the rocks where they had anchored themselves fast with their many suckers. Nearby, the villagers were busy boiling down the sap of the sagara palm for the sugar it contains. According to my taste, it is much like maple sugar. Up to the time that Europeans first came to the East, this was the only kind of sugar known to the natives, and large quantities of it are still consumed among the islands here in the eastern part of the archipelago. From the beach, a narrow footpath led through a grove of palm trees into a thick forest, and then zigzagged up a steep hillside, until it reached a small plateau. Here were the young cocoa trees, filled with their long, red, cucumber-like fruit. The original forest had been felled and burned, and these trees had been planted in its place. Almost the only difficulty in cultivating the cocoa tree here is in removing the grass and small shrubs which are continually springing up, yet the natives are all so idle and untrustworthy that a gentleman must frequently inspect his garden himself, if he expects it to yield a fair return. This tree 26, the Theobroma cacao, linear, is not a native of the East. It was discovered by the Spaniards in Mexico during the conquest of that country by Cortés. From Mexico they took it to their provinces in South America and the West India Islands. At present it is cultivated in Trinidad, and in Guyana and Brazil. It probably thrives as well here as in Mexico, and is now completely supplanting the less profitable clove tree. The chief article of food of the natives working in this garden is our own yellow Indian corn, another exotic, also introduced into the East by Europeans. It is now raised in every part of the archipelago in such quantities as to form one of the chief articles of food for the natives. The Dutch never use it, and generally think it strange that it should be made into bread for the very nicest tables in our land. I never knew the natives to grind it or pound it. They are accustomed to roast it on the ear after the kernels have become quite hard and yellow. Our house in this tropical garden was merely a bamboo hut, with a broad veranda, which afforded us an ample shelter from the pouring rains and scorching sunshine. I had been careful to take along my fowling piece, and at once I commenced a rambling hunt through the adjoining forest. Large flocks of small birds, much like our blackbird, were hovering about, but they so invariably chose to alight only on the tops of the tallest trees, that I was a long time securing half a dozen specimens, for at every shot they would select another distant tree top, and give me a long walk over tangled roots and fallen trees in the dense, almost gloomy, jungle. As evening came on, small green parrots uttered their shrill, deafening screams, as they darted to and fro through the thick foliage. A few of these also entered my game bag. In these tropical lands, when the sun sets, it is high time for the hunter to forsake his fascinating sport and hurry home. There is no long, fading twilight, but darkness presses closely on the footsteps of retreating day, and at once it is night. On my return, my friend remarked in the coolest manner that I had secured us both a good supper, and before I had recovered from my shock at such a suggestion, the cook had torn out a large handful of rich feathers from the skins, and all were spoiled for my collection. However, I consoled myself with the thought that it did not fall to the good lot of every hunter to live in the midst of such a wondrous vegetation and feast on parrots. In the evening, a full moon shed broad oscillating bands of silver light through the large polished leaves of the bananas around our dwelling, as they slowly waved to and fro in the cool, refreshing breeze. Then the low cooing of doves came up out of the dark forest, and the tree toads piped out their long, shrill notes. That universal pest, the mosquito, was also there, singing his same bloodthirsty tune in our ears. Our beds were perched on poles, high above the floor of the hut, that we might avoid such unpleasant bedfellows as large snakes, which are very common and most unceremonious visitors. That night we were disturbed but once, and then by a loud rattling of iron pots and a general crashing of crockery. Instantly I awoke with an indefinite apprehension that we were experiencing one of the frightful earthquakes which my friend had been vividly picturing before we retired. The natives set up a loud hooting and shouting, and finally the cause of the whole disturbance was found to be a lean, hungry dog that was attempting to satisfy his appetite on what remained of our parrot stew. My chief object on this excursion was to collect insects, and among some white-leaved shrubs, near the shore, I found many magnificent specimens of a very large, richly colored papilio. The general color of the upper surface of its wings was a blue-black, and beneath were large patches of bright red. Another was a blue-black above, with large spots of bright blue. The wings of these butterflies expand 5 or 6 inches, and they seem almost like small birds as they flit by. It was my desire not only to obtain the same shells that Rumphius figures, but to procure them from the same points and bays, so that there could be no doubt about the identity of my specimens with his drawings. I therefore proposed to travel along all the shores of Amboina and the neighboring islands, and trade with the natives of every village, so as to be sure of the localities myself, and, moreover, get specimens of all the species alive, and thus have ample material for studying their anatomy. I now realized the value of the letter with which His Excellency the Governor-General had honored me at Batavia. I had only to apply to the assistant resident, and he at once kindly ordered a boat and coolies for me at the same rate as if they were employed by the government, which was frequently less than half of what I should have been obliged to pay if I had hired them myself, and besides, many times I could not have obtained boats nor coolies at any price, and when the resident ordered them to come at a certain hour, I always found them ready. My first excursion along the shores of the island was on the north coast of Hitu. 2 servants accompanied me, to aid in arranging the shells, and carrying bottles of alcohol to contain the animals. From the city of Amboina, a boat took us over the bay to Rumatiga, where several coolies were waiting with a chair to carry me over the high hills to the opposite shore. This chair, or palanquin, is merely a common armchair, with a bamboo fastened on each side. A light roof and curtains on the sides keep out the rain or hot sunshine. Usually 8 or more coolies are detailed to each chair, so that one half may relieve the others every few moments. The motion is much like that on horseback, when the horse is urged into a hurried walk, and is neither extremely unpleasant nor so very delightful as some writers who have visited these islands have described it. In China, where only 2 coolies carry a chair, the motion is far more regular and agreeable. This is the only mode of traveling in all the islands where horses have not been introduced, and where all the so-called roads are mere narrow footpaths, except in the villages. From the shore we climbed 2 hills, and on their crests passed through gardens of cocoa trees 27. The road then was bordered on either side with rows of pineapples, Ananas sativa, a third exotic from tropical America. It thrives so well in every part of the archipelago, without the slightest care, that it is very difficult to realize that it is not an indigenous plant. The native names all point out its origin. The Malays and Javanese call it nanas, which is merely a corruption of the Portuguese ananasa. In Celebes it is sometimes called pandang, a corruption of pandanus, from the marked similarity of the 2 fruits. In the Philippines it is generally called pina, the Spanish word for pine cone, which has the same origin as our name pineapple. Pina is also the name of a cloth of great strength and durability, made by the natives of the Philippines, from the fibers of its leaves. The Malays, on the contrary, seldom or never make any such use of it, though it grows so abundantly in many places that any quantity of its leaves could be obtained for the simple trouble of gathering them. The fruit raised here is generally regarded as inferior to that grown in the West Indies, and the Dutch consider the variety known as the West Indian ananas, that is, one that has been recently introduced, as the best. The finest specimens of this fruit are raised in the interior of Sumatra and on the islands about Singapore, and great quantities are exposed for sale in the market at that city. From the crest of the first range of hills we descended to a deep ravine, and crossed a bridge thrown over a foaming torrent. This bridge, like most the Dutch possessions, was covered with a roof, but left open on the sides. The object of the roof and its projecting eaves is to keep the boards and planks beneath dry, for whenever they are frequently soaked with rain they quickly decay in this tropical climate. The coolies here lunched on smoked fish and sago cake, their common fare, and quenched their thirst with draughts from the rapid stream. Their ragged clothing and uncombed hair made them appear strangely out of keeping with the luxuriant vegetation surrounding us. Crossing another high range, we caught a view of the blue ocean, and soon descended to the village of Hitolama, Old Hitu. The Raja received me most kindly into his house, and assigned me a chamber. Large numbers of children quickly gathered, and the Raja explained to them that I had come to buy shells, insects, and every curious thing they might bring. As it was high water, and good shells could only be found at low tide, I asked them to search for lizards, and soon I was surprised to see them coming with a number of real flying dragons, not such impossible monsters as the Chinese delight to place on their temples and vases, but small lizards, Dracovolans, each provided with a broad fold in the skin along either side of the body, analogous to that of our flying squirrel, and for a similar purpose, not really for flying, but to act as a parachute to sustain the animal in the air, while it makes long leaps from branch to branch. Another lizard, of which they brought nearly a dozen specimens in a couple of hours, had a body about 6 inches long and a tail nearly as much longer. Knowing how impossible it is to capture these agile and wary animals, I tried to ascertain how they succeeded in surprising so many, but they all refused to tell, apparently from superstitious motives, and to this day the mystery is unsolved. When these specimens were brought to me they were always in small joints of bamboo, and when one escaped the natives generally refused to try to catch it in their hands. As the tide receded, shells began to come in, at first the more common species, and rarer ones as the ebbing ceased. My mode of trading with these people was extremely simple, my stock of Malay being very limited. A small table was placed on the veranda in front of the Raja's house, and I took a seat behind it. The natives then severally came up and placed their shells in a row on the table, and I placed opposite each shell or each lot of shells whatever I was willing to give for them, and then, pointing first to the money and then to the shells, remarked, "Ini ata itu, this or that," leaving them to make their own choice. In this way all disputing was avoided, and the purchasing went on rapidly. Whenever one man had a rare shell, and the sum I offered did not meet his expectations, another would be sure to accept it if no more was given, then the first would change his mind, and thus I never failed to obtain both specimens. It was a pleasure that no one but a naturalist can appreciate, to see such rare and beautiful shells coming in alive, spotted cypraeas, marbled cones, long fusi, and murices, some spiny and some richly ornamented with varices resembling compound leaves. The rarest shell that I secured that day was a living terebellum, which was picked up on a coral reef before the village, at low tide level. Afterward I procured another from the same place, but so limited does its distribution appear to be, that I never obtained a live specimen at any other locality. At sunset I walked out with the Raja along the shore of the bay. Before us lay the great island of Saram, which the Raja called, in his musical tongue, Saram Tanabiza, the great land of Saram, for indeed, to him, it was a land, that is, a continent, and not in any sense a pillow or island. The departing sun was sinking behind the high, jagged peaks of Saram, and his last golden and purple rays seemed to waver as they shot over the glassy but gently undulating surface of the bay, and the broad, deeply fringed leaves of the cocoa-nut palms on the beach took a deeper and richer hue in the glowing sunlight. Then a dull, heavy booming came out of a small Mohammedan mosque, which was picturesquely placed on a little projecting point, almost surrounded by the purple sea. This was the low rolling of a heavy drum, calling all the faithful to assemble and return thanks to their prophet at the close of the departing day. The Raja then left me to wander along the shore alone, and enjoy the endless variety of the changing tints in the sea and sky while the daylight faded away along the western horizon. It was in this bay that the Dutch first cast anchor in these seas, and this thought naturally carries us back to the early history of the Moluccas, so famous for their spices, and so coveted by almost every nation of Europe. As soon as enterprise and action began to dispel the dark clouds of ignorance and superstition which had enveloped the whole of the so-called civilized world during the Middle Ages. Antonio de Abreu, a Portuguese captain, who came here from Malacca, in 1511, is generally regarded as the discoverer of Amboina and Bunda, but Ludovico Barthema, Vardama, of Bologna, after visiting Malacca and Petir, in Sumatra, according to his own account, reached this island as early as 1506, yet his description of the Moluccas is so faulty that Valentine thinks he never came to this region, but obtained his information from the Javanese and Arabs, who, as early at least as 1322, visited these islands to purchase spices. 28 The Dutch first came to the east in the employment of the Portuguese, and in this manner became acquainted with its geography and its wealth. Their earliest expedition sailed from Holland in 1594, under Houtman. His fleet first visited Bantam and the island of Madura. At the latter place the natives seized some of his crew, and obliged him to pay 2,000 rix dollars to ransom them. On the 3d of March, 1599, he arrived here off Hitolama. A serious and continual warfare then began between the Spanish, the Portuguese, and the Dutch, for the possession of the Moluccas, which lasted until 1610, when the Dutch became masters of these seas, and monopolized the lucrative trade of the nutmeg and the clove. The English also tried to secure this valuable prize, but the Dutch finally compelled them to leave this part of the archipelago, and have continued to hold it, except for a short time in the early part of the present century. The guest chamber of my host, the Raja, was so open at the eaves that a current of damp air blew over me all night, and I had a strong reminder of the Batavia fever the next day. However, I continued along the shore to Hila, where an assistant resident is stationed, whose district also includes a part of the neighboring coast of Saram. In the days when the clove tree was extensively cultivated in Amboina, this was an important place, but now it has become almost deserted. It is chiefly famous for its fine mangoes, the fruit of the Mangifera indica. The resident here had 2 fine specimens of an enormous hermit crab, the Burgos latro. The habits of this animal are most remarkable. Its food is the cocoa nut, and, as the ripe nuts fall from the tree, it tears off the dry husks with its powerful claws until the end of the shell where the 3 black scars are found is laid bare. It then breaks the shell by hammering with one of its heavy claws, and the oily, Fattening food within is obtained by means of the pincer-like claws attached to its hinder joints, so perfectly is this animal adapted to its peculiar mode of life. They are esteemed great delicacies after they have been well fed for a time, and these two unfortunates were destined for the table. A rest of a couple of days stayed the fever, and a boat was ordered to take me to Zyt, the next village, where I reaped another rich harvest of beautiful shells. Here I purchased many tritons, which the natives had brought over from the neighboring coast of Ceram. They are quite similar to the tritons of the Mediterranean, which in mythological times were fancied to be the trumpets used by Neptune's attendants to herald the approach of the grim god, when he came up from the depths of the ocean, and was whirled by foaming steeds over its placid surface. The next village we visited was completely deserted, except by the Raja and his family. The cause of this strange exodus was some misunderstanding between the Raja and his people, and as the Dutch government claims the right to appoint each native prince, and had refused to remove this Raja, all his people had deserted their homes and moved off to the various neighboring kampongs, a quiet and probably an effective mode of remonstrance. Near all these villages the beaches are lined with coconut palms, and this is frequently the only indication that you are approaching a kampong, unless, as occasionally happens, a thin column of smoke is observed slowly rising from out the tall treetops. When I wished to take water with me in our canoe, I naturally asked the Raja if he could provide us with a bottle, but he only smiled to think I could be so unaccustomed to tropical life, and ordered a servant to climb one of the coconut palms above us, and cut off some of its clusters of large green fruit. These we could carry anywhere, and open when we pleased, and a few strokes with a heavy cleaver at once furnished us with a sparkling fountain. At Asilulu, the next village, I found the Raja living in such style as I had always fancied a rich eastern prince enjoyed. His house was in the center of a large village, and located on the side of a steep hill. It covered 3 large terraces, and, when viewed from the landing below, appeared like a temple. At this place, besides many rare shells, I purchased several large cassowary eggs, which had been brought over from Ceram. They are about as long as ostrich eggs, but somewhat less in diameter, and of a green color. The bird itself belongs to the ostrich family, its feathers being imperfectly developed and separate from each other, and suitable only to aid it to run. One species has a spine on each wing to enable it to defend itself, but the usual mode of attack is by striking with the beak. In size it is twice as large as a full-grown turkey. It is not found wild on any island west of Ceram, and those reported from Java were all undoubtedly carried there from this part of the archipelago. Here also I bought of the Raja a number of superb skulls of the Babirusa, Babirusa alpharus, literally the hog deer, a name well chosen, for its long tusks would at once suggest to these natives the antlers of the deer, the only other wild animal of any considerable size found on these islands. These skulls came from Buru, the eastern limit of this remarkable species of hog. For some time one of my servants kept alluding to several wonderful and most valuable curiosities which this wealthy Raja was so fortunate as to possess. Curiosities indeed, according to his glowing descriptions, compared to the shells I was continually buying. At last I asked him to say to the Raja, that I would be greatly obliged to him if he could show me such rare wonders, being careful not to add, that possibly I should like to purchase one or more, for I had a strong suspicion that the Raja had offered to give him all over a certain sum that I might pay for them, if he could induce me to purchase them. In these eastern lands, when you send a servant to buy anything, you have the unpleasant certainty in your mind, that a large part of the price will certainly lodge in his pocket. However, if you go to purchase yourself, such exorbitant prices will be demanded, that you will either come away without the article you need, or have the unpleasant reflection afterward that you have been cheated worse than if you had sent your servant and allowed him to levy his blackmail. As I had anticipated, the Raja was not loath to show me his treasures. They were merely half a dozen glass rings, evidently made by cutting off a piece of a glass rod 9 or 10 inches long, and half an inch in diameter. This piece, having been heated, was bent into a ring and the two ends united by fusion. Instead of expressing surprise and delight, as all who were looking on seemed to expect, I coolly began explaining to the Raja what they were and how they were made. A look of surprise and incredulity appeared on the faces of all, and the Raja at once, in a most solemn manner, averred that so far from their being the work of man, they had been taken out of the heads of snakes and wild boars. Despite the dignified bearing the occasion was supposed to demand, I could not refrain from a smile as I remarked that I had seen many heads of those animals myself, but never before had I heard that they carried such circular jewels in their brains. "Have you ever seen one of these taken out yourself?" I asked. "Oh, no. They come from Tana Saram, the land or continent of Saram." All who were listening, now fearing that their Raja might be worst in the discussion, and being ready on every occasion to show that they were loyal subjects, abruptly ended the argument by the unqualified assertion that everything was exactly as the Raja had said, and, as I was his guest, I changed the conversation to another topic. When I returned to the city of Amboina, I looked at once in the rarity at Bickmore, confident that Rumphius would explain this remarkable and, as I afterward found, common belief, for, though the Raja probably did not believe what he said, his credulous subjects doubtless never thought before of calling in question such a generally accepted notion. Such a query would, in their view, have indicated a weak instead of an inquiring mind. This is one of the obstacles in the way of advancement among these people. Rumphius says that many rings were brought by the Portuguese and sold to the natives, who prize them very highly. This accounted for their origin, and afterward, when I came to travel over the Empire of China, and noticed how that people value similar rings of jade, nephrite, and remembered that the coast of Saram, opposite Asilulu, was once frequented by the people of that empire, who came to purchase cloves and nutmegs, it occurred to me that possibly it was from them that the Amboinese had learned to place so high a value on such simple objects, and had obtained their first specimens. Java is perhaps the only island in the archipelago where such ornaments could have been made by the natives, but I do not find that they are especially prized there, or that they have been dug up with other relics of previous ages. Off this coast lie 3 islands, the 3 Brothers, and on their shores the natives found a number of rare shells. In the streets of the village considerable quantities of cloves that had been gathered on the neighboring hillsides were exposed to the sun on mats between the frequent showers, but the culture of that spice has been so neglected of late years, that this was the only place where I saw the fruit in all the Moluccas. The clove tree, Carophilus aromaticus, belongs to the order of myrtles, which also includes the pomegranate, the guava, and the rose apple. The trunk of the full-grown tree is from 8 to 12 inches in diameter, and occasionally much more. Its topmost branches are usually 40 or 50 feet from the ground, though I have seen a tree not larger than a cherry tree fully loaded with fruit. It was originally confined to the 5 islands off the west coast of Gilolo, which then comprised the whole group known as the Moluccas, a name that has since been extended to Buru, Amboina, and the other islands off the south coast of Saram, where the clove has been introduced and cultivated within a comparatively late period. On those 5 islands it begins to bear in its 7th or 8th year, and sometimes continues to yield until it has reached an age of nearly 150 years. The trees, therefore, are of very different sizes. Here at Amboina it is not expected to bear fruit before its 12th or 15th year, and to cease yielding when it is 75 years old. Its limited distribution has always attracted attention, and Rumphius, who describes it as the most beautiful, the most elegant, and the most precious of all known trees, remarks, hence it appears that the great disposer of things in his wisdom, allotting his gifts to the several regions of the world, placed cloves in the kingdom of the Moluccas, beyond which, by no human industry, can they be propagated or perfectly cultivated. In the last observation, however, he was mistaken, for since his time it has been successfully introduced into the island of Penang, in the Strait of Malacca and Sumatra, Bourbon, Zanzibar, and the coast of Guyana and the West India Islands. The clove is the flower bud, and grows in clusters at the ends of the twigs. The annual yield of a good tree is about 4 pounds and a half, and the yearly crop on Amboina, Haroku, Saparua, and Nisalaut, the only islands where the tree is now cultivated, is 350,000 Amsterdam pounds 29. It is, however, extremely variable and uncertain. For example, in 1846 it was 869,727 Amsterdam pounds, but in 1849 it was only 89,923, or little more than 1/10 of what it was 3 years before. Pigafetta informs us that, when the Spanish first came to the Moluccas, there were no restrictions on the culture or sale of the clove. The annual crop at that time, 1,521, according to the same authority, reached the enormous quantity of 6,000 bahars, 3,540,000 pounds of uncleaned, and 4,000 bahars, 2,360,000 pounds of cleaned cloves, about 17 times the quantity obtained at the present time. Though this statement at first appears incredible, it is strengthened by the fact that the 2 ships of Magellan's fleet that reached Tidore, one of the Spice Islands, were filled with cloves during a stay of only 24 days. When the buds are young they are nearly white, afterward they change to a light green, and finally to a bright red, when they must at once be gathered, which is done by picking them by hand, or beating them off with bamboos onto cloths spread beneath the trees. They are then simply dried in the sun, and are ready for the market. In drying, their color is changed from red to black, the condition in which we see them. They are gathered twice a year, at about this time, in June, and again in the last of December. The leaves, bark, and young twigs also have some peculiar aroma, and at Zanzibar the stems of the buds are also gathered and find a ready sale. The favorite locations of this tree are the high hillsides, and it is said that it does not thrive well on lowlands, where the loam is fine and heavy. The soil best adapted to it appears to be a loose, sandy loam. In its original habitat it grows chiefly on volcanic soil, but in Amboina and the other islands, where it is now cultivated, it has been found to flourish well on loams formed by the disintegration of recent sandstone and secondary rocks. The native name for this fruit is chinki, perhaps a corruption of the Chinese tikanki, odoriferous nails. 30. The Dutch name for clove is kruidnagel, herb nail, and for the trees Nijlenbomen, nail trees. Our own name clove comes from the Spanish clavo, Latin clavus, a nail, which has also been given them on account of the similarity of these buds to nails. Although cloves form a favorite condiment among all nations, the natives of these islands where they grow never eat them in any form, and we have no reason to suppose they ever did. The only purpose for which the Amboinese use them, so far as I am aware, is to prepare neat models of their praus and bamboo huts, by running small wire through the buds before they are dried. The Dutch purchase and send to Europe so many of these models, that almost every ethnological museum contains some specimens of this skillful workmanship. The clove probably came into use originally by accident, and I believe the first people who fancied its rich aroma, and warm, pungent taste, were the Chinese. The similarity of the native name to that of the Chinese, and its marked difference, according to Ducato, from that of the Brahmins or Hindus, lends probability to this view. When the Portuguese first came to these islands, the Chinese, Arabs, Malays, Javanese, and Makassars, were all found here trading in this article. Of the two former nations, the Chinese were probably the first to reach this region, though the Arabs sailed up the China Sea and carried on a large trade with the Chinese at Kanpur, a port in Hangzhou Bay, south of the present city of Shanghai, in the 13th century, or fully 200 years before the Portuguese and Spaniards arrived in these seas. The first notice of cloves in Europe occurs in a law passed during the reign of Aurelian I, between AD 175 and 180, where they are mentioned as forming an article of commerce from India to Alexandria, for the Isthmus of Suez and the Red Sea formed at that time the chief highway of eastern trade. From these islands the cloves were first taken by the Malays and Javanese to the peninsula of Malacca, where they passed into the hands of the Telangas or Klings, who carried them to Calicut, the old capital of Malabar. Thence they were transported to the western shores of India and shipped across the Arabian Sea, and up the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea to Cairo. These frequent transfers so increased the original price, that in England, before the discovery of the Cape of Good Hope, 30 shillings were paid for them per pound, or £168 sterling per hundredweight, which was 360 times their original price. It was to make this immense profit that the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Dutch, and the English, were all so anxious to find a passage to the east by sea, and why, when these islands had been discovered, each strove to monopolize the trade itself, and all carried on such a persistent and piratical warfare for many years. So long as cloves were not cultivated elsewhere, and there was no competition in the European markets, the Dutch government made a handsome profit by means of its monopoly, but when they were raised in other places, the consumption of such a luxury not increasing with the supply, the previous high price began at once to decline, and for many years the income of the government in these islands has not been equal to its expenses in the same region. Some have supposed that a further reduction in the price would be followed with a corresponding greater demand, until its consumption would become as general and as large as that of pepper, but this view is opposed by the common decision of mankind that pepper is a necessary article of food, and that the clove is only a luxury. If no attempt had been made to keep up the price of this commodity to such a high figure in the European markets, there would have been a less incentive to other nations to introduce it into their own colonies, and thus the market would not have been overstocked so soon, and the price would not have fallen so low as to make the Spice Islands a source of loss instead of profit, except within a recent date. All the Rajas I met were strict Mohammedans, and, improving the privileges of their sect, had more than one wife. Soon after arriving at each Raja's house, I was invariably asked whether or not I was married, and for a long time I could not imagine why I was so closely quizzed, until the proverbial jealousy of these people occurred to me. Each wished to know how strict a watch he was to keep over his fascinating harem, and as I was obliged to answer all such queries in the negative, I never even saw one of their wives. At meals only the Raja and myself sat at the table, and as I had 2 servants, and each of these princes nearly a score, we were always well served, considering our fare. 2 articles never failed to appear: chickens and rice, and to these fish was usually added, and for luncheon and dessert always the richest bananas. One kind, the pisang ambon, or amboina banana, is very common in that region, but the one I soon learned to prefer, and the one that my servants were always ordered to procure if possible, wherever we chanced to halt, was the pisang mas, or golden banana, a small variety, with a peculiarly rich, honey-like flavor, and a bright golden skin when it is fully ripe. This Raja, I noticed, was particular to seat me at the table so that I could only look out at the front door. The first query he proposed at dinner was, how we are accustomed to eat in our land, adding that, after all, no style suited him so well as dispensing with knives and forks altogether, and adopting the simpler and more natural mode of using one's fingers, a style so common, that each Raja usually keeps a supply of finger bowls, and frequently these are worth more than all the crockery and other glassware on the table beside. While I was most zealously explaining in reply the superiority of our custom, there arose a suppressed giggle behind me. The secret was out. The Raja's wives had been allowed to leave their close prison and look at me, while I was so placed that I could not, without the greatest rudeness, turn round so as to steal a glance at them. But as this noise was evidently not a part of the proposed program, I repressed my curiosity, and continued my description. One topic especially they never seemed weary of hearing about, and that was my experience as a soldier. There was something strangely fascinating to their rude imaginations in the scenes of blood through which I have had to pass. At first I had some difficulty in translating my stories into good Malay, but one of my servants fortunately spoke a little Dutch, and supplied me with a word or sentence, as the case demanded. From Asilulu I set off, during a heavy rainstorm, over a neighboring mountain for the southwest shore, and after a long walk over the rocks, sand, and shingle, we reached Laraki, where there was once a fort with a garrison, but now the ruins of the fort, and a few old, rusty guns are all that remain, and the only official station there is an opziener or overseer. In 2 days, at that place, I so increased my collection, that I had to hire 8 coolies to transport it, each carrying 2 baskets, one on either end of a pole about 4 feet long. The baskets are made of an open framework of bamboo, covered inside with palm leaves, and are therefore very light and durable. The most common shell there is the little Cypraea caput serpentis, or serpent's head cowrie, which has a close resemblance, both in form and color, to the head of a snake. From Laraki the opziener accompanied me to the neighboring kampung of Wakasahua. Our narrow footpath wound along the side of a rugged, projecting crag, and the view from the outer point was very imposing. The stormy monsoon was at its height. The heavy swell rolling in from the open ocean broke and flung its white spray and clotted foam far and wide over the black rocks left bare by the ebbing tide. Thick clouds, heavily freighted with rain, were driven by the strong wind against the rugged coast and adjoining mountains. The cocoa-nut palms that grew just above high water level, and leaned over toward the sea, twisted and shook their plumy crests in a continual strife with the angry storm, and above them the branches of great evergreens moaned and piped as they lashed to and fro in the fitful gusts of the tempests. At Wakasahua the old white-bearded Raja, hearing of our approach, came out to welcome us. The opziener explained to him the object of my coming, and immediately he ordered a large tufa, that hung under an adjoining shed, to be beaten, as a warning to his people that their Raja required them all to assemble at once before his house. The news quickly spread that a foreigner had come to purchase shells, and the old men, young men, women, and children all came with the treasures that had been accumulating for months, and even years, in their miserable dwellings. Here many perfect specimens of the richly colored Cassis flammea appeared, and also that strangely marked shell, the Cypraea mappa, or map cowrie, so named from the irregular light-colored line over its back where the 2 edges of the mantle meet when the animal is fully expanded. They had crawled into the bubis that had been sunk for fish at a depth of several fathoms. The trading was carried on only in Malay, but when I offered a price, which was higher or lower than they had expected, they frequently consulted with each other in their own peculiar dialect or bahasa. This the opziener, who was a native of the city of Amboina, was as totally unable to understand as I. He also assured me that even the natives at Laraki, from which we had walked in half an hour, could only understand an occasional word of the bahasa of this village, and that the people of neither village could understand a word of the bahasa of Asilulu, 2 or 3 hours' walk beyond Laraki. In fact, as a rule, every community that is under one Raja, and this is generally but one village, has its own peculiar dialect, which is so different from the dialects of every adjoining village, that all are obliged to learn Malay in order to carry on any trade or hold any communication with their nearest neighbors. The Bahasa is never a written language, and appears to be constantly changing, for, at the city of Amboina, the natives have completely lost their dialect since the foreigners settled among them, and now can only speak with each other in Malay. The great diversity in the native dialects, and the general adoption of Malay, existed at least as early as when the Spaniards first navigated these waters, for de Barros says, two facts give reason to believe that the inhabitants of these islands consist of various and diverse nations. The first is the inconstancy, hatred, and suspicion with which they watch each other, and the second, the great variety of their languages, for it is not the same with them and the Bisayans, the inhabitants of Bisaya, one of the Philippines, where one language prevails with all. The variety, on the contrary, is so great that no two places understand each other's tongue. Even the pronunciation differs widely, for some form their words in the throat, others at the point of the tongue, others between the teeth, and others in the palate. If there be any tongue through which they can understand each other, it is the Malay of Malacca, to which the nobles, Rajas and Kapilas, have lately addicted themselves since the Moors, Arabs, have resorted to them for the clove. The Malays and Javanese probably visited these regions long before the Arabs, and they, and not the Arabs, were the people who first taught these natives the Malay language. From Wakassahu I continued during a violent rainstorm along the south coast to Laha at the mouth of the Bay of Amboina, determined to cross the bay and reach home that night, if possible. There were a number of villages along the route, and at each I had to procure a new relay of coolies. This caused much delay, but a foreigner soon learns that he must have an inexhaustible stock of patience to draw on at any unexpected moment if he is going to deal with these people. At one village they all agreed that a neighboring stream, which we could not avoid crossing, had become so swollen by the heavy rains, that it was absolutely impassable, but I simply ordered them to quietly follow me, and where I could not lead the way they might turn back. However, when we came to its banks, we found before us a deep, foaming torrent, far more uninviting and dangerous than I had anticipated, yet by following up its course for half a mile, I came to a place where I made my way to the opposite bank, but here I found myself hemmed in by a precipitous cliff, and there could be nothing done except to beat an inglorious retreat. The natives meantime had been trying the stream farther down, and had found a ford where the strong current was only waist deep, and here we safely gained the opposite bank. After this came another stream even more difficult to cross, and after that, still a third. Each time I almost expected that the coolies, who were carrying over my shells, would be swept away, but they were all so lightly clad that they succeeded in maintaining their footing, even where the current was perfectly boiling. The streams are changed into rapid torrents in a few hours in these islands, where the water seems to come down from the sky in broad sheets whenever it rains. There are few bridges, and the difficulty of crossing the small rivers is one of the chief obstacles in traveling here during the rainy season. However, as a compensation, there is no sultry, scorching sun. Near the beaches where the streams flow out to the sea, they all widen into deep, oblong pools, which are made very narrow at high water level by the quantities of sand thrown up by the surf. Near the low water level they again become broad and shallow, and during ebb tide the best place to cross them is on the ocean shore as far down as one can go and avoid the danger of being swept away by the heavy surf. It was nearly night when we reached Laha. We were all thoroughly drenched, and had eaten nothing since morning except some half-ripe bananas. The storm was unabated, but the Raja said it was possible to cross the bay against the wind and waves, and 3 men were detailed to paddle us 6 miles to the city. Our boat was a common leper, that is, a canoe made from the trunk of a large tree, with pieces of plank placed on the sides to raise them to the proper height. Both ends are sharp, and curve upward. About 4 feet from the bow a pole is laid across, and another the same distance from the stern. These project outward from the side of the boat 6 or 8 feet, and to them is fastened a bamboo, the whole forming what is known as an outrigger. The canoes themselves are so narrow, that without these external supports they would be even more cranked than the birch bark canoes of our Red Indians. When we launched our leper, and placed on board our cargo of shells, and got in ourselves, her sides were only about 4 inches out of water, but I could not procure a larger boat, so we started. It soon became so dark that all we could discern on the neighboring shores were large fires which the natives had made from place to place to lure the fish by night into their weirs. The wind also increased, and the waves rose higher and began to sparkle brightly, and occasionally a strong gust would seem to change the whole surface of the sea into a sheet of fire. For a time my boatmen felt strong, and encouraged each other with a wild shouting like an Indian war-whoop, and in this way we had made more than a mile from the shore, when the wind became much heavier, and occasionally an ugly wave broke over us. My men still continued to paddle on until we found that we were scarcely holding our own against the storm. Then they became discouraged and proposed to go back, but turning round such a long, narrow boat in the midst of a rough sea was by no means an easy matter. The man forward stopped to rest, and just then a heavy flaw struck the front part of the boat, whirled it round in an instant, and away we flew off before the tempest like a racehorse. It had now become so dark and thick that, though the natives knew every foot of the shore, they could not tell where to steer, and it was only by paddling with all their might that we escaped running into a mass of foaming breakers. Finally we once more reached the shore. The Rajah had some rice and fish cooked, and at midnight I took my second meal that day. My bedroom was so open that the wind whistled in on every side and so completely chilled me that I expected to find myself burning with fever the next day, but the excitement counteracted the cold, and I arrived again at Amboina safe and well. After such an excursion several days were passed writing labels, one of which I placed in each individual shell, a wearying and almost an endless task, but the thought continually occurred to me that, if I should not be permitted to return to my native land, such authentic labels in my own handwriting would enable anyone into whose hands my collection might fall to fully accomplish the object of my long journey. July 23d. This morning, at 4:15, I was suddenly awaked by some cause which, for the moment, I could not understand, but immediately there began a low, heavy rumbling down deep in the earth. It was not a roar, but such a rattling or quick succession of reports as is made when a number of heavily laden coaches are rapidly driven down a steep street paved with round cobblestones. At the next instant it seemed as if some huge giant had seized my bed, and had pushed it from him and then pulled it toward him with the greatest violence. The gentleman and lady with whom I was residing shouted out to me, "Run out of the house, run for your life. There is a dreadful earthquake." Back of the main house was the dining room, surrounded by a low wall, and covered with a light roof. This was our place of refuge. The gentleman then explained to me that the shock which had just occurred was the second, and a very severe one, and the first, which was light, was what had so suddenly aroused me from a deep sleep. Of course, no one of us knew but another still heavier might come at the next instant and lay all the buildings near us in a mass of ruins, if indeed the earth should not open and swallow us all alive. The time that elapsed between hearing the rumbling noise and feeling the shock itself was about 5 seconds. At this time of the year, in the middle of a monsoon, the wind blows constantly day and night, but after this earthquake there was not the slightest perceptible motion in the air. The tree toads stopped their steady piping, and the nocturnal insects all ceased their shrill music. It was so absolutely quiet that it seemed as if all nature was waiting in dread anticipation of some coming catastrophe. Such an unnatural stillness was certainly more painful than the howling of the most violent tempest or the roar of the heaviest thunder. Meantime, lights sprang up here and there in the neighboring houses, and all the doors were thrown open, that at the slightest warning everybody might run into the street. The strange words of the Chinese, Malays, and Arabs, sounded yet stranger in the dark, still night, as each called in a subdued but most earnest tone to his or her relatives. The utter helplessness which every one feels at such a time, where even the solid earth groans and trembles beneath his feet, makes the solicitude most keenly painful. It was half an hour, and that half hour seemed an age before the wind began to blow as before. Then the nocturnal animals, one after another, slowly resumed their nightly cries, and our alarm gradually subsided as the dawn appeared, and once more gave promise of approaching day. I had long been anxious to witness an earthquake, but since that dreadful night there is something in the very sound of the word that makes me almost shudder. There is usually at least one earthquake, that is, one series of shocks at Amboina every year, and when 8 or 10 months have passed without one, a very heavy shock is always expected. On the 17th of February, 1674, according to Valentine, Amboina suffered from a heavy earthquake, and Mount Ateti, or Verwanu, on Hitu, west of the village of Zyt, poured out a great quantity of hot mud, which flowed down to the sea. In 1822 Drive S. Muller visited it and found a considerable quantity of sublimed sulfur, and some sulfurous acid gas rising from it. Again, in 1815, when the volcano of Tambora, or Sumbawa, was suffering its terrible eruption, an earthquake was felt at several places on this island. Many people described to me a series of shocks of great violence that began on the 1st of November, 1835, and continued 3 weeks. The whole population of the city were obliged to leave their houses and live for all that time in tents and bamboo huts in the large common back of the forts. Up to that date Amboina had been a remarkably healthy place, but immediately afterward a gastric bilious fever broke out and continued until March, 1845. On the 20th of July of that year another heavy earthquake was experienced, and this disease at once began again, but had somewhat subsided, when, on the 18th and 20th of March, 1850, another severe shock occurred, and again for the third time it commenced anew. This time both the governor and the assistant resident died. At present Amboina is one of the healthiest islands in these seas. On the 4th and 5th of November, 1699, a series of earthquakes occurred among the mountains where the river that flows through Batavia takes its rise. During these shocks a landslide occurred, and the water was so filled with mud that the canals and ramifications of the river in the city were silted up, and their currents completely stopped. The immediate consequence was, a large proportion of the population of that city fell victims to a fever engendered by the great quantities of stagnant water. No similar cause could have operated here on the island of Amboina. As the quantity of rain, the strength and direction of the wind, and all other meteorological phenomena, appear to have been the same as in other years, it is evident that the disease was connected in some way with the earthquakes, and the view has been advanced that it was caused by quantities of poisonous gases which are supposed to have risen out of the earth during the violent shocks. Many fine shells were now brought me from Tulahua, a kampong on the northeast coast of Hitu, so I determined to go on my next excursion in that direction. 2 miles up the bay from the city of Amboina a tongue of land projects out from either shore, until a passage only 500 yards wide is left between them. Within this passage the sea again expands into a bay about 3 miles long and 1.5 miles wide. The depth of the water in the passage is sufficient for the largest ships, yet inside it is nowhere more than 20 or 25 fathoms. A large navy could anchor here, and be perfectly sheltered from all winds and seas, but vessels rarely or never enter it, as the road off the city is so far from the mouth of the bay that it is very seldom any considerable swell rolls in from the ocean, and moreover, the shores of this bay are considered extremely unhealthy on account of fevers, while sickness of that kind is very rare at the outer anchorage. On the eastern or Laetamur side of the bay there are several kampongs upon the lowland along the shore. Back from the lowland, on the Hitu side, there is a gradual ascent to mountains a mile or two back. One of them, Salhutu, rises 1,200 meters above the sea, and is the highest peak on the island. In the shallow water around the head of the bay grow many mangrove trees, rhizophori. A low isthmus of sand and alluvium, only some 1,300 yards broad, and but a few feet above high water level, connects Laetamur with Hitu. Through this a canal was cut in 1827 to the large bay of Baguila, in order that the praus bound from Saram to Amboina might avoid the long route round the dangerous shores of Laetamur, but in 12 years this passage became so filled up with sand as to be impassable, except for small boats, and now they can only go to and fro during high tide, and thus whatever there is to be transported must be carried on the backs of coolies. It is very painful to see such valuable improvements neglected and becoming useless, for it shows that the whole tendency in this region, instead of being toward progress, is only toward decay. Crossing this isthmus, we continued along the sandy shores on the north side of Baguila Bay, for this is the only highway between the city of Amboina and the populous islands of Haruku, Saparua, and Nisalaut, to the east. Occasionally the path passed over a projecting point, but when it is low water the natives usually prefer to follow along the shore, just as their fathers did for centuries before them, although it is frequently twice as far as by the road. In an hour and a half we came to Suli, a pretty Christian kampong. The road then turned to the north and led us for 2 or 3 miles over low hills of coral rock, covered with a thin layer of red soil, to Tulahua, a village on the north coast, which contains a population of about 1,500, and is the largest on the island. Near its center is a mosque, for the whole community is composed of Mohammedans. As I passed up the main street on my way to the house of the Raja, scores of boys and men kept gathering and following, to learn from my servants who this strange foreigner that headed the procession could be, and what was the object of his coming. The Raja had been notified by the resident of my proposed visit, and received me with a profound salam. In the village was a Ruma Negri, or house belonging to the village. It had been erected by the villagers, in accordance with orders from the Dutch government, for the accommodation of all officials and foreigners passing that way. It was built in the usual style of foreign houses in the east, with a broad veranda in front, an admirable place to trade with the people. A comfortable bedroom was fitted up for me, but I dined with the Raja. I was always careful to take a good supply of tea and sugar on such excursions, and my servants purchased chickens, fish, and whatever else was to be procured. In short, I bought all the food, and the Raja helped me eat it, so that I fulfilled to the letter the order of the Governor-General that I should prove no burden to the native people, but, on the contrary, as I spent many guilders for shells in each village, my visits, in their eyes, were special blessings. Again and again mothers would come with their children and complain most bitterly that they had so little food and clothing, and beg me to take the shells they had brought, and name my own price. The Raja at first could hardly believe I should collect many shells in his village, but I asked him to beat the tifa for his kapilas, literally head men, but really a higher class of servants, whose duty it is to convey to the people the Raja's commands, and see them duly enforced. The kapilas were ordered to summon all those who probably had shells in their houses, that I might invite them to trade. Meantime supper was prepared. The first object on the table that attracted my attention was an octopus, or inkfish, an animal much like the squid of our own shores, which fishermen sometimes use for bait, and which whalers know is a favorite morsel for blackfish, but I never heard of men feasting on it before. After this questionable dish and a chicken were disposed of, the fried fruit of the artocarpus incisa, or breadfruit tree, was placed on the table. After supper I walked through all the principal streets of the village, supported on either side by a cupola, who persistently drove all the natives out of the street before us, and forced them to take their proper place behind us. To give the trade more eclat, I took a good quantity of small copper coins and distributed them freely among the small children as I passed along. The result of this maneuver was most magical. Everybody was anxious to make my acquaintance and sell me shells. Even the good Mohammedan priest laid aside his feelings of indifference toward the Christian stranger, and invited me under his roof. He also intimated that he could favor me with a few species, but, as his prices were 5 times as high as those of the common people, I neglected to make a selection from his treasures. Each evening that I was in this village the Raja insisted on my passing hour after hour on his veranda, describing to him the foreign countries he could name. Like many other natives who would like to be free from all European rule, it afforded him great comfort to hear that Tanna Allende, Holland, was much smaller in area than France or England. When I came to tell him that Tanna America was a still greater country, he listened politely, but a half-incredulous smile revealed his belief that I only spoke of it in such an enthusiastic manner because I was an American. Yet when I added, that however much other nations might wish to possess these beautiful islands, America would never have such a desire, his knowledge of geography seemed to have become complete at once, and he explained to all who were listening that Tanna America was admitted by all to be the largest and the most powerful of all nations. He also had an almost endless series of questions to ask about the sovereigns of the lands I had described, and, like a good Mohammedan, expressed his confidence that I should speak well of the Sultan of Turkey, whom he appeared to regard as the next in authority to the Prophet himself. The next day I went westward to Wadi, where I obtained many specimens of the great Trachis marmoratus, which lives in abundance a little farther toward the northwestern end of the island, but can only be procured alive during the opposite monsoon. Its beautifully marbled, sea-green surface, and bright, pearly interior have always made it a favorite ornament for the parlor in every land. Many, wishing to improve on nature, remove the green outer layers either by hydrochloric or nitric acid, so as to give the exterior also a bright nacreous iridescence. Hundreds of the heavy opercula of these animals are found on the neighboring shores, for nature has provided each with this thick door, which, after it has withdrawn itself into the shell, it can close behind it, and thus be free from all harm. On my return I found my house besieged with more than 200 of both sexes and of every age, from infancy to second childhood. Each had a lot of shells to sell, and therefore the prices were very low, but I was careful to pay them more than they could earn in any other way in the same time. The women and children on all these islands are accustomed to gather mollusks at every low tide for food, and whenever any particularly rare or beautiful shell is found, it is always saved, and it was for this reason that I was always confident that I could obtain some valuable specimens in every village. Here I secured one shell, the Strombus latissimus, or thick-lipped strombus, that I had long been hoping to see. It lives in the deep water between these shores and the opposite coast of Ceram, and I could not hear that it is found in any other locality. Many species of long spindle shells, fusi, are found here, some nearly smooth and some richly ornamented with tubercles. I had now been on the island 4 weeks, and it was time for the monthly mail to arrive, bringing me letters from home. This exciting thought caused me to forget even my passion for shells, and, Promising the natives I would come again and purchase all the specimens they could collect, I returned to the city of Amboina. Chapter 6. The Uliasers and Saram. The arrival of the mail here, at Amboina, causes a general rejoicing. Indeed, it is the only thing there is to break the dull monotony of a residence in this enervating climate, unless, as happened this month, there is an earthquake, which affords a grand opportunity for the old residents to describe to all newcomers the fearful shocks they have experienced, and this they invariably do with that peculiar kind of semi-boasting with which a veteran fights over his battles in the presence of raw recruits. The last earthquake, which everybody witnessed, is referred to very much as we at home speak of some violent gale that has swept along the coast. Those who would be weather-wise in our land here discuss the various directions from which the different shocks came, upon which there seems a considerable variance of opinion, but I notice that generally each company agrees with the highest dignitary present. This was a fortunate mail for me. It brought me letters from home, and many American papers from our consul at Batavia, who never failed to send me the latest news all the time I was in any part of the archipelago. Before the next mail my letters were read and reread. The pages of the Boston papers seemed like the faces of familiar friends, and it was difficult not to peruse the advertisements, column by column, before I could lay them aside. I, in turn, was able to write my friends that already I possessed a full series of nearly all the species of shells I had come to seek. East of Amboina lie 3 islands, sometimes called the Uliasers. The first and nearest to Amboina is Haruku, in Dutch Haroako. It is also known to the natives as Oma, or Buwangbasi, ejecting iron. The second is Saparua, in Dutch Saparoia, but according to Mr. Crawford it should be Sapurwe, or Saperba, from the native numeral sa standing as an article, and the Sanskrit, Purva, source, a name probably given it by the Malay and Javanese traders, who came here to buy cloves long before the Portuguese reached such a remote region, and this is made more probable by the name of the third island Nisalaut, in Dutch Noe-Saloit, which is compounded of the Javanese word Nisa, an island, and the Malay word Laut, the sea. Nisalaut, therefore, means sea island, and was evidently so named because it is situated more nearly in the open sea. The Javanese word Nisa, which is applied, like the Malay word Pulau, only to small islands, enables us to trace out the early course of the Javanese traders. At the southern end of Layatimur is a kampung named Nasanava, Niba, Fallen Island, perhaps because some island, or a part of Amboina itself, had sunk in that vicinity. Near the Bunda group is Nazatello, better to La, Magic Island. Saparua is also known to the natives as Honamo, and Liasur, whence probably the old name Uliasers, for this is the most important of the 3 islands, and would naturally give its name to the whole group. A merchant from Saparua, the chief place on the island of that name, was then visiting Amboina, and kindly invited me to accompany him when he should return, an invitation I was most happy to accept, for Rumpius received many shells from these islands, and I anticipated obtaining some species alive, of which I possessed only shells. A heavy storm delayed us for a week, a frequent occurrence during the southeast monsoon. From Amboina we followed my former route to Tulahua, which we reached at evening, the usual time for commencing a voyage in these seas at this time of year, because the wind generally moderates after sunset, and freshens again the next morning soon after sunrise. We embarked at once on a large prau, manned by 18 natives of Saparua, and readily distinguished from the people of Amboina by the peculiar custom of clipping the hair short all over the head, except a narrow band along the forehead, which is allowed to hang down over the face, and gives them a remarkably clownish appearance. One of these men, who was coxswain or captain, steered with a large paddle, 2 others were detailed to keep up the continual, monotonous din, and which these people consider music, and the others road. Our musical instruments were a huge tufa, that gave out a dull, heavy sound, such as would be caused by beating a hollow log, and not the sharp, quick rap of a drum, which, however monotonous, still has something stirring and lively in it, and two gongs, imported from China, and just harsh and discordant enough to please the musical tympanums of the stupid celestials. The tufa is beat with a piece of wood of any shape held loosely in the right hand, while the left hand raises the note by pressing against the edge of the vibrating skin. There is, therefore, no such thing as a long roll or a short roll, but one unvaried beating. The two gongs were of different sizes, and were struck alternately, but this was so slight a change that it only made the monotony more wearisome. Each rower had a small wooden box, about a foot long, 4 inches high, and 6 wide, where he carried the all-important betel nut, siri, lime, and tobacco. It also served as a chest for his extra clothing. Pinang, or betel nut palm. The betel nut is the fruit of a tall, slender, and extremely graceful palm, the Areca catechu. The trunk is usually from 6 to 8 inches only in diameter, but the sheaf of green leaves that springs out of its top is 30 or 40 feet from the ground. Of all the beautiful palms, this is decidedly the most fascinating to me. Near the house in which I lived, at Batavia, there was a long avenue of these graceful trees, and there in the bright mornings, and cool evenings, I was accustomed to saunter to and fro, and each time it seemed that they were more charming than ever before. This tree grows over all tropical India, and the whole archipelago, including the Philippines. Its Malay name is Pinang, hence Pulau Pinang is the betel nut island. In nearly all the large islands it has a different name, an indication that it is indigenous. In Javanese it is called Jambai, and a region on the north coast of Sumatra, where it is very abundant, has therefore received that name. In favorable situations this tree begins to bear when it is 6 years old, and generally yields about 100 nuts in a loose, conical cluster. Each nut, when ripe, is about as large as a pullet's egg, and of a bright, ochreous yellow. This yellow skin encloses a husk, the analog of the thick husk of the cocoa nut. Within this is a small spherical nut, closely resembling a nutmeg, but very hard and tough, except when taken directly from the tree. It is chewed with a green leaf of the siri, piper beetle, which is raised only for this purpose, and such great quantities of it are consumed in this way, that large plantations are seen in Java solely devoted to its culture. The mode of preparing this morsel for use is very simple. A small quantity of lime as large as a pea is placed on a piece of the nut, and enclosed in a leaf of siri. The roll is taken between the thumb and forefinger, and rubbed violently against the front gums, while the teeth are closed firmly, and the lips opened widely. It is now chewed for a moment, and then held between the teeth and lips, so as to partly protrude from the mouth. A profusion of red brick-colored saliva now pours out of each corner of the mouth while the man is exerting himself at his oar, or hurrying along under a heavy load. When he is rich enough to enjoy tobacco, a small piece of that luxury is held with the siri between the lips and teeth. The leaf of the tobacco is cut so fine that it exactly resembles the fine cut of civilized lands, and long threads of the fibrous, oakum-like substance are always seen hanging out of the mouths of the natives, and completing their disgusting appearance. This revolting habit prevails not only among the men, but also among the women, and whenever a number come together to gossip, as in other countries, a box containing the necessary articles is always seen nearby, and a tall, urn-shaped spit-box of brass is either in the midst of the circle or passing from one to another, that each may free her mouth from surplus saliva. Whenever one native calls on another, or a stranger is received from abroad, invariably the first article that is offered him is the siri box. From Tulahua we crossed a strait about half a mile broad, and came under the lee of the north side of Haruku, an oblong island, with a long point on the east and southwest. Its extreme length is about 2¼ geographical miles, its greatest width 1¼ and its entire area 8 square geographical miles. The surface abounds in hills, but the highest is not 1,000 feet above the sea. Its population is upward of 7,000, and is distributed in 11 villages, and about evenly divided between Christianity and Mohammedanism. Its geological structure is probably like the neighboring parts of Laetimur. It is quite surrounded by a platform of coral, which must be bare in some places at low water. We kept near the shore, so that I could look down deep into the clear water, and distinctly see many round massive heads of brain coral, meandina, and other beautiful branching forms, astrea, hundreds of massive and tubular sponges, and broad sea fans, gorgonias, as we glided over these miniature forests and wide gardens beneath the sea. After the bath, a clear sunset gave a good promise of an unusually pleasant night, and the stars twinkled brightly as the evening came on, but the dull vibrations of the tifa and the continual crashings of the gongs, with now and then a wild, prolonged shout from one of the oarsmen, and a similar chorus from the others, kept me awake till late in the night. Finally, just as a troubled sleep was creeping over me, there was a sudden shout from every native, and our round-bottomed prau gave a frightful lurch, first to starboard and then to larboard. All was confusion and uproar, and my first waking thought was that we must have run into the back of some sea monster, and that, perhaps, the sea serpent was no myth after all, for when only such savages are seen on the land for men, it is not unreasonable that hideous, antediluvian monsters must be twisting their long, snaky forms beneath in the deep, dark ocean. After a while the danger was explained. We had struck on a coral reef, though we were at least half a mile from the shore. This indicates the width, at this place, of the platform of coral which encircles the whole island. The heavy swell which had scarcely affected the boat while afloat now made her roll almost over the moment her keel touched the rock. Such rough, projecting coral reefs are very dangerous to the best boats, for in a few moments they will frequently grind a hole through her planks, and immediately she sinks in the surf, while those on board find themselves far from the shore. Pushing off, we stood directly eastward to Saparua, 4 miles distant, and at 3:30 entered a small bay, and were at the Kampung Haria. This island has quite the form of the letter H, being nearly divided into 2 equal parts by a deep bay on the south side and another on the north. The length of the western peninsula, which is a little longer than that of the eastern, is 2¼ geographical miles, and the narrow isthmus which connects them is about a mile wide. The peninsulas are very mountainous, the highest peaks rising 1,500 feet above the sea, but the isthmus is composed of low hills, and is mostly an open prairie. The whole area of the island is 10 square geographical miles. Its population numbers more than 11,000, making it the most densely peopled of all the islands that now produce cloves. Along its shores are no less than 16 villages, mostly on the 2 bays. Of these only 3 are Mohammedan, the others are Christian. In 1817, when the English restored these islands to the Dutch, a great rebellion broke out in this island, which it took nearly 2 years to quell, and, what is remarkable, the leaders of this revolt were Christians, that is, members of the Dutch Church. From Haria we crossed the southern peninsula to the chief town, also called Saparua, at the head of the southern bay. Unlike the narrow footpaths on the island of Amboina, the roads here are broad enough for carts, though none are used, and besides, at the end of every pal from the chief village a small square pillar is set up, indicating the distance from the resident's house, and the year it was erected. At Saparua, my merchant friend gave me a nice room, and the resident, who received me in the politest manner, said he was just planning a tour of inspection to Nisselout, the most eastern island of the group, and would be happy to have me accompany him, an invitation I most gladly accepted, for the natives had described it to me as abounding in the most beautiful shells, and already I possessed a few rare species that had passed from one native to another until they reached me at Amboina. He also showed me some choice shells that had been sent to him as presents by the various Rajas. Two were magnificent specimens of that costly Wentletrap, the Scalaria preciosa, for which large sums were once paid in Europe. It was the only kind of shell which I saw or heard of during my long travels among these islands, of which I failed to obtain, at least, one good specimen. He also had many very fine map cowries, which the natives everywhere regard as rare shells. That evening the commandant of the Scuderage, or native militia, was to celebrate his birthday by giving a ball at the Ruma Negri. I attended, as a matter of politeness, but not being able to dance myself, withdrew when they had finished the first waltz, for the anticipation of a ramble along the neighboring shores on the morrow would have had a far greater fascination to me than whirling until I was giddy, half embraced in the arms of one of those dark belles, even if I had understood how to take all their odd steps with due grace. The passion of these people for dancing appears to be insatiable, for at 8 o'clock the next morning a good proportion of them were still whirling round and round with as much spirit as if the fete had just begun. As might naturally be expected, these natives abhor all application and labor, in the same degree that they are fond of excitement. Saparua Bay is one of the most beautiful inlets of the sea. Near its head is a bold, projecting bluff, and on this rise the white walls of Fort Duersted. The other parts of the shore form a semicircular, sandy beach, which is bordered with such a thick grove of cocoa-nut palms that no one looking from the bay would imagine that they concealed hundreds of native houses. Here myriads of flat sea urchins, Clippistridae, almost covered the flats near low water level, and completely buried themselves in the calcareous sand as the tide left them. Thousands of little starfish were also found in the same locality, hiding themselves in a similar manner. Higher up the beach among the algae were many larger starfishes, with the usual 5 rays, but, as sometimes happens among these low animals, one specimen was provided with 1 arm more than his companions, and could boast of 6. Where ledges of coral rock rose out of the water, countless numbers of the little money cowrie, Cypraea minata, filled the excavations formed in this soft rock. They are seldom collected here, as they are too small to be used for food, and these natives never use them as a medium of exchange, as has been the custom from the earliest ages in India. August 17th at 5 a.m. started with the resident for Nisselout. Our party included the doctor stationed with the garrison, the commandant of militia, whose birthday had been so faithfully observed the day before, my merchant friend, the stuurman, or captain, and last, and perhaps I should add least, a little mestizo scribe, whose proper title was the commissary. A strong headwind, with frequent squalls of rain, made our progress slow till we reached a high point which the natives called Tanjong O, the headland O. From that point over to Nisselout was a distance of some 2 miles. As we left the shore, and pushed out into the open sea, our progress became still slower. Inch by inch we gained till we were halfway across, when the wind freshened, and for a time we could scarcely hold our own, despite the increased jargon from the tifa and the gong, and a wilder whooping from every native, varied by mutterings from each, to the effect that he was the only one who was really working. Almost the moment these people meet with any unexpected difficulty they become disheartened, and want to give up their task at once, exactly like little children. Nisselout, like the other Uliasers, is completely surrounded by a shallow platform of coral, which is mostly bare at low water. We therefore entered a small bay, where the deep water would allow our boat to come near the shore. Coolies now waded off with chairs on their shoulders, and landed us dry-footed on the beach, where were a dozen natives, clad in what is supposed to have been the war costume of their ancestors long before the arrival of Europeans. They were quite naked, and carried in their right hands large cleavers or swords, some of which I noticed were made of wood. On the left arm was a narrow shield about 4 feet long, and evidently more for show than use, as it was only 3 or 4 inches wide in the middle. On the head was a kind of crown, and, as long plumes are scarce, sticks were covered with white hen feathers, and stuck in as a substitute. From their shoulders and elbows hung strips of bright red calico, to make them look gay or fierce, it was difficult to say which. Their war dance consisted in springing forward and backward, and whirling rapidly round. Forming in 2 lines, they fiercely brandished their swords, as we advanced between them to a little elevation, where all the Rajas had gathered to receive the resident. Nisalaut is oblong in form, less than 2 miles in length, and in some places only half a mile wide. Its area, therefore, is somewhat less than a single square mile. Its surface is hilly, but the highest point is not more than 300 meters above the sea. A century and a half ago its population numbered 5,000, but at present it is only 3,500. The number of villages, and, consequently, of Rajas, is only 7. We first visited Sila, the one nearest our landing. As we entered the kampung, we found the main street ornamented in a most tasteful manner. The young, light yellow leaves of the coconut palm had been split in 2, and were bent into bows or arcs with the midrib uppermost, and the leaflets hanging beneath. These bows were placed on the top of the fence, so as to form a continued series of arches, a simple arrangement that certainly produced a most charming effect. As we passed along, scores of heavily loaded flintlocks were discharged in our honor, and these mimic warriors continued their peculiar evolutions. From Sila a short walk brought us to Lainatu, and here our reception took a new phase. In front of the Raja's house was a wide triumphal arch, made of boards, and ornamented with 2 furious red lions, who held up a shield containing a welcome to the resident. But just before we passed under that, the crowd in front parted, and lo, before us stood 18 or 20 young girls, who had been selected from the whole village for their beauty. They were all arrayed in their costliest dresses, which consisted of a bright red sarong and a low kabaya, over which was another of lace, the latter bespangled with many thin pieces of silver. Their long, black hair was combed backward, and fastened in a knot behind, and in this were stuck many long flexible silver pins, that rapidly vibrated as they danced. Most of them had a narrow strip of the hair over the forehead clipped short, but not shaven, a most unsightly custom, and perhaps originally designed to make their foreheads higher. Their lips were stained to a dull brick red from constantly indulging in the use of the betel. They were arranged in 2 rows, and their dance, the minari, was nothing more than slowly twisting their body to the right and left, and, at the same time, moving the extended arms and open hands in circles in opposite directions. The only motion of their naked feet was to change the weight of the body from the heel to the toe, and vice versa. During the dance they sang a low, plaintive song, which was accompanied by a tifa and a number of small gongs, suspended by means of a cord in a framework of gaba gaba, the dried midribs of palm leaves. The gongs increased regularly in size from one of 5 or 6 inches to one of a foot or 15 inches in diameter. Each had a round knob or boss in the middle, which was struck with a small stick. When made to reverberate in this manner, their music was very agreeable, and resembled closely that made by small bells. Several gentlemen informed me that this instrument was introduced here from Java by natives of these islands, who were taken there by the Dutch to assist in putting down a rebellion. It is merely a rude copy of the instrument called the bonang or kromo in Java. The number of gongs composing this instrument varies from 6 or 8 to 14. In Java, the sticks used in striking the gongs, instead of being made only of wood, are carefully covered with a coating of gum to make the sound softer. Another common instrument in Java is the gambang, consisting of wooden or brass bars of different lengths, placed crosswise over a wooden trough. These are struck with small sticks composed of a handle and a round ball of some light substance like pith, as shown in the accompanying photograph of a Javanese and his wife. The instrument in the left hand is a kind of flute, and that in his right is a triangle exactly like those used in Negro concerts in our land. Musical instruments used by the Malays at Batavia. In the Sunda districts of Java, very good music is produced by an instrument which consists of a series of small bamboo tubes of different lengths, so placed in a rude framework of wood that they can slightly vibrate, and strike the sides of the frame when it is shaken in the hand. On the peninsula of Malacca a kind of gigantic Aeolian harp is made, by removing the partitions within a bamboo, 30 or 40 feet long, and making a row of holes in the side as in a flute. This is placed upright among the dense foliage, and in the varying breeze gives out soft or heavy notes, until the whole surrounding forest seems filled with the harps of fairies. All these natives are passionately fond of music, and perhaps in nothing has their inventive genius been so well displayed as in their peculiar musical instruments, which have been brought to the greatest perfection in Java, where they are so elaborate that a set of 18 or 20 pieces, for a complete band, costs from $600 to $1,000. A number of these were taken to England by Sir Stamford Raffles, and carefully examined by a competent judge, who expressed himself astonished and delighted with their ingenious fabrication, splendor, beauty, and accurate intonation. While we were watching the slow, graceful dance, dinner was prepared, and we were summoned from the veranda to an open room in the rear. The wife of the Raja was the only lady at the table, and, as all the princes and notables of the other villages were present, the number of guests who were ready to take seats with us was not small. Our bill of fare was sufficient to satisfy the most fastidious epicure. For substantial diet the neighboring forests had furnished us with an abundance of venison and the meat of the wild boar, and the adjoining bays had yielded several kinds of nice fish. All was prepared in an unexceptional manner, and the rich display of pineapples, mangosteens, dukus, and several kinds of bananas was finer than many a European prince could set before his guests. The process of demolishing had fully begun, when the dark beauties, who had been dancing before the house, came in, and ranged themselves round the table. My first impression was, that they had come in to see how Europeans eat, and I only refrained from hinting to that effect to the resident on my right, because he had already smiled to see my surprise at our novel reception, and besides, I was anxious not to appear to be wholly ignorant of their odd customs. Soon they began to sing, and this, I thought to myself, is probably what is meant by a sumptuous banquet in the East, and, if so, it well deserves the name. As the song continued, one after another took out a handkerchief of spotless white, and folding it into a triangular form, began to fan the gentleman in front of her. This is indeed Eastern luxury, I said to myself, and while I was wondering what would come next, the damsel behind the resident reached forward and gave him a loud kiss on his cheek. That was intended as an appetizer, I presume. Naturlich, of course, he replied, and I leaned back in my chair to give way to a hearty laugh, which I had been trying for a long time to restrain, when suddenly I was astonished by a similar salutation on the lips. It was done so quickly that I had no time to recover from my bewildering surprise, and coolly explained that such was not the custom in my land. Instead of my laughing at the resident's expense, the whole party laughed at mine, but my confusion was dispelled by the assurance of all that even the Governor-General himself had to submit to such treatment when he came to inspect these islands. Besides, I was made aware that the fault was largely my own, and that, when I leaned backward to laugh, the fair one behind me had misinterpreted the movement as a challenge, which she certainly seemed not loath to accept. At every village we had to run a similar gauntlet, and I must confess that several times it occurred to me that the youngest member of the party certainly received his share of such tender attention, and that many of these beauties, nona item, were determined to improve their present opportunity for fear that they might never again have the privilege of kissing a gentleman with a white face. The resident's duties, while on a tour of inspection, consist chiefly in visiting and examining the schools, of which there is one in every village on this island, except at one place where two kampongs, which are near each other, have one in common. On Saparua also 13 out of the 16 villages are each provided with a school, and on Haruku 11 villages are supplied with 6 schools, so distributed over the island as to be accessible to all. The facilities, therefore, afforded by the Dutch government to these natives to acquire a good common education are far better than they are in many civilized lands. The teachers are all well paid. Those on this island are all natives. They are remarkably awkward, probably because they feel dressed up, for, on such an important occasion as the present, every one who holds a government office must appear in a black suit. Again and again I found it required great self-command to keep from smiling when it was expected I should look very grave and dignified, for here, on the outskirts of civilization, I beheld all the fashions of Europe, apparently for the last 200 years. All the petty officials wore dress coats, some with tails almost on the ground, and others with sleeves so long that you could scarcely see the ends of the fingers, and still others with the waists so small that they seemed to be in corsets. Some of these coats had narrow collars, and had evidently been worn by the most dainty exquisites, while others had lapels broad enough for the outer coat of a coachman. As soon as the inspection is over, these precious articles are carefully rolled up and thoroughly smoked, to prevent their being destroyed by the ants. They are then placed away till the next year, when they are again unrolled and at once put on, entirely filled with wrinkles, and giving out the strongest odors. On entering the schoolhouse, the resident is greeted with a welcome that has been prepared long before by the teacher and committed to memory by a small boy, who now steps forward, and, stretching out both arms at full length, repeats the oration at the top of his voice, occasionally emphasizing certain sentences by making a low bow, but taking care all the time not to bend his extended arms. This ordeal finished, the children join in singing a psalm, all keeping time by striking the forefinger of the right hand with the palm of the left. It was most amusing to see the little ones perform their part of the ceremony. The 4 classes, into which the schools are divided, are now successively examined. The 2 younger classes in reading and spelling the Malay language, written in the Roman alphabet, according to the Dutch rules of pronunciation. The 2 older classes are likewise examined in these branches, in penmanship and the simple rules of arithmetic. As I visited school after school, I became more and more surprised at the general proficiency of the children, and I am certainly of the opinion that they would compare very favorably with the children of the same ages in our own country districts. This remarkable promise in childhood is not, however, followed by a corresponding development during youth and manhood. The population 31 of these islands is divided into the following kinds: first, that of Europeans, which also includes the mestizos, or, as they are always called here, half-castes, who are of all shades of mixture, from those who are as white as Europeans to those who are as brown as the natives. Outside of the city of Amboina, 9/10 of the so-called Europeans are really mestizos. The second class is composed of those natives who are not required by the government to work in the clove gardens. They are named by the Dutch burghers. The third class includes the Negroï volken or villagers, and the fourth comprises those who were slaves, and are mostly natives of Papua. The villagers, or common people, have paid no direct tax, but have been required instead to work a certain number of days in the clove gardens belonging to the government, and also sell to the government all they raise themselves at a certain price. Now the Dutch are changing this indirect mode of taxation into a direct mode, and requiring the able-bodied men to pay 1 guilder each this year, but not obliging them to work so many days in the gardens. Next year they are to pay 2 guilders and work a less number of days, and so until the 5th year, when they will pay 5 guilders, and be entirely free from any other tax. After the examination of the school has been finished, all the able-bodied men are called together before the Raja's house, and the resident explains to them this change, and what will be expected of them during the coming year. At present each village is obliged to furnish men at a certain price to carry the chair of every official and of every one who, like myself, has an order for such a privilege from the head government at Batavia. In 4 years from this time each official will be obliged to make a separate trade at every village with his chair bearers, and these people are so indolent, and so given to demanding the most extravagant prices, that I fear the chief effect of this change will be to diminish even the little travel and trade there are now, unless the present system shall be continued till large numbers of horses are introduced. This proposed taxation will certainly be very light, for each man can earn the 5 guilders required of him by carrying coal or freight for a week at the city of Amboina. The great obstacle to every reform among these natives is, that only a very few of them, if they have enough for one day, will earn anything for the morrow. Carpe diem is a motto more absolutely observed here than in luxurious Rome. The desire of all Europeans to have something reserved for sickness or old age is a feeling which these people appear to never experience, and such innate improvidence is, unfortunately, encouraged from their earliest childhood by the unfailing and unsparing manner in which nature supplies their limited wants. The possibility of a famine is something they cannot comprehend. In 1854, 120,283 Amsterdam pounds of cloves were raised on this island from 13,042 trees, each tree yielding the great quantity of 9 pounds. In the same year, on Saparua, from 29,732 fruit trees, 181,137 Amsterdam pounds were gathered, 1/3 of the whole crop, 510,912 pounds, obtained that year in Amboina, Haruku, Saparua, and Nisalaut. On Haruku 38,803 pounds were gathered that year. These 3 islands, Haruku, Saparua, and Nisalaut, with the neighboring south coast of Saram, form one residency, over which an assistant resident or resident of the second rank is placed. From Lainatua we passed along the northern shore to Nulia, where we remained for the night. Here I purchased many beautiful harp shells and a few large cones, which were formerly so rare that they have been sold in Europe for more than $200 apiece. The next day we continued on to Amit, the largest kampung on the island. Here a good missionary was located, who was indeed like Melchizedek, both priest and king. From this place he is accustomed to travel to the various villages, preaching, teaching, and keeping a general surveillance over the conduct of his people, and the good results of his labor were well shown in the general spirit of thrift and order which characterizes these villages as compared to the Mohammedan kampungs I had previously visited on the shores of Amboina. Every person in all these villages is nominally a Christian, and this, I believe, is the only island in the archipelago of which that can be said. The missionary, however, informs me that a few of them occasionally steal away to some secret place among the mountains where they practice their ancient rites by making offerings to spirits, possibly those of their ancestors, which they were accustomed to worship before the introduction of Christianity. The village of Amit is one of the best places in the whole Moluccas to gather shells. The platform of coral which begirds the island extends out here nearly 2 English miles from high water level to where the heavy swell breaks along its outer edge, and all this flat area is either bare at low tide, or only covered to the depth of a few inches by small pools. Here the beautiful mitre shells abound, the Mitra episcopalis, or bishop's mitre, and the Mitra papalis, or pope's mitre, and many beautiful cones and cypraeas. From Amit to Ababo, at the southern end of the island, a distance of more than a mile, the coral platform narrows until it is quite near the high water line. Along the whole length of this reef the heavy swell from the ocean is seen rising again and again into one grand wall, which, slowly curling its high white crest, plunges headlong over the soft polyps, which, despite the utmost efforts of the ocean, slowly but continually advance their wondrous structure seaward. This endless lashing and washing of the waves, which would wear away the most adamantine rocks, only enables those delicate animals to work with a greater vigor, and this is probably the chief reason that the reef here is wider than anywhere else along the shores of the neighboring islands. Between Amit and Ababo there is sometimes found a very beautiful cone, covered with mottled bands of black and salmon color, which once commanded fabulous prices in Europe, and is now generally regarded by the natives as the most valuable shell obtained in these seas. Although I traveled along nearly all the shores of the adjacent islands, I was continually assured that this part of Nisalaut was the only place where this shell was ever found, an assertion which I regard as true, so sparing is nature of her choicest treasures. Returning from Ababo to Nullia and Lainatu, I took a small prow for Saparua. The monsoon was light and the sea smooth at first, but when again we approached Tanjong-o, which these natives always spoke of with the same respect that our sailors speak of Cape Horn, we found a very strong current setting in one direction, while the wind had freshened from the opposite quarter. The meeting of the wind and current made the waves rise irregularly up in pyramids and tumble over in every direction. The natives, apparently half terrified, stripped off their clothes, as if they expected that the boat would certainly be swamped, and that soon their only chance of escape would be to swim to the shore and attempt to climb up the ragged rocks through the surf, but I encouraged them to paddle with all their might, and though several waves broke over us, we went safely through. As soon as the danger was past, each native frequently looked back and boastfully shook his head, as if to taunt the evil spirit that dwells on this dangerous headland. When we arrived at Saparua, I found the resident just on the point of starting for the neighboring coast of Ceram, and only waiting to invite me to accompany him. So again I was in good fortune, for I had not anticipated reaching that almost unknown island. From the southern bay we were taken in chairs across the isthmus, that connects the two main parts of Saparua, to the North Bay. It was now night, but we continued along the east side of this bay to the Kampung Nalat, at the northern end of the island, the nearest point to the part of Ceram we were to visit. Scores of natives followed us, some to relieve each other as chair-bearers, and others to carry immense torches of dry palm leaves, which successively blazed brightly for a moment and lighted up the adjoining forests and our strange party. Several villages lay along our route, and, as we entered each, huge piles of leaves were set on fire, and the half-naked natives all whooped and shouted until we really seemed to be in the midst of the infernal regions. At daylight the next morning we started in 2 praus for Ceram. As we left the Raja's house the beauties of the villages gathered on the bank, and, while we were embarking, chanted a song of hope that we should have a pleasant voyage over the sea, and soon return in safety. The tifa and gongs began the monotonous din, the rowers shouted and tugged at their oars, and the high peaks of Saparua slowly sank beneath the horizon. For a time no land was in sight, and I could but note how perfectly we were repeating the experience of the earliest navigators of the Mediterranean along the shores of Phoenicia and Greece. Ceram is the largest island in the Moluccas. Its length is 162 geographical miles, but its greatest breadth is only 40. Its area is computed to be about 5,000 geographical square miles, which makes it rank next to Celebes in the whole archipelago. It is divided into 3 peninsulas by 2 deep bays on its southern coast. The most eastern of these great inlets of the sea is called El Papudi Bay, which separates the western end of the island from the eastward. The western third is again divided into 2 unequal peninsulas by the Bay of Tanano. The westernmost is called Hauimoul, or Little Saram, and is connected with the middle peninsula, Kaibobo, by an isthmus less than a mile broad. Kaibobo is again connected with the eastern 2/3 of the island by an isthmus about 3 miles broad. The whole island is really but one great mountain chain, which sends off many transverse ranges and spurs, and the only low land it contains is east of the Bay of Amahai, along its southern shore. In the western peninsula the mountains do not have any considerable height, but in the middle one some peaks attain an elevation of 5,000 or 6,000 feet, and in the middle part of the eastern peninsula Mount Nasahali is supposed to rise more than 3,000 meters, 9,842 English feet, above the sea. Over all these elevations stretches one continuous and unbroken forest. So great a part of the whole island is unknown that various and widely different estimates of its population have been made. 32 Some of its peaks now became visible through the mist, and soon we were in El Papudi Bay, and, changing our course toward the east, entered a small inlet called the Bay of Amahai. At the head of this bay is the small village of the same name, containing a population of 1,300 souls. The controller stationed here told us of the Alpha 33 who dwelt among the neighboring mountains, and, that I might have the opportunity of seeing these wild savages, the resident kindly sent a number of the coast people to invite them to come down and perform their war dance before us. In a few hours a party of about 20 appeared. Only 8 or 10 were able-bodied men, the others were women, children, and old men. In height and general appearance they closely resemble the Malays, and evidently form merely a subdivision of the Malay race. Their peculiar characteristics are the darker color of their skins and of their hair, which, instead of being lank like that of the Malays, is crisp, but not woolly like that of the Papuans. They wear it so very long, that they may properly be said to have large and bushy heads. When in full dress, however, this abundance of hair is confined by a red handkerchief, obtained from the natives on the coast, and ornamented with parts of a small shell, the nasa, in place of beads. Their clothing is a strip of the inner bark of a tree beaten with stones until it becomes white and opaque, and appears much like white, rough paper. This garment is 3 or 4 inches wide and about 3 feet long. It passes round the waist and covers the loins in such a way that one end hangs down in front as far as the knee. On the arm, above the elbow, some wore a large ring, apparently made from the stalk of a sea fan, Gorgonia. To this were fastened bunches of long, narrow green leaves, striped with yellow. Similar ornaments were fastened to the elbows and to the strip of bark at the waist. Each of the warriors was armed with a parang or cleaver, which he raised high in the right hand, while on his left arm was a shield 3 or 4 feet long but only 4 or 5 inches wide, which he held before him as if to ward off an imaginary blow. Their dance was merely a series of short leaps forward and backward, and occasionally whirling quickly round as if to defend themselves from a sudden attack in the rear. Their only musical instrument was a rude tufa, which was accompanied by a monotonous song from the women, children, and old men. At first the time of the music was slow, but by degrees it grew quicker and louder, until all sang as fast and loud as they could. The dancing warriors became more excited, and flourished their cleavers and leaped to and fro with all their might, until, as one of our company remarked, their eyes were like fire. It was easy to understand that in such a state of temporary madness they would no more hesitate to cleave off a head than to cut down a bamboo. They are far-famed head hunters. It is a custom that has become a law among them that every young man must at least cut off one human head before he can marry. Heads, therefore, are in great demand, and perhaps our realization of this fact made these frenzied savages appear the more shocking specimens of humanity. The head of a child will meet the inexorable demands of this bloody law, but the head of a woman is preferred, because it is supposed she can more easily defend herself or escape. For the same reason the head of a man is held in higher estimation, and the head of a white man is a proof of the greatest bravery, and therefore the most glorious trophy. On the north coast, near Sawai Bay, the Dutch, a few years ago, had a war with these natives, and when they had driven them to the mountains, they found in their huts between 2 and 3 times as many human skulls as it is probable there were people in the whole village, men, women, and children taken together. When a man is afraid to go out on such a hunt alone, he invites or hires 2 or 3 others to assist him, and all lie in wait near a neighboring village until someone chances to pass by, when they spring out and dispatch their victim, and escape. This, of course, creates a deadly enmity between each tribe and every other near it, and the whole interior of the eastern half of the island, where this head hunting prevails, is one unchanging scene of endless, bloody strife. The same custom prevails over the greater part of the interior of Borneo among many tribes known as Dayaks, the Malay word for savage. There only the heads of men are valued, and new ones must be obtained to celebrate every birth and funeral, as well as marriage. I have seen a necklace of human teeth made in that island by those people. Small holes had been drilled in several scores of them, which were then strung on a wire long enough to pass 2 or 3 times round the neck of the hero who wore it. When a head is secured, the brains are taken out, and it is placed over a fire to be smoked and dried. During this process, the muscles of the face contract and change the features until they assume a most ghastly grimace. The dance being finished, we conversed with them as well as we could about their customs, for none of them could speak but a few words in Malay. On the piece of paper like bark which hangs down in front, each warrior makes a circle when he cuts off a head. Some had 1 or 2 of these circles, but one man had 4, and I gave him to understand that I knew what they meant by drawing my hand 4 times across my throat, and then holding up the fingers of one hand, and instantly he hopped about as delighted as a child, thinking that of course I was regarding him as the bravest of the brave, while I looked at him in mute astonishment, and tried to realize what a hardened villain he was. Our North American savages are civilized men compared to these fiends in human form. A Dyak or head hunter of Borneo. From Amahai we sailed westward across El Paputi Bay to the peninsula already described as rejoicing in the melodious name of Kaibabo. Here, at a small village, a native of Amboina had established himself, and commenced planting cocoa trees, which we found thriving most satisfactorily, even better than in the gardens I had previously visited on Amboina. At the present prices this is the most profitable product that can be raised in the Moluccas, and the good result of this trial shows what enormous quantities might be shipped yearly from this single great island of Ceram, if foreigners or natives would devote themselves to its culture. Nearby were 2 villagers of Alfara, who had been induced to abandon their old habits of roaming among the mountains and make for themselves a fixed dwelling place. The Raja of each place came to the village where we landed, to acknowledge his allegiance to the Dutch government. From that place we proceeded southward along the eastern shore of the peninsula. While we were in the bay, the opposite shore sheltered us from the heavy southeasterly swell that now rolled in before a driving rainstorm, and made our round-bottomed pross roll and pitch so that the rowers could scarcely use their oars. At length, near night, we came to anchor off a village that the resident was obliged to visit. It was situated on a straight, open beach, which descended so abruptly beneath the sea, that the high swell never once broke before finding itself suddenly stopped in its rapid course. It rose up in one huge wall that reeled forward and fell on the steep shore with a roar like heavy thunder. Although I was born by the shore of the open sea, and had seen boats land in all kinds of weather, I never saw the most daring sailors attempt it through such a surf as was breaking before us. Every few moments the water would rebound from the sand until it rose twice and a half as high as the natives standing near it, at least 15 feet. One of our number could not conceal his timidity, and declared that every one of us would be drowned if we should attempt to land at that time. The resident, however, said he should try it, and I assured him he should not go alone, and the others concluded not to allow themselves to be left behind. More than 200 natives had now gathered on the beach. They soon made a rude skid or wide ladder, with large poles on the sides, and small green ones with the bark torn off for the rounds. This was laid down when the wave was forming, and a heavy praw pushed onto it as the wave broke, and a broad sheet of surf partially buoyed her up. As this wave receded, she was successfully launched. We were now ordered to change from our boat into that one, and at once we ran in toward the shore over the heavy rollers. Other natives now appeared on the beach with a huge coil of rattan an inch or more in diameter, and, 2 or 3 of them seizing one end, ran down and plunged headlong into a high wave as coolly and as unhesitatingly as a diver would leap from the side of a boat in a quiet bay. The end of the rattan was fastened firmly to the front part of our boat, the other was carried up a long way on the beach, and the natives ranged themselves in 2 rows, each grasping it with one hand as if ready to haul in the Leviathan himself, when the warning should be given. A number of heavy seas now rolled in and broke, but the natives, by means of their paddles, kept us from being swept forward or backward. A smaller swell is coming in now. Every native gives a wild yell, and those on the shore haul in the rattan with all their might, and away we dart on the crest of a wave with the swiftness of an arrow. We are now in the midst of the surf, and our boat is on the skid, but away we glide at the speed of a locomotive, and already we are high upon the bank before the next wave can come in. Landing through the surf on the south coast of Ceram. The resident, who enjoyed surprising me as much as possible, had carefully concealed the urgent business that had compelled him to land in such a difficult place, and my curiosity was not diminished when I noticed his imperative orders for the militia, who accompanied us as a guard, to come on shore immediately. We were evidently near, or already in, an enemy's country. A large gathering of the natives was now ordered at the Rajah's house, an examination began, and several men were sentenced to be seized by the guard and brought to Amboina for trial. They had been guilty of participating in a feist Kakian, or meeting of a secret organization, that was formed as early at least as a few years after the arrival of the Dutch. There are various opinions as to its object, some asserting that it originated as a confederation of many tribes against other tribes, and others supposing its design to be to resist the authority of the Dutch, the view apparently entertained by that government. But a short time before we arrived they had held one of their drunken revels at a place only half an hour's walk among the neighboring mountains. In these convivials at first each indulges as freely as he chooses in an intoxicating liquor made from the juice of the flowering part of a palm, then all join in a dance, and kick about a human head which has been obtained for this especial occasion, and is tossed into the midst of these human fiends all besmeared with its own clotted blood. The natives whom our soldiers were seizing were present and took part in one of these bloody carousals, as they themselves acknowledged. I must confess that a sickening sensation, akin to fear, crept over me that night before I fell asleep, as I realized the probability that, if it were not for our guard, instead of our taking away those culprits to be punished as they richly deserved, they would sever every one of our heads and have another diabolical revel over their bloody trophies. All night the wind piped loudly in strong gusts, and the heavy pulsating of the surf came up from the beach beneath us. In the morning the storm had not abated, but I was anxious to go back to Amboina, and no one of the party desired to remain long in that savage place. To embark was more difficult than to land. Again the skid was put down on the sand, the prow placed on it, and as the water receded the natives pushed us off, several waves sweeping over their heads, but they were so completely amphibious, that it did not appear to trouble them in the least. Unfortunately, a strong gust struck us just as we floated, and for some minutes we remained motionless in one spot, the sea rolling up until what Virgil says, with a poet's license, was literally true of us, the naked earth could be seen beneath our keel. Again all that day we pitched and tossed, and the distance we had to go seemed endless, until, as the sun sank, the high land of Saparu arose before us and we entered a broad bay. The natives saw us coming, and quickly kindled on the shore huge blazing fires, which were repeated in the form of long bands of bright light on the mirror-like surface of the quiet sea, and now we were welcomed with shouts to the same place where the native bells had sung such a plaintive song at our departure. From Saparua I returned directly to Amboina, for one who has been accustomed to the mail facilities of our land will subject himself to almost any inconvenience in order to reach the place where the mail boat touches. Life at Amboina, and at almost every other place in the Dutch possessions, at the best is dull. Once or twice a month, in accordance with an established custom, the governor gives a reception on Sunday evenings, when all the Europeans and most of the mestizos come and dance till late, and as there are some 700 of these people in the city, and the larger portion attend, such parties are quite brilliant affairs. The music is furnished by a small band connected with the detachment of soldiers stationed here. An occasional wedding also helps to break up the unvarying monotony, and kindly furnishes a topic for general conversation, so that for a time everyone does not feel obliged to complain of the abundance of rain, if it is the rainy season, or of the lack of rain if it is the dry monsoon. Whenever an official goes back to Holland, or is transferred from one place to another, which usually occurs once in 3 years, even when he is not promoted, he sells most of his furniture at auction. His friends always muster in full force, and each one is expected to show his attachment to his departing friend by purchasing a number of articles, or something of little value, at 10 or 100 times its price. Such an occasion also gives a change to the talk among merchants. An auction here, instead of being a kind of private trade, as with us, is directly under the management of the government. An authorized auctioneer is regularly appointed at each place, and a scribe carefully enters the name of the successful bidder, the article he has purchased, and the price. 3 months of grace are allowed before such a bill becomes due, but then the buyer must at once pay the sum due or make some arrangement satisfactory to the seller. When natives, whose assets are always limited, have purchased a number of articles, the scribe frequently takes upon himself the responsibility of ordering them not to bid again. Chapter 7. Bunda. 2 months had now passed since I arrived at Amboina, and I had not only collected all the shells figured in Rumphius's Raritiate Kamer, which I had come to seek, but more than twice as many species besides. I was therefore ready to visit some other locality, and turn my attention to a different branch of natural history. During all the time I had been gathering and arranging my collection, Governor Arens had frequently honored me with a visit, and, as I was finishing my work, he called again, this time to give me a pleasant surprise. He had a fine steam yacht, of 300 or 400 tons. It was necessary that he should go to Bunda, and he took it for granted that I would accompany him. If I had planned for myself, what could I have desired more, but he added that, when his yacht, the Telegraph, returned, there would be an item of business for her to do on the north coast of Ceram, which I should also visit, though alone, and that, when she returned to Amboina a second time, we would go together to Ternate, and, taking the resident stationed there, proceed to the north coast of Papua. A royal program. September 7th at 5 p.m. steamed down the beautiful Bay of Amboina for Bunda. Our company is composed of the governor, who is going on a tour of inspection, our captain, myself, an officer of justice, and a lieutenant with a detachment of soldiers in charge of a native of Java, who is sentenced to be hanged as soon as we reach our port. The worst of the rainy season is now over, and this evening is cool, clear, and delightful. Early the next morning Bunda appeared on the horizon, or more correctly the Bandas, for they are 10 in number. The largest, Lontar, or Great Bunda, is a crescent-shaped island, about 6 miles long and 1.5 miles wide in the broadest parts. The eastern horn of its crescent turns toward the north and the other points toward the west. In a prolongation of the former lie Pilo Pisang, Banana Island, and Pilo Kapal, Ship Island. The first is about 2/3 of a mile long, and half as wide, the last is merely a rock about 300 feet high, and somewhat resembling the poop of a ship, hence its name. Within the circle of which these islands form an arc, lie 3 other islands. The highest and most remarkable is the Gunung Api 34 or Burning Mountain, a conical, active volcano, about 2,300 feet high. Between Gunung Api and the northern end of Lontar lies Bundanira, about 2 miles long and less than a mile broad. Northeast of the latter is a small rock called Pilo Kraka, or Women's Island. The center of the circle of which Lontar is an arc falls in a narrow passage called Sun Strait, which separates Gunung Api from Bundanira. The diameter of this circle is about 6 miles. Without it, another concentric circle may be drawn, which will pass through Piloai, Water Island, on the west, and Rosengane in the southwest, and outside of this a third concentric circle, which will pass through Swangi, Sorcery, or Spirit Island, on the northwest, Pilo Rung, Chamber Island, on the west, and the reef of Rosengane on the southwest. The total area of the whole group is 17 6/10 geographical square miles. The first European who reached these beautiful and long-sought islands was Diabru, a Portuguese, but he cannot correctly be styled their discoverer, for the Arabs and Chinese, and probably the Hindus, had been trading here for years before his arrival, as de Barros informs us. Diabru, while on his way, touched at Gresik, in Java, to procure Javanese and Malay pilots who had made this voyage, and he farther adds, every year there repair to Ludatam, Lontar, Javanese and Malays to load cloves, nutmegs, and mace, for this place is in the latitudes most easily navigated, and where ships are most safe, and as the cloves of the Moluccas are brought to it by vessels of the country, it is not necessary to go to the latter in search of them. In the 5 islands now named, Lontar, Rosengane, Ai, Run, and Nira, grow all the nutmegs consumed in every part of the world. A proof of the correctness of a part of de Barros's statements is seen in the names of the different islands, which are all of Malay or Javanese origin. The population at that time was given at 15,000, which, if correct, would have made this group far more densely peopled than any island or number of islands in the whole archipelago is at the present day. Their personal appearance and form of government are thus minutely described by de Barros. The people of these islands are robust, with a tawny complexion and lank hair, and are of the worst repute in these parts. They follow the sect of Mohammed, and are much addicted to trade, their women performing the labors of the field. They have neither king nor lord, and all their government depends on the advice of their elders, and as these are often at variance, they quarrel among themselves. The land has no other export than the nutmeg. This tree is in such abundance that the land is full of it, without its being planted by any one, for the earth yields without culture. The forests which produce it belong to no one by inheritance, but to the people in common. When June and September come, which are the months for gathering the crop, the nutmegs are allotted, and he who gathers most has most profit. 35. The fact that the natives were Mohammedans may be regarded as a proof that they were in advance of the other nations, who continued in heathenism, and their daring and determination are well shown in their long contest with the Dutch. For nearly 100 years the Portuguese monopolized the trade of these islands, and appear to have generally kept on good terms with the natives, but in 1609 the Dutch appeared with 700 troops, as large a force Mr. Crawford pointedly remarks as Cortés had with which to subjugate all Mexico. The admiral commanding this expedition, and 45 of his companions, were taken by an ambuscade, and all slain. The Dutch then began a war of extermination, which lasted 18 years, and was only brought to an end by a large expedition from Java, conducted by the Governor-General in person. During this long contest the natives are said to have lost 3,000 killed and 1,000 prisoners, or more than a fourth part of what has been stated as their whole number when the Dutch arrived. All who were left alive fled to the neighboring islands, and not a vestige of their language or peculiar customs is known to exist at the present time. The Dutch were thus left sole possessors of the coveted prize, but there were no natives to cultivate the nutmeg trees, and they were therefore obliged to import slaves to do their labor. When slavery was abolished in the Dutch possessions, convicts were sent from Java to make up the deficiency, and at this time there are about 3,000 of them in all these islands. Most of them are in Lantar and Nera. They are a most villainous-looking set, and have nearly all been guilty of the bloodiest crimes. They are obliged to wear around the neck a large iron ring, weighing a pound or a pound and a half. It is bent round, and then welded, so that it can only be taken off by means of a file. It is not so heavy that it is difficult for them to carry, but is designed, like the state prison dress in our country, to show that they are common felons. The one on board our ship, who will be executed on our arrival, killed a secretary of the government, a European, in cold blood, at Bunda, where he had already been banished for murder, like most of his fellows. The secretary, having occasion to arrange some papers in a box at the farther end of his room, noticed this common coolie disturbing some letters on his desk, and naturally ordered him to let them alone, and then leaned forward to continue his work. Instantly the Javanese, without further provocation, sprang forward, and, striking him on the back of the head with a heavy cleaver, killed him on the spot. Afterward, when this villain was seized and tried, he could assign no other reason for his committing the murder than the order from his superior to attend to his own business. When he heard that he was sentenced to death, he coolly remarked that he cared very little, as they would hang him, and not take off his head, so that what he had done would in no way affect his entering paradise. In 1852 some natives came from Timor, Timor-Lot, and the neighboring islands, to work on the nutmeg plantations, or, as the Dutch prefer to call them, parks. In 2 years these people numbered 213, but they have not increased since to such a degree as to form a large fraction of the whole population. But while we have been glancing back over the eventful history of the Bondas, our fast yacht has rapidly brought us nearer to them over the quiet, glassy sea. This is Piloai on our right. It is only from 300 to 500 feet high, and, as we see from the low cliffs on its shores, is mostly composed of coral rock. This is also said to be the case with the other islands outside of the first circle we have already described, and we notice that, like it, they are all comparatively low. Now changing our course to the east, we steam up under the high, steep Gunung Api. On its north-northwest side, about 1/4 of the distance from its summit down to the sea, is a deep, wide gulf, out of which rise thick, opaque clouds of white gas, that now, in the still, clear air, are seen rolling grandly upward in one gigantic, expanding column to the sky. On its top also thin, veil-like clouds occasionally gather, and then slowly float away like cumuli dissolving in the pure ether. These cloud masses are chiefly composed of steam and sulfurous acid gas, and, as they pour out, indicate what an active laboratory nature has established deep within the bowels of this old volcano. The western horn of crescent-shaped Lontar is before us. Its shore is composed of a series of nearly perpendicular crags from 200 to 300 feet high, but particularly on the northern or inner side the luxuriant vegetation of these tropical islands does not allow the rocks to remain naked, and from their crevices and upper edges hang down broad sheets of a bright green, unfading verdure. The western entrance to the road, the one through which we are now passing, is between the abrupt, magnificent coast of Lontar on the right, and the high, overhanging peak of Gunung Api on the left, and, as we advance, they separate and disclose to our view the steep and lofty wall that forms Lontar's northern shore. This is covered with a dense, matted mass of vegetation, out of which rise the erect, columnar trunks of palms, from the crests of which, as from sheaves, long, feathery leaves hang over, slowly and gracefully oscillating in the light air, which we can just perceive fanning our faces. Now Banda Nera is in full view. It is composed of hills which gradually descend to the shore of this little bay. On the top of one near us is Fort Belgica, in form a regular pentagon. At the corners are bastions surmounted by small circular towers, so that the whole exactly resembles an old feudal castle. Its walls are white, and almost dazzling in the bright sunlight, and beneath is a broad, neatly clipped glacis, forming a beautiful, green, descending lawn. Below this defense is Fort Nassau, which was built by the Dutch when they first arrived in 1609, only 2 years before the foundations of Belgica were laid, and both fortifications have existed nearly as they are now for more than 2.5 centuries. On either hand along the shore extends the chief village, Nera, with rows of pretty shade trees on the Bund, or front street, bordering the bay. Its population is about 2,000. In the road are a number of praus from Ceram, strange-looking vessels, high at stern, and low at the bow, and having, instead of a single mast, a tall tripod, which can be raised and lowered at pleasure. They are all poorly built, and it seems a wonder that such awkward boats can live any time in a rough sea. A number of Bugis traders are also at anchor nearby. They are mostly hermaphrodite schooners, carrying a square sail or foresail, a foretopsail, and foreroyal, and evidently designed, like the praus, to sail only before the wind. They visit the eastern end of Ceram, the southwestern and western parts of Papua or New Guinea, the Arus, and most of the 1,000 islands between Banda, Timor, and Australia. When the mail steamer that took me to Amboina touched here, a merchant of this place, who joined us, brought on board 4 large living specimens of the Paradisea apata or great bird of paradise, which he had purchased a short time before from one of these traders, and was taking with him to Europe. 36 They were all sprightly, and their colors had a bright, lively hue, incomparably richer than the most magnificent specimens I have ever seen in any museum. The Lontar palm. At our main truck a small flag slowly unfolds and displays a red ball. This indicates that the governor is on board, and immediately a boat comes to take us to the village, but as business is not pressing as is usually the case in the East, we prefer to conform to the established custom in these hot lands, and enjoy a siesta, instead of obliging our good friends on shore to come out in full dress and parade in the scorching sunshine. At 5 p.m. we landed, and the resident politely conducted us to his residence. Our first excursion was to the western end of the opposite island, Lontar, the Malay name of the Palmyra palm, Borassus flabelliformis. Its leaves were used as parchment over all the archipelago before the introduction of paper by the Arabs or Chinese, and in some places even at the present time. Lontar, as already noticed, has the form of a crescent. Its inner side is a steep wall, bordered at the base with a narrow band of lowland. On the outer side from the crest of the wall many radiating ridges descend to the sea, so that its southwestern shore is a continued series of little points separated by small bays. The whole island is covered with one continuous forest of nutmeg and kanari trees. The nutmeg tree, Myristica moscata, belongs to the order Myristicaceae. A foot above the ground the trunk is from 6 to 10 inches in diameter. It branches like the laurel, and its loftiest sprays are frequently 50 feet high. It is dioecious, that is, the pistils and the stamens are borne on different trees, and of course some of them are unproductive. The fruit, before it is fully ripe, closely resembles a peach that has not yet been tinged with red, but this is only a fleshy outer rind, epicarp, which soon opens into 2 equal parts, and within is seen a spherical, black, polished nut, surrounded by a fine branching aril, the mace of a bright vermilion. In this condition it is probably by far the most beautiful fruit in the whole vegetable kingdom. It is now picked by means of a small basket fastened to the end of a long bamboo. The outer part being removed, the mace is carefully taken off and dried on large, shallow bamboo baskets in the sun. During this process its bright color changes to a dull yellow. It is now ready to be packed in nice casks and shipped to market. The black, shining part, seen between the ramifications of the vermilion mace, is really a shell, and the nutmeg is within. As soon as the mace is removed, the nuts are taken to a room and spread on shallow trays of open basket work. A slow fire is then made beneath, and here they remain for 3 months. By the end of that time the nutmeg has shrunk so much that it rattles in its black shell. The shell is then broken, and the nutmegs are sorted and packed in large casks of teak wood, and a brand is placed on the head of the cask, giving the year the fruit was gathered and the name of the plantation or park where it grew. From Nira a large cutter took us swiftly over the bay to Selam, a small village containing the ruins of the old capital of the Portuguese during the 16th and early part of the 17th centuries, while their rights remained undisputed by the Dutch. This western end of Lontar is about 400 feet high, and is composed of coral rock of a very recent date. Walking eastward, we next came to a conglomerate containing angular fragments of lava. This rock was succeeded on the shore of the bay by a fine-grained, compact lava, somewhat stratified, and this again by trachytic and basaltic lavas. Indeed, the whole island, except the parts described above, consists of these eruptive rocks, and Lontar may be regarded as merely a part of the walls of an immense crater about 6 miles in diameter, if it were circular, though its form may have been more nearly elliptical. Pulau Pisang and Pulau Kapal, already noticed as falling in the first circle, are 2 other fragments of the old crater wall. All the remaining parts have disappeared beneath the sea. Here, then, is another immense crater, greater even than the famous one in the Tengger Mountains in the eastern part of Java, the bottom of which is covered with shifting, naked sand, and has been appropriately named by the Malays the Lot Pasir or Sandy Sea. That crater is elliptical in outline, its major axis measuring 4.5 miles, and its minor axis 3.5 miles, and, though of such dimensions, its bottom is nearly a level floor of sand. Out of this rise 4 truncated cones, each containing a small crater. One of these, the Bromo, so named from Brahma, the Hindu god, whose emblem is fire, is still active. In this old crater the island Banda Nira represents the extinct cones rising in the sandy sea, and Gunung Api has a perfect analogue in the active Bromo. The enclosed bay or road, where vessels now anchor in 8 or 9 fathoms, is the bottom of this old crater, and, like that in the Tengger Mountains, is composed of volcanic sand. The radiating ridges on the outer side of Lontar represent the similar ridges on the sides of every volcano that is not building up its cone by frequent eruptions at its summit. Again, the islands crossed by the second and third circles are only so many cones on the flanks of this great volcano. True, those parts of them now above the sea are largely composed of coral rock like the west end of Lontar, but undoubtedly the polyps began to build their high walls on the stores of islands of lava. They are doing this at the present moment. Every island in the group is now belted with a fringing reef, except at a few places where the shore is a perpendicular precipice and the water of great depth. The western entrance, through which we came to the road, is already quite closed up by a broad reef of living coral. A stroll through these beautiful groves would be one of the richest treats a traveler could enjoy, even if he took no interest in the rocks beneath his feet. All the nutmeg trees were loaded down with fruit, which is chiefly gathered during this month, September, and again in June, though some is obtained from time to time throughout the year. It seemed surprising that the trees could bear so abundantly season after season, but the official reports show that there has been little variation in the annual yield for the last 30 years. An average crop for the last 20 years has been about 580,000 Amsterdam pounds of nuts and 137,000 pounds of mace. The trees may be estimated, in round numbers, at 450,000, of which only 2/3 bear. As the governor remarked to me, while I was expressing my wonder at the abundance of fruit on every side, it is, indeed, strange that the income of the government does not equal its expense. For this cause it now, for the first time, proposes to give up its long-continued monopoly. Beneath the trees is spread a carpet of green grass, while high above them the gigantic canary trees stretch out their gnarled arms and shield the valuable trees intrusted to their care from the strong winds which strive in vain to make them cast off their fruit before it is ripe. Such good service do the tall canaris render in this way, that they are planted everywhere, and when the island is seen from a distance, their tops quite hide the nutmeg trees from view. The roots of this canary are most remarkable. They spring off from the trunk above the ground in great vertical sheets, which are frequently 4 feet broad where they leave the tree, and wind back and forth for some distance before they disappear beneath the soil, so that the lower part of one of these old trees might well be fancied to be a huge bundle of enormous snakes struggling to free themselves from a titanic hand that held them firmly forever. As we leisurely strolled along the crest of Lontar, with the thick foliage over our heads that effectually shut out the direct rays of the sun, we occasionally caught distant views under the trees of the blue sea breaking into white, sparkling surf on the black rocks far, far beneath us. Soon we came to the lookout, known here, however, by the Malay name Orang Datang. The people come, for it is a peculiarity of that language, instead of naming a place like this subjectively, as we do, that is from one's own action, to name it objectively, that is, from the result of that action. The lookout is placed on the edge of the interior wall, and is about 600 feet above the sea. From this point most of the bandas are distinctly seen in a single glance, and the view is undoubtedly one of the most charming to be enjoyed among all the isles of the sea. Before us was Banda Nira, with Nira its pretty village, and to the left of this the dark, smoking volcano, and beyond both, on the right, Banana Island, where the lepers live in solitary banishment, and still farther seaward, Ship Rock, with the swell chafing its abrupt sides, while, on our left, in the distance, were Piloai and Pilo Run, all rising out of the blue sea, which was only ruffled here and there by light breezes or flecked by shadows of the fleecy clouds that slowly crossed the sky. The next day we again went over to Lontar, and followed along the narrow band of lowland between the base of the old crater wall and the bay, visiting a number of the residences of the Perkeniers, as the proprietors of the parks are styled. Each of these consisted of a rectangular area of an eighth or a quarter of an acre, enclosed by a high wall. The side next the sea is formed by the park keeper's house, and on the other three sides of the great open yard are rows of storehouses, and the houses of the natives who work on that plantation. Near the place where we landed was a small area where all the maize is white when the fruit is ripe and not red. From the west end of the island we followed most of the distance round its outer shore, and then crossed to our landing. In the early morning, while we were leaving on our excursion, preparations were made in Fort Nassau for the execution of the Javanese we had brought the day before from Amboina, whither he had been taken to be tried for his capital crime. Long lines of natives, most of them women, were seen hurrying along to witness the shocking sight, apparently with exactly the same feelings they would have if they were on their way to some theatrical show. As the governor had now finished his duties as inspector, he proposed that we try to reach the top of the volcano. As we looked up toward its high, dark summit, then but partially lighted by the fading sunset, the thought of such a dangerous undertaking was enough to make one shudder, and, indeed, even while we were sitting on the broad veranda, and discussing the dangers we must incur on the morrow, there was a sudden jar. Everybody darted instantly down the steps. It was an earthquake, and no one knew that a shock might not come the next instant so severe as to lay the whole house in ruins. These frightful phenomena occur here, on an average, once a month, but, of course, no one can tell what moment they may occur or what destruction they may cause. Such is the unceasing solicitude that all the inhabitants of these beautiful islands have to suffer. The governor had ascended 15 volcanoes on Java, some of them with the famous Dr. Junghun, and such a slight earthquake could not shake his decision. But our party had to be made up anew. I promised the governor he should not go alone, though I could not anticipate the ascent without some solicitude. The captain of our yacht then volunteered, also a lieutenant, and finally, as no other shock disturbed us, the excursion became as popular as before, and a number asked permission to go with His Excellency, a favor the governor was quite ready to grant, though I noticed a good-natured smile on his countenance to see such devotion and such bravery. There was only one man, a native, who had ever been to the top and knew the way, though from a distance one part of the mountain seemed as dangerous as another. That man was engaged as our guide, and also some 10 others whose duty it was to carry a good supply of water in long bamboos. Early next morning the coolies were ready, but only the 4 of us before mentioned appeared at the appointed hour. The daring of the others had evidently been dispelled by portentous dreams. From the western end of the village we crossed the Strait of the Sun to the foot of the mountain. Some coolies had preceded us, and cleared away a path up the steep acclivity, but soon our only road was the narrow bands where large masses of rocks and sand, which had been loosened from some place high up the mountain, and shot down in a series of small landslides, ploughing up the low shrubbery in their thundering descent. As long as we climbed up among the small trees, although it was difficult and tiring, it was not particularly dangerous until we came out on the naked sides of the mountain, for this great elevation is not covered with vegetation more than 2/3 of the distance from its base to its summit. This lack of vegetation is caused by the frequent and wide landslides and by the great quantity of sulfur brought up to its top by sublimation and washed down its sides by the heavy rains. Here we were obliged to crawl up on all fours among small, rough blocks of porous lava, and all spread out until our party formed a horizontal line on the mountain side, so that when one loosened several rocks, as constantly happened, they might not come down upon some one beneath him. Our ascent now was extremely slow and difficult, but we kept on, though sometimes the top of the mountain seemed as far off as the stars, until we were within about 500 feet of the summit, when we came to a horizontal band of loose, angular fragments of lava from 2 to 6 inches in diameter. The mountainside in that place rose at least at an angle of 35 degrees, but to us, in either looking up or down, it seemed almost perpendicular. The band of stones was about 200 feet wide, and so loose that, when one was touched, frequently half a dozen would go rattling down the mountain. I had got about halfway across this dangerous place, when the stones on which my feet were placed gave way. This, of course, threw my whole weight on my hands, and at once the rocks, which I was holding with the clenched grasp of death, also gave way, and I began to slide downward. The natives on either side of me cried out, but no one dared to catch me for fear that I should carry him down also. Among the loose rocks, a few ferns grew up and spread out their leaves to the sunlight. As I felt myself going down, I chanced to roll to my right side and notice one of them, and, quick as a flash of light, the thought crossed my mind that my only hope was to seize that fern. This I did with my right hand, burying my elbow among the loose stones with the same motion, and that, thanks to a kind providence, was sufficient to stop me. If it had broken, in less than a minute, probably in 30 or 40 seconds, I should have been dashed to pieces on the rough rocks beneath. The whole certainly occurred in a less space of time than it takes to read 2 lines on this page. I found myself safe, drew a long breath of relief, thanked God it was well with me, and, kicking away the loose stones with my heels, turned round, and kept on climbing. Above this band of loose stones the surface of the mountain was covered with a crust formed chiefly of the sulfur washed down by the rains, which have also formed many small grooves. Here we made better progress, though it seemed the next thing to climbing the side of a brick house, and I thought I should certainly be eligible to the Alpine Club if I ever got down alive. At this moment the natives above us gave a loud shout, and I supposed of course that someone had lost his footing and was going down to certain death. "Look out! Look out, great rocks are coming," was the order they gave us, and the next instant several small blocks, and one great flake of lava 2 feet in diameter, bounded by us with the speed of lightning. "Here is another. It is coming straight for us, and it will take out one of our number to a certainty," I thought. I had stood up in the front of battle when shot and shell were flying, and men were falling, but now to see the danger coming, and to feel that I was perfectly helpless, I must confess, made me shudder, and I crouched down in the groove where I was, hoping it might bound over me, and at that instant, a fragment of lava, a foot square, leaped up from the mountain and passed directly over the head of a coolie a few feet to my right, clearing him by not more than 5 or 6 inches. I took it for granted that the mountain was undergoing another eruption, and that in a moment we should all be shaken down its almost vertical sides, but as the rocks ceased coming down we continued our ascent, and soon stood on the rim of the crater. The mystery concerning the falling rocks was now solved. One of our number had reached the summit before the rest of us, and, with the aid of a native, had been tumbling off rocks for the sport of seeing them bound down the mountain, having stupidly forgotten that we all had to wind part way round the peak before we could get up on the edge of the summit, and that those of the party who were not on the top must be directly beneath him. The whole mountain is a great cone of small angular blocks of trachytic lava and volcanic sand, and the crater at its summit is only a conical cavity in the mass. It is about 80 feet deep and 100 or 150 yards in diameter. The area on the top is elliptical in form, about 300 yards long and 200 wide. This, on the eastern side, is composed of heaps of small lava blocks, which are whitened on the exterior, and, in many places, quite increased instead with sulfur. Through the heaps of stone steam and sulfurous acid gas are continually rising, and we soon hurried around to the windward side to escape their suffocating fumes, and in a number of places we were glad to run, to prevent our shoes from being scorched by the hot rocks. On the western side of the crater the rim is largely composed of sand, and in one place rises 120 feet higher than on the eastern side. The top, therefore, partly opens toward the east, and from some of the higher parts of Lontar most of the area on the summit of this truncated cone can be seen. In the western part were many fissures, out of which rose sheets and jets of gas. When we had reached the highest point on the northwest side, we leaned over and looked directly down into the great active crater, a quarter of the distance from the summit to the sea. Dense volumes of steam and other gases were rolling up, and only now and then could we distinguish the edges of the deep, yawning abyss. Here we rested and lunched, enjoying meanwhile a magnificent view over the whole of the Bunda group when the strangling gas was not blown into our faces. Again we continued around the northern side, and came down into an old crater, where was a large rock with Etna, the name of a Dutch man of war, carved on one of its sides, and our captain busied himself for some time cutting telegraph, the name of our yacht, beneath it. Great quantities of sulfur were seen here, more, the governor said, than he had noticed on any mountain in Java, for the abundance of sulfur they all yield is one of the characteristics of the volcanoes of this archipelago. It was now time to descend, and we called our guide, to whom someone had given the classical praenomen of Apollo, a more appropriate title at least than Mercury, for he never moved with winged feet, but he could not tell where we ought to go, everything appeared so very different when we looked downward. I chose a place where the vegetation was nearest the top, and asked him if I could go down there, to which, of course, he answered yes, as most people do when they do not know what to say, and must give some reply. I had brought up with me an alpenstock, or long stick, slightly curved at one end, and with this I reached down and broke places for my heels in the crust that covered the sand and loose stones. For hundreds of feet beneath me the descent seemed perpendicular, but I slowly worked my way downward for more than 90 feet, and had begun to congratulate myself on the good progress I was making. Soon, I thought, I shall be down there, where I can lay hold of that bush and feel that the worst is past, when I was suddenly startled by a shout from my companions, who were at some distance on my right. "Stop! Don't go a step farther, but climb directly up just as you went down." I now looked round for the first time, and found, to my astonishment, that I was on a tongue of land between two deep, long holes or fissures, where great landslides had recently occurred. I had kept my attention so fixed on the bush before me that I had never looked to the right or left, generally a good rule in such trying situations. To go on was to increase my peril, so I turned, climbed up again, and passed round the head of one of these frightful holes. If at any time the crust had been weak, and had broken beneath my heels, no earthly power could have saved me from instant death. As I broke place after place for my feet with the staff, I thought of Professor Tyndall's dangerous ascent and descent of Monte Rosa. At last I joined my companions, who had found the way we had come up, and after some slips and sprains, and considerable bruising, we all reached the bottom safely, and were glad to be off the volcano, and, landing on Bundanera, feel ourselves on terra firma once more. Ascent of Burning Mountain, Bunda. For a few days I could scarcely walk or move my arms, but this lameness soon passed away, not so with the impressions made on my mind by those dangers, and even now, when I am suddenly aroused from sleep, for a moment the past becomes the present, and I am once more on the tongue of land, with a frightful gulf on either hand, or I am saving myself by grasping that fern. According to the statements of the officials, many years ago a gentleman had the hardihood to attempt to ascend this mountain alone. As he did not return at the expected time, a party of natives was sent to search for him, and his dead body was found some distance beneath the summit. The rocks to which he had intrusted himself had probably given way, and the only sensation that could have followed was one of falling and a quick succession of stunning blows, and life was gone. Governor Areens assured me that the band of loose stones was the most dangerous place he had ever crossed, though he had climbed many nearly perpendicular walls, but always where the rocks were fixed and could be relied on for a footing and a hold. If the ascent and descent were not so difficult, sulfur might be gathered in such quantities at the summit crater that it would form an important article of export. The authorities informed me that much was obtained in former times, and that the natives who undertook this perilous climbing were always careful to array themselves in white before setting out, so that if they did lose their lives in the attempt they would be dressed in the robes required by their creed, and at once be taken to paradise. The first European who reached its summit, so far as I am aware, was Professor Reinward, in 1821, the second was Drive S. Muller, in 1828, and from that time till the 13th of September, 1865, when we ascended it, only one party had attempted this difficult undertaking, and that was from the steamer Etna, whose name we had found on a large rock in the old crater. The height of this volcano we found to be only 2,321 English feet. Its spreading base is considerably less than 2 miles square. In size, therefore, it is insignificant compared to the gigantic mountains on Lombok, Java, and Sumatra, but when we consider the great amount of suffering and the immense destruction of property that has been caused by its repeated eruptions, it becomes one of the most important volcanoes in the archipelago. 37 In 1615 an eruption occurred in March, just as the Governor-General, Gerard Renst, arrived from Java with a large fleet to complete the war of extermination that the Dutch had been waging with the Aborigines for nearly 20 years. For some time previous to 1820, many people lived on the lower flanks of Gunung Api, and had succeeded in forming large groves of nutmeg trees. On the 11th of June of that year, just before 12 o'clock, in an instant, without the slightest warning, an eruption began which was so violent that all the people at once fled to the shore and crossed over in boats to Bundanira. Out of the summit rose perpendicularly great masses of ashes, sand, and stones, heated until they gave out light like living coals. The latter hailed down on every side, and, as the accounts say, set fire to the woods and soon changed the whole mountain into one immense cone of flame. This happened, unfortunately, during the western monsoon, and so great a quantity of sand and ashes was brought over to Bundanira, that the branches of the nutmeg trees were loaded down until they broke beneath its weight, and all the parks on the island were totally destroyed. Even the water became undrinkable, from the light ashes that filled the air and settled down in every crevice. The eruption continued incessantly for 13 days, and did not wholly cease at the end of 6 weeks. During this convulsion the mountain was apparently split through in a north-northwest and south-southeast direction. The large, active crater which we saw beneath us on the northwestern flanks of the mountain, from the spot where we stopped to lunch, was formed at that time, and another was reported higher up between that new crater and the older one on the top of the mountain. A stream of lava poured down the western side into a small bay, and built up a tongue of land 180 feet long. The fluid rock heated the sea within a radius of more than half a mile, and nearer the shore eggs were cooked in it. This stream of lava is the more remarkable, because it is a characteristic of the volcanoes throughout the archipelago, that, instead of pouring out molten rock, they only eject hot stones, sand, and ashes, and such materials as are thrown up where the eruptive force has already reached its maximum and is growing weaker and weaker. On the 22d of April, 1824, while Governor-General van der Capellen was entering the road, an eruption commenced, just as had happened 209 years before, on the arrival of Governor-General Renst. A great quantity of ashes again suddenly rose from its summit, accompanied by clouds of black smoke, in which lightnings darted, while a heavy thundering rolled forth that completely drowned the salute from the forts on Nera. This was followed, on the 9th of June, by a second eruption, which was succeeded by a rest of 14 days, when the volcano again seemed to have regained its strength, and once more ashes and glowing stones were hurled into the air and fell in showers on its sides. But the people of Banda have suffered quite as much from earthquakes as from eruptions, though the latter are usually attended by slight shocks. 38 Almost the first objects that attract one's attention on landing at the village are the ruins caused by the last of these destructive phenomena. Many houses were levelled to the ground, but others that were built with special care suffered little injury. Their walls are made of coral rock or bricks. They are 2 or 3 feet thick and covered with layers of plaster. At short distances, along their outer side, sloping buttresses are placed against them, so that many of the Banda residences look almost as much like fortifications as dwelling houses. The first warning anyone had of the destruction that was coming was a sudden streaming out of the water from the enclosed bay, until the war brig Ha, which was lying at anchor in 8 or 9 fathoms, touched the bottom. Then came in a great wave from the ocean which rose at least to a height of 25 or 30 feet over the low, western part of the village, which is only separated from Gunung Api by the narrow Sun Strait. The praus lying near this shore were swept up against Fort Nassau, which was then so completely engulfed, as it was stated to me on the spot, that one of these native boats remained inside the fort when the water had receded to its usual level. The part of the village over which the flood swept contained many small houses, and nearly every one in them was carried away. The rapid outflowing of the water of this enclosed bay, which is really only an old crater, was probably caused either by the elevation of the bottom at that spot, or else by such a sinking of the floor of the sea outside, that the water was drained off into some depression which had suddenly been formed. We have no reason to suppose that there was any great commotion in the open ocean, and certainly there was no high wave or bore, or it would have risen on the shores of the neighboring islands. There are 3 entrances or straits which lead from the road out to the open sea. 2 of these are wide and 1 is narrow. When the whole top of the old volcano, that is, Banda Nera, Gunung Api, Lontar, and the area they enclose, was raised for a moment, the water steamed out from the crater through these straits, causing only strong currents, but as the land instantly sank to its former level, the water poured in, and the streams of the 2 wider straits, meeting and uniting, rolled on toward the inner end of the narrow strait. Here they all met, and, piling up, spread out over the adjoining low village, causing a great destruction of life. At the residence house, a few hundred yards east of Fort Nassau, the water only rose some 10 or 15 feet above high water level, and farther east still less. The cause assigned above, though the principal one, may therefore not have been sufficient in itself to have made the sea rise so high over the southwestern part of Banda Nera and the opposite part of Gunung Api, and I suspect that an additional cause was that the land there sank for a moment below its proper level. Valentine thus describes another less destructive earthquake wave. In the year 1629 there was a great earthquake, and half an hour afterward a flood which was very great, and came in calm weather. The sea between Nera and Selam, on the western part of Lontar, rose up like a high mountain and struck on the right side of Fort Nassau, where the water rose 9 feet higher than in common spring floods. Several houses near the sea were broken into pieces and washed away, and the ship Briel, lying nearby, was whirled round 3 times. 39 However, all these events are but as yesterday when we glance over the early history of this ancient volcano, for, if we can judge by analogy, taking as our guide the great crater already referred to as this day existing among the lofty Tengger Mountains on Java, we see in our mind's eye an immense volcanic mountain before us. from its high crater during the lapse of time pour out successive overflows of lava which has solidified into the trachyte of Lontar. That period is succeeded by one in which ashes, sand, and hot stones are ejected, and which insensibly passes into recent times. During one of these mighty throes the western half of the crater wall disappeared beneath the sea, if the process of subsidence had gone on so far at that time. Slowly it sinks until it is at least 4 feet lower than at the present day, for we found on the western end of Lontar a large bank of coral rock at that height. The outer islands are now wholly submerged. This period of subsidence is followed by one of upheaval, but not till the slow-building coral polyps had made great reefs, which have become white, chalky cliffs, and attain their present elevation above the sea. A tropical vegetation by degrees spreads downward, closely pursuing the retreating sea, and the islands become exactly what they are at the present day. The Bunda group form but a point in the wide area of the residency of Bunda. All the eastern part of Ceram is included in it, the southwest coast of New Guinea, and the many islands south and southwest to the northern part of Timor. Southeast of Ceram are the Ceram lot, that is, Ceram lying to seaward, or Kafing group, numbering 17 islands. Their inhabitants are like those I saw on the south coast of Ceram, and do not belong to the Papuan or Negro race. They are great traders, and constantly visit the adjoining coast of New Guinea, where they purchase birds of paradise, many lurus, or parrots of various genera, crown pigeons, megapodiida, scented woods, and very considerable quantities of wild nutmegs, which they sell to the Bugis traders, who usually touch here at Bunda on their outward and homeward passages. I saw many of the wild nutmegs that had been brought in this way from New Guinea. Instead of being spherical, like those cultivated here at Bunda, they are elliptical in outline, frequently an inch or an inch and a quarter long, and about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. They do not, however, have the rich, pungent aroma of the Bunda nutmegs, and this, I am assured, is also the case with all wild ones wherever found, and even with those raised on Sumatra and Penang from seeds and plants originally carried from these islands. Wild nutmegs are also found on Dama southwest of Bunda, and on Amboina, Ceram, Buru, Bachan, the Obi Islands, and Jalilo, also on the islands east of the latter, and on the northern coast of the western part of New Guinea. This fruit is widely planted by the nutcrackers, 2 large species of doves, Columba ennea, Tem, and Columba perspicillata, Tem, which swallow the nuts covered with the mace, the only part digested. The kernel enclosed in its hard, polished shell is soon voided, while it yet retains the germinating power, and a young tree springs up far from its parent. East of this group is that of Goram, composed of 3 islands, inhabited by natives who are Mohammedans. Southeast of Goram is the Matabele group. Indeed, these groups are so united that they form but one archipelago. The Ceram-Lot Islands are low, but those of Goram and Matabele are high. On the island Tier, or Tuer, in the last group, there is a volcano which suffered a great eruption in 1659. Mr. Wallace describes the Matabeles as partly composed of coral reefs raised from 300 to 400 feet. Sometimes these people go as far west as Sumbawa and Bali. The southeastern islands begin on the north with the Key group, 10 in number, south of the former archipelago. 3 of the Kiss are large islands and 2 are high, a peak on one being estimated at about 3,000 feet. They are so well peopled that they are supposed to contain over 20,000 souls. The natives are very industrious, and famous as boat builders. The wood they use comes from their own hillsides, and they need no iron to complete boats of considerable size, which they sell to the inhabitants of all that part of the archipelago. Farther to the east are the Aru, in Dutch, Aro, Islands, that is, the islands of the casuarina trees. They number about 80, and are very low, forming a chain about 100 miles long and half as broad. When seen on the west they appear as one continuous, low island, but on coming nearer, intricate channels are found winding among them, through which set strong tidal currents. The people are said to closely resemble those of Haruku, Saparua, and Nisalaut. The total population is given at only 14,000. A few are Christians, and 2 or 3 native schoolmasters from Amboina are employed there. Papuans are said to live on the most eastern island. Large quantities of tripang are gathered on the shallow coral banks of these low islands, and in the sea the dugong, Halicore dugong, cove, is seen. The great bird of paradise, P. apida, is found here, and also the red bird of paradise, P. regia. The skins of these beautiful birds were probably brought here to Banda and sold to the Chinese traders for many ages, but the first account we have of them is by Pigafetta, who accompanied Magellan's fleet. He says that the king of Bakian, an island west of the southern end of Jalilo, gave his companions a slave and nearly 200 pounds of cloves as a present for their emperor, Charles V, and also 2 most beautiful dead birds. These are about the size of a thrush, have small heads, long bills, legs a palm in length and as slender as a writing quill. In lieu of proper wings, they have long feathers of different colors, like great ornamental plumes. The tail resembles that of a thrush. All the feathers except those of the wings are of a dark color. It never flies except when the wind blows. We were informed these birds came from the terrestrial paradise, and they called them Belundinata 40, that is, birds of God. This word the Portuguese translated into their language as Ave de Paraíso, and hence our name birds of paradise, a name well chosen, for in some species the feathers have all the appearance of the most brilliant jewels. Southwest of the Key Islands lies Timor Lot, and passing on toward Timor we come to the southwestern islands, composed of the Baba, Surmata, Leti, Roma, Weta, and Lama groups, which we noticed as we steamed away from Dili. Returning northward from Weta, we come to Gunung Api, an uninhabited volcano, rising between 6 and 7,000 feet above the sea. It is a well-known landmark for the ships bound to China that have passed up the Ombay Passage, or those coming down the Flores Sea, intending to pass out through that strait into the Indian Ocean. Northeast of Gunung Api are the Lucipara and Turtle, in Dutch Skilpad, islands, which pros from Amboina frequently visit for tortoise shell. East of Gunung Api is Nila, an active volcano, about 1,700 feet in height, and north of it is Sirua, which is merely a volcanic cone rising abruptly from the sea. In 1694 a great eruption took place in this volcano. A part of the crater wall fell in, and the lava overflowed until the whole island is represented as having become one sea of fire, and all the inhabitants were obliged to flee to Bunda. Again, in September 1844, after a rest of 150 years, another eruption began, which compelled everyone to leave its inhospitable shores once more. Since that time it has been settled again, and here in Bunda are many of the boats its people bring in the latter part of this month, when continuously for days not a breeze ripples the glassy sea, halcyon days indeed. As the natives have no iron, the whole boat is built of wood. The central part is low, but the bow and stern curve up high, quite different from all I have seen in any other part of the archipelago, and reminding one of the representations usually given of those used in some parts of the South Sea. While I had been turning my attention to geology, the native who was assisting me to collect shells was searching for a hunter, that is, one who can skin birds. He soon had the good fortune to find one, who was also a native of Amboina, for all these natives dislike those of another village, and only associate with them when they can find none of their own people. During the few days we were at the Bandas they collected several species of most beautiful kingfishers. Indeed, those who have seen only our somber-colored specimens can scarcely conceive of the rich plumage these birds assume in the tropical East. They were also so fortunate as to find a few superb specimens of a very rare and valuable bird, with scarcely any tail, and having 8 very different colors, the Pitta vigorsi. An allied species is found on the Aru Islands, and another on Buru, a third on Jalilo, and a fourth on Celebes, but none is yet known on the great island of Ceram. We now steamed back to Amboina, and while the yacht was taking in coal and preparing to go to Ceram, I crossed over Layatamur with the governor. Our procession was headed by a native carrying a large Dutch flag, and after him came a head man, supported on the right by a man beating a tufa, and on the left by another beating a gong. Then came the governor, borne in a large chair by a dozen coolies, and I, in a similar chair, carried by the same number. From the city we at once ascended a series of hills, sparsely covered with shrubbery, and composed of a soft red sandstone, which is rapidly disintegrating, and is evidently of very recent origin. It is found on the highest elevation we crossed, which is from 15 to 1800 feet above the sea. Near this point we descended into a small ravine, where the soft sandstone had been washed away, and the underlying rocks were exposed to view. Here we found feldspathic porphyry and serpentine. Thence we crossed other hills of sandstone and came down to the seashore at the village of Rutong. We were hoping to find a small hill of granite that Dr. Schneider had discovered, but we were not able to identify the places he describes. Dr. Bleecker, who crossed over to Emma in 1856, remarks that the first hills he ascended were composed of coral rock, and that he came onto it again when he descended toward the seashore. We did not notice it at this time, but, on my first excursion to the cocoa plantation on Hitu, I found a long coral reef, fully 500 feet above the sea. It was a perfect repetition of the reef I visited in the bay of the Portuguese village of Dili, at the northern end of Timor. A small place had been cleared on its crest, and there I found several pairs of the huge valves of the Tridacna, which appeared from their relative position to have been once partially surrounded by the soft coral rock, which, having been washed away, allowed the valves to fall apart. They were much decayed, but had not lost more than half their weight. They had evidently never been brought there by men, because the natives rarely or never use them for food. There is no need that they should take the trouble to gather such enormous bivalves when they have a plenty of sago palms, and all that it is necessary for them to do to obtain an abundance of food is to cut down these trees and dig out the pith. If, in former times, they did collect the Tridacna for food, they never would have carried these great shells, each of which originally weighed 100 pounds or more, a mile back among the hills, but would have taken out the animal and left them on the shore. Governor Arenes, who had carefully studied these recent reefs, stated to me that he had found them as high up as 800 feet above the sea, but at that elevation they seemed to disappear. When returning we stopped for some time on the hills back of the city to enjoy a magnificent view of the bay and the high hills rising on the opposite side. Just then the broad strati, floating in the west, parted, and rays of bright sunlight, darting through their fissures, lighted up the dark water beneath us. There were not many vessels and praus at anchor off the city at that time, but I was informed that in about a month later many would arrive, for the dry season, with its clear sky and light winds, had set in about the 15th of September, when we arrived from Bunda. About 200 vessels and praus of all kinds come to Amboina in a year. The praus are owned and commanded by the natives themselves, but most of the vessels are commanded by mestizos and owned by Arabs and Chinese, who carry on the larger part of the trade in the eastern part of the archipelago. Since a line of steamers has been established, These Arabs and Chinese avail themselves of that means of importing their goods from Batavia and Surabaya, where they are received directly from Europe. The total value of the imports is from 1/2 to 3/4 of a million of guilders. The chief article is cotton fabrics, and the next rice, which is shipped here all the way from Java and Sumatra for the sustenance of the troops. Very little rice is raised on any of these islands, because there are no low, level lands suitable for its cultivation. In the Bandas the whole attention of the population is so devoted to cultivating the nutmeg that they are entirely dependent on other islands for a supply of food. The most important exports from this island are cloves, cocoa, cauputi oil, nutmegs, various kinds of woods, and mace. Formerly the inhabitants of Saramlot, Goram, and the Aru Islands were accustomed to bring their tripang, tortoise shell, paradise birds, and massoy bark to this port to sell to the Bugis, but for the last 40 or 50 years the Bugis have gone from Makassar directly to those islands and traded with the people at their own villages. In 1854, Amboina, Bunda, Ternate, and Kaili, were made free ports, but this has not materially increased the trade at any of those places. The period when the trade at Amboina was most flourishing was when it was last held by the English, from 1814 to 1816. The port was then free, but, when it once more passed into the hands of the Dutch, duties were again demanded, which forced the trade into other channels, where it still remains, notwithstanding there are now no duties. The proper remedy has been applied, but applied too late. This is also the history of the trade at Batavia, where the heavy duties have induced the traders of the eastern part of the archipelago to sail directly to the free port of Singapore. I had been at Amboina a long time before I could ascertain where the grave of Rumphius is located, and even then I found it only by chance, so rarely is this great man spoken of at the present time. From the common, back of the fort, a beautifully shaded street leads up to the east, and the stranger, while walking in this quiet retreat, has his attention drawn to a small, square pillar in a garden. A thick group of coffee trees almost embrace it in their drooping branches, as if trying to protect it from wind and rain and the consuming hand of time. Under that plain monument rest the mortal remains of the great naturalist. The inscription, which explains itself, and shows how nearly this sacred spot came to be entirely neglected and forgotten forever, reads as follows: Memoriae Seorum Georgii Everardi Rumphii, de Re Botanica et Historica Naturali Optimi Merita Tumulum Dira Temporis Calamitate et Sacrilegia Manifera Dirudum, Manibus Placatus Restitui Jussit et Pietatem Reverentium Publicam Testificans Hoc Monumentum IPSE Consecravit Godaras Alexander Grardus Philippus Liber Baro A Capellan Totius Indii Belgici Prefectus Regius Amboini Mensis Aprilis, Anno Domini M.DCCC.XXIV. George Everard Rumph, whose name has been Latinized into Rumphius, as an acknowledgement of the great service he has rendered to the scientific world, was a German, a native of a small town in Hesse-Kassel. He was born about the year 1626, and, having studied medicine, at the age of 28 went to Batavia, entered the mercantile service of the Dutch East India Company, and thence proceeded to Amboina, where he passed the remainder of his life. At the age of 42, while contemplating a voyage back to his native land, he suddenly became blind, and therefore never left his adopted island home, yet he continued to prosecute his favorite studies in natural history till his death, which occurred in 1693, when he had attained the ripe age of 67. His great work on the shells of Amboina, which was not published till 1705, 12 years after his death, was for a long time the acknowledged standard to which all conchological writers referred. His most extensive work, however, was the Hortus Amboinense, which was only rescued from the Dutch archives and published at the late date of 48 years after his death. It contains the names and careful descriptions of the plants of this region, their flowering seasons, their habitats, their uses, and the modes of caring for those that are cultivated. When we consider that, in his time, neither botany nor zoology had become a science, and consider, moreover, the amount and the accuracy of the information he gives us, we agree with his contemporaries in giving him the high but well-merited title of the Indian Pliny. Chapter 8. Buru. September 25. Steamed down the bay from Amboina, this time not without a slight feeling of sadness as I recalled the many happy hours I had passed gathering shells on its shores and rambling over its high hills, and as I realized that it would probably never be my privilege to enjoy those pleasures again. Only 3 months had elapsed since my arrival at Batavia, but I had passed through so many and such different scenes, that Amboina appeared to have been my home for a year, and so it seems to this day. As we came out of the mouth of the bay, we changed our course to the west, and kept so near the land, that I had a fine opportunity to re-examine the places I had visited during a heavy storm, when the sea was rolling into white surf and thundering along the shore. Off the western end of Ceram lie 3 islands, Bono, Kilang, and Manapa. Bono, the most easterly, is a hilly island about 12 miles long and half as broad. Its population is divided into Christians and Mohammedans, and each has such a bitter hatred against the other, that the Christians at last determined to expatriate themselves, and accordingly, in 1837, migrated to Bakian. The clove gardens in Bono were thus in danger of being neglected, and the man who was governor of the Moluccas at that time therefore sent messengers to induce them to return, but, when this measure proved unavailing, he went himself in a war-ship, and brought them back. From Amboina we passed up the strait between Kilang and Manapa, which is less than a mile wide, and made much narrower by long tongue-shaped reefs of coral which project from several points. A fresh breeze had sprung up from the south, and, under a full head of steam and a good press of canvas, we ploughed through the waves which rolled up against the wind. In all these straits the tidal currents are very strong, and in many places so swift that a good boat cannot make headway against them with oars, and this makes many of these narrow channels very dangerous for the native boats. That evening the bright fires built by the fishermen on the shores of Bono were seen on our larboard side, and the next morning we were near the 7 Brothers, a group of islands on the west side of Sawai Bay. Here are 3 dangerous reefs not laid down on the charts, a mile or more from the shore. As we passed, mountains 3 or 4,000 feet in height were seen standing by the sea near the head of the bay. At noon we came to anchor in the little harbor of Wahai, which is formed by coral reefs that are bare at low tide. Unfortunately, it is too small for sailing ships to enter safely, or it would be visited occasionally by those of our whalers who frequent these seas. The whole village consists of a small fort, a house for the commandant, who has the rank of captain, a house for the doctor, and a few native huts on either hand. The only communication the inhabitants of this isolated post have with the rest of the world is by means of coolies, who cross over from the head of El Paputi Bay to the head of Sawai Bay, and then come along the shore. All the natives in the interior are entirely independent of the Dutch government, and the coast natives, who carry the mail, are liable to be robbed or killed at any moment while on their journey. My hunter at once began collecting birds, while I searched the shores for shells, and bought what the natives chanced to have in their miserable dwellings. The most common shell here is an auricula. Its peculiar aperture, as its name implies, is like that of the human ear. It lives on the soft, muddy flats, where the many-rooted mangrove thrives. The rarest and most valuable shell found here, and indeed one of the rarest living in all these seas, is the Rostellaria rectirostris. It is so seldom found that a pair is frequently sold here for 10 guilders, 4 Mexican dollars. My hunter soon returned with 2 large white doves, the Carpophaga luxuosa, and a very perfect specimen of that famous bird, the Platycercus hypophonius, gr. Gray, called by the Malays the Kasturi Raja, or Prince Parrot, from its being the most beautiful of all that brilliantly plumaged family. It is a small bird for a parrot. The head, neck, and under parts are of a bright scarlet, the wings a dark, rich green, and the back and rump a bright lapis lazuli blue, that shades off into a deeper blue in the tail, which is nearly as long as the body. These birds generally fly in pairs, and as they dart through the evergreen foliage, and you catch a glimpse of their graceful forms and brilliant plumage, it seems like the momentary recollection of some dream of paradise. Large flocks of red lurus, Eos rubra, GML, other species of parakeets, and many sorts of doves, frequent the surrounding woods, and several species of kingfishers and snipes lie by the shore. For 3 days I enjoyed this rare hunting. We then steamed out of the little bay of Wahai for the island of Buru. While passing Bono we kept near the shore, and saw a large white monument which was erected by the Portuguese, and is probably one of the Pedros, or Pillars of Discovery, placed there by Diabru when he first reached these long-sought isles. Soon we passed Swangi, Spirit Island, a lonely rock near Manapa, supposed by these superstitious natives to be haunted by some evil spirit. Buru, the island to which we were bound, lies a few miles west of Manapa. Its area is estimated at about 2,600 geographical square miles, so that it is 1/2 larger than Bali or Lombok. Its form is oval, with the greatest axis east and west. Its shores, instead of being deeply indented, like those of all the larger islands in that region, are entire, except on the northwest corner, where they recede and form the Great Bay of Kaili. The entrance to this bay is between 2 high capes, 3 or 4 miles apart, so that on the northeast it is quite open to the sea. Within these capes the shores become low, forming on the southwest a large morass, and the bay expands to the east and west until it is about 7 miles long. In the lowlands bordering the south side of this bay is the Dutch Bezitting, or post, also named Kaili. Here is a small, well-built fort, in which are stationed a lieutenant and doctor, and a company of militia from Java or Madura. A controller has charge of the civil department, and the governor had kindly given me a note to him, and he and his good lady at once received me kindly, and, as it proved, I made my home with them and the doctor for a long time. The plan the governor proposed was that we should leave for Ternate and New Guinea in 5 days after the steamer landed me at Kaili. Those 5 days passed, but no steamer appeared. Again and again I watched by the hour, hoping, almost expecting, to be able to discern smoke on the horizon, and soon see the telegraph coming into the harbor. Thus a week passed, then 10 days, and by this time all, like myself, had come to the conviction that some unexpected and unfortunate event must have happened. But what was it? No one could tell. 15 days of such uncertainty and solicitude passed, when a large proa was seen coming in from the sea. It brought me a letter from Governor Arenes, stating that just as he was on the point of coming to take me, as proposed, news came that a great revolt had broken out in Ceram. Immediately he accompanied the captain of a large man of war, whose duty it was to put down all insurrections. When they arrived off the village, the captain, contrary to the advice of all, landed with a small force, hoping to be able to treat with the rebels, but he had scarcely touched the shore when a party of them in ambush poured a volley into his boat, wounding him twice severely, but not fatally. I now found myself really banished, for the yacht was needed too much to come and take me away. I therefore resigned myself quietly to my fate, and determined to profit by the opportunity to make a collection of the beautiful birds of the island. My first excursion was to a cliff on the southeast side of the bay, near its mouth, which I found was composed of metamorphic schists, that were very much fissured by joints and seams, and fell apart in cubical blocks. Another place I frequently visited was the low morass on the southwest side of the bay, through which flows out a stream of such size that a large canoe can ascend it for 3 days. Along the canals in this morass is a thick forest, the high branches of which meet above, forming for a considerable distance grand covered avenues. Here the kingfishers delight to gather, and, perching on the lower boughs, occasionally dart downward, like falling arrows, into the quiet water. It was most delightful, during the heat of the day, to glide along in these cool and shady canals, which wind to and fro, and in such an endless series of curves and angles, that no one could weary of the rich, almost oppressive, vegetation that continually surrounds him. At the mouth of this small river are long shallow banks of sand, which are bare at low tide, and on these are many large snags and logs that have come down the streams and grounded while on their way to the sea. On these wide banks, as the ebbing ceases and the tide begins to flow, long lines of gulls, sandpipers, plovers, and curlews, gather, and, as the water advances, they are forced to approach the shore until the only resting places left them are the logs and snags that raise their crooked limbs and roots above the surface of the water. At such times these perching places are one living, fluttering mass of birds. Again and again I came to this spot, and always returned with as many specimens as my native hunter could skin on the following day. A few minutes' walk back of the controller's house took me into the surrounding forest, where I was accustomed to ramble to and fro hour after hour until I knew all the favorite haunts of most of the birds, yet nearly every day, till the time I left, I secured specimens of a species that had not been represented in my collection. Still others were seen, and one or more specimens of them must be obtained, and thus, the more I collected, the more interesting became my work. My regular daily routine was to hunt in the morning till 10 or 11 o'clock, return to the house to avoid the heat, and then go out again about 4, and remain till the setting sun warned me to return or grope my way back as best I could through the dark woods. Soon after I arrived, a tree, as large as our oak, became filled with great scarlet flowers, and in the early morning flocks of red lurus, Eos rubra, GML, and other parakeets, with blue heads, red and green breasts, and the feathers on the underside of the wings of a light red and brilliant yellow, Trichoglossus cyanogrammus, waggle, would come to feed on them. It was easy to know where those birds had begun their morning feast by their loud, unceasing screeching and chattering, and, after stealthily creeping through dense shrubbery for hundreds of yards, I would suddenly behold one of these great trees filled with scores of such brilliantly plumaged birds, flying about or climbing out to the ends of the branches, and using their wings to aid in poising themselves while they made a dainty breakfast on the rich flowers. These are indeed the birds that Moore describes as gay, sparkling lories, such as gleam between the crimson flowers of the coral tree in the warm isles of India's sunny sea. A jungle. Soon after sunset huge bats always came out, in pairs, and sailed about on their leathery wings, searching for those trees that chanced to be in fruit. The wings of a male that I shot measured 4 feet and 4 inches from tip to tip, and the wings of the female, which accompanied him, expanded 4 feet 8 inches. They are very properly named by the Dutch, flying foxes, and almost seem to be antediluvian monsters, which ought to have disappeared from the face of the earth long ago, like the formidable pterodactyls. During the day they hide away in the thick foliage, and one afternoon I found one hanging, as they delight to do when they rest or sleep, with its head downward, from the limb of a tree. They are very tenacious of life, and will receive charge after charge of large shot in the head before they will let go of the limbs with their crooked claws and allow themselves to fall. They are said to be good for food, but I never saw the natives eat them, and certainly had no desire myself to try the flavor of such questionable meat. A small path, leading a mile through the forest, brought me out onto a large open field or prairie, covered with a coarse grass as high as a man's shoulders. Beyond this was another forest, and there I was informed was a settlement of 2 or 3 houses, the farthest place inland inhabited by any of the coast people or common Malays. Beyond that point there is not the slightest footpath. All the hills and high mountains, which I could see toward the interior of the island, are covered with one dense, unbroken forest, and only on some of the lower hills, bordering the bay, are there open areas of grass. What a nice thing it would be to live out there for a week in the midst of that forest. My mind was made up to do it. I returned and explained my plan to the controller, and the next day we set off to hire one of the distant huts. The farthest one from Kaili, and exactly the one I wanted, chanced to be unoccupied, for the native who owned it had found the place so lonely that he had deserted it and taken up his abode in the village. The rent for a week was agreed to without much parleying. The owner further agreed to send his son to bring water and keep house while I and my hunter were away, and to be generally useful, which he interpreted to mean that he would only do what he could not avoid. Another man was engaged as cook, and my domestic arrangements were complete, for I purposed not only to live in a native house, but to conform entirely to the Malay cuisine. Our cooking apparatus consisted of a couple of shallow kettles and a small frying pan, and the little teapot that accompanied me on my Amboina excursions was not left behind. October 16th. This morning we came out to our forest home. Our house is about 8 feet wide, 12 feet long, and perched upon large posts 4 feet from the ground. It is divided by a transverse partition into a front room or parlor, and a back room or kitchen. In one corner of the latter is a square framework filled with ashes, in which are inserted 3 long stones, whose tops slightly incline toward each other. These are to support the kettles, for no Malay has ever conceived of a machine for cooking so complicated as a crane. As to a chimney, there is none whatever, but the smoke is allowed to escape under the eaves or through a hole in the side of the house that also serves for a window. The frame of the house is made from small trees. For a flooring, broad sheets of bark are used. The walls are made of gaba-gaba, the dry midribs of large palm leaves, and the roof is of a top. The front door is in one of the gable ends, and is reached by a rickety ladder of 2 rounds. This part is transformed into a rude piazza by a shed roof, beneath which we have made a seat and a kind of table for the hunter to use in skinning birds. My daily routine here is the same as before hunting every morning and evening, with a native to carry my ammunition and to pick up the birds, a very difficult task whenever we are in the thick jungle or among the tall grass. Near our house is the stony bed of a torrent, which is now perfectly dry. It is the only cleared way there is through the dense forest around us, and I avail myself of it to travel up toward the mountains and down toward the sea. Indeed, I feel proud of our grand highway. True, it is not paved with blocks all carefully cut down to one precise model, and so exactly uniform as to be absolutely painful to the eye, but nature herself has paved it in her own inimitable way. Notice how all the stones have been rounded by the boiling torrent which pours down here from the mountains during the rainy season. Some are almost perfect ellipsoides or spheres, but most are disc-shaped, for they are made from thin fragments of slate that had sharp corners when they broke away from their parent mountain. To prevent a dull uniformity of color, she has scattered here and there rounded boulders of opaque milk-white quartz, fragments, undoubtedly, from beds of that rock which, at this place at least, are interstratified with the slate. Here and there are deeper places, where the troubled stream was accustomed to rest before it went on again in a foaming torrent to empty its sparkling waters into the wide sea, the original source of all streams. By this way I visit my nearest neighbors and procure chickens, which are cook roasts on sticks over the fire, after having carefully rubbed them with salt and a liberal allowance of red pepper, the two universal condiments among the Malays. For ages all the salt these people have had has been brought from Java. The red pepper thrives well everywhere without the slightest care, and it is almost always found growing near every hut. A large bush of it at one corner of our house is now filled with fruit of all sizes, some small and green, and some fully grown and showing it is already ripe by its bright pink color. In this condition the Malays gather and dry it, and always carry a good supply wherever they go. Its Malay name is lombok, but the one more generally used is the Javanese name chabe. Besides chickens, we have paddy, that is, rice in the husk. A large elliptical hole is made in a log for a mortar, a small quantity of paddy is then poured in and pounded with a stick 5 or 6 feet long, and as large round as a man's arm. This is raised vertically, and, when the hole is nearly even full, a native will usually pound off all the husks without scattering more than a few grains on the ground, but, if a foreigner attempts it, he will be surprised to see how the rice will fly off in all directions at every blow. When the husks are pounded off they are separated from the kernels by being tossed up from a shallow basket and carried away by the wind, as our farmers used to winnow grain. This is the only mode of preparing rice practiced by the Malays, and the process is the same in every part of the archipelago. From one corner of our piazza hangs a large bunch of green bananas to ripen in the sunshine. I find it very agreeable to pluck off a nice ripe one myself when I come in weary and thirsty from a long hunt. From the other corner hangs a cluster of cocoa nuts filled with clear, cool, refreshing water. Not far from us is a hut inhabited by two natives, who are engaged in cultivating tobacco. Their ladangs, or gardens, are merely places of an acre or less, where the thick forest has been partially destroyed by fire, and the seed is sown in the regular spaces between the stumps. As soon as the leaves are fully grown they are plucked off, and the petiole and a part of the midrib are cut away. Each leaf is then cut transversely into strips about 1/16 of an inch wide, and these are dried in the sun until a mass of them looks like a bunch of oakum. It is then ready for use, and at once carried to market. This cosmopolite, Nicotiana tabacum, is a native of our own country. Las Casas says that the Spaniards on Columbus's first voyage saw the natives in Cuba smoking it in tubes called tabacos, hence its name. Mr. Crawford states that, according to a Javanese chronicle, it was introduced into Java in the year 1601, 90 years after the conquest of Malacca by the Portuguese, who were probably the first Europeans that furnished it to the Javanese, as the Dutch had not yet formed an establishment on the island. It is now cultivated in every part of the archipelago. The fact that this narcotic was originally found only in America leads us to infer, without raising the questions whether our continent received her aboriginal population from some other part of the globe, or whether they were created here, that there never has been any extensive migration of our Indians or red men to the islands in the Pacific, or to any distant part of the world, for if they had colonized any area, in that place at least, its use would undoubtedly continue to exist at the present day, since it is probable that they would never have thought of going to a new land without taking with them this plant, which they valued more even than food, and which they had been accustomed to cultivate. If, after establishing themselves in their new colony, they had been overpowered and completely destroyed by some more powerful tribe, their conquerors would probably have become addicted to the same habit as readily as the people of every clime and every stage of civilization do now, and thus the practice would have been perpetuated, though the people who introduced it perished ages ago, and all the idols and temples and fortifications they might have made, have long since crumbled into dust. This inference is greatly strengthened, if we consider the past and present geographical distribution of maize, or Indian corn, which is also a native of our continent only, and, like tobacco, is now raised in every part of the archipelago. Unlike rice, this plant thrives on hillsides and elevated lands, and can therefore be raised on all the larger islands in these seas, where there are few level areas that can be readily inundated for the cultivation of rice. It was also probably introduced by the Portuguese, for Juan Gaetano, a Spanish pilot, who visited Mindanao in 1642, 21 years after the discovery of the Philippines by Magellan, states 41 that in a certain part of that island ruled by the Moors, Arabs, there are some small artillery, and hogs, deer, buffaloes, and other animals of the chase, with Castilian, or common, fowls, rice, palms, and cocoa nuts. There is no maize in that island, but for bread they use rice and a bark which they call sagu, from which also they extract oil in like manner as they do from palms. As maize is not difficult to be transported on account of its bulk or liability to any injury, and formed the chief article of food among most of our red men, it would be the very provision they would take with them on their migrations, and as the part eaten is the fruit, they would have plenty of seed, and would know from their previous experience precisely how to cultivate it. One part of the surrounding forest is a grove of jati, or teak trees, Tectona grandis, Linn. Those found here are only a foot or 15 inches in diameter and 40 feet high, a size they attain in Java in 25 or 30 years, where they do not reach their full growth in less than a century. The native name jati is a word of Javanese origin, signifying true, or genuine, and was probably applied to these trees on account of the well-known durability of the wood they yield. Now, near the end of the dry monsoon, they have lost nearly all their foliage, for, though it is sometimes asserted that in the tropics the leaves fall imperceptibly one by one, that is not true, in this region, where there are well-defined wet and dry seasons. The teak also thrives in a few places on the continent, and is found in the central and eastern provinces of Java, in Madura, Bali, and particularly in Sumbawa, where the wood is considered better than that of Java, but it is said to be unknown in Sumatra, Borneo, and in the peninsula of Malacca. It exists in some places in Celebes, but the natives assert that the seed was brought there from Java by one of the sovereigns of Tant. It is therefore uncertain whether the teak is a native of this island. In the early morning, and again soon after sunset, flocks of large green parrots, Tanagnathus macrorhynchus, waggle, come to these trees to feed on the fruit which is now ripe. They are so wary that it is extremely difficult to get near them, especially as the large dry leaves of this tree cover the ground and continually crack and rustle beneath one's feet. To see these magnificent birds flying back and forth in the highest glee, while they remain unconscious of danger, is a grand sight, and it seems little less than absolute wickedness to shoot one, even when it is to be made the subject, not of idle gazing, but of careful study, and it requires still greater resolution to put an end to one's admiration and pull the fatal trigger. When one of these birds has been wounded, its mate, and sometimes the whole flock, hearing its cries, at once comes back, as if hoping to relieve its misery. In many places in this vicinity the tall canary tree is seen raising its high crest, and there flocks of cream-colored doves, Carpophaga luxuosa, gather to feed on its fruit. Their loud, continuous cooing leads the hunter a long way through the jungle. Among the limbs of the lower trees are seen the long-tailed doves, Carpophaga perspiclata. On the banks of the dry brook, near our house, are bunches of bamboos, through which flit flycatchers, Muscicapitae, and the beautiful Monarcha loricata, a slender bird about as large as a martin, of a blue above, and a pure, almost silvery white beneath, except on the throat, which is covered with scale-like feathers, of a rich metallic blue-black. So far as is known, This beautiful bird is only found on this island. In the bushes and shrubbery is constantly heard the cheerful note of a bird, the Tropidorhynchus buruensis, somewhat larger than our robin. By day I enjoyed this Robinson Crusoe life very much, but the mosquitoes proved such a torment by night that we could scarcely sleep. A great smouldering fire was made under our hut, but its only effect was to increase our misery, and make the mosquitoes more bloodthirsty. We were frequently disturbed also by several yellow dogs, which came to crunch what chicken bones the cook had thrown away, and to upset everything around the house that was not already in a state of stable equilibrium. Afterward, when all was still, occasionally a heavy crash sighed through the deep woods, caused by the falling of some old tree, whose roots had been slowly consumed by the fires that prevail in the neighborhood during the dry season. At the end of a week my hunter had preserved the skins of 63 beautiful birds, including specimens of 6 species that I had not secured before. We now returned to Kaili, and though there were only 8 white persons in the whole place, I could nevertheless feel that I was returning to civilization, and that I could speak some other language than Malay. The village of Kaili is really composed of 11 separate parts, or kampongs, all situated on a low, marshy place, a couple of 100 yards back from the sand beach. They are separated from each other by a little stream or kali, and each has its own raja, and formerly had its own little square mosque, for all these 11 tribes are Mohammedans, and keep separate from each other, because they lived in different parts of the island when the Dutch arrived. In the center of this village is a large, square lawn, formed by the fort, the residence of a controller, and a few other houses. Back of the lawn is the Christian kampong, for in every village where there are Mohammedans and Christians, each has a separate part to itself. Occasionally, instead of a healthful spirit of rivalry, a more bitter hostility springs up than existed between the Jews and the Samaritans, and finally the weaker party is obliged to migrate, as in the case mentioned in regard to the inhabitants of Bono. From Valentine we learn that, according to native accounts, as early as AD 1511, 10 years before the arrival of the Portuguese, the Sultan of Ternate sent out expeditions which subjected all the tribes of this island. In 1652 a treaty was made between the Sultan and the Dutch, that all the clove trees on the island should be uprooted. The natives opposed this measure to the best of their ability, but after a resistance which lasted 5 years, they were completely subjected, all their clove trees were destroyed, and they were obliged to remove to Kaili Bay, and live under the range of the Dutch cannon. Since that time, 1657, the clove tree has never been introduced again. Previous to the expedition of the Sultan of Ternate in 1511, the shores of the island were occupied by the Malays, who had already subjected the earliest inhabitants of the island of which we have any knowledge. During my stay at Kaili I saw several of them, though they are always shy about entering the village. Like the Alfara of Ceram, they resemble the Malays in stature and general appearance, but are distinguished from them by their darker color, and by their hair, which is frizzly, not lank like that of the Malays, and not woolly, like that of the Papuans. As in Ceram, many of them suffer from that unsightly disease, ichthyosis, in which the skin becomes dry and comes off in scales. Their houses are described as the most miserable hovels, consisting of little more than a roof of palm leaves resting on 4 poles, with a kind of platform a foot or 2 above the ground, where they sit and sleep. They are all free, and slavery is wholly unknown. Mr. T.J. Miller, who was formerly resident here, took much pains to gather all the information possible in regard to them. He states that they have divided the island into fenas or tribes, each of which has a chief. Instead of living together in villages, like the Malays, they are scattered over their whole territory. Several of these chiefs continue to acknowledge one of the Mohammedan Rajas, or, as they are named by the Dutch regents in the village of Kaili, as their superior. Formerly, each was obliged to send one young girl to its regent for a bride every year, but the Dutch have long since relieved them from such an unwelcome exaction. In former times also they were compelled to pay their regent a certain part of their rice and sago, and provide men to row his prahu or to carry his chair, if he proceeded by land, but they have been freed from this onerous service, and the Malays who live in the village with the Raja are obliged to perform such offices for him. In regard to marriage, each man buys his wife, her price, according to their laws, depending on the rank of her father, as in Ceram, but a man is not, however, required to cut off a human head before he can be allowed to marry, as is the custom in that island. Instead, therefore, of being fierce head hunters, as the Alfara of Ceram, they are mild and inoffensive. They believe, according to Mr. Miller, in one supreme being, who made everything, and is the source of all good and all evil. They believe in evil spirits. Prayer leads to prosperity, the negligence of this duty to adversity. Through the love that this supreme being had for man, whom he had created, he sent him a teacher, Nabiata, who lived among the mountains. He gave the will of his master in 7 commandments, namely, 1. Thou shalt not kill nor wound. 2. Thou shalt not steal. 3. Thou shalt not commit adultery. 4. Thou shalt not set thyself against thy fenna. 5. A man shall not set himself up against the chief of his tribe. 6. The chief shall not set himself up against him that is over his or other tribes. 7. The chief over more than one tribe shall not set himself up against him who is placed over all the tribes. Nabiata also taught that, though the body perishes, the soul shall still continue to exist. They who have kept the foregoing commandments for all the acts of men are recorded by the Supreme Being shall dwell far above the clouds near the Omniscient One. They who have done wickedly shall never rise to the abode of the happy nor remain on earth, but continually, in solitude and sorrow, wander about on the clouds, longing in vain to join their brothers who are above or beneath them. Nabiata also instituted circumcision, which was performed on both sexes when they attained the age of 8 or 10 years. From the introduction of this rite we may infer that this Nabiata was a Mohammedan teacher, probably an Arab, who had found his way to this region on a Javanese or Malay prahu, that had come to purchase cloves. Finally, according to their legend, Nabiata made men of birth his disciples and teachers, and ascended to the abode of the good from whence he came. One day, while at Kaili, I received a most polite invitation to attend a feast at one of the Raja's houses. The occasion was the shaving of a young child's head. An Arab priest began the rite by repeating a prayer in a monotonous nasal chant, 5 others joining in from time to time by way of a chorus. After the long prayer was ended, a servant brought in the child, and another servant followed carrying a large plate partly filled with water, in which were 2 parts of the blossom of a coconut palm, a razor, and a pair of shears. The child was first carried to the chief priest, who dipped his fingers in the water, placed them on the child's head, and then cut off a lock of hair with the large shears. The lock of hair was then carefully thrown into the water along with a gilder. We all did the same. Tea and small cakes made of rice were then served, and the feast was ended. The child was 1 year old. When it becomes 8 or 9 it will have to submit to that abominable custom prevailing among both sexes of all ranks of Mohammedans, filing the teeth. This, I was informed, was done with a flat stone, or a fragment of slate, and sometimes even with a piece of bamboo. The object is to make the teeth short, and the front ones concave on the outer side, so as to hold the black dye. The Christians never file theirs, and the Mohammedans always ridicule the teeth of such natives by calling them dog's teeth, because they are so white and so long. At another time I received an invitation to attend a wedding feast, but, when I reached the house, it proved to be a feast that the married couple give to their friends a few days after the wedding. As on all such festive occasions, the house and veranda were brilliantly lighted, and on either side from the house out to the street were a number of posts made of the large soft trunks of bananas. On their tops large lumps of gum were burned. Between them were arches made of young leaves of the cocoa-nut palm, arranged as I had previously seen in Nisalaut. The bride, who, of course, is to be spoken of first, to our surprise, did not prove to be a young and blooming lass, but already in middle life, yet a suitable helpmeet at least for the bridegroom, who was an Arab, and had married this, his second wife, since he came to Buru, only 4 months ago. The former wife he had sent back to her parents, much against her wishes. When a wife desires to leave her husband, she cannot do so without his consent, which the husband generally grants, choosing the less of two evils, and, moreover, it is regarded as very ungallant to retain an unwilling mate, but, while traveling in Sumatra, I saw one husband who would not allow his wife another choice, but his was a very peculiar case. His father was a Chinaman, and therefore, as the descendants of the Chinese do, he had shaved his head and wore a queue, and was a Chinaman also, but, becoming desperately enamored of a Mohammedan lass, he concluded to yield to her unusual demand, that he too must become a Mohammedan before he could be accepted. She soon repented of her proposal, but he replied that he had suffered so much for her sake, he would not release her from her vows. Such are the unlimited privileges granted the husband by the laws of the false prophet. While at Amboina I was surprised one day, just before dinner, to see a strange servant appear with a large platter containing 15 or 20 kinds of fishes, fruit, and the various inimitable mixtures made by the Chinese, in whose quarter of the city we were residing. The gentleman with whom I was living, however, explained the mystery. There was to be a wedding in a house nearby, and the father of the bride was one of his hired men, and those nice preparations were intended as a present, that is, in form, it being expected that only 2 or 3 of them would be taken, and that was quite all a European palate would desire. This was repeated for 3 or 4 days. Meantime the father of the bride had hired a house where other friends were received and feasted, and the father of the bridegroom also received and entertained his friends in like manner. At length came an invitation to attend the finale of this long ceremonial. We first walked to the house of the bridegroom. Large Chinese lanterns brilliantly lighted the veranda and the adjoining narrow lane, which was thronged with men and boys. We then visited the house where the bride was waiting to receive her lord. The piazza opened into a large room, and on one side of it was a smaller one, closed by a red curtain instead of a door. No one but the lady guests were allowed to enter where the bride was sitting. The larger room contained many small tables loaded with delicacies, mostly of Chinese manufacture. Not to be unsocial, we sat down and sipped a cup of boiling tea, and observed the assembled guests while all were waiting for the coming of the bridegroom as in good scripture times. In the opposite corner was a table surrounded with Malay ladies. It also was covered with sweetmeats, but room was soon made for the more necessary siri box. A liberal quid of lime, pepper leaves, and betel nut was taken by each one, and, to complete the disgusting sight, an urn-shaped spittoon, an inseparable companion of the siri box, was produced, and handed round from one to another as the occasion demanded. A shrill piping was now heard down the street, and every one rushed out on the veranda to see the approaching procession. First came boys with wax candles, and near them others carrying the presents that the bride and the bridegroom had received. Then came the bridegroom himself, supported by his friends, and surrounded by candles arranged at different heights on rude triangular frames. He was dressed in a Malay suit of light red, and wore a gilded chain. I had been told that, when he should attempt to enter the room where the bride sat waiting, the women would gather and persistently dispute his right to proceed, and here, in the distant east, I thought to myself, I shall see an illustration of the maxim, none but the brave deserve the fair. On the contrary, so far from manifesting any disposition to oppose him and prolong the ceremony, they only made way for him to enter the bridal chamber as quickly as possible. As my friend and I were the only white persons present, we were allowed the especial favor of entering also. On one side of the room was a small table covered with a red cloth, and on this were two gigantic red wax candles. Behind the table sat the bride, arrayed in a scarlet dress, with a white opaque veil concealing her face, and fastened to her hair. As the bridegroom approached, she slowly rose. Placing his hands with the palms together, he bowed 3 times in the same manner as the Chinese address the images in their temples. She returned the salutation by also bowing 3 times, but without raising her hands. Now came the exciting moment. She remained standing while he stepped forward and commenced pulling out the pins that held fast the opaque veil which hid her beauty from his longing eyes. Not being very skillful in this operation, a couple of the maids-in-waiting assisted him, and, by degrees, was revealed a face that was at least 1 shade darker than most of the ladies near her, and I could but think, if that really was the first time her husband had ever seen her, he must feel not a little disappointed. However, his countenance remained unchanged, whether such a saddening reflection crossed his mind or one of delightful surprise. He then passed round the table to the side of his bashful bride, and both sat down together and were stupidly gazed at. In the opposite end of the room was the bridal bed. The 4 posts rose above the bed nearly to the ceiling, and supported a mosquito curtain which was bespangled with many little pieces of tinsel and paper flowers. Both the bride and bridegroom were Mohammedans, and this marriage was nominally according to the Mohammedan usage, but it should perhaps be more properly regarded, like most of the Malay customs at the present day, as combining parts of the rite in China and Arabia with that which existed among these nations while they observed the Hindu religion, or continued to remain in heathenism. The boys usually marry for the first time when about 16, and the girls at the age of 13 or 14, though I was once shown a child of 9 years that was already a wife, and mothers 11 or 12 years old are occasionally seen. The great obstacle to marriage in all civilized lands, the difficulty of supporting a family, is unknown here. Children, instead of being a source of expense, are a source of income. Until 4 or 5 years old, the boys do not usually wear any clothing. Their food costs very little, and all the education they receive still less, or nothing at all. The average number of persons in one family in Java, where it is perhaps as large, if not larger, than elsewhere, is estimated at only 4 or 4.5. The fact that children help support their parents secures for them such attention that they are never entirely neglected. Polygamy is allowed here as in other Mohammedan lands, but only the wealthier natives and the princes are guilty of it. The facility with which marriages are made, and divorces obtained, is one cause why it is not more general. In regard to the evil effects of polygamy, and the ideas of this people in respect to the sacred rite of marriage, Sir Stamford Raffles, who was Governor-General of Java, most truthfully remarks, of the causes which have tended to lower the character of the Asiatics in comparison with Europeans, none has had a more decided influence than polygamy. To all those noble and generous feelings, all that delicacy of sentiment, that romantic and poetical spirit, which virtuous love inspires in the breast of a European, the Javan is a stranger, and in the communication between the sexes he seeks only convenience and little more than a gratification of an appetite. But the evil does not stop here. Education is neglected, and family attachments are weakened. A Javan chief has been known to have 60 acknowledged children, and it too often happens that in such cases sons having been neglected in their infancy become dissipated, idle, and worthless, and spring up like rank grass and overrun the country. A Malay opium smoker. In the little village of Kaili there were only 3 Chin-A men, but one of them was an opium seller. He was agent for another Chinaman at Amboina, who had bought the privilege of selling it from the Dutch government, who farm out or grant this privilege in every district to the highest bidder. From this article alone, the government obtains in this way an income of $4 or $5 million. Opium, as is well known, is the inspissated juice obtained from the capsule of the white poppy, Papaver somniferum. Its Malay name is Apiun, which, coming from the Arabica Fiun, shows at once by whom it was introduced into the archipelago, the same people, as Mr. Crawford remarks, who made them acquainted with ardent spirits, and at the same time gave them a religion forbidding both. It is imported from India, and the poppy is not cultivated in any part of the archipelago. Barbosa mentions it in a list of articles brought from Arabia to Calicut in Malabar, and in his time its price was about 1/3 what it is now. The man who sells it is obliged to keep a daily account of the quantity he disposes of, and this account is open to the inspection of the government officers at all times. So large is the sum demanded by the government for this farming privilege, and so great are the profits obtained by the Chinese, who are the people that carry on most of this nefarious traffic, that the price the Malays are obliged to pay for this luxury limits its consumption very considerably. When imported, it is usually in balls 5 or 6 inches in diameter. It is then soft and of a reddish-brown color, but becomes blacker and harder the longer it is kept. It is slightly elastic, and has a waxy luster, a strong, unpleasant odor, and to the taste is bitter, nauseous, and persistent. To prepare it for smoking, it is boiled down to the consistency of thick tar. While it is boiling, tobacco and siri are sometimes added. A lamp is then lighted, and a small quantity is taken up on a piece of wire as large as a knitting needle. This is held in the flame of the lamp until it melts and swells up as a piece of spruce gum would do under similar circumstances. During this process it is frequently taken out of the flame and rolled between the thumb and forefinger. It is then placed in a small hole in the large bowl of the pipe, and the wire being withdrawn, a hole is left for inhaling the air. The bowl of the pipe is now placed against the lamp and the smoke inhaled with 2 or 3 long breaths, which carry the fumes down deep into the lungs. By this time the small quantity of opium in the bowl of the pipe is consumed. It is then filled as before, and this process is repeated until the eyelids become heavy and an irresistible desire to sleep possesses the whole body. Its immediate effect is to produce a passive, dreamy state. This is followed by a loss of appetite, severe constipation, and kindred ills. When a man has once contracted the habit of using it, it is impossible to reform. Greater and greater doses are required to produce the desired lethargic effect. The evil results of this vice are well shown in the accompanying photograph of a Malay, where the victim, although only in middle life, has already become so emaciated that he is little more than a living skeleton. The rude platform of planks covered with a straw mat, on which he is sitting, is his bed, while stupefied with his favorite drug. A pipe, of the customary form, is seen in his right hand. Being too poor to own a lamp, he has instead a small fire of charcoal raised on the top of an urn-shaped vessel of earthenware. By his side are seen vessels for making tea, and by copious draughts of that stimulant he will try to revive his dead limbs by and by, when he awakes from his contemplated debauch, and finds his whole energy gone, and, as it were, his very life on the point of leaving the body. My next excursion, after a week in the woods, was with the commandant of the fort to a high bluff on the eastern side of the entrance of the Bay of Kaili. The fires which rage here year after year destroy much of the thick forest, and a tall, coarse grass takes its place. In these prairies grow many cauputi, or whitewood trees, so called from their bark, which makes them resemble our white birches. Their branches are very scattering, and bear long, narrow leaves, somewhat like those of our willow, which are gathered about this time of year, for the sake of their oil. It is obtained in the following manner: the leaves are plucked off by hand and placed in baskets which are carried to sheds, where they are emptied into large kettles, that are partly filled with water, and carefully closed. From the center of the cover of the kettle rises a wooden tube, to which is joined another of cloth, that is coiled up in a barrel containing cold water. A fire being made beneath the kettle, the volatile oil is carried over and condensed in the tube. About 8,000 bottles of this article are manufactured here every year. Indeed, it forms almost the only export from this large island. The price here is about a guilder per bottle. It is sent to Java and other parts of the archipelago, and is used as a sudorific. The tree, Melaleuca cajaputi, is also found in Amboina, Seram, Celebes, and Sumatra, but the best oil comes from this island. After we had wandered over a number of hills, we came down into a basin, in the bottom of which was a little lake, where we found a flock of brown ducks. The borders of the lake, however, were so marshy that I could get no fair shot at this rare game. In a small lake nearby I had the privilege of seeing a pair of those beautiful birds, the Anas Raja, or prince duck. Around the borders of the lake was a broad band of dead trees. My hunter spied a nice flock of the brown ducks on the opposite side, and for nearly a mile we carefully crept along through the sharp-edged grass, until we were just opposite the flock. If we went down to the margin of the pond they would be completely shielded from our shot by the trees. I therefore ordered my hunter, whose gun was loaded with a ball for deer, to lie down, while I sprang upon my feet and tried the effect of one barrel of my fowling piece, which, by the by, was loaded with small shot for doves. Shy as they were, we had evidently taken them by surprise. There was a click, a report, and 4 out of the 8 remained where they were. The next thing was to get them. We had no dog nor boat, and I proposed to my hunter, as he was a good swimmer, that he swim for them, but he only shrugged his shoulders and declared the whole pool was so full of crocodiles that a man could not get out where the birds were before he would be devoured. It evidently was just such a place as those monsters delight to frequent, but I determined to go after them myself, and as I proceeded to carry out my resolution, my hunter, ashamed to remain on the banks, joined me, and after an ugly scramble through the bushes and sticks, and much wallowing in the soft mud, we got into the water and out to the flock, and as soon as possible were back again on the bank. The commandant now came up, and I recounted to him what we had been doing. He was horrified. That a man could go into that pond and escape the crocodiles for 10 minutes he regarded as next to a miracle. A number of natives, who had frequently visited the place, assured me that nothing could have induced them to run such a risk of losing their lives. Our whole party then continued on over the grassy hills, and came down to Robin, a place of 2 native huts, and one of those was empty. Here, I thought to myself, will be another good locality to find new species, and I determined to return and occupy the vacant house for a few days. It was already late in the afternoon before we thought of returning, and pushed off from the shore in a boat that had come round the cape at the mouth of the bay to take us home. Soon the wind sprang up ahead, our little sail was taken in, and our men used their oars, but the sun set and the moon arose, and yet we were slowly toiling on, and occasionally our boat grated on the top of a coral head that rose higher than those around it. At last we passed the cape, and reached the smooth water of the bay, yet the helmsman kept near the shore, and took us between 2 little islands on the east side of the bay, called by the natives Crocodile Islands. As we passed the low point of one of them, within a boat's length from the shore, an enormous crocodile crawled out of the jungle and clumsily hurried down the narrow bank into the water, as if he had come out expecting to make a meal of us. The thought of the danger I had incurred that very day of being devoured by such monsters made me shudder and seize an oar, but the amphibious beast was already out of my reach. Along the eastern side of Kaili Bay there is an extensive coral reef, and farther out around the cape is another, a quarter of a mile wide, that is bare at low tide. Along the outer edges of this I floated the next day, while on my way back to Robin. The water was still, and as clear as crystal, and we could see distinctly far down into the deep, deep sea. Now, as we come near the reef, its outer wall suddenly rises up, apparently from the unfathomable abyss of the ocean. Among the first forms we notice are the hemispherical meandinas, or brain corals, named, because, when the soft polyps are removed, small fissure-like depressions are found winding to and fro over its surface, making the raised parts between them closely resemble the convolutions of the brain. Nearby are some sending out many branches, like a thick bush, and others with only a few, resembling deer antlers of abnormal growth. Some, which do not attach themselves to their neighbors, are circular, as we see them from above. Their undersurfaces are horizontal and their upper sides slightly convex. When the soft parts are removed, a number of radiating partitions are seen, so that the whole resembles a gigantic mushroom turned upside down, and this family of polyps is hence called Fungidae. Scattered among the stone corals are many gorgonias. Some are much like broad sheets of foliage and similar to those known to us as sea fans, which generally come from the tropical waters among our West Indies. Others resemble bundles of rattans, and, when the soft polyps are taken off, a black horn-like axis stick is left. Others, when taken out of the sea and dried, look like limbs cut from a small spruce tree after it has been dried, and lost hundreds of its small needle-like leaves. Numbers of sponges are also seen, mostly of a spherical form, with many ramifying ducts or tubes. But the most accurate description possible must fail to convey any proper idea of the beauty and richness of these gardens beneath the sea, because, in reading or hearing a description, the various forms that are distinctly seen at a single glance have to be mentioned one after another, and thus they pass along in a series or line before our mental vision, instead of being grouped into circular areas, where the charm consists not so much in the wonderful perfection of a few separate parts, as in the harmonious relations, or, as architects say, the effect of the whole. The pleasure of viewing coral reefs never becomes wearisome, because the grouping is always new. No two places are just alike beneath all the wide sea, and no one can fail to be thrilled with pleasure, when, after a few strong strokes of the oars, his canoe is left to glide on by her own momentum, and the coral gardens pass in review below with a magical effect like a panorama. At Robin I remained with my men 3 days, and, as we were nearer the shore, the mosquitoes did not torment us as badly as previously at our hut near the mountains. This proved to be a favorite locality of the Kasturi Raja, or Prince Parrot, which I had already seen in Ceram, and I secured 2 or 3 pairs of them here, but I was specially anxious to get a specimen of the Malayu, as the Malays strangely name a bird, the Megapodius fursteni, which is allied to the hen. The common name for these birds is mound builders, from their peculiar habit of scratching together great heaps of sand and sticks, which are frequently 20 or 25 feet in diameter, and 5 feet high. These great hillocks are their nests, and here they deposit their eggs. There is also another species here, the M. wallacei, which burrows deeply in the sand. The natives brought me one specimen, which they caught while she was crawling up from her hidden nest. I kept her alive for some time, but, after laying an egg more than 1/3 as large as her whole body, she died. 2 eggs of the same dimensions were found at the bottom of the tunnel she had made in the loose sand. This bird usually comes down from the hills in the early part of the evening to deposit its eggs, and then its wailing cry is occasionally heard, but it is so extremely shy, that it is one of the most difficult of all the birds on the island to procure. I usually shot the birds, and my hunter always skinned them, noting the locality of each, its sex, and as nearly as possible the color of its eyes. The greatest annoyance that troubles the collector of birds in the tropics is caused by the swarms of small ants that fill every conceivable place. If a bird is shot and laid down on the ground for half an hour, it will almost surely be injured so much by these insects that it will not be worth skinning. There is no certain means of keeping them away altogether, except by completely isolating a place with water, which is usually done by putting small basins under each leg of a table, but before one is aware of it, something is sure to be placed so as to touch the table, and thus form a bridge for these omnivorous pests to cross over and continue their work of destruction. As soon as the birds are brought in, they are hung up by a thread or piece of small twine. After the skins are taken off, they are thoroughly poisoned with arsenic and camphor, mixed with water to the consistency of cream. Each is then filled with the cotton from the cottonwood tree, until it has exactly the size of the bird. They are then spread in the sun on a bamboo frame, which is suspended by twines fastened at its corners. After they have become thoroughly dried, they are kept in a tight tin box with large pieces of gum camphor, and even then they must be looked after every day or two, for they are still liable to be injured by the ants, which are particularly fond of gnawing at the base of the bill and around the eyes. During the rainy season it is extremely difficult to dry the skins properly, there is so little sunshine. No one who has not lived in the tropics can have any idea what a source of constant vexation the ants are. Bread, sugar, and everything eatable, they are sure to devour, unless it is kept in glass-stoppered bottles, and this is the greater annoyance, because, when a quantity of provisions is lost, as is constantly happening, it is so difficult to procure another supply in every part of the archipelago, except in the immediate vicinity of the few chief cities. They are sure, in some way or other, to find their way into every little nook or corner, and though a table be set with the greatest care, in 9 cases out of 10 some will be seen running on the white cloth before dinner is over. The floors of the houses occupied by Europeans are usually made of large, square pieces of earthenware, and through the cracks that chance to occur in the cement between them ants are sure to appear. It is this, probably, that has given rise to the saying, that the ants will eat through a brick in a single night. In all parts of the archipelago it is an established custom either to whitewash the walls inside and outside, or else paint them white, except a narrow strip along the floor, which is covered with a black paint chiefly composed of tar, the only common substance to which these pests show any aversion. All these troubles are caused by the black ants, but their ravages do not compare with those caused by the white ants, which actually eat up solid wood. The frames of many of the smaller buildings and outhouses in the east are not mortised, but are fastened together with pieces of coir rope, and, of course, when they are eaten off, the whole structure comes to the ground. A large L attached to the controller's house, which we have been using for a dining room, fell down from this cause the other day. Afterward, when I came to Macassar, a fine war steamer of 800 or 1,000 tons was pointed out to me, which the white ants had succeeded in establishing themselves in, and several gentlemen, who ought to have known, said that she was so badly eaten by them that she was almost unseaworthy. On another occasion the commandant and I went to the west end of the bay to hunt deer. We started early, and at 8 o'clock were already at the mouth of a small stream, which we ascended for a short distance, and a guide then led us through a strip of woods that lined the banks. Our party in all consisted of more than 20, half of whom were soldiers, armed with rifles, the others came to start up the game. When we passed out into a level, open prairie, all that had guns were posted about 20 yards apart, in a line parallel to the woods. The others made a long circuit round, and finally entered the forest before us. Then forming into a line, they began to drive toward us, shouting with all their might, and making a din horrid enough to frighten other animals less timid than deer. Packs of dogs, that the natives had brought, were meantime yelping and howling. Soon there was a cracking in the bushes near me, and at the next instant came a female and her fawn, with high, flying leaps through the tall grass. I carried a heavy government rifle, for, unfortunately, my light breech-loading Spencer was not on the island. I aimed at the foremost and fired, she fell, and I ran, shouting out to the others that I had won, when, to my surprise, at the next instant she sprang up again and with one leap disappeared into the dense jungle. That was the only good shot I had that day. Again and again we drove, but when we stood in the tall grass, which was as high as our heads, we could not see our game, and when we perched on stumps, or climbed into the trees, we could not turn round quickly enough to fire suddenly in an unexpected quarter with any certain aim. However, when the horn was sounded for all to assemble, one fine deer and one large wild hog were brought in. Once a large male came out about 500 yards from where I was standing. At the crack of the rifle he only raised his head high and darted away, almost with the speed of a bullet. His antlers were very large and branching, and the gracefulness and speed with which he flew over the plain made the sight one of the finest I ever enjoyed. The natives are accustomed now, during the dry monsoon, to burn the prairie lands, partly in order that new, sweet grass may spring up, and that when the deer come out of the forests to eat it they will be fully exposed to the rifles, and partly, as they say, to induce them to come out in order to lick up the ashes. The usual method, besides driving, is to lie in wait near a newly burnt place by night, when there is moonlight enough to enable the hunters to see everything within a rifle shot plainly. After the deer is secured, its flesh is cut up into thin slices and smoked, and now, in many places on the hills around the Bay of Kaili, columns of smoke are seen rising every day, where the natives are busy changing venison into dinding, the only kind of meat they have except that of wild boars, which are very abundant on this island, though seldom taken. They are accustomed to come out into the prairie lands in great droves, and frequently an area of 1/4 of an acre is so completely rooted up by them that it looks as if it had been plowed. They even come by night to the gardens, or cultivated places, at a little distance from the village, and in a short time destroy almost everything growing in them. One time, seeing a rare bird perched high on the top of a lone tree that stood in the tall grass, I cautiously approached within range and fired, when suddenly there was a rattling of hoofs on the dry ground, caused by the stampede of a large herd within pistol shot of where we were, but entirely hidden from our view by the thick grass. The natives are usually afraid of them, and the one who was crawling along behind me to pick up the bird fled at the top of his speed when he heard the thundering tread of more than 100 hoofs, while I stood wondering what sort of beasts had so suddenly sprung out of the earth, and half querying whether my shot, as they fell on the ground, had not been changed into quadrupeds in the same miraculous way that the dragon teeth, sown by Cadmus, were transformed into men. The hog deer, or babirusa, is also found among these mountains. While I was at Kaili, a young one was caught by some of the natives. During this day's hunt I came to a wide field of recently elevated coral, about 100 feet above the sea. The natives, who were surprised that I should stop to look at such common rocks, asserted that the same kind of batuputi, white stone, was found among the hills, and I have no doubt that recent coral reefs will be found in the mountainous parts of all the adjacent islands as high up as Governor Arens has already traced them on Amboina. While these days were passing by, We all wondered what the authorities were doing to put down the great insurrection in Ceram. All the boats that came brought us only the vaguest tidings, sometimes of entire success, and sometimes of entire failure. We had good cause to be solicitous, for at 2 or 3 posts on that island there were only about a dozen Dutch soldiers, and if any numbers of the head-hunting alfaras made an attack in concert, all would inevitably be butchered. While we were in this state of suspense, 6 large praus were seen coming in round one of the capes and entering our bay. As the foremost hove to and waited for the others, that all might reach the anchorage together, they appeared to be coming with some evil design, and immediately there was no little bustle in our settlement of 9 Europeans, 4 of whom were ladies. The commandant summoned all his troops into the fort, sergeants were posted in the 4 corners by the 4 cannon, the men once more put through the routine of loading, so that if anybody was killed by the discharge of their pieces, which, by the by, were only 6-pounders, it might be someone outside of the fort. In short, everything was made ready to do battle. Meantime the 6 praus came to anchor off the beach. One of them had the required pass from the Dutch authorities at Ceram, allowing his boat to come to Kaili, but the others had no such papers, and, according to their own story, had become frightened at the great guns in Ceram, and had also deserted their homes. This seemed to me so probable that I went down on the beach, and, if the authorities had allowed it, I would have taken half a dozen natives in a canoe and boarded every one of the praus myself, and found out what they contained. I was importuned to come back from the shore, but as I had been in battle myself, I did not purpose to get frightened and hide in the fort until I could see some cause for it. After a long consultation, it was decided that I should not be permitted to inspect the praus, and a number of Malays were sent off to carefully examine each of the dangerous vessels. This was done, and the report brought back that there were only 3 or 4 natives in each, and that as to weapons, not one of them had even an old flintlock. Thus ended the alarm, and once more the usual dull routine set in, but this time to be broken by a circumstance as romantic as it was peculiar. In our little community of 9 persons there was a young officer. He was affable, energetic, and withal a good military man for one of his years, but, unfortunately, his mind had been fed on novels until this world appeared to him little more than half real. He was engaged to a young lady, who lived also in our little village. Besides his romantic notions, another of his faults was that he was exceedingly irritable, so much so, that he and the lady's father fell into a serious dispute, in which he became so enraged that he ordered his servant to saddle his horse forthwith, while he pulled on his long-spurred riding boots, and stuck a large Colt's revolver, navy size, into his belt. He now declared his intention to put an end to all his ills with his own hand, and, disregarding the screams of his affianced, and the prayers and entreaties of all, he sprang into the saddle, and, dashing by the house where I was living, disappeared up the road into the forest. The gentleman with whom I was residing saw him as he passed, and at once surmised his intent, but I assured my host that it took a brave man to commit suicide, and in due time we should certainly see our friend safely return. The sequel proved the correctness of my judgment, for in a couple of hours he came back, his horse reeking with perspiration, and he himself as crestfallen as Don Quixote after his most heart-breaking misfortunes. The only one who suffered from this event was the young lady, who had so much confidence in her gallant friend as to foolishly believe he would carry out his desperate resolve to the bitter end. Instead of remaining only a few days as I had planned, I had now lived more than 3 months in exile here at Buru, when one morning it was announced that the governor's yacht, the Telegraph, had arrived, to my great delight, for I had already engaged a prau to call in for me while on her way from Amboina to Ternate. The Telegraph came from Ceram to afford me an opportunity of going to Ternate, the very place I was anxious to reach, and at the same time to leave an order for sappies, which she would take to Ceram on her return. The sappi or Madura cattle have been introduced into all these islands by the government to be used as food for the soldiers, but only in cases of emergency. I immediately prepared to continue my travels to other islands, and that day, September 6, we steamed out of Kaili Bay. For 2 months I had wandered over hills and mountains, penetrating the densest jungles, and picking my way through bogs filled with thorny vines. Again and again the natives entertained me with descriptions of the great pythons with which the whole island abounds, but whenever I saw a bird that I wanted, I always followed it as long as I could see it. The result was, that I had collected 81 species, 42 which were represented by over 400 specimens, 9/10 of which I had shot myself. This bay is a good harbor for our whalers, and, before the war, several came here every year. It is a free port, and there is a safe anchorage, plenty of good water and wood, and vegetables can be obtained at cheap rates. For the last time I looked back on the mountains rising behind in the interior of the village. Many and many an hour, as the sun was setting, I used to stand by the shore of the bay where a large cannon was planted erect in the sand, and, leaning against its dumb, rusty mouth, watch the changing of beautiful colors in the clouds that rested on the high peaks in the south, while the day was fading into twilight, and the twilight into a pure, starlight night. Near this spot the sandpipers came and tripped to and fro on the beach when the tide was full, and many long-winged nighthawks swooped back and forth, feasting on multitudes of insects that came out as evening approached. Far back of those mountains, near the center of the island, there is a lake, and on its shores, according to the ancient belief of the natives, grows a plant which possesses the wondrous power of making every one who holds it in his hand young again, even when his locks have grown white with years, and his hand is already palsied with old age. This must be the fountain of youth, which, according to Mohammedan tradition, is situated in some dark region in the distant east, and which Moore in his Lalaruk refers to as youth's radiant fountain, springing in some desolate mountain. Chapter 9. Ternate, Tidore, and Jalilo. As we steamed out of the Bay of Kaili a heavy rain came on, for the rainy season, which had been prevailing on the south side of Buru, was now beginning on the north side. The same alternation of seasons is seen in Ceram. When I was on the south side of that island, there was one continuous rain, but when I came soon after to Wahai on the north coast, the grass was dry, and in many places completely parched. The cause of this interchange of seasons is, that the clouds which come up from the southeast are heavily charged with moisture, and when they strike against the high mountain chain which extends from the eastern to the western end of that island, the larger part of their moisture is condensed and falls in heavy torrents, so that when they pass over the watershed they pour out few or no showers. 43 When the wind changes and comes from the northeast, the north sides of Ceram and Buru are deluged, while it is dry weather on their southern coasts. When we were 3 miles from the northern end of Buru, we struck into a series of tide rips, exactly like those seen in the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean, hundreds and hundreds of miles from any shore. Night now came on, and it was so dark and thick that we could not see 50 yards in any direction. It is especially at such a time, when there is no moon, no stars, no light in the whole heavens, except the lightning which fitfully darts and flashes anywhere and everywhere over the sky, that one can feel the inestimable value of the mariner's compass. That night we had much rough sea, and I was thankful that I was on a good steamer instead of the old prahu on which I had been expecting to make this voyage. In the afternoon of the next day we passed the islands of Bakian and Tawala, which are heaved up into ridges about 1,000 feet in height, and are separated by a long, narrow strait, abounding in the grandest scenery. On Bakian the clove tree grows wild. The northern part of the island is of sedimentary origin of various ages, and there some coal and copper have been found, and gold has been washed since 1774. The southern part of the island is chiefly of volcanic origin. North of Makian lies a small group of islands, and north of these Makian, an old volcano. In 1646 it underwent a fearful eruption, and all the villages on its flanks were destroyed. They were said to contain a population of some 7,000. At that time the whole mountain was so completely split in two in a northeast and southwest direction, that when viewed from either of those points two peaks were seen. After this destruction it was again settled, and in 1855 its population numbered 6,000. In 1862 it again burst forth, destroying nearly everyone on the whole island. So great a quantity of ashes was thrown out, that at Ternate, about 40 miles distant, they covered the ground to the depth of from 3 to 4 inches, and nearly all the vegetation, except the large trees, was destroyed. A similar devastation caused the severest suffering within all that radius. But this eruption, fearful as it was, could not be compared to that of Mount Tambora, already described. North of Makian is Motir, a deep cone of trachytic lava, about 1,000 feet in height. During the next night we passed between the high, sharp peak of Tidore on the right and that of Ternate on the left, and, entering a large, well-sheltered bay, anchored off the village, situated on the eastern declivity of the latter mountain. This morning as the sun rose the scene was both charming and imposing, while we looked upward to the lofty summit of this old volcano and watched the clouds of white gas rising in a perpendicular column high into the sky, until they came up to a level where the air was moving, and at once spread out into a broad, horizontal band, while the sun was pouring down a perfect flood of bright light over the high crest of the ancient peak and the city on its flanks, charming as we looked below the level water line on the shore, and beheld the whole grand sight above, perfectly mirrored beneath in the quiet sea. This was the first mountain, whose flanks are cultivated, that I had seen since leaving Java. Many small ridges extend from its crest part way down its sides, and then spread out into little plateau-like areas, and there the natives have cleared away the luxuriant shrubbery and formed their gardens, and from them were rising small columns of smoke as if from sacrificial altars. The whole island is merely a high volcano, whose base is beneath the ocean. Its circumference at the shoreline is about 6 miles, and its height 5,400 feet. From Valentine, Rienward, Bleecker, and Yonghun, we learn that severe and destructive eruptions took place in 1608, 1635, and 1653. In 1673 another occurred, and a considerable quantity of ashes was carried even to Amboina. Then, for 165 years, only small clouds of gas rose from the summit, not even hot stones were thrown out, and the mountain seemed to have undergone its last labor, when, on the 26th of February, 1838, another but not a severe eruption took place. This, however, came suddenly, so suddenly that, of a party of 6 natives who chanced to be on the summit collecting sulfur, 4 who had gone down into the crater did not have time to escape, and the 2 who remained on its edge only saved themselves by hastening down the mountain, and even they were badly burned and lacerated by the showers of hot stones. On the 25th of March, of the next year, a more violent eruption occurred. A heavy thundering roared in the earth, thick clouds of ashes enveloped the whole island, and streams of glowing lava flowed down the mountain. Again, the next year, on the 2nd of February, at 9 o'clock in the forenoon, a third eruption, yet more severe, began. Heavier thundering was heard, smoke and ashes poured out, and hot stones rose from the crater, and fell like hail on the sides of the volcano, setting fire to the dense wood which had completely spread over it during its long rest, and causing it to assume the appearance by night of a mountain of flame. At the same time much lava poured out over the crater on the north side, and flowed down to the sea between Fort Tellico and Batu Angus, the hot stone. This destruction continued for 24 hours, and at 4 o'clock the next day all was still. During the next 10 days clouds of black smoke continued to pour out, but all trusted that the worst had passed, when, on the 14th, at 12:30 or almost exactly at midnight, a frightful, unearthly thundering began again, and the shocks became heavier and more frequent until 3:30, before it would have been light if the sky had been clear, when the last house in the whole place had been laid in ruins. The earth split open with a cracking that could be distinctly heard above the awful thundering of the mountain. Out of the fissures jets of hot water rose for a moment, and then the earth closed again, to open in another place. An educated gentleman, who, from his great wealth, generosity, and liberality, is justly known as the Prince of the Moluccas, assured me that when two men were about 1,000 yards apart, one would see the other rise until his feet seemed as high as the head of the observer, then immediately he would sink and the observer rise until he seemed as much above his fellow as he had been below him before. The published accounts entirely agree with this statement. For 15 hours the solid ground thus rolled like the sea, but the heaviest wave did not occur till 10 o'clock on the 15th of February. Fort Orange, which had withstood all the shocks of 230 years, was partly thrown down, and wholly buried under a mass of pumice stone and the debris of the forests above it. The people, as soon as this last day of destruction commenced, betook themselves to their boats, for, while the land was heaving like a troubled ocean, the sea continued quiet, no great wave came in to complete the work of destruction on the shore. It seemed, indeed, as if the laws that govern these two great elements had been suddenly exchanged, and the fixed land had become the mobile sea. The whole loss caused by this devastating phenomenon was estimated at 400,000 Mexican dollars, and yet, after all this experience, so great was the attachment of both foreigners and natives to this particular spot, that they would not select some one less dangerous on the neighboring shores, but all returned and once more began to build their houses for another earthquake to lay in the dust, proving that the common remark in regard to them is literally true, that they are less afraid of fire than the Hollanders are of water. The present city, however, judging by the area of the ruins, is not more than 2/3 the size of the former one. Its total population is about 9,000. Of these, 100 are Europeans, 300 mestizos, 200 Arabs, 400 Chinese, and the others natives of this and the adjoining islands. It is divided into two parts, the southern or European quarter, known by the peculiar name Malayu, and north of this the Chinese and Arab quarter. Near the latter is Fort Orange, which was built in 1607, as early as the settlement of Jamestown. In 1824 this fort was pronounced by the Governor-General the best in all the Netherlands India. Beyond the fort is the palace of the Sultan of Ternate, and north of this is the native village. The palace is a small residence, built in the European style, and stands on a terrace, facing a wide, beautiful lawn, that descends to the sea. Near it is a flagstaff, which leans over as if soon to fall, a fit emblem of the decaying power of its owner, whose ancestors were once so mighty as to make the Dutch regard them with fear as well as with respect. According to Valentine, who gathered his information from the native records, there were formerly in Jalilo a number of independent states, each with its colano or chief. In about AD 1250, 270 years before any European sailed in these seas, a great migration took place to the neighboring islands, and a village named Tabana was formed on the top of this mountain, which has been an active volcano ever since it was known to Europeans. In AD 1322, many Javanese and Arabs came here to buy cloves. This is the first historical record we have of the spice trade. The inhabitants of Obi and Bacchian now united to counteract the growing power of the Prince of Ternate, but this union effected little, for, in AD 1350, Melometia, who was then reigning at Ternate, learned from the Arabs how to build vessels, and, having prepared a fleet, conquered the Sula Islands. The Arabs and Javanese meantime made great exertions to convert these people to Mohammedanism, and in AD 1460-44, a little more than 2 centuries after it had been introduced into Java, Mahum, the Prince of Ternate, became a Mohammedan through the influence of the Javanese. About this time Malays and Chinese came from Banda to purchase cloves, which they sold to Indian traders at Malacca. In 1512 Francisco Serrano, whose vessel struck on the Turtle Islands, when returning with Diabru from Amboina and Banda, induced the natives to assist him in getting his ship afloat while the rest of the fleet were returning to Malacca, and to pilot him to Ternate, and thus he was the first European who reached the great center of the clove trade. In 1521 the fleet of Magellan anchored off Tidor, an island separated from Ternate by only a narrow strait. Ferdinand Magellan, who organized this fleet, was a Portuguese nobleman. He sailed, however, under the patronage of Charles V of Spain. On the 20th of September, 1519, he left the port of St. Lucas with 5 small ships of from 60 to 130 tons, his object being to find a western passage to the Indies, particularly the Spice Islands. Coasting southward along the shores of Brazil, he found the strait which still continues to bear his name. This he passed through with 3 ships, one having been wrecked, and one having turned back. For 116 days he continued sailing in a northwest direction, over, as it seemed to them, an endless ocean. Their food became exhausted, but they yet kept on the same course until at last their eyes were blessed with the sight of land. Pigafetta, a member of this expedition, thus pictures their sufferings. On Wednesday, the 28th day of November, 1520, we issued from the strait, engulfing ourselves in the ocean, in which, without comfort or consolation of any kind, we sailed for 3 months and 20 days. We ate biscuit which was biscuit no longer, but a wormy powder, for the worms had eaten the substance, what remained being fetid with the urine of rats and mice. The dearth was such that we were compelled to eat the leathers with which the yards of the ships were protected from the friction of the ropes. This leather, too, having been long exposed to the sun, rain, and wind, had become so hard that it was necessary to soften it by immersion in the sea for 4 or 5 days, after which it was broiled on the embers and eaten. We had to sustain ourselves by eating sawdust, and a rat was in such request that one was sold for half a ducat. The first islands Magellan saw were those he named the Ladrones or Islands of Thieves. 45 from those he came to the Philippines, and on one of these, Mactan, near Zebu, he was murdered by the natives, as was also Barbosa, a gentleman of Lisbon, who had previously visited and described India, and from whose writings we have frequently had occasion to quote. From Zebu, Magellan's companions sailed to the northern part of Borneo and Tidor. Thence they continued southward, touching at Bacchian and Timor, in 1522, and finally arrived safely back in Spain, having completed the first circumnavigation of our globe. This great voyage was accomplished nearly a century before the Pilgrims landed on our New England shores. Soon after the Portuguese had established themselves at Ternate, they began to teach the natives their Catholic creed, and in 1535 the native king, who had accepted that religion and been christened at Goa, returned to Ternate and began his reign. Other native princes then proposed to the Portuguese to become Catholics, if they would take them under their protection, and thus Catholicism began to spread rapidly, but the same year all the native converts were destroyed by Mohammedans, headed by Cantillino, who was styled the Moluccan Vesper. In 1546, Francis Xavier 46, a Catholic priest, visited Ternate. He afterward went back to Malacca and proceeded to China and Japan, and returning from the latter country died on an island off Macau, near Canton. The Dutch first came to Ternate under Admiral Houtman, in 1578. In 1605, under Stephen van der Hagen, they stormed and took Ternate, and thus drove the Portuguese out of the Moluccas, and the island, since that date, has continued in their hands, the English not being able to capture it during the early part of the century, when they took Amboina and the neighboring islands. They now continued their strenuous attempts to dislodge the Spaniards from their stronghold on Tidor, until the besieged, finding themselves constantly in danger, deserted the whole Moluccas to the Dutch in 1664. As the Portuguese and Spaniards had been anxious to convert the natives to Catholicism, so the Dutch were anxious to convert them to Protestantism, but they did not, however, labor in the same manner as the former. Pigafetta informs us that in 8 days all the inhabitants of this island, Zebu, one of the Philippines, were baptized, and also some of the other neighboring islands. In one of the latter we set fire to a village, because the inhabitants would neither obey the king of Zebu nor Magellan. Here we planted a wooden cross, as the people were Gentiles. Had they been Moors, Arabs, we should have erected a stone column, in token of their hardness of heart, for the Moors were more difficult of conversion than the Gentiles. In 3 days after this conversion, these very natives murdered Magellan, and in 12 days more they waylaid and butchered 24 of his companions. The natives were first instructed in Protestant doctrines by teachers in 1621, and in 1623 the first Protestant clergyman came into the Moluccas. This faith has made little progress, however, and, except the inhabitants of Haruku, Saparua, and Nisalaut, and small communities at the chief places of Amboina and Ternate, the whole native population east of Celebes is either Mohammedan or heathen. The islands on which the clove tree grew spontaneously, and the ones originally known as the Moluccas, are Ternate, Tidor, Motir, Makian, and Bakian, which are situated in a row off the west coast of the southern half of Jalilo. Of this group Tidor and Bakian, only, belong to the Prince of Ternate, and the Dutch East India Company, in order to make the monopoly they already enjoyed more perfect, offered this prince a yearly sum of 17,400 guilders, nearly $7,000, for the privilege of destroying all the clove and nutmeg trees they could find in his wide territory, for besides these 5 islands and other smaller ones near them, and also the adjoining coast of Jalilo, where the clove tree was indigenous, it had been introduced by the natives themselves into Ceram, Buru, and Amboina, before the arrival of the Portuguese. This offer the prince accepted in 1652, perhaps because he could not refuse longer. From that date his power began to decline, and in 1848 he was unable to make the people of the little island of Makian acknowledge his sovereignty, which once extended from north of Jalilo to Buton and Muna south of Celebes, a distance of 600 geographical miles. His empire also included the western coast of Celebes, and the islands that lie between it and Bakian, Buru, and a large part of Ceram, and 1/2 the area of Jalilo, were within its limits. For a long time expeditions were fitted out every year by the Dutch, to search each island anew, and destroy all the trees which had sprung up from seed planted by birds. Another such piece of selfishness it would be difficult to find in all history. The result of this agreement and this policy has been that, for a considerable number of years, the income of the government in the Moluccas and Bandas, taken together, has not been nearly equal to its expenses in these islands, and it is now evident to all that very much has been lost by this ungenerous and exclusive mode of trade. On landing at this village I found a pleasant residence with a good English lady, the second it had been my good fortune to meet since I left Java. After living so long among a people speaking another language, it is a privilege indeed to hear one's native tongue spoken without a foreign accent, and to converse with a person whose religion, education, and views of life accord with one's own. On these outer borders of civilization, Americans and Englishmen are, as we ought to be everywhere, members of the same family. The same afternoon, as it was clear, I rode with an officer up the mountain to a summer house, 2,400 feet above the sea. From this high position we had a fine view over the wide bay of Dodinga, formed by the opposite retreating coast of Jalilo. High mountains are seen to rise in the interior, and several of these are said to be volcanoes, either active or extinct. In the northern part of the island, opposite the island of Morty, the resident informed me that there was a crater which, according to the accounts given him by the officials who had visited it, must be nearly as large as the famous one in the Tengger Mountains on Java. On Morty itself is Mount Tolo, which suffered a severe eruption in the previous century. Before that time Morty was said to be well peopled, but now only the natives of the adjoining coast of Jalilo, who are most notorious pirates, stay there from time to time. A large number of the natives of Jalilo were then here at Ternate. Though frequently called Alfara, they are strictly of the Malay type, and have not the dark skin and frizzly hair of the Alfara of Seram and Buru, though representatives of that people may exist in other parts of Jalilo. Of the whole population of Jalilo, which is supposed to be about 27,000, all but 5,000 are under the Sultan of Ternate. During the war in Java, from 1825 to 1830, the Sultan sent a considerable force of his subjects to assist the Dutch, and those who were then at Ternate had been ordered to come over to hold themselves in readiness to aid in suppressing the revolt in Seram, for the Dutch believe in the motto "cut diamond with diamond." These natives appear to be quite as mild as most Malays, but the foreigners here say that they fought so persistently while in Java, that soon they were styled the bloodhounds of Jalilo. A small number of Papuans are also seen in the village. They were mostly brought here from Papua by the fleet that collects the yearly tribute for the Sultan of Tidore. While I was at Amboina a very unfavorable account of them was given by a native captain of Makassar, who had been taken prisoner near this place. According to his report to the government, when he returned, all his crew was seized and eaten one after another, and the only thing that saved him from a like fate was that he read parts of the Koran. This led them to believe him a priest, and finally induced them to allow him to depart on the next vessel that came to their shores. East of Geelvink Bay 2 Dutch expeditions have found that the whole population, men, women, and children, always go absolutely naked. On our right, as we looked toward the east from our lofty position, the steep, conical peak of Tidore was seen rising about 6,000 feet above the sea. It is one of the sharpest peaks in all this part of the archipelago. As it has no crater either at the summit or on its sides, there is no vent by which the gases beneath it can find a ready escape. They must therefore remain confined until they have accumulated sufficient power to hurl high into the air the whole mass of ashes, sand, and rock which presses them down. This is exactly what happened at Makian. Professor Rienward, who examined this peak in 1821, declared that it would be blown up in 20 years, and, strange to say, it was 19 years afterward that the terrific eruption of Makian, already described, occurred. As the islands Ternate, Tidore, Motir, and Makian, are only cones standing on the same great fissure in the earth's crust, Professor Rienward's prediction was fulfilled almost to the very letter. The village of Tidore is situated on its southern side, and is the residence of the Sultan, whose territory is no less extensive than that of the Sultan of Ternate. It includes Tidore, Mari, the two eastern peninsulas of Jalilo, Gabe, Misal, Salwati, Bat and the adjacent islands, the western and northern shores of the western peninsula of New Guinea, and the islands in Geelvink Bay. The population of Tidore and Mari is about 7,500. The former cultivate the flanks of the mountain up to a height of about 3,000 feet. Above this line is a dense wood, but the pointed summit is quite bare. The income of the Sultan consists in his share of the produce obtained on Jalilo, in the sago, masoi bark, tortoise shell, tripang, and paradise birds, which are yearly brought from Papua, and the islands between it and Celebes, and in 12,800 guilders, over $5,000, paid him by the Dutch government, in accordance with the promise made by the East India Company, when they destroyed the spice trees in his territory. The extension of the empire of Tidore eastward was probably effected by Malays, who migrated in that direction, for it is stated in regard to Misal that the Papuans, who are now driven back into the interior, occupied the whole island when it was first visited by Europeans. This tendency to push on toward the coast is the more interesting, because it is generally supposed that, ages and ages ago, the ancestors of the present Polynesian race passed out from this part of the Malay archipelago into Micronesia, and thence into the wide area they now occupy. From the northern end of Jalilo, and the adjacent island of Morty, which is really but a part of the northern peninsula, the voyage to Lord North's Island, and thence to the Pala group, would not be more difficult to accomplish than the piratical expeditions which even the Papuans, an inferior race, are known to have made since the Dutch possessed the Moluccas. The taxes on paradise birds 47 and other articles, levied on Papua and the islands near it, are obtained by a fleet which is sent out each year from the port of Tidore, and which, according to the official reports of the Dutch, carries out the Sultan's orders in such a manner that it is little better than a great marauding expedition. But while we have been engaged in viewing the scene before us, and recalling its history, the hours have been gliding by, and we are admonished to hasten down the mountain by the approaching night. When we reached the village, I was shown a remarkable case of birthmark on a young child, whose father owned the summer house we had just visited high up on the mountain. A short time previous to the birth of the child, the family were living there. One night a heavy earthquake occurred, and a brilliant cloud was seen rising out of the top of the mountain. Immediately they began to prepare to hasten down, and the mother, being greatly frightened, attempted to run before, but fell heavily on her right arm, bruising it severely in one place. Soon afterward the child was born, and on its right arm, and exactly in the same relative position as where the mother had received the injury from her fall, was found a red spot, or mark, which all agreed had exactly the outline of the bright cloud seen by them on the mountain top. The chief articles of export from this place are those brought from the islands to the east, namely, tortoise shell, tripang, paradise birds, masoi bark, and wax. Up to 1837, paradise birds formed a very important article of export from Ternate. In 1836 over 10,000 guilders worth were exported, chiefly to China. In 1844 over 10,000 guilders worth of masoi bark was exported from this small emporium. It comes from the interior of New Guinea, and is sent to Java, where its aromatic oil is used by the natives in rheumatic diseases. Until 1844, from 14,000 to nearly 70,000 guilders worth of tortoise shell was annually exported, chiefly to China, but since that time it has frequently not exceeded 4,000. The chief imports are rice, salt, and cotton goods. A merchant who sends a small vessel each year to Misal, and along the northern coast of Papua, kindly offered me an opportunity to take passage on her, but as it would be about 6 months before she would come back to Surabaya, in Java, I was in doubt whether I ought to go further east, especially as Mr. Wallace had obtained little at Dori, the only port on the north coast, and besides, it has the unfavorable reputation of being one of the most sickly places in the whole archipelago. The 2 missionaries stationed at that place are now here, having been obliged to return on account of repeated and severe attacks of fever. I was told that the residents of Dori are only free from this disease when they have a running sore on some part of the body. While I was thus doubting whither to direct my course, the men of war stationed to watch for pirates in the Molucca Passage, between this island and the northern end of Celebes, came into port. She would return immediately to Kema, a port on the eastern shore of the northern peninsula of Celebes, and her commander kindly offered to take me over to the Minahassa, as the Dutch call the northern extremity of that island. I had long heard this spoken of as decidedly the most charming part of the archipelago, and probably the most beautiful spot in the world. But a moment was needed, therefore, to decide whether I would go to the sickly coast of Papua, or visit that beautiful land, and I accepted the commander's invitation with many thanks. I had been on this island 4 days, and we had had 4 earthquakes. Indeed, the mountain seemed preparing for another grand eruption, and I was not loath to leave its shores. So great is the danger of its inhabitants being entombed alive by night in the ruins of their own dwellings, that all the foreigners have a small sleeping house in the rear of the one occupied by day. The walls of the larger one are usually of brick or stone, but those of the sleeping house are always made of gaba, the dried midribs of large palm leaves, which, when placed on end, will support a considerable weight, and yet are almost as light as cork. The roof is of a top, a thatching of dry palm leaves, and the whole structure is therefore so light that no one would be seriously injured should it fall on its sleeping occupants. Such continual, torturing solicitude changes this place, fitted, by its fine climate, luxuriant vegetation, and beautiful scenery, for a paradise, into a perfect purgatory. On the morning of the 12th of December we steamed out of the roads for Kema. Soon we passed near the southeast end of Ternate, and the commander pointed out to me a small lake only separated from the sea by a narrow wall, and informed me that when the Portuguese held the island they attempted to cut a canal through the wall or dike, and use this lake as a dock, certainly a very feasible plan, but for some reason, probably because they were so continually at war with their rivals, the Spaniards, they did not carry it out. This lake is said to be deep enough to float the largest ships, and is, I believe, nothing more than an old, extinct crater. On our larboard hand now was Matara, a steep volcanic cone as high as the Gunung Api at Bunda, but appearing much smaller from being, as it were, beneath the lofty peak of Tidore. It also is of volcanic formation. We now came out into the Molucca Passage, and were steering west, and I could feel that at least my face was turned homeward, a thought sufficient to give anyone a deep thrill of pleasure who had wandered so far. The wind being ahead, and our vessel steaming slowly, we did not expect to see the opposite shore until the next day, much to my satisfaction, for it gave me a good opportunity to learn from the officers many particulars about the pirates in these seas. Piracy has probably existed among these islands ever since they were first peopled. It was undoubtedly plunder, and not trade, that stimulated the natives to attempt the first expedition that was ever made over these waters. Piracy is described in the earliest Malay romances, and spoken of by these natives, not as a failing of their ancestors, but as an occasion for glorying in their brave deeds. Such has also been the case in the most enlightened parts of the earth, when civilization and Christianity had made no further progress in those regions than it has here among the Malays. It has also been prevalent along the northern shores of Europe and the British Isles. The only reason that it was not a common practice among our Indians was because they had not made sufficient progress in the arts to construct large boats, and were obliged to confine their plundering expeditions to rivers and lakes, and could not sail on the stormy ocean. Pirates have been as numerous on the coasts of China for centuries as they are now. Sometimes they have come to the Philippines and the northern parts of Borneo, but rarely or never among these islands. When the Europeans first came to the east, pirates abounded in every part of the archipelago, particularly in the Straits of Malacca, in the Sulu archipelago, between Borneo and Mindanao, and especially on the southern shores of the latter island. The establishment of a large port at Singapore by the English, and a settlement on Rio by the Dutch, have quite scattered them from the former region, but they continue to infest the Sulu Sea and the southern part of the Philippines. They come down here in the middle of the western monsoon, that is, in January and February, and return in the beginning of the eastern monsoon, so as to have fair wind both ways, and be here during the calms that prevail in these seas in the changing of the monsoons, when the large number of oars they use enables them to attack their prey as they please. They appear to come mostly from the shores of Lanun Bay, on the south coast of Mindanao. From Dampier we learn that in 1686 they were an inland people. The High Lanuns, he says, live in the heart of the country, Mindanao. They have little or no commerce by sea, yet they have praus that row with 12 or 14 oars apiece. They enjoy the benefit of the gold mines, and, with their gold, buy foreign commodities of the Mindanao people. They are now the most daring pirates in these seas. Last year the men of war on this station had the good fortune to surprise 5 boats, one of them carrying as many as 60 men. At first they attempted to escape by means of their oars, but her shot and shell soon began to tear them to pieces. They then pulled in toward the shore and jumped overboard, but, by this time, they had come near a village, and the natives at once all turned out with their spears, the only weapons they had, and scoured the woods for these murderers until, as far as could be ascertained, not one of them was left alive. They seldom attack a European vessel, but, when they do and succeed, they take revenge for the severe punishment their countrymen receive from the Dutch warships, and not one white man is left to tell the tale of capture and massacre. The vessels that they prey on chiefly are the small schooners commanded by mestizos and manned by Malays, which carry on most of the trade between the Dutch ports in these islands. One of those vessels was taken and destroyed by these murderers last year while sailing down the coast from Quima. The whites and mestizos are always murdered, and the Malay crews are kept as slaves. While I was at Quima 2 Malays appeared at the house of the officer with whom I was residing, and said they were natives of a small village on the Bay of Gorontalo, and that, while they were fishing, they had been captured by a fleet of pirates, who soon after set out on their homeward voyage, and, while the fleet was passing Sangar, a small island between the northern end of Celebes and Mindanao, they succeeded in escaping by jumping overboard and swimming a long distance to the shore. They had now reached Quima, on their voyage toward Gorontalo, and they came to the officer to apply for food, clothing, and some means of reaching their homes once more. Such cases are specially provided for by the Dutch government, and their request was immediately granted. A few years ago these pirates sent a challenge to the Dutch fleet at Batavia to come and meet them in the Strait of Macassar, and several officers assured me that 5 ships were sent. When they arrived there no pirates were to be seen, but to this day all believe the challenge was a bona fide one, and that the only reason that the pirates were not ready to carry out their part was because more men of war appeared than they had anticipated. A short time after I arrived back at Batavia, a fleet of these plunderers was destroyed in that very strait. One chief, who was taken on the opposite coast of Borneo a few years ago, acknowledged that he had previously commanded 2 expeditions to the Macassar Strait, and that, though the Dutch warships had destroyed his fleet both times, he had been able to escape by swimming to the shore. At Quima I saw one of the 5 praus that were taken in that vicinity last year. It was an open boat about 50 feet long, 12 wide, and 4 deep. There were places for 5 oars on each side. At the bow and stern was a kind of deck or platform, and in the middle of each a small vertical post, on which was placed a long swivel, throwing a pound ball. They do not, however, depend on these small cannon, but always get alongside a vessel as soon as possible, and then board her at the same moment on all sides in overpowering numbers. It is almost impossible to catch them unless it is done by surprise, and this they carefully guard against by means of spies on the shore. Our captain informed me that several times when he has suddenly appeared on some part of the adjacent coasts, fires have been instantly lighted on the tops of the neighboring hills, evidently as signals to pirates in the immediate vicinity. As soon as they receive this alarm they hide away in the shallow creeks and bays among the mangrove trees, so that a war vessel might steam past them again and again without discovering the slightest indication of where they are concealed. To the Dutch almost exclusively belongs the honor of having rendered the navigation of these seas so comparatively safe as it now is. The English have assisted in the western part of the archipelago, but the Spaniards, from whose territory these marauders now come, have effected little toward removing this pest from the Philippines, where it is as rife as it was 200 years ago. Chapter X: The Northern Peninsula of Celebes. On the morning of the 13th of December, Mount Clabat, a conical volcanic mountain attaining an elevation of 6,500 feet, appeared on the horizon, and soon after, north of Clabat, was seen Mount Sidara, the Sisters, a twin cone whose highest peak is about 4,400 feet above the sea. North of this again is Batu Angus, 2,300 feet in height. Its name in Malay means the hot rock, but it is really a large volcano, whose top has been blown off and a great crater thus formed, and this shows the fearful fate that awaits each of the other two cones, as soon as the gases pent up beneath their mighty masses have acquired the necessary power. We now approached Limbe, a high, uninhabited island with abrupt shores extending in a northwest and southeast direction, and soon after came to anchor in the road off Kema, the coast here curving inward so as to form a small bay. This is the port used now in the western monsoon. During the eastern monsoon, steamers and ships go round the northern end of Celebes to Minato, in the Strait of Macassar. Kema is a village of 2,000 inhabitants. Its streets are very broad, and cross each other at right angles. The houses are well built, and placed on piles 12 or 18 inches in diameter and 6 feet high, a remnant of the old custom of placing their huts on high posts to avoid attacks of enemies, which was practiced by these people previous to the arrival of Europeans. It is certainly a good custom, not only because all such unwelcome intruders as the large snakes, which are very numerous here, are thus avoided, but also to keep the house dry and cool, by allowing a free circulation of air beneath. Each house has a small plot of ground, and this is separated from that of its neighbor by hedges, which also border the streets, and give the whole village a charming air compared to the irregular, unsightly appearance of those I had been visiting. Most of the streets are also lined with shade trees, and in the gardens, behind the hedges, are rows of orange trees, some of their branches bearing flowers, some green fruit, and some drooping under the abundance of their golden yellow loads. The controller here kindly received me into his house. He was just going to Limbe, an island 5 or 6 miles north of Kema, to try to take some living babirusa for the Governor-General's garden at Betenzorg, back of Batavia. That was exactly such an excursion as suited my fancy, and I was very willing to accept his invitation to join him before I began a journey I had been planning over to Minato, and thence up into the interior. While we were preparing for our excursion, another gentleman, Mr. K, decided to join us. December 20th, a bright, clear day, and just suitable for starting on our hunt. We have a ship's longboat and a small prau, both containing about 20 natives, and a large pack of dogs to start up the game. The controller is the captain of our boat, and an old, grey Malay, who has been a seaman and a whaler for most of his days, is the coxswain of the other, and pilot for both. For ballast we have a full load of rice, our 2 boats carrying only half the whole party, the other portion 25 natives and half as many dogs went yesterday, under the charge of the second native chief of the village, who rejoices in the euphonious title of Hukam Kedua, but the Dutch call him the second head. From Kema up to the strait, between Limbe and Celebes, we had a light air off the shore. A thin cloud, like a veil of gauze, gathered on the heads of the twin peaks known as the Sisters, and fell down in rich graceful folds over their green shoulders. From the crests of all these peaks, down to the high water line on the shore, is one dense, unbroken forest. There dwells the sapi yudung or wild ox, probably not indigenous, but descended from the tame sapi introduced from Java and Madura. The natives describe them as being exceedingly fierce, both the cows and the bulls. Here that peculiar antelope, the Anoida pressicornis, H. Smith, abounds. In these same dense, undisturbed forests the Babirusa alpharis, less, is found in large numbers, and a species of sus, much like the lean hog that lives in the forests of our southern states, is very abundant. As soon as we entered the strait we found a strong current against us, and landed on the south side in a small bay to take our lunch. Again we rowed and beat until we came to the narrowest part of the strait, where high, perpendicular walls of rock rise on either hand. The tide which sets toward the east, that is before the wind, now changed, and away we shot between the overhanging crags with the speed of an arrow. Outside of these narrows the shores open on both sides, so that almost at once we were exposed to the full strength of the stormy monsoon. The strong tide running against the wind rolled up a high, irregular sea, in fact, the ocean seemed to boil. Have you any idea that we can land on that exposed shore in the midst of such a surf? I asked the controller. Well, it is getting dreadfully rough, was his indefinite reply. The old Malay pilot, who had kept his boat ahead, now stood up, and seeing the combing waves, into which the strong current was rapidly driving us, shouted out to the controller, "Dra Bisatuan. It is impossible, sir. It is impossible, sir." Instantly we tacked and stood over toward the Celebes side, and, under the guidance of the old whaler, soon entered a small, well-sheltered bay. Near its middle part the island of Limbe is very narrow, and across that place had been stretched a series of strong nets made of rope 1/4 of an inch in diameter, the meshes being about 6 inches square. Our plan was to commence driving at the northern end of the island and force the wild Babirusas into this trap, but it was already quite dark, and the place where the Hukam had landed was a long way to windward, and we therefore concluded to camp here tonight. For a tent we cut poles from the neighboring bunches of bamboo and covered them with the boat sail and an old tarpaulin. Our friend K, who was extremely careful not to boast of being a good sailor, became exceedingly frightened while we were in the midst of the combing waves, and asked me, half a dozen times during the evening, if the tide would not rise so high as to wash us off this steep shore before morning, but I tried to quiet his nerves by assuring him that such a thing could not happen unless the earth should sink, a very possible thing now that I come to think of it, for that very beach was composed of black volcanic sand, and we were almost beneath a cone, which rose on the flanks of Batu Angus, and had been formed so recently that even the luxuriant vegetation of these tropics had not yet had time to gain a footing on its dark sides. In order to get a partial shelter from the heavy showers we expected before morning, we pitched our camp beneath the sturdy branches of an old tree. There we slept while the wind, in heavy gusts, sighed through the dense foliage over our heads, and at our feet rose the heavy, pulsating roar of the ocean surf. December 21 St. After passing a comfortable night, notwithstanding the fears of our companion that we should awake before morning, and find ourselves in the midst of the sea, we again attempted to reach the northern end of Limby, but, as soon as we got out of the bay, we struck into such a heavy sea that our men could not take us to windward, and were therefore obliged to put back once more. This time, to vary the scenery, we passed through the Narrows, and encamped on a charming little beach on the island side of the strait, between two high, precipitous crags. Our first care was, of course, to construct a tent, a work soon finished by our large crew. At 11 a.m. we all felt a heavy earthquake shock, which lasted, apparently, 30 seconds, but these are frequent phenomena in this part of Celebes. On the 25th of last month, not 4 weeks ago, there was a very heavy earthquake over the whole Minahassa. At Kema we could still see great rents in the ground, 3 or 4 inches wide, which could be traced for several rods. The shock was so severe that nearly every article of glass or earthenware in the controller's house was broken into fragments. Indeed, as I look up now toward the west, I do not wonder the earth heaves beneath us like a troubled sea, for there rises the old volcano known in olden times as Mount Tonkoko. It has a great yawning crater, 600 feet deep, out of which are rising thick, white clouds of gas. On the northwest side a deep ravine cuts through its flanks, and opens out into the crater. Farther down this same side is the new cone, beneath which we pitched our camp last night. In 1806 a great eruption began in this old volcano, and ashes, sand, and pumice stone were thrown out in great quantities. At Ayarmatidai the ashes were fine and of a grey color, and covered the ground with a layer an inch thick. For 2 days the heavens were darkened by the great quantity of these light materials floating in the air. So many stones were ejected, that at a distance of nearly 3 miles a new cone was formed, from which a long tongue of land stretched itself into the sea. This point the natives called Batu Angus, the hot rock, and since that time the whole volcano has been known by that name. Some of the pumice stones were said to have been as large as the native huts, but so changed into a kind of foam by the action of heat, that they readily floated on the sea. Soon after sunset I went out to fish in a small canoe with the controller and his old pilot. The place we chose was under a high, perpendicular precipice that rose up out of the dark water like an artificial wall. Here we remained while the rocks grew higher and more overhanging as the daylight faded, and the approaching night blended the sharp outlines and increased the magnitude of every object around us. Nearby was a deep ravine, and from its farthermost recesses rolled out the reverberating, moaning cries of monkeys, who all night long keep up a piteous calling, each answering his fellow in the same mournful tones. Our lines were just about as large as a mackerel line. The hooks each native makes for himself, from brass wire, and about a fathom of wire is attached to each hook before the line is fastened to it, in order to prevent the fish from severing the cord with their sharp teeth. For bait, small fish are taken. In fishing at anchor, no leads are used, but, instead of them, a kind of sling of palm leaf is fastened to each hook. This sling contains a small stone, so fixed that it will carry down the line, but drop out as soon as it touches the bottom. After we had obtained a good supply of fine fish, we slowly passed along the high, well-sheltered shore, while the heavy wind sighed through the lofty branches over our heads. Now a gleam of light comes over the dark water, just beyond that high bluff. We are near the camp, and in a few moments stand again on the beach. This day is done, and yet the storm continues, but we hope we may be more favored tomorrow. December 22d. Last night I soon fell asleep after such vigorous use of the paddle, though the storm wailed, and my couch was anything but a bed of down. At midnight a troubled dream disturbed my brain. An indefinite horror thrilled along my veins as I fancied for a moment that I was whirling round such a deep yawning maelstrom as Poe has pictured, and then literally a change came over the spirit of my dream, but scarcely a change for the better, for I was fixed in the midst of a waterspout, and, in my struggles to escape, awoke and found a great stream of water pouring down on me from the tarpaulin that formed the roof of our tent. A heavy shower had come on, and the water was all running into a depression in the sail over me, in which, of course, there was a hole, so that the whole formed one big tunnel. Of course, both Kay and the controller enjoyed my discomfiture greatly, but I consoled myself with the thought that long before daylight they would find themselves in the same plight, and the next morning, apparently, the thing that was farthest from their thoughts was to inquire of me in regard to the waterspout. That portion of the party that had left Kema in advance of us had taken little rice. The controller, therefore, thought we must make a third attempt to reach the northern end of the island, notwithstanding K.'s earnest entreaties to be only taken back to Kema once more. We had not reached the Narrows, however, before we met the Hukam with all his men and dogs. They had found the surf so high that the only way most of his men had been able to reach their boats, was to run down the steep rocks and plunge head foremost into the combing waves. We now landed a few natives to scour the woods, and finally come to the southern end of the island, while we went round in the boats. In order to make their way through the dense forest, instead of putting on more clothing as a protection against the sticks and stones and thorny vines, they stripped off what little they wore, except a narrow band over the loins. At the southern end of the island was a small, deep bay, and here we encamped for the third time. Soon the natives came in, but they had secured only 2 wild hogs. I preserved the skull of one, a female, in which the canine teeth were not as long as those of a male. The Hukam declared that in the Babirusa only the males have the long curved teeth, which the Malays have fancied resemble the antlers of a deer. While waiting for us, he had been hunting in the vicinity of his camp, and had taken one female by driving her to the end of a high point. As soon as she saw there was no chance for her to escape, she leaped down the precipice and was killed by the fall. Such suicide, he says, is frequently resorted to by that animal when it finds it can retreat no farther. The wild hogs plunge into the water to avoid the dogs, and the natives then pursue them in boats and kill them with spears. As soon as the hunters return to camp, they cut up the hogs, and smoke the pieces over a smoldering fire. The dogs now skulk about to seize a piece if possible, and while the natives are crouching round the fire transforming the lean pork into tough bacon, you are frequently startled by a sharp yelping as someone finds his portion disappearing beneath the jaws of one of these hungry brutes, and a liberal chastisement is at once administered to the thief with the first stick or club at hand. December 23d. Last night there was another heavy shower. The water poured down in torrents through our thatching of palm leaves, for we had already found that both the boat sail and the old tarpaulin afforded little protection here where the water appears to fall in broad sheets. Late in the evening the controller came back from fishing. We could hear the Malays that were pulling his boat singing in an unusually loud and merry style, and all gathered on the beach to see what wonderful monster of the deep they had secured. It proved to be a fish as large as a horse mackerel, and weighing fully 200 pounds, which the controller had succeeded in taking with a small line by chancing to get it alongside the boat and securing it by gaffs. As our stock of rice was getting low, we decided to return, though I could scarcely feel satisfied, for I had hoped to get a complete skeleton of the rare Babirusa. However, the controller more than made up the loss by giving me half a dozen skulls of the equally rare antelope of this region. We now crossed over to the Celeb's side to a village of 4 or 5 huts, to be sheltered from the heavy rains that have drenched us every night but one since we left Kema. A few natives have moved here from Kemo because they take many fish off this part of the coast, and there is a small stream emptying into the sea in the vicinity. They live almost wholly by fishing, and have cleared only a small place near their houses for a garden of Indian corn. This evening they have shown me one of the monsters of these forests. It was an enormous python. Its head has been taken off, but by careful measurement I find it must have been at least 15 feet long. It was killed here the day before yesterday by one of the natives living in the house where we are now sheltered from the rain. Missing his dog, he chanced to go to the brook where they get water, and there he found this monstrous reptile trying to swallow his favorite. As quietly as possible he stole back to the village and gave the alarm, and at once all went out and succeeded in cutting off its head before it could disgorge its prey and attack them. The natives are now taking off the skin to make rude moccasins, which they frequently use when hunting in the woods, or more especially when traveling through the tall, sharp-edged prairie grass. They all agree that this tough, scaly skin is much more durable for such a purpose than the best kind of leather. Our old boatman tells me that he once killed one of those great reptiles on Limby, while it was trying to swallow a wild pig. All the natives assert that this monster sometimes attacks the wild ox, Sapi Yadung, though none of them have ever seen such a dreadful combat. The controller states to me that when he was stationed at Bakian, near the southern end of Jalilo, he was once out hunting deer, at a place called Patola, with a large party of natives. They had succeeded in starting up several, and he himself saw one of them pass under a tree, and at the same instant a great snake came down from one of the lower limbs and caught the flying deer with his jaws. Unfolding his tail from the limb, he instantly wound round his victim, crushing its bones as if they were straw. An alarm was given, and the natives gathered with their spears and killed the great reptile on the spot. It was not as large round as this one, but longer. Many of our men tell me that they once assisted in killing a larger snake than this at the bathing place back of Kema. It had seized a hog, whose squealing soon gave all the inhabitants a warning of what had happened. They also say, and this remarkable story has since been repeated to me by several other persons at Kema, that a few years ago a native boy went out as usual to work in his ladang, or garden, some distance from the village. At night he did not return, and the next morning a native chanced to pass the garden and saw one of these great monsters trying to swallow the boy head first, having already crushed the bones of its victim. He at once returned to the village, and a large party of natives went out and found the snake and its prey exactly as had been reported, and immediately killed it with such weapons as they had, and gave the body of their young friend a decent burial. While they were telling me these stories I thought of the danger to which I must often have been unconsciously exposed while wandering mile after mile through the jungles on Buru, never suspecting that, before I left the archipelago, I myself should be forced into a dreadful combat with one of these monsters, and in such a place that one or the other must die on the spot. The next day we returned to Kema, and I began my journey over the peninsula to Minato, and thence up to the plateau in the interior. December 26 at 9 a.m. started on horseback, the only mode of traveling in the Minahassa, for Minato, the largest village in this peninsula of Celebes, and the place where the resident of this region is located. I went there first, in order to see the resident and obtain letters to the officials of the interior. The distance from Kema to Minato is about 20 miles. The road is made only for carts, but nearly all the way it is lined with shade trees, and in several places, for long distances, they meet overhead so as to form a continuous covered way, thus affording to those who travel to and fro an admirable shelter from the hot sunshine and heavy showers. Among these trees were many crows, Corvus enca, not shy as they always are in our country, but so tame that I frequently rode within 10 yards of where they were sitting without causing them to move. Numbers of a bright yellow bird, about as large as our robin, were seen among the branches, and on the ground another somewhat larger than a blackbird, Dicrurus, with a long, lyre-shaped tail, and a plumage of shining blue-black. These birds rarely or never hear the report of a gun, and therefore have not learned to look on man as a universal destroyer, and the tameness they manifest is perfectly charming. Even the black crow, with its hoarse caw, becomes an attractive bird when you find he no longer tries to shun your company, but makes all the overtures he can to be social. The road runs along the southern flanks of Mount Klebat, and is slowly ascending from Kema to Ayarmatidai, which is about halfway across, and then slowly descends again to the western shore of the peninsula. On my right hand was a deep valley, and fine scenery was occasionally revealed through the foliage of the trees that covered the way. On the opposite side of the valley were many small projecting ridges that have been formed by denuding torrents, and extend down to the level of the stream that flows out from the lake of Tondano to the ocean at Kema. By noon I came to the village of Ayarmatidai, Hot Water, a name it receives from a neighboring spring, which in former times was hot. As it comes out of Mount Klebat, it was probably heated by the volcanic action that raised that great mountain, which is only an extinct volcano. As the volcanic action decreased, the heat passed off, until now, the water is as cool as that of any other stream in the vicinity. Even as late as the 12th of November, 1848, this water was described as cooking hot. According to Valentine, in the year 1683, a great eruption took place in a mountain near Minato, which he calls Kamaz, and all the surrounding country was laid waste. Kamaz Dr. Junghun has supposed to be Klebat, but he never visited this region, and the conical summit of Klebat shows its destruction by heavy eruptions has not yet begun. It is far more probable that Kamaz was the mountain now known as Sudara, whose two peaks are only the fragments of the upper part of the cone that were left standing when the eruptive force blew off the other parts, or so weakened their foundations, that they have long since fallen, and the materials of which they were composed have been brought down, and spread out by the rains over the flanks of the mountain. Natives, who have been to the top of Klebat, inform me that there is a small lake on the northwest side. Its basin is, no doubt, that part of the old crater which has not yet been filled so as to make the whole elevation a perfect cone. If this lake was of any considerable size, then, as occurred on Mount Papandayang, in Java, mud and hot water will certainly pour down the sides of this mountain, if it is again convulsed by the mighty forces that are now slumbering beneath it. Ayarmatidai is a large kampung, or negri, as the Malays sometimes call their villages. It is beautifully situated on the southern flanks of Mount Klebat. Its streets all cross each other at right angles, and are well shaded. So far as we are aware, the Malays and Javanese had no word for village previous to the arrival of the Telangas, and it has been conjectured, from this fact, that they were scattered everywhere over their particular territories exactly as we have seen is the custom of the aborigines of Buru, the Alfara, who have been beyond the influence of both Hindus and Arabs, and even of those natives who have adopted any foreign religion or custom. Ayarmatidai is a prettier village than Kema. Indeed, the more I traveled in the Minahasa, the more I admired the kampungs. They are so incomparably superior to those of every other part of the archipelago in the regularity of their streets and the beautiful hedges with which they are lined, and, above all, in the neatness and evidence of thrift that everywhere appear. The chief native of this village is also the chief of the district, which contains several villages. His title in the native language is Hukambaza, or Great Chief, though he prefers to be addressed by the Dutch title of Major. The native official next in rank is the chief of one of the smaller villages, as at Kema. His title is Hukam Kadua. At smaller villages than Kema the chief is called Hukam Twa, or Old Hukam, and beneath him is the Hukam Kachil, or Little Hukam. These officers are nominally elected by the natives, but the choice is generally confined to the sons of the deceased. The majors and second heads receive a percentage on all the coffee raised and delivered to the government. This amounts to about 20,000 guilders per year for the 17 districts in the whole Minahassa. Besides this income, the major receives 1 guilder, and the second head half a guilder from each family in their respective districts and sub-districts, and the hukam 5 days' labor from each able-bodied man yearly. The natives themselves are divided by the Dutch into burghers or free citizens, and inlanders or natives, who are obliged to work a certain number of days in the coffee gardens belonging to the government. The total population of the Minahassa in this year, 1,866, as furnished me by the resident from the official documents, is 104,4 1848, and the marked degree of variation in the population of this country, where the natives have never been a maritime people, is worth more than a passing notice, because it shows in some degree the beneficial effect of a stable government, and how the natives are sometimes swept away by disease. In 1800, according to Valentine, the population was 24,000, though he gives the number of able men at only 3,990. In 1825 it was 73,000, in 1842, 93,332, in 1853, 99,588. In 1854 a great mortality appeared, and the population was diminished to 92,546, no less than 12,821 persons, or about 1/7 of the population, having died in a single year. In the district of Amurang the loss was as high as 22.5%. The principal diseases are fevers and dysentery. The population of the Minahassa, as compared to its area, 14,000 English square miles, is by no means large. The island of Madura, which is of about the same extent, has more than 5 times as large a population, and the residency of Surabaya, also of about the same extent, contains more than 10 times as many people. The natives directed me to the major's residence, which I found to be a small but neat and well-painted house, built in European style. It is situated in the middle of a large, oblong lawn, that is surrounded with a row of trees much like our locust trees, and which are now in full bloom. Near the gate are a guardhouse and long series of stables. Dismounting here, I walked up to the broad piazza, where the major sat smoking his pipe in the Dutch style, and discussing in the Dutch language the state of the weather, the crops, and such things as interested the Dutchmen of those lands. His manners were polished, and he received me in a most stately way. His friends were going to Minato, so that I should have companions the rest of the way. Our dinner was in European style, which seemed the more remarkable to me because it differed so much from the way I had been entertained by the Rajas of the Moluccas. In our dining room was a fine series of pictures representing scenes in that most charming tale, Paul and Virginia. We were just at the foot of Mount Clabat, but we could not see its summit on account of thick rain clouds that covered its sides, and now and then rolled down and poured out heavy showers over the village. As one of these floated away to the east, the sun came out brightly and changed the falling drops into a remarkably broad and brilliant rainbow, which seemed suspended from the cloud, and floated along with it in a most magical manner. Here I saw for the first time the plant from which Manila hemp is manufactured. It is a species of banana, Musa textilis, and grows to a height of 12 or 15 feet. It appears to be indigenous, and can be raised here from the seed. The fibers are taken from the large, succulent leaves. Though it resembles the banana so closely that at first most people would mistake it for that plant, its fruit is small, disagreeable to the taste, and not edible. Several residents have made strenuous efforts to extend its cultivation, but the result has shown that the natives can be more profitably employed in raising coffee. The rain clouds having cleared away, we all started for Minato. The horse that had been kindly furnished me by an officer was not fast nor sure-footed, and, finally, as we were going down a gentle declivity at a quick canter, he fell headlong. As I am, at least, a much better sailor than horseman, I went off over his head with a most surprising momentum, my feet, unfortunately, passing so far into the stirrups that I could not extricate either of them. This so frightened the horse that he reared and plunged fearfully, but I had no idea of being dragged off like Mazeppa, and held on to the reins until my feet were once more clear, when, with one leap, I was again in the saddle, and ready for further experience in this mode of traveling. Though I was aware my position was somewhat dangerous, I could not help feeling amused at the alarm manifested by my companions. They all seemed delighted to know that I had escaped with only such inconvenience as one clad in a summer suit of white would necessarily experience in coming down in such an unceremonious manner into the midst of a muddy stream. Late in the evening we came to the residence house, where a cordial welcome awaited me, and I had the pleasure to find myself once more in the midst of a pleasant family after so long and lonely an exile. The next morning I walked through the village. Its total population is only about 2,500, of which 300 are Europeans and mestizos, about 600 Chin-A men, and 1,200 natives, half of whom are Christians and the other half Mohammedans. The residence house is surrounded by large grounds, abounding in the choicest of tropical plants. Not far from it is the market, a house without walls, the roof resting on pillars of wood and masonry. This is the universal style of the markets in all parts of the archipelago. Here various kinds of fruits, gambir, betel nuts, and siri are sold by the natives, and salt, cotton fabrics, and cutlery, by Chinese. The salt used here is not imported from Java, as that used on the other islands I have visited, but is made by the natives themselves in the following manner: literal plants are gathered and burned. The ashes are then placed in a bamboo, which is filled with water. After this has remained for some time, the water is strained off and evaporated. The residuum is a dark, impure salt, but the natives prefer it to any that can be imported. This custom seems to have been introduced lately, for in 1841 the government sold 312,000 pounds of imported salt, but in 1853 only 2,000. From the village of Minato I walked northward parallel to the bay, and, crossing the little stream Minato, came to the village of the Bantiks, a peculiar people, numbering about 2,500, who refuse to become Mohammedans or Christians, and continue to retain the heathen belief of their forefathers. Many of them are taller than the other people I saw in the Minahassa. Their houses are not placed on higher posts than those of other natives, but they are frequently long, and occupied by several families, a custom which appears to have been general throughout the archipelago in ancient times, and is still practiced at Dori, on the north coast of New Guinea, and again by the people of the Tengger Mountains in Java, who pride themselves on retaining the customs of their ancestors. The view has been advanced that the Bantiks are descendants of Chin-A men, who established themselves here when they first came to the Moluccas to purchase spices. This may have been the case, but their features, though somewhat different from the other natives, did not appear to me to be so unlike them as to necessitate such a theory. As they have kept themselves more away from the influence of all foreigners than most Malays, they give us a good idea of what the aborigines of this region were before the arrival of the Portuguese. About 3 miles round the northern side bay, we came to Dimumpa, where all the lepers of this residency are obliged to live, banished forever from all communication with other natives, except such of their friends as come to see them. The little village consists of 12 small houses, regularly arranged on either side of a street. They were all neatly whitewashed, and each has a small plot of ground, where its unfortunate occupants can busy themselves, and forget their incurable sufferings and their banishment. A native who lives nearby has charge of them, and my opinion was very decided that they were well cared for by the government. As we passed from house to house, the officer called them out, and I gave each a small piece of silver, for which they appeared very grateful. There are now 19 here afflicted with this loathsome malady. The part that appears to be the first attacked is the nose, the next is the hands, and the last the feet, though in some it only appears in one of these organs. In one case the nose had wholly disappeared, even the partition between the nostrils, so that I could look directly into the chamber over the mouth. At the same time the muscles on one side of the face were so contracted that the features presented a most sickening sight. In another case, the nose and all the upper lip were gone, and even the outer part of the upper jaw, so that the front teeth only stuck fast on one side, and were completely exposed to view throughout their entire length. These, however, were the older cases, in which the disease had made greater progress. Many had lost their fingers and toes. One little girl had her ankles and feet so swollen that her ankle bones could not be seen, and yet I could not but notice how cheerful she appeared. 2 men had the disease in their feet, which had swollen until they were 3 times their proper size, and all broken open and fissured in the most shocking manner. No one who has not seen such lepers as these can have any idea of what forms human flesh can assume, and life yet remain in the body. Suffering from such an incurable, loathsome malady is literally a living death. I found it so sickening, even to look at them, that I was glad when I came to the last house. Here I was shown a young child, a few weeks old. No marks of the disease could be detected, unless it might be that it was very much lighter colored than either of its parents. The father was one of the worst cases I saw, but the disease had not appeared in the mother, except as a great swelling in the ankles. This child must certainly die a leper, and probably will never leave the village where it was born. For this reason, if for no other, the government certainly acts wisely in compelling all who have this disease to come and live here together, where, at all events, it cannot be widely spread. When it does not appear in a very malignant form in the parents, it has been known to fail to appear in the children, but to appear again in the grandchildren. Governor Areens told me of such a case in Java. It was evident that the man was a leper, though only a considerable swelling could be detected on one ear, yet he was able to prove that neither of his parents was a leper, but, on further inquiry, the governor found that the man's grandfather was a leper. This disease is regarded here as an endemic, that is, chiefly confined to the Minahassa and the Moluccas. Much discussion has arisen whether leprosy is contagious. The doctor with whom I resided while at Buru had been previously stationed at Amboina, and while there a soldier who was born in Holland was taken, and died with this disease. In that case it was evident that the disease was not hereditary, and, after the most careful inquiry, the doctor was not able to learn that he had ever been near a leper, or that he might have taken the disease from anyone, for all afflicted with this loathsome malady in Amboina and the neighboring islands are banished to Maleno, a small island southwest of Saparua. This is the only case that I heard of, during my travels among these islands, where a foreigner had suffered from this disease. It may be remarked that this is not the leprosy spoken of in the sacred scriptures, where the sufferers are described as being white as snow. From the shore near Timumpa we had a delightful view over the Bay of Minato. The sea was as smooth as glass, and scarcely a ripple broke on the sandy beach, which was shaded by graceful, overhanging palms. Before me to the south rose the high mountains which form the great buttresses to the plateau they enclose, and on my right was the sharp volcanic peak called Old Minato because foreigners first established themselves on that island, and then moved over to Celebes. In the evening the resident showed me the large wooden storehouses where the coffee is received from the interior, and kept for exportation. As we entered the building, I was surprised at the rich aromatic fragrance that filled the air. It differed much more from the fragrance given out by the coffee seen in our land than anyone will readily believe. Here it is stored in bags, just as it comes in from the plantations. In order that I might see what superior coffee the Minahassa produces, the resident had several bags opened. I found the kernels, instead of being opaque, and having, as when we usually see them, a tinge of bronze, were translucent, and of a greenish-blue color. The best are those which have these characters, and at the same time are very hard. This coffee commands a much higher price than that of Java, and is superior to any raised in the archipelago, unless it may be some that comes from the highlands in the interior of Sumatra. The coffee crop is subject to some variation, but the resident informs me that the average yield of the government gardens during the last few years has been no less than 37,000 pickles, 5 million pounds. The whole number of trees belonging to the government is 5,949,616, but a large proportion of these are young, and therefore bear little or no fruit. Several private individuals also own large plantations, that yield as well in proportion to the number of trees they contain. The trees are found to thrive best above an elevation of 1,000 feet. The native name of this plant and its fruit is kopi, a corruption of the name in Dutch, the people who introduced it into this archipelago. The tree, Coffea arabica, is a native of Africa, between the 10th and 15th degrees of north latitude 49, but it thrives anywhere within the tropics on the hundreds of high islands in the archipelago, as well as in the dry lands where it is indigenous. It was as late as 1450, about half a century before the discovery of our continent, that it was brought over from Abyssinia to the mountainous parts of Arabia. In this way it happened that the Arabians were the people who introduced it into Europe. In 1690, 40 years after, the people of Europe had learned to use it as a beverage. Governor-General Van Hoorn had some of the seeds brought to him from ports on the Arabian Gulf, by the vessels of the Dutch East India Company, who then carried on some trade between those places and Java. The seeds were planted in a garden near Batavia, where the plants flourished well and bore so much fruit that their culture was at once begun, and since that time has spread to many parts of the archipelago, but the chief islands from which coffee is now exported are Celebes, Bali, Java, and Sumatra. It is also raised to some extent in the Philippines, and these and the Malay Islands furnish 1/4 or more of all that is used. One of the first plants raised at Batavia was sent to Holland, to Nicholas Whitson, the head of the East India Company, where it arrived safely and bore fruit, and the plants from its seeds were sent to Suriname, where they flourished, and in 1718 coffee began to be an article of export from that part. 10 years later, in 1728, it was introduced from Suriname into the French and English islands of the West Indies, having previously been successively introduced into Arabia, Java, and Holland. I am told that it was first brought here from Java by a native prince, and, the remarkable manner in which it thrived having attracted the attention of the officials, more trees were introduced. In 1822 only 80 pickles were produced, in 1834, a remarkably favorable year, 10,000, but in the next year only 4,000 were obtained. In 1853 the crop was 13,000 pickles, and in 1854, 23,000. This indicates how remarkably this crop varies in the same locality. In that year the total number of trees was 4,600,000 and that there has been a steady increase since, both in the number of trees and in the quantity of fruit they have yielded, but yet not more than 1/2 the number are planted that might be if the population was sufficiently great to take proper care of them. With such an enormous yield, a large surplus is left in the hands of the government after it has paid the natives who cultivate it, the percentage to the chiefs, and the cost of transportation from the small storehouses in the interior to the large ones at Minado, from which it is put on board of vessels either directly for foreign ports or to be taken to Makassar and thence be reshipped to Europe. Though the government wishes to give up its monopoly in the cultivation of spices in the Bandas and Moluccas, I did not hear that it is particularly anxious to do so here with the profitable cultivation of coffee. From the storehouses we walked to the hospital, where I was shown a patient whose case was most remarkable. He was a native of Kema, and was bathing in one of the streams that flow through the village, when suddenly he found his head between the teeth of an enormous crocodile. Fortunately, the great reptile did not close his jaws, nor settle down with his prey as usual, and another native, hearing the cries of his friend, caught a large stick, and beat the brute until he let go. The man was at once brought here to the hospital, and has now nearly recovered. On his left jawbone there was one continuous incision from the ear to the chin, and on the right side of his face the muscles near the cheekbone and on the temple were dreadfully lacerated. That a man should ever escape alive after his head had once been between a crocodile's jaws is certainly the next thing to a miracle. I asked him what he thought when he found his head in such a vice. "Well," said he, coolly, "I thought my time had come, but that I had better sing out while I could, and that's what saved me, you see." December 28th at 6 a.m. bade the resident goodbye, and started for the highlands in the interior with an opus or official servant as a guide and attendant. It was a lovely morning. The cuckoos were pouring out their early songs, and the gurgling of the brook by the wayside was almost the only other sound that disturbed the stillness of the morning. A few cirri were floating high in the sky, and also a number of cumuli, whose perpendicular sides reflected the bright sunlight like pearly, opaque crystals. Along the way we met natives of both sexes carrying tobacco and vegetables to market, the men having their loads in a sled-shaped frame on their backs, and the women carrying theirs in shallow baskets on their heads. Our road, which led to the south, was like all in the Minahassa broad and well graded, and where it ascended an acclivity coarse fibers from the leaves of the gomuti palm were laid across it from place to place to cause the water to drain off into the ditches by its sides. When the road came to a village it always divided, that all the carts may go round the village, and not through it. This arrangement enables the natives to keep the street through their village neat and smooth. Such streets usually consist of a narrow road, bordered on either side by a band of green turf, and outside of these are sidewalks of naked soil like the road. 6 miles out we came to Lata, a village of about 400 souls, and soon after began to rapidly ascend by a well-built road, that zigzags up the sides of Mount Ampung, which forms one of the northern buttresses of the plateau situated to the south and east. 9 pals from Minado, when we were about 1,200 feet above the sea, I wheeled round my horse and enjoyed a magnificent view over the Bay of Minado and the adjacent shore. Out in the bay rose several high islands, among them the volcanic peak of Minado Twa, its head raised high in the blue sky, and its feet bathed in the blue sea. Near the shore the land is very low, and abounds in various species of palms. Farther back it begins to rise, and soon curves up toward the lofty peak of Klabat. The beautiful cirri which we had noticed in the early morning now began to change into rain clouds, and roll down the mountain, and soon the beautiful landscape beneath us was entirely hidden from our view. The road here passes through deep cuts that show well the various kinds of rocks, which are trachytic sand, pumice stone, and a conglomerate of these materials. As we ascended we passed many places on the mountainside where the natives were cultivating maize, and from far above us and beneath us came the echoing and re-echoing songs of the natives, who were busy cultivating this exotic but most useful plant. The custom of these people to sing while working in the field is the more noticeable, because the Javanese and Malays usually toil without thinking of thus lightening their monotonous labor. Upward and upward we climbed until we were about 3,000 feet above the sea, when we came to two small villages. Beyond, the road again became level, and soon we reached Mohan, where I met the controller from Tondano, a large village to the east, who had come at the resident's request to accompany me for the rest of that day's journey. Another horse was brought and saddled for me, and we continued on toward the south, our party now numbering 6 or 8, for the chief of each village and 1 or 2 servants are obliged by law to accompany the controller from their own village to the next one he comes to, in whatever direction he may choose to travel. We soon after entered the charming village of Saransong. In the center of it and on one side of the street is the chief's house, and opposite to it but back from the street is the Rumah Negri, and the space between the two is a pretty garden abounding in roses. This reminder of home gave me a thrill of pleasure that I shall remember as long as I love to look on this, the most beautiful of all flowers. As we galloped out of this village the thick rain clouds and fog cleared away, and only cumuli and cirri were again to be seen in the sky. I now had a magnificent view, on the left, of the high range along the west side of Lake Tondano, toward the northwest of the sharp volcanic cone of Lahan, about 5,000 feet in height, west of that of Ampung, attaining nearly that height, and in the northeast Gunung Api with its 3 peaks. Somewhat farther on we rode down into a little valley, where the road ran along the side of a small lake, whose muddy water was of a dirty white color, and from which strong, almost strangling, fumes of sulfur were rising, a most unearthly place, and one that would remind the traveler of Bunyan's picture of the Valley of the Shadow of Death, where the way was narrow, and on either hand ever and anon came up flame and smoke in great abundance with sparks and hideous noises. In one place a flock of ducks was swimming in this sulphurous pool, and on its margin I noticed a few waders running to and fro seeking food. Its banks were mostly covered with ferns, the leaves of which were of a bright red, reminding one of the brilliantly colored leaves of our maples in autumn. Near the next village, Lahandong, we made a short excursion to the left, up a high but not a steep hill, to see the remarkable Lake Linu. The hill is the top of an old volcano, and soon, as we descended and turned a sharp point, we found before us the lake now filling the bottom of the crater. On our way down to a house near its edge, we passed a place where much sulphurous gas was escaping. It looked indeed much like the top of a great half-slaked lime kiln. The lake is about half a mile in diameter, and has an outlet on the southwest, through a former split in the old crater wall. In most parts the water has a blue color, but in some it has a whitish tinge from gases that rise up through the bottom of its basin. On the northeast end there is a large solfatara, like the one we passed in coming down to the lake, but larger. Here it was that the Italian Count, Carlo da Vigua, who had traveled over a large part of the globe, met with a misfortune that caused his untimely death. He ventured too far on the soft, hot clay, and sank in, and before the natives, who had cautioned him against going there, could take him out, he was burned so badly that he died in a short time afterward at Amboina, whither he was taken, that he might be cared for in the best possible manner. He had traveled over a considerable portion of our own continent, and, after escaping many imminent dangers, ventured in this spot too far. Such is the history of many a daring traveler, and no one who comes out here, where on the sea there are pirates, and on the land earthquakes and savage beasts, and in some places still more savage men, can know at what moment he is planning a fatal voyage, or when he is taking the step that may be his last. Yet someone must take this risk if the limited boundaries of our knowledge of these remote lands are ever to be extended. Although the water of this lake is largely impregnated with sulfur and other substances that rise up through its bottom, yet Dr. Bleecker found 2 kinds of fish here, Ophiocephalus striatus, BL, and Anabas scandens, cove, and an eel, Anguilla elphinstonia, syk, which are also found in the fresh waters of Java and Sumatra, and in India. Returning to the main road, we continued on to Sonder, and, passing through a part of the village, came to the Rumah Negri, a public house for any officer who chances to come to that place. This house is said to be far better even than any of the same kind in Java. It stands at the end of a long, beautifully shaded avenue. The road is bordered with a narrow band of grass, neatly clipped, and the sidewalks are of a white earth, which has been brought from some distance. A fine grove surrounds the house, and here are many casuarina or cassowary trees, the long, needle-like leaves of which closely resemble the downy plumage of that strange bird. This evening, as the full moon shines through the foliage, the whole grove is transformed into an enchanted place. Chapter 11. The Minahassa. December 29. Early this morning rode about 2 miles from Sonder in a northwest direction, down over the edge of the plateau on which that village is situated. The road was nothing but a narrow path, and led along a deep ravine, whose sides in several places were high precipices. A short distance beyond the native village of Tinchep is the beautiful waterfall Mont, 964 feet above the sea, but 650 below Sonder. The height of the fall is about 60 feet, and the width of the stream at this time is nearly 20. The rock over which it pours is a perpendicular wall of trachytic lava. The place from which travelers view the fall is some 200 feet above it, where the road runs along the side of a mountain chain, that curves in the form of a horseshoe around it, and makes a magnificent background for this charming picture. Luxuriant foliage hangs over the stream above the cataract, and vines and small trees have found a foothold in the crevices and on the projecting ledges of the steep wall beneath, and as the showers of falling drops strike the ends of their branches, they continually wave to and fro, though where the beholder stands, not the slightest breeze is moving in the air. We had come at just the right time to see it when it is most charming, for the early sun was then shooting oblique bands of bright light across the falling water, and as the stream is divided into millions of drops the moment it curves over the edge of the cliff, those pearly spheres were now lighted up and now darkened, as repeatedly they shot out of the shaded parts into the bands of golden light. Returning to Sonder, I proceeded along the main route in the southeast direction to Sonder Twa, Old Sonder, and Kawangtoan, and thence to the lovely Negri of Tompato. During this distance, of about 8 miles, we had slowly ascended until we were about 575 feet above Sonder. The view here is open on all sides. In the southwest is Mount Tompato, which attains an elevation of over 3,800 feet. In the southeast the high, steep mountains are seen that border this elevated plain on the south. Great landslides appear on their sides, and the people at Tompato said that, not long before, 3 natives, who had cleared and planted large gardens on the steep declivities, went one morning to continue their labor, as usual, when to their great surprise their gardens had disappeared, and all that was left of them was a huge heap of sandstones and fragments of trees piled up on the edge of the plain. This village is laid out with a large, square pond in the middle, and on a broad dike which crosses it is the highway. A well-graded street borders this pond, and the houses on its 4 sides are all placed facing its center. The hedges that border the house lots are mostly composed of rose bushes, and the pond itself is nearly filled with the richly colored and fragrant lotus, Nymphea lotus, a large water lily, held sacred in Egypt and India as the symbol of creation. It is the beautiful flower upon which Buddha is represented as sitting in each of the great images, where he is supposed to personify the past, the present, and the future, 3 immense statues, to be seen in any of the 1,000 temples in the East dedicated to that heathen god. The lotus or lotos of northern Africa, the fruit of which was supposed to possess the wonderful power of making all who tasted it forget their homes and friends and native shores, is a tree, the Celtis australis. If the ancients, who delighted so much in fables and myths, had only known of this charming place, they would have located their lotus land here in the distant east, where the air is so pure and balmy, and the scenery so enchanting. About a mile and a half beyond Tompito we came to a number of mud wells, and I began to examine them, but, as a heavy shower was now seen coming up, my attendant and I again leaped into our saddles and dashed off at a fast canter to Longgowan, where the chief very politely insisted on my remaining with him instead of going to the next village, an invitation I was happy to accept, for I was determined not to leave this wonderful region until I had visited all the hot springs in the vicinity. Especially as the missionary here offered to go with me on the morrow, so that I should not fail to see those that were most interesting. December 30th early this morning, in company with the missionary, the Hucomtois, and a number of natives rode back nearly to Tompito to re-examine the mudwells seen yesterday. The area in which most of them are found is about half a mile square, on the side of a gentle declivity. Some time before we came to them, we could tell where they were by the quantities of steam and gas rising from them, and, as we came nearer, we could hear the heavy bubbling of the principal one. It is of a triangular form, and measures about 30 feet on a side, one of the angles lying toward the top of the hill. The mud is generally of a lead color, and varies in consistency from the center, where it is nearly as thin as muddy water, to the edges, where in some places it is as thick as cream, and in others like putty. It boils up like pitch, that is, rises up in small masses, which take a spherical form, and then burst. The distance between the centers of these ebullitions varies from 6 inches to 2 feet or more, so that the whole surface is covered with as many sets of concentric rings as there are separate boiling points. Near each of the centers the rings have a circular form, but, as they are pressed outward by the successive bubbling up of the material within them, they are pressed against each other, and become more or less irregular, the corners always remaining round until they are pressed out against those which originated from another point. By that time the rings have expanded from small circles into irregular polygons. They, therefore, exactly represent the lines of concretionary structure frequently seen in schists, and represented in nearly every treatise on geology. 50. If this bubbling action should cease, and in the course of time the clay become changed by heat and pressure into slates, the similarity of the two would perhaps be very close. Have, therefore, the particles now forming the old schists which show this structure been subjected to such mechanical changing in their relative position to each other, before they were hardened into the schists they now form, as the particles of clay in this pool are undergoing at the present time? Near this large well was a hot spring about 3 feet in diameter, and 2 feet deep. Its temperature was as high as 98 degrees Celsius, 208.4 degrees Fahrenheit, and of course much steam rose from its surface. We boiled some eggs here hard in a few minutes. The water was pure, and the natives living in the vicinity frequently come and wash their clothing in this natural boiler. No trace of vegetation could be detected beneath the surface nor on its edges where the bubbling water splashed. At the foot of the hill we visited a considerable lake which was strongly impregnated with sulfur, and near it a pond of thick, muddy water which in several places boiled up at intervals. About 20 of these boiling pools are found on this hillside, and in the low, marshy land at its feet. Up the hill above the mudwell first described was a naked spot several yards in diameter. It is composed of tana putti, white earth, that is, decomposed lavas. Considerable steam was escaping from 2 or 3 holes where the natives had been taking out this white earth or clay, which they mix with rice water and use in whitewashing their houses, a common practice throughout the Minahassa. We now rode west to Tompito, and turning to the north came to a small village called Nalok. Thence the natives guided us a short distance in a northeasterly direction to a brook, and following up this for some distance, we came to a large bowl-shaped basin about 75 feet in diameter and 20 feet deep. Its sides were of soft clay, and so steep that we had much difficulty in getting near enough to its edge to obtain such a view as I desired, and the only way we accomplished it was by selecting a place where the intertwining roots of many small trees made a kind of turf. The coolies cleared away the shrubbery with their cleavers, and then by taking the left hand of one native while he held fast to another with his right, I was enabled to lean over its soft edge and obtain a complete view of the boiling water which partly covered its miry bottom. The stream which flows down into this basin rises on higher land to the north, and is cool until it comes into this basin. Here it is heated and strongly impregnated with sulfur, and changed to a whitish color. This circular basin I suppose has been wholly formed by the motion of the water that boils with the heat beneath it. One object in visiting these hot springs was to ascertain at what degree of temperature vegetation first began to appear. We therefore went down the stream, and began following its course upward toward this basin. At a place where the temperature was 48 degrees Celsius, 118.4 degrees Fahrenheit, the rocks and sticks in the water were thickly covered with dark green algae. A little higher up the temperature was 51 degrees Celsius, 123.8 degrees Fahrenheit, and algae were still present, though the fumes of sulfur that rose choked me as I stooped to examine the temperature. We had now come to a thick jungle where the ground was so soft and miry it was both difficult and dangerous to get nearer the boiling pool. At last one of the natives was induced by the promise of a large piece of silver to cut away the bamboos and small shrubbery, if I would keep close behind him. Thus we slowly worked our way several yards higher up, when I ordered him to turn toward the stream. This hot bog was certainly the next place to Tartarus. In several places between the clumps of small trees and bamboos the water was boiling and bubbling furiously, and pouring out great volumes of stifling gases, but I followed my coolie so closely that he had no time to regret his agreement, and at last we reached the bank of the stream. A place was cleared, and fastening my thermometer to the end of a long bamboo, I placed it in the hot, opaque water. 3 times I repeated the observation, and each time the mercury stood at 50 degrees Celsius, 122 degrees Fahrenheit, but I judged from the rate it fell after the first reading that it stood at 52 degrees, certainly not higher, before it was raised into the air. In this spot we had unfortunately come among hundreds of ants, that came out and bit me until my ankles seemed to be surrounded with live coals, and at the end of the 3rd reading I dropped the bamboo and ran back with all my might to escape these pests and end my misery. While I held the thermometer in the bubbling, not boiling, water, I ordered the coolie to raise the sticks that were floating in it, but could not discern the slightest appearance of any vegetable growth, though it was very noticeable a little farther down the stream where the temperature of the water was not more than 1 degree lower, but where the quantity of sulfur in the water must have been much less, judging by the proportionate strength of the fumes that rise in the 2 places. All the other readings given here were made while the mercury remained in the water, and as the thermometer had been carefully marked the observations are liable to but little error. If some other observer should go to the same places and find a greater or less quantity of water, no doubt the temperature also would be found to have slightly changed. The missionary in our party, who had visited this place several times, assured me that frequently, when the cold stream that flows into this basin is much swollen by heavy rains, the water is thrown up at short intervals as high as a common palm tree, about 50 feet. The natives also told me they had all often seen it in such violent action. The basin is therefore nothing but the upper, expanding part of a deep geyser-like tube. We now returned toward Longaon, and visited a large basin of hot water to the left of the road, and about a mile from that village. Its basin is bowl-shaped, nearly circular in form, 48 feet in diameter. The water does not boil up except in one or two places, and almost the only gas that escapes is steam. Its temperature is 78 degrees Celsius, 172.4 degrees Fahrenheit. On one side is a small brook which carries off the surplus water, for this is truly a spring, that is, a place where water flows up from the ground. A short distance to the west and north are a number of hills, from which this water no doubt comes. As stifling gases were not pouring out, I had a better opportunity for examining the banks of the brook, which flowed off 60 feet, and was then conducted across the road by a causeway. Tracing it with the current several times, I invariably came to the first indication of vegetable life in the same place. It was a small quantity of algae on the bottom of the brook, each plant being about as large round as a pin, and 1/8 of an inch in length, and resembling the vaucheria, or brook silk, the green threads of which are seen in the fresh water ponds by our roadsides in summer. Here the temperature was 76 3/4 degrees Celsius, 170.15 degrees Fahrenheit. As the water flowed out through this shallow brook, a large part of all the sulfurous gas it contained of course passed off, and I believe the vegetation began at that point, not so much because the water was 1/4 degrees Celsius cooler than in the basin, as because it was much purer, for at a short distance nearer the basin, where the temperature was 77 1/8 degrees Celsius, 172.82 degrees Fahrenheit, no kind of vegetation could be detected, and yet the difference in the temperature of the water in the two places was only 3/8 of a degree in Celsius's scale. Geologists suppose that our Earth was once a molten, liquid mass, which cooled by degrees until a crust was formed, that slowly thickened until condensation began in the surrounding atmosphere, and thus the water of the primeval ocean was formed. At first this water must have been just below the boiling point, and the query has arisen, how cool did the sea become before vegetation began to appear in it, and on the land then above the sea? The partial answer indicated by the few observations above is, that the presence of vegetable life depended more on the chemical composition of the water than on its temperature. If it was as pure then as the larger pool described above, the whole ocean was yet one great steaming cauldron when these very simple aquatic plants, each apparently consisting of only a single branching cell, began to grow in the shallow places along its shores. Before this time, however, other algae, like those which now grow in moist terrestrial places, may have been thriving on the land in the steamy atmosphere. Sunday, December 31 St. at 8 a.m. attended the native church, where the missionary preaches. It was well filled, and the attention manifested by all was highly commendable. At the close of the service 4 or 5 couples were married, the pastor, after performing the ceremony, explaining to the husbands that they must support their wives, and not, like the Alphara, who are heathens, live in idleness, and expect their wives to support them. A controller, who had been stationed in the interior, back of Gorontalo, now arrived at Longgowan, on his way to Kema, having been transferred, at his request, to Sumatra. We should therefore be companions on the steamer all the way to Java, which was especially agreeable to me, as he spoke English well, and no one not born in Holland can ever learn to pronounce the harsh gutturals of the Dutch language with perfect ease and accuracy. From Longgowan we rode 4 miles in a northerly direction to Caucas, a village at the southern end of the Lake of Tondano. The Rumah Negri here is one of the most pleasantly situated buildings in the Minahasa. It is large and carefully built, and has broad verandas both toward the lake and the village. It is surrounded with plots of green grass, neatly bordered with gravelled walks, and rose bushes covered with large crimson flowers. In the evening, when the moon rose over the sharp peaks a short distance to the east, and spread a broad band of silver light over the lake. The effect was charming, and now, while we inhale the balmy air, and recall to mind the ponds of beautiful lotus we have been passing, we may feel that we are indeed in the enchanted lotus land that Tennyson thus pictures. In the afternoon they came unto a land in which it seemed always afternoon, at noon the coast with languid air did swoon, breathing like one that hath a weary dream. Full-faced above the valley stood the moon, and like a downward smoke the slender stream along the cliff to fall, and pause, and fall, did seem. January 1st, 1866 walked with the controller and chief through the village, and saw the mode of pounding out rice by water power. The axle of the water wheel is made very long, and filled with a number of small sticks, which, as they turn over, raise poles fixed in a perpendicular position, that fall again when the revolving stick is drawn away from them. A large boat, manned by 7 natives, was made ready for me to go to any part of the Lake of Tondano and ascertain its depth. It occupies the lower portion of a high plateau, and its surface, as measured by S.H. de Lange, is 2,272 English feet above the sea. It is about 17 miles long in a northerly and southerly direction, and varies in width from 2 to 7 miles. It is nearly divided into 2 equal parts by high capes that project from either shore. On the south and southwest and on the north, its shores are low, and the land slowly ascends from 1 to 5 miles, and then curves upward to the jagged mountain crest that bounds the horizon on all sides. In the other parts of its shores it rises up from the water in steep acclivities. All the lowlands and the lower flanks of the mountains are under a high state of cultivation, and the air is cool and pure, while it is excessively hot and sultry on the ocean shore below. Some writers have regarded this lake basin as an old extinct crater, and some, as only a depression in the surrounding plain, or, in other words, the lower part of the plateau. To settle this question beyond a doubt, it was necessary to ascertain its form. I therefore asked the resident if he could furnish me with a line to sound with as I crossed it. He replied that he had but one of 200 fathoms, and that I could not expect to reach the bottom with that, for all the fishermen who live on its shores declare that it has no bottom, that is unfathomable. It would be something to know that it was more than 1,200 feet deep, so a coolie was ordered to carry the line. From Caucas we rowed over a short distance toward the high shore opposite, that being said to be one of the immeasurable places. A heavy sinker was put on, and the whole line cleared, so that it would run out freely to the last foot. I gave the man at the bow the command, and the cord began to rattle over the boat's side, when suddenly it stopped short. "Is the sinker off?" "No, it's on the bottom." "How many fathoms are out?" 11 fathoms and 5 feet. After this we sounded 8 times, and the deepest water, which was near the middle, between the 2 high capes, is only 12 fathoms and 2 feet. The water not only proved shallow, but the bottom was found to be as even as the lowland at the northern and southern ends of the lake. The basin is therefore only a slight depression in the lower part of the plateau. The only fishes known in this lake are the same 3 species already mentioned as existing in the sulphurous waters of Lake Linu. Reaching the large village of Tondano, at the northern end of the lake, I was kindly received by the controller, who had accompanied me already from Tamohan to Sandur. A heavy rain set in, and I was obliged to defer the rest of my journey till the next day. January 2d. The thick rain clouds of yesterday broke away this morning as the sun rose, and the sky is now perfectly clear. The controller provided me with a horse, and a hukam twa accompanied me as a guide. Our course was nearly west, and soon the road became very steep, and extremely slippery from the late rain. As we rose, the view over the plateau beneath us widened, until we wound round the mountain to the little village of Rurikan, the highest negri in this land. The head of this village guided us to the top of a neighboring peak, where I found a large part of the Minnehassas spread out before me like a great map. From the point where I stood, there stretched to the south a high mountain chain, forming the western border of the Lake of Tondano. A little more to the east were seen the lake far below, and the level land along a part of its shores, while on the opposite side of the lake rose the mountains that form the other end of the chain on which I was standing. This chain curves like a horseshoe, the open part being turned toward the north. At the same point where all the details of this plateau were comprised in a single view, by turning a little toward the north, I could look down the outer flanks of this elevated region away to the low, distant ocean shore, where the blue sea was breaking into white, sparkling surf. A little farther toward the north rose the lofty peak of Mount Clabat, covered with a thick mantle of fleecy clouds, which had a hue of ermine in the bright light. This mantle was slowly raised and lowered by the invisible hand of the strong west wind. Beneath it, low on the sides of the mountain, was seen a line of trees marking the shady way I had taken from Kima to Minato. This is considered, and I believe rightly, the finest view in the archipelago, and one of the most charming in the world, because the other famous views, like that of Damascus, do not include that great emblem of infinity, the open ocean. The Gomuti palm. Rice is raised at even as great an elevation as the place we had reached, about 4,500 feet, in what are called Kebun Kring, dry gardens. These are known as Tegel lands in Java. The yield is said not to be as large as on the lowlands, sawas, by the margin of the lake which are overflowed in the usual manner. The yearly crop in the Minnehassas is from 150 to 200,000 pickles, of which 10 to 18,000 are exported chiefly to Ternate and Amboina. Tobacco is also cultivated, but only for home consumption. Cocoa is also raised, and this year, 1,865, 44 and 3/4 pickles were exported. Like that at Amboina, it is all bought by Chin-A men, who send it to Manila. Cocoa nuts are also exported to the chief islands eastward. The yield this year is estimated by the officials at 4 million. There is a great abundance here of the gomuti or sagaru palm tree, the large petioles of which spread out at the base into broad fibrous sheets that enclose the trunk. Some of the fibers resemble horsehair, but are much stiffer and very brittle, and are gathered by the natives and manufactured into coir, a kind of coarse rope. As the fibers soon break, they project in every direction until the rope becomes extremely rough and difficult to handle. It has the valuable property, however, of being nearly indestructible in water, and the resident tells me that this coir will probably prove of much value in manufacturing telegraph cable. The quantity of fibers that could be gathered yearly would be very considerable if there should be any demand for them. Among the flexible, horsehair-like fibers are coarser ones, which the natives use for pens and arrows for their blowpipes, and interwoven with them is a mass of small fibers nearly as soft as cotton, which are used as tinder. The flowering part is cut off with a knife, and the sap which exudes is gathered in a piece of bamboo. In this condition it has a slightly acid and very bitter taste, resembles the thin part of buttermilk, and is a very agreeable and refreshing beverage in such a hot climate. As soon as it is allowed to ferment it becomes twuk, a highly intoxicating drink, of which the natives are very fond. This palm prefers higher lands than the cocoa nut, which flourishes well only on the low areas near the level of the sea. It will be readily distinguished from all the other palms of this land by its large leaves and the rough appearance of its trunk. Gomuti is the Malay name for the coir only, the tree itself they call ana. In Amboina the native name for it is nawa, and in other parts of the archipelago it has local names, showing that it is probably an indigenous plant. The soft envelopes of the seeds, which are so numerous that, when ripe, one bunch will frequently be a load for 2 men, contain a poisonous juice which the natives were accustomed to use on their arrows, and which the Dutch have named hell water. Besides the fruits already mentioned, there are durians, mangosteens, jambus, or rose apples, lanzeums, pampelmuses, limes, breadfruits, bananas, pineapples, and oranges. The latter are particularly nice, and in one of the kinds the leathery rind is not yellow when the fruit, which is merely a berry, is ripe, but still remains as green as when only half grown. It is the custom here at the table to peel this fruit with a knife, exactly as we peel an apple. From Tondano to Kema the road is built in a deep, zigzag ravine, and commences to descend a mile north of the lake. Through the ravine flows a stream which is the outlet of the lake. On the northern side of the plateau where the road begins to descend, this stream is changed into a waterfall, which is known as the Waterfall of Tondano. It consists of 3 falls, but, when seen from the usual point, a short distance north of the lower fall, the upper and middle ones form a boiling rapid, and only the lowest one presents a grand appearance. Where the first and second occur the water shoots down through a deep canal, which has been apparently formed in the rock by the strong current. Having rolled in a foaming mass through this deep canal, the water takes a flying leap down 70 feet into a deep, circular pool, the outer edges of this falling stream breaking up into myriads of sparkling drops, which fall in showers into the dark pool, where they disappear forever. Here a strange tragedy occurred in the year 1855, when the Governor-General from Java was journeying through this land. One of the highest officers on his staff, a gentleman who had previously been governor of the Moluccas, came to this place while the others were resting at Tondano, and committed suicide by plunging headlong into the deep canal above the high fall. Only a short time before, he had dined with the whole company and seemed very cheerful, but here, probably in a moment of unusual despondency, he made the fatal leap. Continuing in the way that followed this crooked stream, I occasionally beheld the high top of Mount Clabat before me. Several large butterflies flitted to and fro, their rich, velvety blue and green colors seeming almost too bright to be real. At the 8th pal we came to the native village Sawanan, and the chief showed me the burial place of his people previous to the arrival of Europeans. Most of the monuments consist of 3 separate stones placed one on another. The lowest is square or oblong, and partly buried in the earth. Its upper surface has been squared off that the second might rest on it more firmly. This is a rectangular parallelepipedon, 1 or 2 feet wide and 2/3 as thick, and from 2 to 3 feet high. It is placed on end on the first stone. In its upper end a deep hole has been made, and in this the body of the deceased is placed. It was covered by the 3rd stone of a triangular form when viewed at the end, and made to represent that part of a house above the eaves. It projects a little beyond the perpendicular stone beneath it. On the sides of the roof rude figures of men, women, and children were carved, all with the knees drawn up against the chin and clasped by the arms, the hands being locked together in front below the knees. In many of these the faces of the figures were flat, and holes and lines were cut representing the eyes, nose, and mouth, in others rude busts were placed on the eaves. This burial place contains the finest monuments of olden times now existing in the Minahassa. Others can be seen at Tamohan, and especially at Caucas, but they are not as highly ornamented as these. At Caucas they are mostly composed of but 2 stones, one long one set upright in the ground, and another placed over this as a cover to the hole containing the body. At each of these places they are entirely neglected, and many of the images here have already fallen or been broken off. Noticing that a very good one was loose and ready to fall, I remarked to the chief that, if I did not take it, it would certainly soon be lost, and, before he had time to give his assent, I had it under my arm. The missionary at Longaon informed me that originally these graves were beset with such obscene ornaments that one of the residents felt it his duty to order that they should all be broken off. This fact, and the rude form of the images, led me to think that they ought to be classed with the remarkable temple found near Dori, on the north coast of New Guinea, and with the nude statues used by the Batas to ornament the graves of their deceased friends. The bamboo. When the Portuguese first arrived in the Moluccas, this region was tributary to the Prince of Ternate. All the natives were heathen then, and many of them yet retain the superstitious belief of their ancestors. Mohammedanism had not gained a foothold among them, nor has it since, and the only Mohammedans now in the land are the immigrants at Minato, who have come from other parts of the archipelago, and a few natives banished from Java. Even as late as 1833, but little more than 30 years ago, Peter Mott, who was then resident, in his official report, says of these people, they are wholly ignorant of reading, writing, and arithmetic. They reckon by means of notches in a piece of bamboo, or by knots made in a cord. Formerly they were guilty of practicing the bloody custom of cutting off human heads at every great celebration, and the missionary at Longaon showed me a rude drawing of one of their principal feasts, made for him by one of the natives themselves. In front of a house where the chief was supposed to reside, was a short, circular paling of bamboos placed upright, the upper ends of all were sharpened, and on each was stuck a human head. Between 30 and 40 of these heads were represented as having been taken off for this single festive occasion, and the missionary regarded the drawing as no exaggeration, from what he knew of their bloody rites. The remarkable quantities of coffee, cocoa nuts, and other articles yearly exported from the Minahassa show that a wonderful change has come over this land, even since 1833, and the question at once arises, what is it that has transferred these people from barbarism to civilization? The answer, and the only answer, is Christianity and education. The Bible, in the hands of the missionaries, has been the chief cause that has induced these people to lay aside their bloody rights. As soon as a few natives had been taught to read and write, they were employed as teachers, and schools were established from place to place, and from these centers a spirit of industry and self-respect has diffused itself among the people and supplanted in a great measure their previous predisposition to idleness and self-neglect. In 1840, 7 years after Peter Mott gave the description of these people mentioned above, the number of Christians compared to that of heathen was as 1 to 16, now it is about as 2 to 5, and exactly as this ratio continues to increase, in the same degree will the prosperity of this land become greater. The rocks seen on this journey through the Minahassa, as noted above, are trachytic lavas, volcanic sand and ashes, pumice stone, and conglomerates composed of these materials and clay formed by their decomposition.